Section XXI Hebrew Allegories, page 186. How can any Kabbalist, acquainted with the foregoing, deduce his conclusions with regard to the true esoteric beliefs of the primitive Jews, from only that which he now finds in the Jewish scrolls? How can any scholar, even though one of the keys to the universal language be now positively discovered, the true key to the numerical reading of a pure geometrical system, give out anything as his final conclusion? Modem Kabbalistic speculation is on a par now with modem speculative Masonry, for as the latter tries vainly to link itself with the ancient, or rather the archaic Masonry, of the temples, failing to make the link because all its claims have been shown to be inaccurate from an archaeological standpoint, so fares it also with Kabbalistic speculation. As no mystery of nature worth ning after can be revealed to humanity by settling whether Hiram Abiff was a living Sidonian builder, or a solar myth, so no fresh information will be added to occult lore by the details of the exoteric privileges conferred on the Collegia Fabrorum by Numa Pompilius. Rather must the symbols used in it be studies in the Aryan light, since all the symbolism of the ancient initiations came to the West with the light of the Eastern Sunday. Nevertheless, we find the most learned Masons and symbologists declaring that all these weird symbols and glyphs, that run back to a common origin of immense antiquity, were nothing more than a display of cunning natural phallicism, or emblems of primitive typology. How much nearer the truth is the author of the Source of Measures, who declares that the elements of human and numerical construction in the Bible do not shut out the spiritual elements in it, albeit so few now understand them. The words we quote are as suggestive as they are true. How desperately blinding becomes a superstitious use, through ignorance, of such emblems when they are made to possess the power of bloodshed and torture, through orders of propaganda of any species of religious cultus. The Hebrew Bible does not exist. Page 187. When one thinks of the horrors of a Moloch, or Baal, or Dagon worship, of the correlated blood deluges under the cross baptized in gore by Constantine, at the initiative of his secular church. When one thinks of all this, and then that the cause of all has been simply ignorance of the real radical reading of the Moloch, and Baal, and Dagon, and the cross and the tefillin, all running back to a common origin, and after all being nothing more than a display of pure and natural mathematics, one is apt to feel like cursing ignorance, and to lose confidence in what are called intuitions of religion. One is apt to wish for a return of the day when all the world was of one lip and of one knowledge. But while these elements of the construction of the pyramid are rational and scientific, let no man consider that with this discovery comes a cutting off of the spirituality but that spirituality can never be discovered, far less proved, unless we turn to the Aryan scriptures and symbology. For the Jews it was lost, save for the Sadducees, from the day that the chosen people reached the promised land, the national karma preventing Moses from reaching it of the Bible intention, or of man's relation to this spiritual foundation. Does one wish to build a house? No house was ever actually built with tangible material until first the architectural design of building had been accomplished, no matter whether the structure was palace or hovel. So with these elements and numbers. They are not of man, nor are they of his invention. They have been revealed to him to the extent of his ability to realize a system, which is the creative system of the eternal God. But spiritually, to man the value of this matter is that he can actually in contemplation, bridge over all material construction of the cosmos, and pass into the very thought and mind of God, to the extent of recognizing the system of design for cosmic creation yet, even before the words went forth, "Let there be." OPCIT, pages 317 to 319. But true as above words may be, when coming from one who has rediscovered, more completely than anyone else has done during the past centuries, one of the keys to the universal mystery language, it is impossible for an Eastern occultist to agree with the conclusion of the able author of the Source of Measures. He has set out to find the truth, and yet he still believes that the best and most authentic vehicle of communication from the creative God to man is to be found in the Hebrew Bible. To this we must and shall demur, giving our reasons for it in a few words. The Hebrew Bible exists no more, as has been shown in the foregoing pages, and the garbled accounts, the falsified and pale copies we have of the real Mosaic Bible of the initiates, warrant the making of no such sweeping assertion and claim. All that the scholar can fairly claim is that the Jewish Bible, as now extant in its latest and final interpretation, and according to the newly discovered key, may give, page 188, a partial presentment of the truths it contained before it was mangled. But how can he tell what the Pentateuch contained before it has been recomposed by Esdras, then corrupted still more by the ambitious rabbis in later times, and otherwise remodeled and interfered with? Leaving aside the opinion of the declared enemies of the Jewish scripture, one may quote simply what their most devoted followers say. Two of these are Home and Prideaux. The avowals of the former will be sufficient to show how much now remains of the original Mosaic books, unless indeed we accept his sublimely blind faith in the inspiration and editorship of the Holy Ghost. He writes that when a Hebrew scribe found a writing of any author, he was entitled, if he thought fit, being conscious of the aid of the Holy Spirit, to do exactly as he pleased with it, to cut it up, or copy it, or use as much of it as he deemed right, and so to incorporate it with his own manuscript. Dr. Keneally aptly remarks of Home, that it is almost impossible to get any admission from him. That makes against his church, so remarkably guarded is he Home in his phraseology, and so wonderfully discreet in the use of words, that his language, like a diplomatic letter, perpetually suggests to the mind ideas other than those which he really means. I defy any unlearned person to read his chapter on Hebrew characters and to derive any knowledge from it whatever on the subject on which he professes to treat. The Book of God, pages 388, 389, and yet this same Home writes, we are persuaded that the things to which reference is made proceeded from the original writers or compilers of the book's Old Testament. Sometimes they took other writings, annals, genealogies, and such like, with which they incorporated additional matter, or which they put together with greater or less condensation. The Old Testament authors used the sources they employed, that is, the writing of other people, with freedom and independence. Conscious of the aid of the divine Spirit, they adapted their own productions, or the productions of others, to the wants of the times. But in these respects they cannot be said to have corrupted the text of Scriptures. They made the text. But of what did they make it? Why, of the writings of other persons, justly observes Keneally, and this is Home's notion of what the Old Testament is, a cento from the writings of unknown persons collected and put together by those who, he says, were divinely inspired. No infidel that I know of has ever made so damaging a charge as this against the authenticity of the Old Testament. See Home's Introduction, 10th edition, Vol 2 p.33, as quoted by Dr. Keneally p.389. Some Hebrews were initiates, page 189. This is quite sufficient, we think, to show that no key to the universal language system can ever open the mysteries of creation in a work in which, whether through design or carelessness, nearly every sentence has been made to apply to the latest outcome of religious views, to phallicism, and to nothing else. There are a sufficient number of stray bits in the Elohistic portions of the Bible to warrant the inference that the Hebrews who wrote it were initiates, hence the mathematical coordinations and the perfect harmony between the measures of the Great Pyramid and the numerals of the biblical glyphs. But surely if one borrowed from the other, it cannot be the architects of the pyramid who borrowed from Solomon's temple, if only because the former exists to this day as a stupendous living monument of esoteric records, while the famous temple has never existed outside of the far later Hebrew scrolls. The author says that Parker's quadrature is that identical measure which was used anciently as the perfect measure, by the Egyptians, in the construction of the Great Pyramid, which was built to monument it and its uses, and that from it the sacred cubit value was derived, which was the cubit value used in the construction of the Temple of Solomon, the Ark of Noah, and the Ark of the Covenant, p.22. This is a grand discovery, no doubt, but it only shows that the Jews profited well by their captivity in Egypt, and that Moses was a great initiate. Hence there is a great distance between the admission that some Hebrew Bible must be the best standard, as being the highest representative of the archaic esoteric system. Nowhere does the Bible say, moreover, that the Hebrew is the language of God. Of this boast, at any rate, the authors are not guilty. Perhaps because in the days when the Bible was last edited the claim would have been too preposterous, hence dangerous. The compilers of the Old Testament, as it exists in the Hebrew canon, knew well that the language of the initiates in the days of Moses was identical with that of the Egyptian hierophants, and that none of the dialects that had sprung from the Old Syriac and the pure Old Arabic of Yarub, the father and progenitor of the primitive Arabians, long before the time of Abraham, in whose days the ancient Arabic had already become vitiated, that none of those languages was the one sacerdotal universal tongue. Nevertheless, all of them included a number of words which could be traced to common roots. And to do this is the business of modern philology, though to this day, with all the respect due to the labors of the eminent philologists of Oxford and Berlin, that science seems to be hopelessly floundering in the Cimmerian darkness of mere hypothesis. Page 190, Aarons, when speaking of the letters as arranged in the Hebrew sacred scrolls, and remaking that they were musical notes, had probably never studied Aryan Hindu music. In the Sanskrit language, letters are continually arranged in the sacred alas so that they may become musical notes. For the whole Sanskrit alphabet and the Vedas, from the first word to the last, are musical notations reduced to writing. The two are inseparable. See Theosophist. 1879 Art. Hindu music, p.47. As Homer distinguished between the language of gods and the language of men, the Sanskrit letters are far more numerous than the poor 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. They are all musical, and they are read or rather chanted according to a system given in very old Tantrika works, and are called Devanagari, the speech or language of the gods. And since each letter answers to a numeral, the Sanskrit affords a far larger scope for expression, and it must necessarily be far more perfect than the Hebrew, which followed the same system but could apply it only in a very limited way. If either of these two languages were taught to humanity by the gods, surely it would more likely be the Sanskrit, the perfect form of the most perfect language on earth, than the Hebrew, the roughest and the poorest. For once anyone believes in a language of divine origin, he can hardly believe at the same time that angels or gods or any divine messengers have had to develop it from a rough monosyllable form into a perfect one. As we see in terrestrial linguistic evolution, so did the Hindus. The Devanagari, the Sanskrit characters, are the speech of the gods, and Sanskrit is the divine language. It is argued in defense of the present version of the Mosaic books that the mode of language adopted was an accommodation to the ignorance of the Jewish people. But the said mode of language drags down the sacred text of Esdras and his colleagues to the level of the most unspiritual and gross phallic religions. This plea confirms the suspicions entertained by some Christian mystics and many philosophical critics, that a divine power as an absolute unity had never anything more to do with the biblical Jehovah and the Lord God than with any other sephiroth or number. The Ansubh of the Kabbalah of Moses is as independent of any relation with the created gods as is Parabrahman itself. b. The teachings veiled in the Old Testament under allegorical expressions are all copied from the magical texts of Babylonia by Esdras and others, while the earlier Mosaic text had its source in Egypt. A few instances known to almost all symbologists of note, and especially to the French Egyptologists, may help to prove the statement. Furthermore, no ancient Hebrew philosopher, Philo no more than the Sadducees, claimed, as do now the ignorant Christians, that the events in the Bible should be taken literally. Philo says most explicitly, the verbal statements are fabulous in the book of law, it is in the allegory that we shall find the truth. The seven creative gods, page 191, let us give a few instances, beginning with the latest narrative, the Hebrew, and thus if possible trace the allegories to their origin. 1. Whence the creation in 6 days, the seventh day as day of rest, the seven Elohim. In the first chapter of Genesis the word God represents the Elohim gods in the plural, not one God. This is a cunning and dishonest translation. For the whole Kabbalah explains sufficiently that the Alhim, Elohim, are 7, each, creates one of the 7 things enumerated in the first chapter, and these answer allegorically to the 7 creations. To make this clear, count the verses in which it is said, "And God saw that it was good," and you will find that this is said 7 times in verses 4, 10, 12, 18, 21, 25, and 31. And though the compilers cunningly represent the creation of man as occurring on the 6th day, yet, having made man male and female in the image of God, the 7 Elohim repeat the sacramental sentence. It was good, for the 7th time, thus making of man the 7th creation, and showing the origin of this bit of cosmogony to be in the Hindu creations. The Elohim are, of course, the 7 Egyptian Khnumua, the assistant architects, the 7 Amshaspens of the Zoroastrians, the 7 spirits subordinate to Ildabaoth of the Nazarenes, the 7 Prajapati of the Hindus, etc., and the division of space into heaven and earth, in the first chapter of Genesis. The division of the vault above from the abyss, or chaos, below is one of the first acts of creation, or rather of evolution, in every cosmogony. Hermes in Pymander speaks of a heaven seen in 7 circles with 7 gods in them. We examine the Assyrian tiles and find the same on them, the 7 creative gods busy each in his own sphere. The cuneiform legends narrate how Bel prepared the 7 mansions of the gods, how heaven was separated from the earth. In the Brahmanical allegory everything is septenary, from the 7 zones, or envelopes, of the mundane egg down to the 7 continents, islands, seas, etc. The 6 days of the week and the 7th, the Sabbath, are based primarily on the 7 creations of the Hindu Brahma, the 7th being that of man, and secondarily on the number of generation. It is preeminently and most conspicuously phallic. In the Babylonian system the 7th day, or period, was that in which man and the animals were created. 2. The Elohim make a woman out of Adam's rib. General, 2.21, 22. This process is found in the magical texts translated by G. Smith. The 7 spirits bring forth the woman from the loins of the man, explains Mr. Sayce in his Hibbert Lectures. OPCIT, p.395, note. Page 192, the mystery of the woman who was made from the man is repeated in every national religion, and in scriptures far antedating the Jewish. You find it in the Avestan fragments, in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and finally in Brahma, the male, separating from himself, as a female self, Vach, in whom he creates Viraj. 3. The 2 Adams of the first and second chapters in Genesis originated from garbled exoteric accounts coming from the Chaldeans and the Egyptian Gnostics, revised later from the Persian traditions, most of which are old Aryan allegories. As Adam Kadmon is the 7th creation, the 7th esoterically, exoterically the 6th, so the atom of dust is the 8th, and in the Puranas one finds an 8th, the Anugraha creation, and the Egyptian Gnostics had it. Irenaeus, complaining of the heretics, says of the Gnostics, sometimes they will have him man to have been made on the 6th day, and sometimes on the 8th. Contra Hereses 118.2. The author of writes, these 2 creations of man on the 6th day and on the 8th were those of the Adamic, or fleshly man, and of the spiritual man, who were known to Paul and the Gnostics as the first and second Adam, the man of earth and the man of heaven. Irenaeus also says they insisted that Moses began with the Ogdoad of the 7 powers and their mother, Sophia. The old Kefa of Egypt, who is the living word at Ombos. OPCIT, by Gerald Massey. p. 19. Sophia is also Aditi with her 7 sons. One might go on enumerating and tracing the Jewish revelations ad infinitum to their original sources, were it not that the task is superfluous, since so much is already done in that direction by others and done thoroughly well, as in the case of Gerald Massey, who has sifted the subject to the very bottom. Hundreds of volumes, treatises, and pamphlets are being written yearly in defense of the divine inspiration claim for the Bible, but symbolical and archaeological research is coming to the rescue of truth and fact, therefore of the esoteric doctrine, upsetting every argument based on faith and breaking it as an idol with feet of clay. A curious and learned book, The Approaching End of the Age, by H. Grattan Guinness, professes to solve the mysteries of the Bible chronology and to prove thereby God's direct revelation to man. Among other things, its author thinks that it is impossible to deny that a septiform chronology was divinely appointed in the elaborate ritual of Judaism. 7 Keys to All Allegories, page 193. This statement is innocently accepted and firmly believed in by thousands and tens of thousands, only because they are ignorant of the Bibles of other nations. 2 pages from a small pamphlet, a lecture by Mr. Gerald Massey, OPCIT, p.278, so upset the arguments and proofs of the enthusiastic Mr. Grattan Guinness, spread over 760 pages of small print, as to prevent them from ever raising their heads any more. Mr. Massey treats of the fall, and says, here, as before, the Genesis does not begin at the beginning. There was an earlier fall than that of the primal pair. In this the number of those who failed and fell was 7. We meet with those 7 in Egypt, 8 with the mother, where they are called the children of inertness, who were cast out from Amsman, the paradise of the 8. Also in a Babylonian legend of creation, as the 7 brethren, who were 7 kings, like the 7 kings in the book of Revelation, and the 7 non-sentient powers, who became the 7 rebel angels that made war in heaven. The 7 Chronidi, described as the 7 watchers, who in the beginning were formed in the interior of heaven. The heaven, like a vault, they extended or hollowed out, that which was not visible they raised, and that which had no exit they opened, their work of creation being exactly identical with that of the Elohim in the book of Genesis. These are the 7 elemental powers of space, who were continued as 7 timekeepers. It is said of them, in watching was their office, but among the stars of heaven their watch they kept not, and their failure was the fall. In the book of Enoch the same 7 watchers in heaven are stars which transgressed the commandment of God before their time arrived, for they came not in their proper season, therefore was he offended with them, and bound them until the period of the consummation of their crimes, at the end of the secret, or great year of the world, i.e., the period of precession, when there was to be restoration and rebeginning. The 7 deposed constellations are seen by Enoch, looking like 7 great blazing mountains overthrown, the 7 mountains in Revelation, on which the Scarlet Lady sits, with a reply to Professor A. H. Sayce, p. 19. There are 7 keys to this, as to every other allegory, whether in the Bible or in pagan religions. While Mr. Massey has hit upon the key in the mysteries of cosmogony, John Bentley in his Hindu astronomy claims that the fall of the angels, or war in heaven, as given by the Hindus, is but a figure of the calculations of time periods, and goes on to show that among the Western nations the same war, with like results, took the form of the War of the Titans. In short, he makes it astronomical. So does the author of The Source of Measures, page 194, the celestial sphere with the earth, was divided into 12 compartments astronomically, and these compartments were esteemed as sext, the lords or husbands being respectively the planets presiding over them. This being the settled scheme, want of proper correction would bring it to pass, after a time, that error and confusion would ensue by the compartments coming under the lordship of the wrong planets. Instead of lawful wedlock, there would be illegal intercourse, as between the planets, sons of Elohim, and these compartments, daughters of Adam, or the earth-man, and in fact the 4th verse of 6th Genesis will bear this interpretation for the usual one, viz., in the same days, or periods, there were untimely births in the earth, and also behind that. When the sons of Elohim came to the daughters of Adam, they begot to them the offspring of harlotry, etc., astronomically indicating this confusion. O.P. CIT, p.243. Do any of these learned explanations explain anything except a possible ingenious allegory, and a personification of the celestial bodies, by the ancient mythologists and priests. Carried to their last word, they would undeniably explain much, and would thus furnish one of the right 7 keys, fitting a great many of the biblical puzzles, yet opening none naturally and entirely, instead of being scientific and cunning master keys. But they prove one thing, that neither the septiform chronology nor the septiform theogony and evolution of all things is of divine origin in the Bible. For let us see the sources at which the Bible sipped its divine inspiration with regard to the sacred number 7. Says Mr. Massey in the same lecture, the book of Genesis tells us nothing about the nature of these Elohim, erroneously rendered God, who are creators of the Hebrew beginning, and who are themselves pre-existent and seated when the theater opens and the curtain ascends. It says that in the beginning the Elohim created the heaven and the earth. In thousands of books the Elohim have been discussed, but with no conclusive result. The Elohim are 7 in number, whether as nature powers, gods of constellations, or planetary gods, as the Patres and Patriarchs, Manus, and Fathers of earlier times. The Gnostics, however, and the Jewish Kabbalah preserve an account of the Elohim of Genesis by which we are able to identify them with other forms of the 7 primordial powers. Their names are Ildabaoth, Jehovah, or Jeho, Sabaoth, Adonai, Elohuz, Arphus, and Astanphius. Ildabaoth signifies the Lord God of the fathers, that is, the fathers who preceded the Father, and thus the 7 are identical with the 7 Patres or Fathers of India, Iranaus, BL, XXX, 5. Moreover, the Hebrew Elohim were pre-existent by name and nature as Phoenician divinities or powers. Sanchoniathon mentions them by name, and describes them as auxiliaries of Cronus or time. In this phase, then, the Elohim are timekeepers in heaven. In the Phoenician mythology the Elohim are the 7 sons of Tzaddik Melchizedek, identical with the 7 Kabiri, who in Egypt are the 7 sons of Ta, and the 7 spirits of Ra in High Book of the Dead. In America with the 7 Hogates, in Assyria with the 7 Lamesa. Gerald Massey on the 7 creators, page 195, they are always 7 in number. Who cab, that is, turn round, together, whence the cab iri. They are also the Eli or gods, in Assyrian, who were 7 in number. They were first bomb of the mother in space, when they are the Anupadokas, parentless, of the secret doctrine. See stanzas, I.9, volume I. 56. And then the 7 companions passed into the sphere of time as auxiliaries of Cronus, or sons of the male parent. As Damascene says in his Primitive Principles, the Magi consider that space and time were the source of all, and from being powers of the air the gods were promoted to become timekeepers for men. 7 constellations were assigned to them. As the 7 turned round in the arc of the sphere they were designated the 7 sailors' companions, rishis, or Elohim. The first 7 stars are not planetary. They are the leading stars of 7 constellations which turned round with the Great Bear in describing the circle of the year. These originated with the Aryans, who placed therein their bright-crested, Chitrashikandan, 7 rishis. But all this is far more occult than appears on the surface. These the Assyrians called the 7 Lamesa, or leaders of the flocks of stars, designated sheep. On the Hebrew line of descent or development, these Elohim are identified for us by the Kabbalists and Gnostics, who retain the hidden wisdom or gnosis, the clue of which is absolutely essential to any proper understanding of mythology or theology. There were 2 constellations with 7 stars each. We call them the 2 bears. But the 7 stars of the lesser bear were once considered to be the 7 heads of the polar dragon, which we meet with as the beast with 7 heads in the Akkadian hymns. And in Revelation, the mythical dragon originated in the crocodile, which is the dragon of Egypt. Now in one particular cult, the Sut Typhonian, the first god was Sevik the sevenfold, who wears the crocodile's head, as well as the serpent, and who is the dragon or whose constellation was the dragon. In Egypt the Great Bear was the constellation of Typhon, or Kepha, the old Genetrix, called the Mother of Revolutions, and the dragon with 7 heads was assigned to her son, Sevik Cronus, or Saturn, called the dragon of life. That is, the typical dragon or serpent with 7 heads was female at first, and then the type was continued, as male in her son Sevik, the 7-fold serpent, in Ea the 7-fold Oceanubes, and others. We find these 2 in the book of Revelation. One is the Scarlet Lady, the mother of mystery, the great harlot, who sat on a scarlet-colored beast with 7 heads, which is the red dragon of the pole. She held in her hand the unclean things of her fornication. That means the emblems of the male and female, imaged by the Egyptians at the polar center, the very uterus of creation, as was indicated by the Thigh constellation, called the Kepshare of Typhon, the old dragon, in the northern birthplace of time in heaven. The 2 revolved about the pole of heaven, or the tree, as it was called, which was figured at the center of the starry motion. In the book of Enoch these 2 constellations are identified as Leviathan and Behemoth Behemoth, or the dragon and hippopotamus equals Great Bear, and they are the primal pair that were first created in the Garden of Eden. So that the Egyptian first, page 196, mother, Kepha or Kepha whose name signifies mystery, was the original of the Hebrew Chava, Ariv, and therefore Adam is one with Sevik the 7-fold one, the solar dragon in whom the powers of light and darkness were combined, and the 7-fold nature was shown in the 7 rays worn by the Gnostic Oceanubes, god of the number 7, who is Sevik by name and a form of the first father as head of the 7. OPCIT, pages 19 to 22. All this gives the key to the astronomical prototype of the allegory in Genesis, but it furnishes no other key to the mystery involved in the 7-fold glyph. The able Egyptologist shows also that Adam himself, according to rabbinical and Gnostic tradition, was the chief of the 7 who fell from heaven, and he connects these with the patriarchs, thus agreeing with the esoteric teaching. For by mystic permutation and the mystery of primeval rebirths and adjustment, the 7 rishis are in reality identical with the 7 Prajapatis, the fathers and creators of mankind, and also with the Kumaras, the first sons of Brahma, who refused to procreate and multiply. This apparent contradiction is explained by the 7-fold nature make it 4-fold on metaphysical principles, and it will come to the same thing of the celestial men, the Dhyan Kohans. This nature is made to divide and separate, and while the higher principles, Atmabuddhi, of the creators of men are said to be the spirits of the 7 constellations, their middle and lower principles are connected with the earth and are shown. Without desire or passion, inspired with holy wisdom, estranged from the universe and undesirous of progeny, Vishnu Purana, Wilson's translation, I. 101. The period of these Kumaras is pre-Adamic, i.e., before the separation of the sexes, and before humanity had received the creative, or sacred, fire of Prometheus, remaining Kamaric, virgin and undefiled. Therefore it is said they refused to create. For this they are cursed and sentenced to be born and reborn atoms, as the Semites would say. Meanwhile let me quote a few lines more from M.R. G. Massey's lecture, the fruit of his long researches in Egyptology and other ancient lore, as it shows that the septenary division was at one time a universal doctrine. Adam as the father among the 7 is identical with the Egyptians' Adam, whose other name of Adon is identical with the Hebrew Adonai. In this way the second creation in Genesis reflects and continues the later creation in the mythos which explains it. The fall of Adam to the lower world led to his being humanized on earth, by which process the celestial was turned into the mortal, and this, which belongs to the astronomical allegory, got light realized as the fall of man, or descent of the soul into matter, and the conversion of the angelic into an earthly being. The father and mother, page 197, it is found in the Babylonian texts, when Ea, the first father, is said to grant forgiveness to the conspiring gods, for whose redemption did he create mankind. Sayce, Hib. LECP 140. The Elohim, then, are the Egyptian, Akkadian, Hebrew, and Phoenician form of the universal 7 powers, who are 7 in Egypt, 7 in Akkad, Babylon, Persia, India, Britain, and 7 among the Gnostics and Kabbalists. They were the 7 fathers who preceded the Father in heaven, because they were earlier than the individualized fatherhood on earth. When the Elohim said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness," there were 7 of them who represented the 7 elements, powers, or souls that went to the making of the human being who came into existence before the Creator was represented anthropomorphically, or could have conferred the human likeness on the Adamic man. It was in the 7-fold image of the Elohim that was first created, with his 7 elements, principles, or souls. The secret doctrine says that this was the second creation, nor the first, and that it took place during the third race, when men separated, i.e., began to be born as distinct men and women. See Volume 2. Of this work, stanzas, and commentaries, and therefore he could not have been formed in the image of the one God. The 7 Gnostic Elohim tried to make a man in their own image, but could not for lack of virile power. This is a Western mangling of the Indian doctrine of the Chimeras. Thus their creation in earth and heaven was a failure, because they themselves were lacking in the soul of the fatherhood. When the Gnostic Ildabaoth, he was regarded by several Gnostic sects as one with Jehovah. See Isis Unveiled, Vol 2, p. 184. Chief of the 7, cried, "I am the Father and God." His mother Sophia Akamoth replied, "Do not tell lies, Ildabaoth, for the first man, Anthropos, son of Anthropos, or man, son of man." The Church found in this a prophecy and a confession of Christ, the Son of Man, is above. That is, man who had now been created in the image of the fatherhood was superior to the gods who were derived from the mother-parent alone. See stanza 2, Secret Doctrine, 2.16. For, as it had been first on earth, so was it afterwards in heaven. The secret doctrine reaches the reverse, and thus the primary gods were held to be soulless like the earliest races of men. The Gnostics taught that the spirits of wickedness, the inferior 7, derived their origin from the Great Mother alone, who produced without the fatherhood. It was in the image, then, of the 7-fold Elohim that the 7 races were formed, which we sometimes hear of as the pre-Adamite races of men, because they were earlier than the fatherhood, which was individualized only in the second Hebrew creation. See stanza 2.5, Secret Doctrine, 2.16. This shows sufficiently how the echo of the secret doctrine of the third and fourth races of men, made complete by the incarnation in humanity of the Manasaputra, sons of intelligence or wisdom, reached every comer of the globe. The Jews, however, although they borrowed of the older nations the groundwork on which to build their, page 198, revelation, never had more than 3 keys out of the 7 in their mind, while composing their national allegories, the astronomical, or numerical, metrology, and above all the purely anthropological, or rather physiological key. This resulted in the most phallic religion of all, and has now passed, part and parcel, into Christian theology, as is proved by the lengthy quotations made from a lecture of an able Egyptologist, who can make naught of it save astronomical myths and phallicism, as is implied by his explanations of fatherhood in the allegories. Section XXII. The Zohar on Creation and the Elohim, page 199, the opening sentence in Genesis, as every Hebrew scholar knows, is NXNRSOCR2ZNCTXXZ. Now there are 2 well-known ways of rendering this line, as any other Hebrew writing, one exoteric, as read by the Orthodox Bible interpreters, Christian, and the other Kabbalistic, the latter, moreover, being divided into the rabbinical and the purely Kabbalistic or occult method. As in Sanskrit writing, the words are not separated in the Hebrew, but are made to run together, especially in the old systems. For instance, the above, divided, would read, Berashith bara Elohim eth Hashemayim v'eth Haaretz, and it can be made to read thus, Berashith bara Elohim eth Hashemayim v'eth Haaretz, thus changing the meaning entirely. The latter means, in the beginning God made the heavens and the earth, whereas the former, precluding the idea of any beginning, would simply read that out of the ever-existing essence divine or out of the womb also head thereof the dual or androgyne force gods shaped the double heaven, the upper and the lower heaven being generally explained as heaven and earth. The latter word means esoterically the vehicle, as it gives the idea of an empty globe, within which the manifestation of the world takes place. Now, according to the rules of occult symbolical reading as established in the old Sefer Yetzirah, in the Chaldean Book of Numbers, the Sefer Yetzirah now known is but a portion of the original one incorporated in the Chaldean Book of Numbers. The fragment now in possession of the Western Kabbalists is one greatly tampered with by the rabbis of the Middle Ages, as its Masoretic points show. The Masorah scheme is a modem blind, dating after our era and perfected in Tiberias. See Isis Unveiled, Vol. 2 pages 430-431, the initial 14 letters, or Bereshit Bra'alaim, are in themselves quite sufficient to explain the theory of creation without any further explanation, page 200, or qualification. Every letter of them is a sentence, and, placed side by side with the hieroglyphic or pictorial initial version of creation in the Book of Jinn, the origin of the Phoenician and Jewish letters would soon be found out. A whole volume of explanations would give no more to the student of primitive occult symbology than this: the head of a bull within a circle, a straight horizontal line, a circle or sphere, then another one with 3 dots in it, a triangle, then the svastika, or Jaina cross, after these come an equilateral triangle within a circle, 7 small bulls' heads standing in 3 rows, one over the other, a black round dot, an opening, and then 7 lines, meaning chaos or water, feminine. Anyone acquainted with the symbolical and numerical value of the Hebrew letters will see at a glance that this glyph and the letters of Bereshit Bra'alaim are identical in meaning. Beth is abode or region, Resh, a circle of head, Aleph, bull. The symbol of generative or creative power, in the oldest symbolism that used in the Egyptian hieroglyphics when the bull's head only is found, it means the deity, the perfect circle, with the procreative power latent in it. When the whole bull is represented, a solar god, a personal deity is meant, for it is then the symbol of the acting generative power. Shin, a tooth, 300 exoterically a trident or 3 in 1 in its occult meaning, Jod, the perfect unity or one. It took 3 root races to degrade the symbol of the one abstract unity manifested in nature as a ray emanating from infinity, the circle, into a phallic symbol of generation, as it was even in the Kabbalah. This degradation began with the 4th race, and had its raison d'etre in polytheism, as the latter was invented to screen the one universal deity from profanation. The Christians may plead ignorance of its meaning as an excuse for its acceptance. But why sing never-ceasing laudations to the Mosaic Jews who repudiated all the other gods, preserved the most phallic, and then most impudently proclaimed themselves monotheists? Jesus ever steadily ignored Jehovah. He went against the Mosaic commandments. He recognized his heavenly Father alone, and prohibited public worship. Tau, the root or foundation, the same as the cross with the Egyptians and Aryans again, Beth, Resh, and Aleph. Then Aleph, or 7 bulls for the 7 Elam, an ox goad, famed, active procreation, he, the opening or matrix Yod, the organ of procreation. And Mem, water or chaos, the female power near the male that precedes it. The most satisfactory and scientific exoteric rendering of the opening sentence of Genesis, on which was hung in blind faith the whole Christian religion, synthesized by its fundamental dogmas, is undeniably the one given in the appendix to the source of Measures by Mr. Ralston Skinner. He gives, and we must admit in the ablest, clearest, and most scientific way, the numerical reading of this first sentence and chapter in Genesis. Angels as builders, page 201, by the means of number 31, or the word El, 1 for Aleph and 34 Lamed, and other numerical Bible symbols, compared with the measures used in the Great Pyramid of Egypt, he shows the perfect identity between its measurements inches, cubits, and plan and the numerical values of the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve, and the patriarchs. In short, the author shows that the pyramid contains in itself architecturally the whole of Genesis, and discloses the astronomical, and even the physiological, secrets in its symbols and glyphs, yet he will not admit, it would seem, the psycho-cosmical and spiritual mysteries involved in these. Nor does the author apparently see that the root of all this has to be sought in the archaic legends and the pantheon of India. Is it everything to have found out that the celestial circle of 360 degrees is determined by the full word form of Elohim, and that this yields, when the word is placed in a circle, 3t 415, or the relation of circumference to a diameter of 1. This is only its astronomical or mathematical aspect. To know the full septenary significance of the primordial circle, the pyramid and the Kabbalistic Bible must be read in the light of the figure on which the temples of India are built. The mathematical squaring of the circle is only the terrestrial resume of the problem. The Jews were content with the 6 days of activity and the 7th of rest. The progenitors of mankind solved the greatest problem of the universe with their 7 rays or rishis. Failing this, whither does his great and admirable labor lead him? Not further than to find out that Adam, the earth, and Moses of Jehovah are the same, or to the ABC of comparative occult symbology, and that the days in Genesis being circles displayed by the Hebrews as squares, the result of the 6th day's labor culminates in the fructifying principle. Thus the Bible is made to yield phallicism, and that alone. Nor read in this light, and as its Hebrew texts are interpreted by Western scholars, can it ever yield anything higher or more sublime than such phallic elements, the root and the cornerstone of its dead-letter meaning. Anthropomorphism and revelation dig the impassable chasm between the material world and the ultimate spiritual truths. That creation is not thus described in the esoteric doctrine is easily shown. The Roman Catholics give a reading far more approaching the true esoteric meaning than that of the Protestant. For several of their saints and doctors admit that the formation of heaven and earth, of the celestial bodies, etc., belongs to the work of the 7 angels of the presence. St. Denis calls the builders the cooperators of God, and St. Augustine goes even farther, and credits the angels with the possession of the divine thought. The prototype, as he says, of everything created. Genesis begins with the 3rd stage of creation, skipping the preliminary 2. And, finally, St. Thomas Aquinas has a long, page 202, dissertation upon this topic, calling God the primary, and the angels the secondary, cause of all visible effects. In this, with some dogmatic differences of form, the angelic doctor approaches very nearly the Gnostic ideas. Basilides speaks of the lowest order of angels as the builders of our material world, and Saturnillus held, as did the Sabaeans, that the 7 angels who preside over the planets are the real creators of the world. The Kabbalist monk, Trithemius, in his De Secundistes, taught the same. The eternal cosmos, the macrocosm, is divided in the secret doctrine, like man, the microcosm, into 3 principles and 4 vehicles. The 3 root principles are, exoterically, man, soul, and spirit, meaning by man the intelligent personality, and esoterically, life, soul, and spirit. The 4 vehicles are body, astral double, animal, or human, soul, and divine soul, sthula sharira, linga sharira, kamarupa, and buddhi, the vehicle of atma or spirit. Or, to make it still clearer, 1. The 7th principle has for its vehicle the 6th, buddhi. 2. The vehicle of manas is kamarupa. 3. That of jiva or prana, life, is the linga sharira, the double of man. The linga sharira proper can never leave the body till death. That which appears is an astral body, reflecting the physical body and serving as a vehicle for the human soul, or intelligence, and, 4. The body, the physical vehicle of all the above collectively. The occultist recognizes the same order as existing for the cosmical totality, the psycho-cosmical universe, which in their collectivity are the 7 principles. In the Chaldean of Jewish Kabbalah, the cosmos is divided into 7 worlds: the original, the intelligible, the celestial, the elementary, the lesser, astral, the infernal, Kamaloka or Hades, and the temporal, of man. In the Chaldean system it is in the intelligible world, the second, that appear the 7 angels of the presence, or the Sephiroth, the 3 higher ones being, in fact, 1, and also the sum total of all. They are also the builders of the Eastern doctrine, and it is only in the third, the celestial world, that the 7 planets and our solar system are built by the 7 planetary angels, the planets becoming their visible bodies. Hence, as correctly stated, if the universe as a whole is formed out of the eternal one substance or essence, it is not that everlasting essence, the absolute deity, that builds it into shape. This is done by the first rays, the angels, or Dhyan Kohans, that emanate from the one element, which becoming periodically light and darkness, remains eternally, in its root principle, the one unknown, yet existing reality. A learned Western Kabbalist, Mr. S. L. McGregor Mathers, whose reasoning and conclusions will be the more above suspicion since he is untrained in Eastern philosophy and unacquainted with its secret teachings, writes on the first verse of Genesis in an unpublished essay, Berashith bara Elohim, in the beginning the Elohim created. Who are these Elohim of Genesis? Who are the Elohim? Page 203, Va Vivra Elohimeth ha Adam Bezalmo, B'Tselem Elohim bara Otho. Zahar Vinjba bara Utham, and the Elohim created the Adam in their own image, in the image of the Elohim created they them, male and female created they them. Who are they, the Elohim? The ordinary English translation of the Bible renders the word Elohim by God. It translates a plural noun by a singular one. The only excuse brought forward for this is the somewhat lame one. The word is certainly plural, but is not to be used in a plural sense, that it is a plural denoting excellence. But this is only an assumption whose value may be justly gauged by Genesis I:26, translated in the Orthodox Biblical Version thus, and God Elohim said, "Let us make man in our own image, after our likeness." Here is a distinct admission of the fact that Elohim is not a plural of excellence, but a plural noun denoting more than one being. Saint Denis, the Areopagite, the supposed contemporary of Saint Paul, his CO disciple, and first bishop of Saint Denis, near Paris, teaches that the bulk of the work of creation was performed by the 7 spirits of the presence God CO operators, owing to a participation of the divinity in them. Hierarch, p. 196, and Saint Augustine also thinks that things were rather created in the angelic minds than in nature, that is to say, that the angels perceived and knew them, all things, in their thoughts before they could spring forth into actual existence. Vid de Genesis ad litteram p.ll. Summarized from de Merville. vol.il, pages 337-338. Thus the early Christian fathers, even a non-initiate like St. Augustine, ascribed the creation of the visible world to angels, or secondary powers, while St. Denis not only specifies these as the 7 spirits of the presence, but shows them owing their power to the informing divine energy Fahad in the secret doctrine. But the egotistical darkness which caused the Western races to cling so desperately to the geocentric system, made them also neglect and despise all those fragments of the true religion which would have deprived them and the little globe they took for the center of the universe of the signal honor of having been expressly created by the one, secondless, infinite God. What, then, is the proper translation of Elohim, and to whom is it referable? Elohim is not only a plural, but a feminine plural. And yet the translators of the Bible have rendered it by a masculine singular. Elohim is the plural of the feminine noun LH, for the final letter, H, marks the gender. It, however, instead of forming the plural in oth, takes the usual termination of the masculine plural, which is im. Although in the great majority of cases the nouns of both genders take the terminations appropriated to them respectively, there are yet many masculines which form the plural in oth, as well as feminine which form it in im, while some nouns of each gender take alternately both. It must be observed, however, that the termination of the plural does not affect its gender, which remains the same as in the singular. To find the real meaning of the symbolism involved in this word Elohim, we must go to that key of Jewish esoteric doctrine, the little known and less understood Kabbalah. There we shall find that this word represents two united masculine and feminine potencies, co-equal and co-etmal, conjoined in everlasting union for the maintenance of the universe, the great Father and Mother of nature, into whom the Eternal One conforms himself before the universe can subsist. For the teaching of the Kabbalah is that before the deity conformed himself thus, i.e., as, page 204, male and female the worlds of the universe could not subsist, or in the words of Genesis, that the earth was formless and void. Thus, then, is the conformation of the Elohim, the end of the formless and the void and the darkness, for only after conformation can the Ruach Elohim, the spirit of the Elohim, vibrate upon the countenance of the waters. But this is a very small part of the information which the initiate can derive from the Kabbalah concerning this word Elohim. Attention must here be called to the confusion, if not worse, which reigns in the Western interpretations of the Kabbalah. The Eternal One is said to conform himself into two, the great Father and Mother of nature. To begin with, it is a horribly anthropomorphic conception to apply terms implying sexual distinction to the earliest and first differentiations of the One. And it is even more erroneous to identify these first differentiations, the Purusha and Prakriti of Indian philosophy, with the Elohim, the creative powers here spoken of, and to ascribe to these, to our intellects, unimaginable abstractions, the formation and construction of this visible world, full of pain, sin, and sorrow. In truth, the creation by the Elohim spoken of here is but a much later creation, and the Elohim, far from being supreme, or even exalted powers in nature, are only lower angels. This was the teaching of the Gnostics, the most philosophical of all the early Christian churches. They taught that the imperfections of the world were due to the imperfection of its architects or builders, the imperfect, and therefore inferior, angels. The Hebrew Elohim correspond to the Prajapati of the Hindus, and it is shown elsewhere from the esoteric interpretation of the Puranas that the Prajapati were the fashioners of man's material and astral form only, that they could not give him intelligence or reason, and therefore in symbolical language they failed to create man. But, not to repeat what the reader can find elsewhere in this work, his attention needs only to be called to the fact that creation in this passage is not the primary creation, and that the Elohim are not God, nor even the higher planetary spirits, but the architects of this visible physical planet and of man's material body, or encasement. A fundamental doctrine of the Kabbalah is that the gradual development of the deity from negative to positive existence is symbolized by the gradual development of the 10 numbers of the denary scale of numeration, from the zero, through the unity, into the plurality. This is the doctrine of the Sephiroth, or emanations. For the inward and concealed negative form concentrates a center which is the primal unity. But the unity is one and indivisible, it can neither be increased by multiplication nor decreased by division, for 1x1 equals 1, and no more, and 1 divided byl equals 1, and no less. And it is this changelessness of the unity or monad, which makes it a fitting type of the one and changeless deity. It answers thus to the Christian idea of God the Father, for as the unity is the parent of the other numbers, so is the deity the father of all. Monad, duad, and triad, page 205, the philosophical Eastern mind would never fall into the error which the connotation of these words implies. With them the one and changeless Parabrahman, the absolute all and one, cannot be conceived as standing in any relation to things finite and conditioned, and hence they would never use such terms as these, which in their very essence imply such a relation. Do they, then, absolutely sever man from God? On the contrary, they feel a closer union than the Western mind has done in calling God the Father of all, for they know that in his immortal essence man is himself the changeless, secondless one. But we have just said that the unity is one and changeless by either multiplication or division. How then is two, the duad, formed? By reflection. For, Unlike 0, the unity is partly definable, that is, in its positive aspect, and the definition creates an icon or eidolon of itself which, together with itself, forms a duad, and thus the number 2 is to a certain extent analogous to the Christian idea of the Son as the second person. And as the monad vibrates, and recoils into the darkness of the primary thought, so is the duad left as its vicegerent and representative, and thus co-equal and co-etmal with the duad in the bosom of the unity, yet, as it were, proceeding therefrom in the numerical conception of its sequence. This explanation would seem to imply that Mr. Mathers is aware that this creation is not the truly divine or primary one, since the monad, the first manifestation on our plane of objectivity, recoils into the darkness of the primal thought, i.e., into the subjectivity of the first divine creation. And this, again, also partly answers to the Christian idea of the Holy Ghost, and of the whole three forming a trinity in unity. This also explains the fact in geometry of the three right lines being the smallest number which will make a plane rectilineal figure, while 2 can never enclose a space, being powerless and without effect till completed by the number 3. These three first numbers of the decimal scale the Kabbalists call by the names of Kether, the crown, Chokmah, wisdom, and Bina, understanding, and they furthermore associate with them these divine names, with the unity, Ahik, I exist, with the duad, Yah, and with the triad, Elohim. They especially also call the duad, Abba, the Father, and the triad, Ama, the Mother, whose eternal conjunction is symbolized in the word Elohim. But what especially strikes the student of the Kabbalah is the malicious persistency, page 206, with which the translators of the Bible have jealously crowded out of sight and suppressed every reference to the feminine form of the deity. They have, as we have just seen, translated the feminine plural Elohim, by the masculine singular, God. But they have done more than this. They have carefully hidden the fact that the word Ruach, the Spirit, is feminine, and that consequently the Holy Ghost of the New Testament is a feminine potency. How many Christians are cognizant of the fact that in the account of the Incarnation in Luke, I.35, 2 divine potencies are mentioned. The Holy Ghost shall come upon thee, and the power of the Highest shall overshadow thee. The Holy Ghost, the feminine potency, descends, and the power of the Highest, the masculine potency, is united therewith. Therefore also that holy thing which shall be born of thee shall be called the Son of God, of the Elohim, namely, seeing that these two potencies descend. In the Sefer Yetzirah, or Book of Formation, we read, one is she, the Ruach Elohim Chum, Spirit of the living Elohim. Voice, Spirit, and Word, and this is she, the Spirit of the Holy One. Here again we see the intimate connection which exists between the Holy Spirit and the Elohim. Furthermore, farther on in this same Book of Formation, which is, be it remembered, one of the oldest of the Kabbalistical books, and whose authorship is ascribed to Abraham the patriarch, we shall find the idea of a feminine trinity in the first place, from whom a masculine trinity proceeds, or as it is said in the text, 3 mothers whence proceed 3 fathers. And yet this double triad forms, as it were, but one complete trinity. Again, it is worthy of note that the second and third Sephiroth, wisdom and understanding, are both distinguished by feminine names, Chokmah and Bina, notwithstanding that to the former more particularly the masculine idea, and to the latter the feminine, are attributed, under the titles of Abba and Ama, or Father and Mother. This Ama, the Great Mother, is magnificently symbolized in the 12th chapter of the Apocalypse, which is undoubtedly one of the most Kabbalistical books in the Bible. In fact, without the Kabbalistical keys its meaning is utterly unintelligible. Now, in the Hebrew, as in the Greek, alphabet, there are no distinct numeral characters, and consequently each letter has a certain numerical value attached to it. From this circumstance results the important fact that every Hebrew word constitutes a number, and every number a word. This is referred to in the Revelations, 13:18, in mentioning the number of the beast. In the Kabbalah, words of equal numerical values are supposed to have a certain explanatory connection with each other. This forms the science of Gematria, which is the first division of the literal Kabbalah. Furthermore, each letter of the Hebrew alphabet had for the initiates of the Kabbalah a certain hieroglyphical value and meaning which, rightly applied, gave to each word the value of a mystical sentence, and this again was variable according to the relative positions of the letters with regard to each other. From these various Kabbalistical points of view, let us now examine this word Elohim. First then we can divide the word into the two words, which signify the feminine divinity of the waters, compare with the Greek Aphrodite, sprung from the foam of the sea. The creative gods, page 207, again it is divisive into the mighty one, star of the sea, or the mighty one breathing forth the spirit upon the waters. Also by combination of the letters we get the silent power of Ea. And again, my God, the former of the universe, for Ma is a secret Kabbalistical name applied to the idea of formation. Also we obtain who is my God. Furthermore the mother in Ea. The total number is 1 plus 30 plus 5 plus 10 plus 40 equals 86 violent heat, or the power of fire. If we add together the three middle letters we obtain 45, and the last letter yield 41, making thus the mother of formation. Lastly, we shall find the two divine names El and Yah, together with the letter M, which signifies water, for MEM, the name of this letter, means water. If we divide it into its component letters and take them as hieroglyphical signs we shall have, will perfected through sacrifice progressing through successive transformation by inspiration. The last few paragraphs of the above, in which the word Elohim is Kabbalistically analyzed, show conclusively enough that the Elohim are not one, nor two, nor even a trinity, but a host, the army of the creative powers. The Christian Church, in making of Jehovah one of these very Elohim the one supreme God, has introduced hopeless confusion into the celestial hierarchy, in spite of the volumes written by Thomas Aquinas and his school on the subject. The only explanation to be found in all their treatises on the nature and essence of the numberless classes of celestial beings mentioned in the Bible, archangels, thrones, seraphim, cherubim, messengers, etc., is that the angelic host is God's militia. They are God's the creatures, while He is God the Creator, but of their true functions, of their actual place in the economy of nature, not one word is said. They are more brilliant than the flames, more rapid than the wind, and they live in love and harmony, mutually enlightening each other, feeding on bread and a mystic beverage, the communion wine and water, surrounding as with a river of fire the throne of the Lamb, and veiling their faces with their wings. This throne of love and glory they leave only to carry to the stars, the earth, the kingdoms, and all the sons of God, their brothers and pupils, in short, to all creatures like themselves the divine influence. As to their number, it is that of the great army of heaven, Sabaoth, more numerous than the stars. Theology shows us these rational luminaries, each constituting a species, and containing in their natures such or another position of nature, covering immense space, though of a determined area, residing incorporeal though they are within circumscribed limits. More rapid than light or thunderbolt, disposing of all the elements of nature, providing at will inexplicable mirages, illusions, objective and subjective, page 208, in turn, speaking to men a language at one time articulate, at another purely spiritual. De Merville, 2. 295. We learn farther on in the same work that it is these angels and their hosts who are referred to in the sentence of verse I, chapter 2 of Genesis, Igiter perfecti sunt celi et terra et omnis ornatus eorum, and that the Vulgate has peremptorily substituted for the Hebrew word tzaba, host, that of ornament. Monk shows the mistake of substitution and the derivation of the compound title, Tzabaoth Elohim, from tzaba. Moreover, Cornelius a Lapide, the master of all biblical commentators, says de Merville, shows us that such was the real meaning. Those angels are stars. All this, however, teaches us very little as to the true functions of this celestial army, and nothing at all as to its place in evolution and its relation to the earth we live on. For an answer to the question, who are the true creators, we must go to the esoteric doctrine, since there only can the key be found which will render intelligible the theogonies of the various world religions. There we find that the real creator of the cosmos, as of all visible nature if not of all the invisible hosts of spirits not yet drawn into the cycle of necessity, or evolution, is the Lord the gods, or the working host, the army collectively taken, the one in many. The one is infinite and unconditioned. It cannot create, for it can have to relation to the finite and conditioned. If everything we see, from the glorious suns and planets down to the blades of grass and the specks of dust, had been created by the absolute perfection and were the direct work of even the first energy that proceeded from it, to the occultists and Keela the difference made between energy and emanation need not be explained. The Sanskrit word Sakti is untranslatable. It may be energy, but it is one that proceeds through itself, not being due to the active or conscious will of the one that produces it. The first bomb, or logos, is not an emanation, but an energy inherent in and co-eternal with Parabrahman, the One. The Zohar speaks of emanations, but reserves the word for the 7 Sephiroth emanated from the first 3 which form one triad Kether, Chakma, and Bina. As for these 3, it explains the difference by calling them emanations, something inherent to and coeval with the subject postulated, or in other words, energies. It is these auxiliaries, the Ophanim, the half-human Prajapatis, the angels, the architects under the leadership of the angel of the Great Council, with the rest of the cosmos builders of other nations, that can alone explain the imperfection of the universe. This imperfection is one of the arguments of the secret science in favor of the existence and activity of these powers. And who know better than the few philosophers of our civilized lands how near the truth Philo was in ascribing the origin of evil to the admixture of inferior potencies in the arrangement of matter, and even in the formation of man, a task entrusted to the divine Logos, then every such thing would have been perfect, eternal, and unconditioned like its author. God the Host, page 209, the millions upon millions of imperfect works found in nature testify loudly that they are the products of finite, conditioned beings, though the latter were and are Dhyan Kohans, archangels, or whatever else they may be named. In short, these imperfect works are the unfinished production of evolution, under the guidance of the imperfect gods. The Zohar gives us this assurance as well as the secret doctrine. It speaks of the auxiliaries of the Ancient of Days, the sacred aged, and calls them Ophanim, or the living wheels of the celestial orbs, who participate in the work of the creation of the universe. Thus it is not the principle, one and unconditioned, nor even its reflection, that creates, but only the 7 gods who fashion the universe out of the eternal matter, vivified into objective life by the reflection into it of the one reality. The Creator is the God the Host, called in the secret doctrine the Dhyan Kohans, with the Hindus the Prajapatis, with the Western Kabbalists the Sephiroth, and with the Buddhists the Devas, impersonal because blind forces. They are the Amshaspens with the Zoroastrians, and while with the Christian mystic the Creator is the gods of the God, with the dogmatic churchman he is the God of the gods, the Lord of lords, etc. Jehovah is only the God who is greater than all gods in the eyes of Israel. I know, that the Lord of Israel is great and that our Lord is above all gods. Psalm cxxxv. 5. And again, for all the gods of the nations are idols, but the Lord made the heavens. Psalm xv.5. The Egyptian Netruag, translated by Champollion, the other gods, are the Elohim of the biblical writers, behind which stands concealed the one God, considered in the diversity of his powers. Rather as Ormuzd or Ahura Mazda, Vitnamami, and all the unmanifest Logoi. Jehovah is the manifested Viraj, corresponding to Bina, the third Sephira in the Kabbalah, a female power which would find its prototype rather in the Prajapati, than in Brahma, the Creator. This one is not Parabrahman, but the unmanifest Logos, the Demiurgos, the real Creator or Fashioner, that follows him. Standing for the Demiurgi collectively taken. Further on, the great Egyptologist adds, we see Egypt concealing and hiding, so to say, the God of gods behind the agents she surrounds him with. She gives the precedence to her great gods before the one, page 210, and sole deity, so that the attributes of that God become their property. Those great gods proclaim themselves uncreate. Neath is that which is, as Jehovah, neath is oddity, evidently. Thoth is self-created, the self-created Logos. Narayana, Purushottama, and others without having been begotten, etc. Judaism annihilating these potencies before the grandeur of its God, they cease to be simply powers, like Philo's archangels, like the Sephiroth of the Kabbalah, like the Ogdoadis of the Gnostics. They merge together and become transformed into God himself. Mir Diapus pages 32 to 35. Quoted by de Merville. Jehovah is thus, as the Kabbalah teaches, at best but the heavenly man, Adam Kadmon, used by the self-created spirit, the Logos, as a chariot, a vehicle in his descent towards manifestation in the phenomenal world. Such are the teachings of the archaic wisdom, nor can they be repudiated even by the Orthodox Christian, if he be sincere and open-minded in the study of his own scripture. For if he reads St. Paul's epistles carefully, he will find that the secret doctrine and the Kabbalah are fully admitted by the apostle of the Gentiles. The gnosis which he appears to condemn is no less for him than for Plato the supreme knowledge of the truth and of the one being, see Republic. I6 For what St. Paul condemns is not the true, but only the false, gnosis and its abuses, otherwise how could he use the language of a Platonist per sang? The ideas, types, arche, of the Greek philosopher, the intelligences of Pythagoras, the eons or emanations of the pantheist, the logos or word, chief of these intelligences, the Sophia or wisdom, the demiurgos, the builder of the world under the direction of the Father, the unmanifest logos, from which he emanates, and subh, the unknown of the infinite, the angelic periods, the seven spirits who are the representatives of the seven of all the older cosmogonies are all to be found in his writings, recognized by the Church as canonical and divinely inspired. Therein, too, may be recognized the depths of Ahriman, rector of this our world, the god of this world, the pleroma of the intelligences, the archant of the air, the principalities, the Kabbalistic Metatron, and they can easily be identified again in the Roman Catholic writers when read in the original Greek and Latin texts, English translations giving but a very poor idea of the real contents of these. Section XXIII What the occultists and Kabbalists have to say, page 211, the Zohar, an unfathomable store of hidden wisdom and mystery, is very often appealed to by Roman Catholic writers. A very learned rabbi, now the Chevalier Drach, having been converted to Roman Catholicism, and being a great Hebraist, thought fit to step into the shoes of Picus de Mirando and John Reuchlin, and to assure his new co-religionists that the Zohar contained in it pretty nearly all the dogmas of Catholicism. It is not our province to show here how far he has succeeded or failed, only to bring one instance of his explanations and preface it with the following. The Zohar, is already shown, is not a genuine production of the Hebrew mind. It is the repository and compendium of the oldest doctrine of the East, transmitted orally at first, and then written down in independent treatises during the captivity at Babylon, and finally brought together by Rabbi Simeon ben Iok, toward the beginning of the Christian era. As Mosaic cosmogony was bomb under a new form in Mesopotamian countries, so the Zohar was a vehicle in which were focused rays from the light of universal wisdom. Whatever likenesses are found between it and the Christian teachings, the compilers of the Zohar never had Christ in their minds. Were it otherwise, there would not be one single Jew of the Mosaic law left in the world by this time. Again, if one is to accept literally what the Zohar says, then any religion under the sun may find corroboration in its symbols and allegorical sayings, and this, simply because this work is the echo of the primitive truths, and every creed is founded on some of these, the Zohar being but a veil of the secret doctrine. This is so evident that we have only to point to the said ex-rabbi, the Chevalier Drach, to prove the fact. Page 212, in Part 3, FOL 87, Kernel 346. The Zohar treats of the spirit guiding the sun, its rector, explaining that it is not the sun itself that is meant thereby, but the spirit on, or under the Sunday. Drach is anxious to show that it was Christ who was meant by that sun, or the solar spirit therein. In his comment upon that passage which refers to the solar spirit as that stone which the builders rejected, he asserts most positively that this sunstone, Pierre Solile, is identical with Christ, who was that stone. And that therefore the sun is undeniably, sans contract edit, the second hypostasis of the deity, Harmonie entre l'Église et la Synagogue, t11, p.427 by the Chevalier Drach. See de Merville or Christ. If this be true, then the Vedic or pre-Vedic Aryans, Chaldeans, and Egyptians, like all occultists past, present, and future, Jews included, have been Christians from all eternity. If this be not so, then modern church Christianity is paganism pure and simple exoterically, and transcendental and practical magic or occultism, esoterically. For this stone has a manifold significance, a dual existence, with gradations, a regular progression and retrogression. It is a mystery indeed. The occultists are quite ready to agree with Saint Chrysostom, that the infidels, the profane, rather being blinded by sunlight, thus lose sight of the true sun in the contemplation of the false one. But if that saint, and along with him now the Hebraist Drach, chose to see in the Zohar and the Kabbalistic sun the second hypostasis, this is no reason why all others should be blinded by them. The mystery of the sun is the grandest perhaps, of all the innumerable mysteries of occultism. A Gordian knot, truly, but one that cannot be severed with the double-edged sword of scholastic casuistry. It is a true Deo Dignus Vindus Notus, and can be untied only by the gods. The meaning of this is plain, and every Kabbalist will understand it. Contra solum en eloqueris was not said by Pythagoras with regard to the visible Sunday. It was the sun of initiatio, and that was meant, in its triple form, two of which are the day sun and the night sun. If behind the physical luminary there were no mystery that people sensed instinctively, why should every nation, from the primitive peoples down to the Parsis of today, have turned towards the sun during prayers? The mystery of the sun, page 213, the solar trinity is not Mazdine, but is universal, and is as old as man. All the temples in antiquity were invariably made to face the sun, their portals to open to the east. See the old temples of Memphis and Baalbek, the pyramids of the Old and of the New Worlds, the round towers of Ireland, and the Serapeum of Egypt. The initiates alone could give a philosophical explanation of this, and a reason for it. Its mysticism notwithstanding, were only the world ready to receive it, which, alas, it is not. The last of the solar priests in Europe was the imperial initiate, Julian, now called the apostate. Julian died for the same crime as Socrates. Both divulged a portion of the solar mystery, the heliocentric system being only a part of what was given during initiation, one consciously, the other unconsciously, the Greek sage never having been initiated. It was not the real solar system that was preserved in such secrecy, but the mysteries connected with the sun's constitution. Socrates was sentenced to death by earthly and worldly judges. Julian died a violent death because the hitherto protecting hand was withdrawn from him, and, no longer shielded by it, he was simply left to his destiny or karma. For the student of occultism there is a suggestive difference between the two kinds of death. Another memorable instance of the unconscious divulging of secrets pertain to mysteries is that of the poet, P. Ovidius Naso, who, like Socrates, had not been initiated. In his case, the Emperor Augustus, who was an initiate, mercifully changed the penalty of death into banishment to Tomos on the Euxine. This sudden change from unbounded royal favor to banishment has been a fruitful scheme of speculation to classical scholars not initiated into the mysteries. They have quoted Ovid's own lines to show that it was some great and heinous immorality of the emperor of which Ovid had become unwillingly cognizant. The inexorable law of the death penalty always following upon the revelation of any portion of the mysteries to the profane, was unknown to them. Instead of seeing the amiable and merciful act of the emperor in its true light, they have made it an occasion for traducing his moral character. The poet's own words can be no evidence, because as he was not an initiate, it could not be explained to him in what his offense consisted. There have been comparatively modem instances of poets unconsciously revealing in their verses so much of the hidden knowledge as to make even initiates suppose them to be fellow initiates, and come to talk to them on the subject. This only shows that the sensitive poetic temperament is sometimes so far transported beyond the bounds of ordinary sense as to get glimpses into what has been impressed on the astral light. In the light of Asia there are two passages that might make an initiate of the first degree think that Mr. Edwin Arnold had been initiated himself in the Himalayan ashrams, but this is not so. He tried to benefit the world by revealing at least a portion of the great mystery of the T.E.P.S. And he died. There are three in one, he said of the Sun. The central Sun, a proof that Julian was acquainted with the heliocentric system being a precaution of nature. The first is the universal cause of all, sovereign good and perfection. The second power is paramount intelligence, having dominion over all reasonable beings. The third is the visible Sunday. The pure energy of solar intelligence proceeds from the luminous seat occupied by our Sun in the center of heaven, that pure energy being the logos of our system. The mysterious word spirit produces all through the Sun, and never operates through any other medium, says Hermes Trismegistus. For it is in the Sun, more than in any other heavenly body, that the unknown power placed the, page 214, seat of its habitation. Only neither Hermes Trismegistus nor Julian, an initiated occultist, nor any other, meant by this unknown cause Jehovah, or Jupiter. They referred to the cause that produced all the manifested great gods or demiurgi, the Hebrew God included, of our system. Nor was our visible, material Sun meant, for the latter was only the manifested symbol. Philolaus the Pythagorean explains and completes Trismegistus by saying, the Sun is a mirror of fire, the splendor of whose flames by their reflection in that mirror the Sun is poured upon us, and that splendor we call image. It is evident that Philolaus referred to the central spiritual Sun, whose beams and effulgence are only mirrored by our central star, the Sunday. This is as clear to the occultists as it was to the Pythagoreans. As for the profane of pagan antiquity, it was, of course, the physical Sun that was the highest god for them, as it seems if Chevalier Drach's view be accepted to have now virtually become for the modem Roman Catholics. If words mean anything, the statements made by the Chevalier Drach that this Sun is, undeniably, the second hypostasis of the deity, imply what we say, as this Sun refers to the Kabbalistic Sun, and hypostasis means substance or subsistence of the Godhead or Trinity distinctly personal. As the author, being an ex-rabbi, thoroughly versed in Hebrew, and in the mysteries of the Zohar, ought to know the value of words, and as, moreover, in writing this, he was bent upon reconciling the seeming contradictions, as he puts it, between Judaism and Christianity, the fact becomes quite evident. But all this pertains to questions and problems which will be solved naturally and in the course of the development of the doctrine. The Roman Catholic Church stands accused, not of worshipping under other names the divine beings worshipped by all nations in antiquity, but of declaring idolatrous, not only the pagans ancient and modern, but every Christian nation that has freed itself from the Roman yoke. The accusation brought against herself by more than one man of science, of worshipping the stars like true Sabaeans of old, stands to this day uncontradicted, yet no star worshipper has ever addressed his adoration to the material stars and planets, as will be shown before the last page of this work is written. Nonetheless, it is true that those philosophers alone who studied astrology and magic knew that the last word of those sciences was to be sought in, and expected from, the occult forces emanating from those constellations. Section XXIV Modern Kabbalists in Science and Occult Astronomy. Page 215, there is a physical, an astral, and a superastral universe in the three chief divisions of the Kabbalah, as there are terrestrial, superterrestrial, and spiritual beings. The 7 planetary spirits may be ridiculed by scientists to their heart's content, yet the need of intelligent ruling and guiding forces is so much felt to this day that scientific men and specialists, who will not hear of occultism or of ancient systems, find themselves obliged to generate in their inner consciousness some kind of semi-mystical system. Metcalfe's sun force theory, and that of Zalesky, a learned Pole, which made electricity the universal force and placed its storehouse in the sun, la gravitation parla electricité, p.7. Quoted by de Merville, 4. 156 were revivals of the Kabbalistic teachings. Zalesky tried to prove that electricity, producing the most powerful, attractive, calorific, and luminous effects, was present in the physical constitution of the sun and explained its peculiarities. This is very near the occult teaching. It is only by admitting the gaseous nature of the sun reflector, and the powerful magnetism and electricity of the solar attraction and repulsion, that one can explain, a. the evident absence of any waste of power and luminosity in the sun inexplicable by the ordinary laws of combustion, and, b. the behavior of the planets, so often contradicting every accepted rule of weight and gravity. And Zalesky makes this solar electricity differ from anything known on Earth. Father Secchi may be suspected of having sought to introduce forces of quite a new order and quite foreign to gravitation, which he had discovered in space. De Merville 4. 157, page 216, in order to reconcile astronomy with theological astronomy. But Nagy, a member of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, was no clerical, and yet he develops a theory on the necessity of intelligent forces whose complacency would lend itself to all the whims of the comets. He suspects that, notwithstanding all the actual researches on the rapidity of light, that dazzling product of an unknown force, which we see too frequently to understand that light is motionless in reality. C.E. Love, the well-known railway builder and engineer in France, tired of blind forces, made all the, then, imponderable agents now called forces subordinates of electricity, and declares the latter to be an intelligence albeit molecular in nature and material. Essai sur l'identité des agents producteurs du son, de la lumière, etc., p.15, ibid. In the author's opinion, these forces are atomistic agents, endowed with intelligence, spontaneous will, and motion, ibid. p.218, and he thus, like the Kabbalists, makes the causal forces substantial, while the forces that act on this plane are only the effects of the former, as with him matter is eternal, and the gods also, summarized from Ibid, p.213. De Merville, 4. 158. So is the soul likewise, though it has inherent in itself a still higher soul spirit, pre-existent, endowed with memory, and superior to electric force. The latter is subservient to the higher souls, those superior souls forcing it to act according to the eternal laws. The concept is rather hazy, but is evidently on the occult lines. Moreover, the system proposed is entirely pantheistic, and is worked out in a purely scientific volume. Monotheists and Roman Catholics fall foul of it, of course, but one who believes in the planetary spirits and who endows nature with living intelligences, must always expect this. In this connection, however, it is curious that after the modems have so laughed at the ignorance of the ancients, who, knowing only of 7 planets yet having an ogdoad which did not include the Earth, invented therefore 7 spirits to fit in with the number, Bobbinet should have vindicated the superstition unconsciously to himself. In the Revue des Deux Mondes this eminent French astronomer writes, the place of Neptune, page 217, the ogdoad of the ancients included the Earth, which is an error, i.e., 8 or 7 according to whether or not the Earth was comprised in the number. May 1855 Ibid, p.139. De Merville assures his readers that, M. Bobbinet was telling me but a few days ago that we had in reality only 8 big planets, including the Earth, and so many small ones between Mars and Jupiter. Herschel offering to call all those beyond the 7 primary planets asteroids. La Terre est notre système solaire. De Merville, 4. 139. There is a problem to be solved in this connection. How do astronomers know that Neptune is a planet, or even that it is a body belonging to our system? Being found on the very confines of our planetary world, so-called, the latter was arbitrarily expanded to receive it, but what really mathematical and infallible proof have astronomers that it is a planet, and b, one of our planets? None at all. It is as such an immeasurable distance from us, the apparent diameter of the Sun being to Neptune but 1/40th of the Sun's apparent diameter to us, and it is so dim and hazy when seen through the best telescope that it looks like an astronomical romance to call it one of our planets. Neptune's heat and light are reduced to L/900th part of the heat and light received by the Earth. His motion and that of his satellites have always looked suspicious. They do not agree in appearance, at least with those of the other planets. His system is retrograde, etc. But even the latter abnormal fact resulted only in the creation of new hypotheses by our astronomers, who forthwith suggested a probable overturn of Neptune, his collision with another body, etc. Was Adams and Leverrier's discovery so welcomed because Neptune was as necessary as was ether to throw a new glory upon astronomical provision, upon the certitude of modern scientific data, and principally upon the power of mathematical analysis? It would so appear. A new planet that widens our planetary domain by more than 400 million leagues is worthy of annexation. Yet, as in the case of terrestrial annexation, scientific authority may be proved right only because it has might. Neptune's motion happens to be dimly perceived, eureka! It is a planet. A mere motion, however, proves very little. It is now an ascertained fact in astronomy that there are no absolutely fixed stars in nature. If, as Sir W. Herschel thought, the so-called fixed stars have resulted from, and owe their origin to nebular combustion, they cannot be fixed any more than is our Sun, which was believed to be motionless and is now found to rotate around its axis every 25 days. As the fixed star nearest to the Sun, however, is 8,000 times farther away from him than is Neptune, the illusions furnished by the telescopes must be also 8,000 times as great. We will therefore leave the question at rest, repeating only what Amory said in his work, La Terre est un homme, published in 1858. It is utterly impossible, so far, to decide anything concerning Neptune's constitution, analogy alone authorizing us to ascribe to him a rotary motion like that of other planets. De Merville, 4.140. Even though such stars should, page 218, continue to exist in astronomical parlance, while they have passed from the scientific imagination. Occultism, however, has a strange theory of its own with regard to Neptune. Occultism says that if several hypotheses resting on mere assumption which have been accepted only because they have been taught by eminent men of learning are taken away from the science of modern astronomy, to which they serve as props, then even the presumably universal law of gravitation will be found to be contrary to the most ordinary truths of mechanics. And really one can hardly blame Christians, foremost of all the Roman Catholics, however scientific some of these may themselves be, for refusing to quarrel with their church for the sake of scientific beliefs. Nor can we even blame them for accepting in the secrecy of their hearts, as some of them do, the theological virtues and archons of darkness, instead of all the blind forces offered them by science. Never can there be intervention of any sort in the marshalling and the regular precession of the celestial bodies. The law of gravitation is the law of laws. Whoever witnessed a stone rising in the air against gravitation? The permanence of the universal law is shown in the behavior of the sidereal worlds and globes eternally faithful to their primitive orbits, never wandering beyond their respective paths. Nor is there any intervention needed, as it could only be disastrous. Whether the first sidereal incipient rotation took place owing to an intercosmic chance, or to the spontaneous development of latent primordial forces, or again, whether that impulse was given once for all by God or gods. It does not make the slightest difference. At this stage of cosmic evolution no intervention, superior or inferior, is admissible. Were any to take place, the universal clockwork would stop, and cosmos would fall into pieces. Such are stray sentences, pearls of wisdom, fallen from time to time from scientific lips, and now chosen at random to illustrate a query. We lift our diminished heads and look heavenward. Such seems to be the fact: worlds, suns, and stars, the shining myriads of the heavenly hosts, remind the poet of an infinite, shoreless ocean, whereon move swiftly numberless squadrons of ships, millions upon millions of cruisers, large and small, crossing each other, whirling and gyrating in every direction, and science teaches us, that, though they be without rudder or compass or any beacon to guide them, they are nevertheless secure from collision, almost secure, at any rate, save in chance accidents, as the whole celestial machine is built upon and guided by an immutable, albeit blind, law, and by constant and accelerating force or forces. Self-generation ex nihilo, page 219, built upon by whom? By self-evolution, is the answer. Moreover, as dynamics teach that a body in motion tends to continue in the same state of relative rest or motion unless acted upon by some external force, this force has to be regarded as self-generated even if not eternal, since this would amount to the recognition of perpetual motion and so well self-calculated and self-adjusted as to last from the beginning to the end of cosmos. But self-generation has still to generate from something, generation ex nihilo being as contrary to reason as it is to science. Thus we are placed once more between the horns of a dilemma: are we to believe in perpetual motion or in self-generation ex nihilo? And if in neither, who or what is that something, which first produced that force or those forces? There are such things in mechanics as superior levers, which give the impulse and act upon secondary or inferior levers. The former, however, need an impulse and occasional renovation, otherwise they would themselves very soon stop and fall back into their original status. What is the external force which puts and retains them in motion? Another dilemma. As to the law of cosmical non-intervention, it could be justified only in one case, namely, if the celestial mechanism were perfect, but it is not. The so-called unalterable motions of celestial bodies alter and change incessantly, they are very often disturbed, and the wheels of even the sidereal locomotive itself occasionally jump off their invisible rails, as may be easily proved. Otherwise why should Laplace speak of the probable occurrence at some future time of an out-and-out reform in the arrangements of the planets, Exposition du vrai système du monde, p. 282, or Lagrange maintain the gradual narrowing of the orbits, or our modern astronomers, again, declare that the fuel in the sun is slowly disappearing? If the laws and forces which govern the behavior of the celestial bodies are immutable, such modifications and wearing out of substance or fuel, of force and fluids, would be impossible, yet they are not denied. Therefore, page 220, one has to suppose that such modifications will have to rely upon the laws of forces, which will have to self-regenerate themselves once more on such occasions, thus producing an astral antinomy, and a kind of physical polynomy, since, as Laplace says, one would then see fluids disobeying themselves and reacting in a way contrary to all their attributes and properties. Newton felt very uncomfortable about the moon. Her behavior in progressively narrowing the circumference of her orbit around the Earth made him nervous, lest it should end one day in our satellite falling upon the Earth. The world, he confessed, needed repairing, and that very often. See the passage quoted by Herschel in Natural Philosophy, p. 165 de Merville. 4.165. In this he was corroborated by Herschel. Loccit. He speaks of real and quite considerable deviations, besides those which are only apparent, but gets some consolation from his conviction that somebody or something will probably see to things. We may be answered that the personal beliefs of some pious astronomers, however great they may be as scientific characters, are no proofs of the actual existence and presence in space of intelligent supramundane beings, of either gods or angels. It is the behavior of the stars and planets themselves that has to be analyzed, and inferences must be drawn therefrom. Renan asserts that nothing that we know of the sidereal bodies warrants the idea of the presence of any intelligence, whether internal or external to them. Let us see, says Raynaud, if this is a fact, or only one more empty scientific assumption. The orbits traversed by the planets are far from being immutable. They are, on the contrary, subject to perpetual mutation in position, as in form. Elongations, contractions, and orbital widenings, oscillations from right to left, slackening and quickening of speed. And all this on a plane which seems to vacillate. Ter et seal p.28. Ibid. As is very pertinently observed by de Maussou, here is a path having little of the mathematical and mechanical precision claimed for it, for we know of no clock which, having gone slow for several minutes, should catch up the right time of itself and without the turn of a key. So much for blind law and force. As for the physical impossibility, a miracle indeed in the sight of science, of a stone raised in the air against the law of gravitation, this is what Bobbinet, the deadliest enemy and opponent of the phenomena of levitation, cited by Arago, says, "Are there angels in stars?" page 221, everyone knows the theory of bolides, meteors and aerolites. In Connecticut an immense aerolith was seen, a mass of 1,800 feet in diameter, bombarding a whole American zone and returning to the spot in mid-air from which it had started. Over d'Arago.vol.I, 219, quoted by de Merville, 3. 462. Thus we find in both of the cases above cited that of self-correcting planets and meteors of gigantic size flying back into the air a blind force regulating and resisting the natural tendencies of blind matter, and even occasionally repairing its mistakes and correcting its failures. This is far more miraculous and even extravagant, one would say, than any angel-guided element. Bold is he who laughs at the idea of von Haller, who declares that the stars are perhaps an abode of glorious spirits, as here vice reigns, there is virtue master. Die Stern sind viel leicht ein Sitz verklarter Geister, wie hier das Laster herrscht, ist dort die Tugendmeister. Section XXV Eastern and Western Occultism, page 222, in the Theosophist for March, 1886, OPCITP.411. In an answer to the Solar Sphinx, a member of the London Lodge of the Theosophical Society wrote as follows: "We hold and believe that the revival of occult knowledge now in progress will someday demonstrate that the Western system represents ranges of perceptions which the Eastern, at least as expounded in the pages of the Theosophist, has yet to attain." Whenever occult doctrines were expounded in the pages of the Theosophist, care was taken each time to declare a subject incomplete when the whole could not be given in its fullness, and no writer has ever tried to mislead the reader. As to the Western ranges of perception concerning doctrines really occult, the Eastern occultists have been made acquainted with them for some time past. Thus they are enabled to assert with confidence that the West may be in possession of Hermetic philosophy as a speculative system of dialectics, the latter being used in the West admirably well, but it lacks entirely the knowledge of occultism. The genuine Eastern occultist keeps silent and unknown, never publishes what he knows, and rarely even speaks of it, as he knows too well the penalty of indiscretion. The writer is not the only person laboring under this erroneous impression. Greater Kabbalists than he had said the same in the United States. This only proves that the knowledge possessed by Western occultists of the true philosophy, and the ranges of perceptions and thought of the Eastern doctrines, is very superficial. This assertion will be easily demonstrated by giving a few instances, instituting comparisons between the two interpretations of one and the same doctrine, the Hermetic Universal Doctrine. It is the more needed since, were we to neglect bringing forward such comparisons, our work would be left incomplete. Primordial Matter, page 223, we may take the late Eliphas Levi, rightly referred to by another Western mystic, Mr. Kenneth Mackenzie, as one of the greatest representatives of modern occult philosophy, see the Royal Masonic Cyclopedia Art. Sefer Yetzirah as presumably the best and most learned expounder of the Chaldean Kabbalah, and compare his teaching with that of Eastern occultists. In his unpublished manuscripts and letters, lent to us by a theosophist, who was for 15 years his pupil, we had hoped to find that which he was unwilling to publish. What we do find, however, disappoints us greatly. We will take these teachings, then, as containing the essence of Western or Kabbalistic occultism, analyzing and comparing them with the Eastern interpretation as we go on. Eliphaz Levi teaches correctly, though in language rather too rhapsodically rhetorical to be sufficiently clear to the beginner, that eternal life is motion equilibrated by the alternate manifestations of force. But why does he not add that this perpetual motion is independent of the manifested forces at work? He says, chaos is the tohu vabohu of perpetual motion and the sum total of primordial matter, and he fails to add that matter is primordial only at the beginning of every new reconstruction of the universe. Matter in abscondido, as it is called by the alchemists, is eternal, indestructible, without beginning or end. It is regarded by Eastern occultists as the eternal root of all, the Malaprakriti of the Vedantin, and the Svabhavit of the Buddhist, the divine essence, in short, or substance. The radiations from this are periodically aggregated into graduated forms, from pure spirit to gross matter. The root, or space, is in its abstract presence the deity itself, the ineffable and unknown one cause. And sup with him also is the boundless, the infinite, and one unity, secondless and causeless as Parabrahman. And sup is the indivisible point, and therefore, as being everywhere and nowhere, is the absolute all. It is also darkness because it is absolute light, and the root of the 7 fundamental cosmic principles. Yet Eliphaz Levi, by simply stating that darkness was upon the face of the earth, fails to show, a. that darkness in this sense is deity itself, and he is, page 224, therefore withholding the only philosophical solution of this problem for the human mind, and, b. he allows the unwary student to believe that by earth our own little globe and atom in the universe is meant. In short, this teaching does not embrace the occult cosmogony, but deals simply with occult geology and the formation of our cosmic speck. This is further shown by his making a resume of the Sephirothal tree in this wise: God is harmony, the astronomy of powers and unity outside of the world. This seems to suggest, a. that he teaches the existence of an extra-cosmic God, thus limiting and conditioning both the cosmos and the divine infinity and omnipresence which cannot be extraneous to or outside of one single atom, and, b. that by skipping the whole of the pre-cosmic period, the manifested cosmos here being meant the very root of occult teaching, he explains only the Kabbalistic meaning of the dead letter of the Bible and Genesis, leaving its spirit and essence untouched. Surely the ranges of perception of the Western mind will not be greatly enlarged by such a limited teaching. Having said a few words on tohu vabohu, the meaning of which Wordsworth rendered graphically as higgledy-piggledy, and having explained that this term denoted cosmos, he teaches that, above the dark abyss chaos were the waters. The earth later, was tohu vabohu, i.e., in confusion, and darkness covered the face of the deep, and vehement breath moved on the waters when the Spirit exclaimed, "Let there be light," and there was light. Thus the earth, our globe, of course was in a state of cataclysm. Thick vapors veiled the immensity of the sky, the earth was covered with waters, and a violent wind was agitating this dark ocean, when at a given moment the equilibrium revealed itself and light reappeared. The letters that compose the Hebrew word Bereshith, the first word of Genesis, are Beth, the binary, the verb manifested by the act, a feminine letter, then Resh, the verbum and life, number 20, the disk multiplied by 2, and Aleph, the spiritual principle, the unit, a masculine letter. Place these letters in a triangle and you have the absolute unity, that without being included into numbers creates the number, the first manifestation, which is 2, and these two united by harmony resulting from the analogy of contraries opposites, make I, only. This is why God is called Elohim, plural. All this is very ingenious, but is very puzzling, besides being incorrect. For owing to the first sentence, above the dark abyss were the waters, the French Kabbalist leads the student away from the right track. This an Eastern Kilo will see at a glance, and even one of the profane may see it. For if the Tohu Vabohu is under and the waters are above, then these two are quite distinct from each other, and this is not the case. The Great Deep, page 225, this statement is a very important one, inasmuch as it entirely changes the spirit and nature of cosmogony, and brings it down to a level with exoteric Genesis. Perhaps it was so stated with an eye to this result. The Tohu Vabohu is the Great Deep, and is identical with the waters of chaos, or the primordial darkness. By stating the fact otherwise it makes both the Great Deep and the waters which cannot be separated except in the phenomenal world limited as to space and conditioned as to their nature. Thus Eliphaz in his desire to conceal the last word of esoteric philosophy, fails whether intentionally or otherwise does not matter to point out the fundamental principle of the one true occult philosophy, namely, the unity and absolute homogeneity of the one eternal divine element, and he makes of the deity a male god. Then he says, above the waters was the powerful breath of the Elohim, the creative Dhyan Kohans. Above the breath appeared the light, and above the light the word. That created it? It is the primeval light that creates the word or logos, who in his turn creates physical light. To prove and illustrate what he says he gives the following figure. Now the fact is quite the reverse of this. Now any Eastern occultist upon seeing this would not hesitate to pronounce it a left-hand magic figure. It is entirely reversed, and it represents the third stage of religious thought, that current in Dvapara Yuga, when the one principle is already separated into male and female, and humanity is approaching the fall into materiality, page 226, which brings the Kali Yuga. A student of Eastern occultism would draw it thus, for the secret doctrine teaches us that the reconstruction of the universe takes place in this wise: at the periods of new generation, perpetual motion becomes breath, from the breath comes forth primordial light, through whose radiance manifest the eternal thought concealed in darkness, and this becomes the word, mantra. In the exoteric sense, the mantra, or that psychic faculty or power that conveys perception or thought, is the older portion of the Vedas, the second part of which is composed of the Brahmanas. In esoteric phraseology, mantra is the word made flesh, or rendered objective, through divine magic. It is that, the mantra or word, from which all this, the universe, sprang into being. Further on Eliphaz Levi says, this the concealed deity radiated a ray into the eternal essence waters of space and, fructifying thereby the primordial germ, the essence expanded. The secret meaning of the word Brahma is expansion, increase, or growth, giving birth to the heavenly man from whose mind were born all forms. The Kabbalah states very nearly the same. To learn what it really teaches, one has to reverse the order in which Eliphaz Levi gives it, replacing the word above by that of in, as there cannot surely be any above or under in the absolute. This is what he says: above the waters the powerful breath of the Elohim, above the breath the light, above light the word, or the speech that created it. We see here the spheres of evolution, the soul, driven from the dark center, darkness, toward the luminous circumference. At the bottom of the lowest circle is the Tohu Vabohu, or the chaos which precedes all manifestation, nascence's generation, then the region of water, then breath, then light, and, lastly, the word. The chaos of Genesis, page 227, the construction of the above sentences shows that the learned Abbé had a decided tendency to anthropomorphize creation, even though the latter has to be shaped out of pre-existing material, as the Zohar shows plainly enough. This is how the great Western Kabbalist gets out of the difficulty. He keeps silent on the first stage of evolution and imagines a second chaos. Thus he says, the Tohu Vabohu is the Latin limbus, or twilight of the morning and evening of life. Why not give at once its theological meaning, as we find it in Webster? With the Roman Catholics it means simply purgatory, the borderland between heaven and hell, limbus patrum and limbus infantum, the one for all men, whether good, bad or indifferent, the other for the souls of unbaptized children. With the ancients it meant simply that which in is called the Kamaloka, between Devachan and Avicii. It is in perpetual motion, as chaos, the eternal element, not as the Kamaloka. Surely, it decomposes continually, a proof that by this word Eliphas Levi means the lowest region of the terrestrial akasha, and the work of putrefaction accelerates, because the world is advancing towards regeneration. Evidently he is concerned only with our periodical world, or the terrestrial globe. The tohuvabohu of the Hebrews is not exactly the confusion of things called chaos by the Greeks, and which is found described in the commencement of the Metamorphosis of Ovid. It is something greater and more profound. It is the foundation of religion, it is the philosophical affirmation of the immateriality of God. Rather an affirmation of the materiality of a personal God. If a man has to seek his deity in the Hades of the ancients, for the tohuvabohu, or the limbus of the Greeks, is the hall of Hades, then one can wonder no longer at the accusations brought forward by the Church against the witches and sorcerers versed in Western Kabbalism, that they adored the goat Mendes, or the devil personified by certain spooks and elementals. But in face of the task Eliphas Levi had set before himself, that of reconciling Jewish magic with Roman ecclesiasticism, he could say nothing else. Then he explains the first sentence in Genesis. Let us put on one side the vulgar translation of the sacred texts and see what is hidden in the first chapter of Genesis. He then gives the Hebrew text quite correctly, but transliterates it. Beresketh bara Eloimuth askamam wadi aras wars ayat tohuvabohu. Wemas Eloim ryaver ouiai aour. And he then explains, the first word, Beresketh, signifies Genesis, a word equivalent to nature. Page 228, the act of generation or production, we maintain, not nature. He then continues, the phase, then, is incorrectly translated in the Bible. It is not in the beginning, for it should be at the stage of the generating force. In the reawakening of the forces would be more correct, which would thus exclude every idea of the ex nihilo. As nothing cannot produce something. The word Elohim or Elohim signifies the generating powers, and such is the occult sense of the first verse. Beresketh, nature or Genesis, bara, created, Elohim, the forces, Athatashamayim, heavens, Wath and Oris, the earth, that is to say, the generative potencies created indefinitely, eternally. An action which is incessant in eternity cannot be called creation, it is evolution, and the eternally or ever becoming of the Greek philosopher and the Hindu Vedantin, it is the Sat and the one beingness of Parmenides, or the being identical with thought. Now how can the potencies be said to create movement? Once it is seen movement never had any beginning, but existed in the eternity. Why not say that the reawakened potencies transferred motion from the eternal to the temporal plane of being? Surely this is not creation, those forces that are the equilibrated opposites that we call heaven and earth, meaning the space and the bodies, the volatile and the fixed, the movement and the weight. Now this, if it be correct, is too vague to be understood by anyone ignorant of the Kabbalistic teaching. Not only are his explanations unsatisfactory and misleading in his published works, they are still worse, but his Hebrew transliteration is entirely wrong. It precludes the student, who would compare it for himself with the equivalent symbols and numerals of the words and letters of the Hebrew alphabet, from finding anything of that. He might have found were the words correctly spelt in the French transliteration. Compared even with exoteric Hindu cosmogony, the philosophy which Eliphas Levi gives out as Kabbalistic is simply mystical Roman Catholicism adapted to the Christian Kabbalah. His Histoire de la Magie shows it plainly, and reveals also his object, which he does not even care to conceal. For, while stating with his church, that the Christian religion has imposed silence on the lying oracles of the Gentiles and put an end to the prestige of the false gods, Histoire de la Magie INT.PL He promises to prove in his work that the real sanctum regnum, the great magic art, is in that star of Bethlehem which led the three magi to adore the Savior of this world. He says, we will prove that the study of the sacred pentagram had to lead all the magi to know the new name which should be raised above all names, and before which every being capable of worship has to bend his knees. Histoire de la Magique. INT, p.2. The Bible of Humanity, page 229, this shows that Levi's Kabbalah is mystic Christianity, and not occultism, for occultism is universal and knows no difference between the saviors, or great avatars, of the several old nations. Eliphaz Levi was not an exception in preaching Christianity under a disguise of Kabbalism. He was undeniably the greatest representative of modern occult philosophy, as it is studied in Roman Catholic countries generally, where it is fitted to the preconceptions of Christian students. But he never taught the real universal Kabbalah, and least of all did he teach Eastern occultism. Let the student compare the Eastern and Western teaching, and see whether the philosophy of the Upanishads has yet to attain the ranges of perception of this Western system. Everyone has the right to defend the system he prefers, but in doing this, there is no need to throw slurs upon the system of one's brother. In view of the great resemblance between many of the fundamental truths of Christianity and the myths of Brahmanism, there have been serious attempts made lately to prove that the Bhagavad Gita and most of the Brahmanas and the Puranas are of a far later date than the Mosaic books and even than the Gospels. But were it possible that an enforced success should be obtained in this direction, such argument cannot achieve its object, since the Rig Veda remains brought down to the most modern limits of the age assigned to it. Its date cannot be made to overlap that of the Pentateuch, which is admittedly later. The Orientalists know well that they cannot make away with the landmarks, followed by all subsequent religions, set up in that Bible of humanity called the Rig Veda. It is there that at the very dawn of intellectual humanity were laid the foundation stones of all the faiths and creeds, of every fane and church built from first to last, and they are still there. Universal myths, personifications of powers divine and cosmic, primary and secondary, and historical personages of all the now existing as well as of extinct religions are to be found in the 7 chief deities and their 330 million correlations of the Rig Veda, and those 7, with the odd millions, are the rays of the one boundless unity. But to this can never be offered profane worship. It can only be the object of the most abstract meditation, which Hindus practice in order to obtain absorption in it. At the beginning of every dawn of creation, eternal light which is darkness assumes the aspect of so-called chaos to the human intellect, the eternal root to the superhuman or spiritual sense. Page 230, Osiris is a black god. These were the words pronounced at low breath at initiation in Egypt, because Osiris Numenon is darkness to the mortal. In this chaos are formed the waters, Mother Isis, Atiti, etc. They are the waters of life, in which primordial germs are created or rather reawakened by the primordial light. It is Purushottama, or the divine spirit, which in its capacity of Narayana, the mover on the waters of space, fructifies and infuses the breath of life into that germ which becomes the golden mundane egg, in which the male Brahma is created, the Vaishnavas, who regard Vishnu as the supreme god and the fashioner of the universe, claim that Brahma sprang from the navel of Vishnu, the imperishable, or rather from the lotus that grew from it. But the word navel here means the central point, the mathematical symbol of infinitude, or Parabrahman, the one and the secondless, and from this the first Prajapati, the Lord of beings, emerges, and becomes the progenitor of mankind. And though it is not he, but the Absolute, that is said to contain the universe in itself, yet it is the duty of the male Brahma to manifest it in a visible form. Hence he has to be connected with the procreation of species, and assumes, like Jehovah and other male gods in subsequent anthropomorphism, a phallic symbol. At best every such male god, the father of all, becomes the archetypal man. Between him and the infinite deity stretches an abyss. In the theistic religions of personal gods, the latter are degraded from abstract forces into physical potencies. The water of life, the deep of Mother Nature, is viewed in its terrestrial aspect in anthropomorphic religions. Behold, OW holy it has become by theological magic. It is held sacred and is deified now as of old in almost every religion. But if Christians use it as a means of spiritual purification in baptism and prayer, if Hindus pay reverence to their sacred streams, tanks, and rivers, if Parsi, Mohammedan, and Christian alike believe in its efficacy, surely that element must have some great and occult significance. In occultism it stands for the fifth principle of cosmos. In the lower septenary, for the whole visible universe was built by water, say the Kabbalists who know the difference between the two waters, the waters of life and those of salvation, so confused together in dogmatic religions. The king preacher says of himself, I, the preacher, was king over Israel in Jerusalem, and I gave my heart to seek and search out by wisdom concerning all things that are done under heaven. Ecclesiastes, I 12:13. Speaking of the great work and glory of the Elohim, it is probably needless to say here what everyone knows. The translation of the Protestant Bible is not a word-for-word rendering of the earlier Greek and Latin Bibles. The sense is very often disfigured, and God is put where Yahweh and Elohim stand. Unified into the Lord God in the English Bible, whose garment, he tells us, is light, and heaven the curtain he refers to. The builder chaos is theos or cosmos, page 231, who layeth the beams of his chambers in the waters. Psalms, CIV 2.3. That is, the divine host of the Sephiroth, who have constructed the universe out of the deep, the waters of chaos. Moses and Thales were right in saying that only earth and water can bring forth the living soul, water being on its plane the principle of all things. Moses was an initiate, Thales a philosopher, i.e., a scientist, for the words were synonymous in his day. The secret meaning of this is that water and earth stand in the Mosaic books for the prima materia and the creative, feminine, principle on our plane. In Egypt Osiris was fire, and Isis was the earth or its synonym water, the two opposing elements just because of their opposite properties being necessary to each other for a common object. That of procreation. The earth needs solar heat and rain to make her throw out her germs. But these procreative properties of fire and water, or spirit and matter, are symbols but of physical generation. While the Jewish Kabbalists symbolized these elements only in their application to manifested things, and reverenced them as the emblems for the production of terrestrial life, the Eastern philosophy noticed them only as an elusive emanation from their spiritual prototypes, and no unclean or unholy thought marred its esoteric religious symbology. Chaos, as shown elsewhere, is theos, which becomes cosmos. It is space, the container of everything in the universe. As occult teachings assert, it is called by the Chaldeans, Egyptians, and every other nation tohuvabohu, or chaos, confusion, because space is the great storehouse of creation, whence proceed not forms alone, but also ideas, which could receive their expression only through the logos, the word, verbum, or sound. The numbers 1, 2, 3, 4 are the successive emanations from Mother Space as she forms running downward her garment, spreading it upon the 7 steps of creation. To avoid misunderstanding of the word creation so often used by us, the remarks of the author of Through the Gates of Gold may be quoted owing to their clearness and simplicity. The words to create are often understood by the ordinary mind to convey the idea of evolving something out of nothing. This is clearly not its meaning. We are mentally obliged to provide our Creator with chaos from which to produce the worlds. The tiller of the soil, who is the typical producer of social life, must have his material, his earth, his sky, rain, and sun, and the seeds to place within the earth. Out of nothing he can produce nothing. Out of a void nature cannot arise. There is that material beyond, behind, or within, from which she is shaped by our desire for a universe. p.72, the roller returns upon itself, as one end joins the other, page 232, in infinitude, and the numbers 4, 3, and 2 are displayed, as it is the only side of the veil that we can perceive, the first number being lost in its inaccessible solitude. Father, which is boundless time, generates mother, which is infinite space in eternity, and mother generates father in manvantaras, which are divisions of durations, that day when that world becomes one ocean. Then the mother becomes Nara, waters the great deep, for Nara the supreme spirit to rest or move upon, when, it is said, that 1, 2, 3, 4 descend and abide in the world of the unseen, while the 4, 3, 2, become the limits in the visible world to deal with the manifestations of Father Time. Commentary on stanza 9 on cycles. This relates to the Mahayugas, which in figures become 432, and with the addition of noughts, 4320.000. Now it is surpassingly strange, if it be a mere coincidence, that the numerical value of tohuvabohu, or chaos in the Bible, which chaos, of course, is the mother deep, or the waters of space, should yield the same figures. For this is what is found in a Kabbalist manuscript. It is said of the heavens and the earth in the second verse of Genesis that they were chaos and confusion, that is, they were tohuvabohu, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, i.e., the perfect material out of which construction was to be made. Lacked organization. The order of the digits of these words as they stand, i.e., or, read from right to left, the letters and their corresponding numerals stand thus: T, 4, H, 5, BH, 2, V, 6, V6, H, 5, V or W, 6, which yields Thubu, 456, 6256, or tohuvabohu. The letters rendered by their numerical value is 6,526,654 and 2,386. By art speech, these are key working numbers loosely shuffled together, the germs and keys of construction, but to be recognized, one by one, as used and required. They follow symmetrically in the work as immediately following the first sentence of grand enunciation, in Rash developed itself gods, the heavens, and the earth. Multiply the numbers of the letters of tohuvabohu together continuously from right to left, placing the consecutive single products as we go, and we will have the following series of values, viz. A, 30, 60, 360, 2160, 10,800, 43,200, or as by the characterizing digits, 3, 6, 36, 216, 108, and 432, B, 20, 120, 720, 1, 440, 7,200, or 2, 12, 72, 144, 72, 432, the series closing in 432, one of the most famous numbers of antiquity, and which, though obscured, crops out in the chronology up to the flood. Mr. Ralston Skinner's Manuscripts. 108, page 233, this shows that the Hebrew usage of play upon the numbers must have come to the Jews from India. As we have seen, the final series yields, besides many another combination, the figures 108 and 1008, the number of the names of Vishnu, whence the 108 grains of the yogi's rosary, and close with 432, the truly famous number in Indian and Chaldean antiquity, appearing in the cycle of 4,320,000 years in the former, and in the 432,000 years, the duration of the Chaldean divine dynasties. Section XXVI, the idols and the teraphim, page 234, the meaning of the fairy tale told by the Chaldean Chutami is easily understood. His modus operandi with the idol of the moon was that of all the Semites, before Terah, Abraham's father, made images, the teraphim, called after him, or the chosen people of Israel ceased divining by them. These teraphim were just as much idols as in any pagan image or statue. That the teraphim was a statue, and no small article either, is shown in Samuel 19, where Michael takes a teraphim, image, as it is translated, and puts it in bed to represent David, her husband, who ran away from Saul, see verse 13, etseq. It was thus of the size and shape of a human figure, a statue or real idol. The injunction "thou shalt not bow to a graven image," or teraphim, must have either come at a later date, or have been disregarded, since the bowing down to and the divining by the teraphim seems to have been so orthodox and general that the Lord actually threatens the Israelites, through Hosea, to deprive them of their teraphim. For the children of Israel shall abide many days without a king, without a sacrifice, and without an image. Matzabah, or statue, or pillar, is explained in the Bible to mean without an ephod and without teraphim. OPCIT, 3-4. Father Kircher supports very strongly the idea that the statue of the Egyptian Serapis was identical in every way with those of the seraphim, or teraphim, in the Temple of Solomon. Says Louis de Dieu, they were, perhaps, images of angels, or statues dedicated to the angels, the presence of one of these spirits being thus attracted into a teraphim and answering the inquirer's consultants, and even in this hypothesis the word teraphim would become the equivalent of seraphim by changing the T into S in the manner of the Syrians. Louis de Dieu, Genesis, XXL 19. C. de Merville, 3.257. Divining by teraphim, page 235, what says the Septuagint? The teraphim are translated successively by E, D. A forms in someone's likeness, eidolon, an astral body. PDA the sculptured, E. TAF, A sculptures in the sense of containing something hidden, or receptacles, F. Manifestations, A. FE, A. Truths or realities, PS, F. Pata. Or F. TTP. Luminous, shining likenesses. The latter expression shows plainly what the teraphim were. The Vulgate translates the term by annunciants, the messengers who announce, and it thus becomes certain that the teraphim were the oracles. They were the animated statues, the gods who revealed themselves to the masses through the initiated priests and adepts in the Egyptian, Chaldean, Greek, and other temples. As to the way of divining, or learning one's fate, and of being instructed by the teraphim of Abram's father, Terah, the maker of images, were the Kebari gods, and we see them worshipped by Micah, by the Danites, and others. Judges, 17, 18, etc., teraphim were identical with seraphim, and these were serpent images, the origin of which is in the Sanskrit sarpa, the serpent, a symbol sacred to all the deities as a symbol of immortality. Kiun, or the god Kivan, worshipped by the Hebrews in the wilderness, is Shiva, the Hindu Saturn. The Zendik H is S in India, thus, Hapta is Sapta Hindu is Sindhya. A. Wilder. The S continually softens to H from Greece to Calcutta, from the Caucasus to Egypt, says Dunlap. Therefore the letters KH and S are interchangeable. The Greek story shows that Dardanus, the Arcadian, having received them as a dowry, carried them to Samothrace, and thence to Troy, and they were worshipped long before the days of glory of Tyre or Sidon, though the former had been built 2760 BC. From where did Dardanus derive them? Isis unveiled. 1570. It is explained quite plainly by Maimonides and Celdinus. The former says, the worshippers of the teraphim claimed that the light of the principal stars' planets, penetrating into and filling the carved statue through and through, the angelic virtue of the regents, or animating principle in the planets conversed with them, teaching them many most useful arts and sciences. Maimon. More Nevakim, 3. XX. In his turn Celdinus explains the same, adding that the teraphim those dedicated to the sun were made in gold, and those to the moon in silver were built and fashioned in accordance with the position of their respective planets, each of the teraphim being consecrated to a special star angel, those that the Greeks called stoichi, as also according to figures located in the sky and called the tutelary gods, those who traced out the St. e, a, were called st, e, pad, or the diviners by the planets, and the st, e, eta dii Sirius, Tariff, 11. Siat. p.31 Ammianus Marcellinus states that the ancient divinations were always, page 236, accomplished with the help of the spirits of the elements, spiritus elementorum, or as they were called in Greek, e, patati, t, e. Now the latter are not the spirits of the stars, planets, nor are they divine beings, they are simply the creatures inhabiting their respective elements, called by the Kabbalists elementary spirits, and by the Theosophists elementals. Those that the Kabbalists call elementary spirits are sylphs, gnomes, undines, and salamanders, nature spirits, in short. The spirits of the angels formed a distinct class. Father Kircher, the Jesuit, tells the reader, every god had such instruments of divination to speak through. Each had his speciality. Serapis gave instruction on agriculture, Anubis taught sciences, Horus advised upon psychic and spiritual matters, Isis was consulted on the rising of the Nile, and so on. Oedipus 2:444. This historical fact, furnished by one of the ablest and most erudite among the Jesuits, is unfortunate for the prestige of the Lord God of Israel with regard to his claims to priority and to his being the one living God. Jehovah, on the admission of the Old Testament itself, conversed with his elect in no other way, and this places him on a par with every other pagan god, even of the inferior classes. In Judges 17, we read of Micah having an ephod and a teraphim fabricated, and consecrating them to Jehovah. See the Septuagint and the Vulgate. These objects were made by a founder from the 200 shekels of silver given to him by his mother. True, King James Holy Bible explains this little bit of idolatry by saying, in those days there was no king in Israel, but every man did that which was right in his own eyes. Yet the act must have been orthodox, since Micah, after hiring a priest, a diviner, for his ephod and teraphim, declares, now know I that the Lord will do me good. And if Micah's act who had an house of gods, and made an ephod and teraphim and consecrated one of his sons to their service, as also to that of the graven image dedicated unto the Lord by his mother now seems prejudicial, it was not so in those days of one religion and one lip. How can the Latin Church blame the act, since Kircher, one of her best writers, calls the teraphim the holy instruments of primitive revelations, since Genesis shows us Rebekah going to inquire of the Lord, op. Cit, xxv.22 etseq, and the Lord answering her, certainly through his teraphim, and delivering to her several prophecies? Jehovah and teraphim, page 237, and if this be not sufficient, there is Saul, who deplores the silence of the ephod. The ephod was a linen garment worn by the high priest, but as the thummim was attached to it, the entire paraphernalia of divination was often comprised in that single word, ephod. See Isam, xxvii. 6, and XXX. 7-8, and David who consults the thummim, and receives oral advice from the Lord as to the best way of killing his enemies. The Thummim and Urim, however, the object in our days of so much conjecture and speculation, was not an invention of the Jews, nor had it originated with them, despite the minute instruction given about it by Jehovah to Moses. For the priest Hierophant of the Egyptian temples wore a breastplate of precious stones, in every way similar to that of the high priest of the Israelites. The high priests of Egypt wore suspended on their necks an image of sapphire, called truth, the manifestation of truth becoming evident in it. Celdinus is not the only Christian writer who assimilates the Jewish to the pagan teraphim, and expressed a conviction that the former had borrowed them from the Egyptians. Moreover, we are told by Dollinger, a preeminently Roman Catholic writer, the teraphim were used and remained in many Jewish families to the days of Josiah. Paganism and Judaism, 4. I-97. As to the personal opinion of Dollinger, a papist, and of Celdinus, a Protestant, both of whom trace Jehovah in the teraphim of the Jews and evil spirits in those of the pagans. It is the usual one-sided judgment of odium theologicum and sectarianism. Seldinus is right, however, in arguing that in the days of old, all such modes of communication had been primarily established for purposes of divine and angelic communications only. But the Holy Spirit spirits, rather spake not to the children of Israel alone by Urim and Thummim, while the tabernacle remained, as Dr. A. Cruden would have people believe. Nor had the Jews alone need of a tabernacle for such a kind of theophanic, or divine communication, for no Bath Kol, or daughter of the divine voice, called Thummim, could be heard whether by Jew, pagan, or Christian, were there not a fit tabernacle for it. The tabernacle was simply the archaic telephone of those days of magic when occult powers were acquired by initiation, just as they are now. The 19th century, page 238, has replaced with an electric telephone the tabernacle of specified metals, wood, and special arrangements, and has natural mediums instead of high priests and hierophants. Why should people wonder, then, that instead of reaching planetary spirits and gods, believers should now communicate with no greater beings than elementals and animated shells, the demons of porphyry? Who these were, he tells us candidly in his work on the good and bad demons, they whose ambition is to be taken for gods, and whose leader demands to be recognized as the supreme God. Most decidedly, and it is not the theosophists who will ever deny the fact, there are good as well as bad spirits, beneficent and malevolent gods in all ages. The whole trouble was, and still is, to know which is which. And this, we maintain, the Christian Church knows no more than her profane flock. If anything proves this, it is, most decidedly, the numberless theological blunders made in this direction. It is idle to call the gods of the heathen devils, and then to copy their symbols in such a servile manner, enforcing the distinction between the good and the bad with no weightier proof than that they are respectively Christian and pagan. The planets, the elements of the zodiac, have not figured only at Heliopolis as the 12 stones called the mysteries of the elements, elementorum arcana. On the authority of many an orthodox Christian writer, they were found also in Solomon's temple, and may be seen to this day in several old Italian churches, and even in Notre Dame of Paris. One would really say that the warning in Clement's Stromates has been given in vain, though he is supposed to quote words pronounced by Saint Peter. He says, "Do not adore God as the Jews do, who think they are the only ones to know deity and fail to perceive that, instead of God, they are worshipping angels, the lunar months, and the moon." OPCIT 16. 5. Who after reading the above can fail to feel surprised that, notwithstanding such understanding of the Jewish mistake, the Christians are still worshipping the Jewish Jehovah, the Spirit who spoke through his teraphim? That this is so, and that Jehovah was simply the tutelary genius, or spirit, of the people of Israel, only one of the pneumaton stoichion, or great spirits of the elements, not even a high planetary, is demonstrated on the authority of St. Paul and of Clemens Alexandrinus, if the words they use have any meaning. Idol of the moon, page 239, with the latter, the word st. Signifies not only elements, but also generative cosmological principles, and notably the signs or constellations of the zodiac, of the months, days, the sun, and the moon. Discourse to the Gentiles, p. 146. The expression is used by Aristotle in the same sense. He says, ast, st, a degener, 3-4, while Diogenes Laertius calls ast, a. The 12 signs of the zodiac. See Cosmos, by Menage, I, 6, p. 101. Now, having the positive evidence of Ammianus Marcellinus to the effect that ancient divination was always accompanied with the help of the spirits of the elements, or the same epitati, st, and seeing in the Bible numerous passages that, the Israelites, including Saul and David, resorted to the same divination, and used the same means, and, b. that it was their Lord, namely, Jehovah, who answered them, what else can we believe Jehovah to be than a spiritus elementorum? Hence one sees no great difference between the idol of the moon, the Chaldean teraphim through which spoke Saturn, and the idol or Urim and Thummim, the organ of Jehovah. Occult rites, scientific at the beginning and forming the most solemn and sacred of sciences, have fallen through the degeneration of mankind into sorcery, now called superstition. As Diogenes explains in his history, the Chaldee, having made long observations on the planets and knowing better than anyone else the meaning of their motions and their influences, predict to people their futurity. They regard their doctrine of the 5 great orbs, which they call interpreters, and we, planets, as the most important. And though they allege that it is the sun that furnishes them with most of the predictions for great forthcoming events, yet they worship more particularly Saturn. Such predictions made to a number of kings, especially to Alexander, Antigonus, Seleucus, Nicanor, etc., have been so marvelously realized that people were struck with admiration. OPCIT, I.2. It follows from the above that the declaration made by Chu-Tami, the Chaldean adept, to the effect that all that he means to impart in his work to the profane had been told by Saturn to the moon, by the latter to her idol, and by that idol, or teraphim, to himself, the scribe, no more implied idolatry than did the practice of the same method by King, page 240, David. One fails to perceive in it, therefore, either an apocrypha or a fairy tale. The above-named Chaldean initiate lived at a period far anterior to that ascribed to Moses, in whose day the sacred science of the sanctuary was still in a flourishing condition. It began to decline only when such scoffers as Lucian had been admitted, and the pearls of the occult science had been too often thrown to the hungry dogs of criticism and ignorance. Section XXVII Egyptian Magic, page 241. Few of our students of occultism have had the opportunity of examining Egyptian papyri, those living, or rather re-arisen witnesses that magic, good and bad, was practiced many thousands of years back into the night of time. The use of the papyrus prevailed up to the 8th century of our era, when it was given up, and its fabrication fell into disuse. The most curious of the exhumed documents were immediately purchased and taken away from the country. Yet there are a number of beautifully preserved papyri at Bulaq, Cairo, though the greater number have never been yet properly read. The characters employed on those parchments, writes de Merville, are sometimes hieroglyphics, placed perpendicularly, a kind of linear tachygraphy. Abridged characters, where the image is often reduced to a single stroke, at other times placed in horizontal lines, then the hieratic or sacred writing, going from right to left as in all Semitic languages. Lastly, the characters of the country, used for official documents, mostly contracts, etc., but which since the Ptolemies has been also adopted for the monuments. v.8180. A copy of the Harris Papyrus, translated by Chabas Papyrus Magic, may be studied at the British Museum. Others, those that have been carried away and may be found in the museums and public libraries of Europe, have fared no better. In the days of the Vicomte de Rouge, some 25 years ago, only a few of them were 2/3 deciphered, and among those some most interesting legends, inserted parenthetically and for purposes of explaining royal expenses, are in the register of the sacred accounts. This may be verified in the so-called Harris and Anastasi collections, and in some papyri recently exhumed. One of these gives an account of a whole series of magic feats performed before the pharaohs Ramses II and III. A curious document, the first mentioned, truly. It is a papyrus of the 15th century BC, written during the reign of Ramses V, the last king of the 18th dynasty, and is the work of the scribe Thoudams, who notes down some of the events with, page 242, regard to defaulters. Occurring on the 12th and 13th days of the month of Paophs. The document shows that in those days of miracles in Egypt the taxpayers were not found among the living alone, but every mummy was included. All and everything was taxed, and the co of the mummy, in default, was punished by the priest exorciser, who deprived it of the liberty of action. Now what was the ko? Simply the astral body, or the aerial simulacrum of the corpse or the mummy, that which in China is called the Haoan, and in India the Bud. Upon reading this papyrus today, an Orientalist is pretty sure to fling it aside in disgust, attributing the whole affair to the crass superstition of the ancients. Truly phenomenal and inexplicable must have been the dullness and credulity of that otherwise highly philosophical and civilized nation if it could carry on for so many consecutive ages, for thousands of years, such a system of mutual deception. A system whereby the people were deceived by the priests by their king hierophants, and the latter themselves were cheated by the ghosts, which were, in their turn, but the fruits of hallucination. The whole of antiquity, from Menes to Cleopatra, from Manu to Vikramaditya, from Orpheus down to the last Roman augur, were hysterical, we are told. This must have been so, if the whole were not a system of fraud. Life and death were guided by, and were under the sway of, sacred conjuring. For there is hardly a papyrus, though it be a simple document of purchase and sale, a deed belonging to daily transactions of the most ordinary kind, and that has not magic, white or black, mixed up in it. It looks as though the sacred scribes of the Nile had purposely, and in a prophetic spirit of race hatred, carried out the, to them, most unprofitable task of deceiving and puzzling the generations of a future white race of unbelievers yet unborn. Anyhow, the papyri are full of magic, as are likewise the stelae. We learn, moreover, that the papyrus was not merely a smooth-surfaced parchment, a fabric made of ligneous matter from a shrub, the pellicles of which superposed one over the other formed a kind of writing paper, but that the shrub itself, the implements and tools for fabricating the parchment etc., were all previously subjected to a process of magical preparation according to the ordinance of the gods, who had taught that art, as they had all others, to their priest hierophants. There are, however, some modem Orientalists who seem to have an inkling of the true nature of such things, and especially of the analogy and the relations that exist between the magic of old and our modern-day phenomena. Evidence of Papyri, page 243, Chabas is one of these, for he indulges, in his translation of the Harris Papyrus, in the following reflections, without having recourse to the imposing ceremonies of the wand of Hermes, or to the obscure formulae of an unfathomable mysticism. A mesmerizer in our own day will, by means of a few passes, disturb the organic faculties of a subject, inculcate the knowledge of a foreign language, transport him to a far distant country, or into secret places, make him guess the thoughts of those absent, read enclosed letters, etc. The ante of the modem sibyl is a modest-looking room. The tripod has made room for a small round table, a hat, a plate, a piece of furniture of the most vulgar kind, only the latter is even superior to the oracle of antiquity. How does M. Chabas know, inasmuch as the latter only spoke, and what of the many, tekel, upharsin, the words that the fingers of a man's hand, whose body and arm remained invisible, wrote on the walls of Belshazzar's palace? Daniel, v. What of the writings of Simon the magician, and the magic characters on the walls and in the air of the crypts of initiation, without mentioning the tables of stone on which the finger of God wrote the commandments? Between the writing of one god and other gods the difference, if any, lies only in their respective natures, and if the tree is to be known by its fruits, then preference would have to be given always to the pagan gods. It is the immortal to be or not to be. Either all of them are, or at any rate, may be true, or all are surely pious frauds and the result of credulity, while the oracle of our day writes its answers. At the command of the medium the spirits of the dead descend to make the furniture creak, and the authors of bygone centuries deliver to us works written by them beyond the grave. Human credulity has no narrower limits today than it had at the dawn of historical times. As teratology is an essential part of general physiology now, so the pretended occult sciences occupy in the annals of humanity a place which is not without its importance, and deserve for more than one reason the attention of the philosopher and the historian. Papyrus Magic p.186. Selecting the two Champollions, Leonard Bunsen, Victor Rouge, and several other Egyptologists to serve as our witnesses, let us see what they say of Egyptian magic and sorcery. They may get out of the difficulty by accounting for each superstitious belief and practice by attributing them to a chronic psychological and physiological derangement, and to collective hysteria, if they like. Still facts are there, staring us in the face, from the hundreds of these mysterious papyri, exhumed after a rest of 4, 5, and more thousands of years, with their magical containments and evidence of antediluvian magic. A small library, found in Thebes, has furnished fragments of every kind of ancient literature, many of which are dated, and several of which have thus been assigned to the accepted age of Moses. Books or manuscripts on ethics, history, religion, and medicine, calendars and, page 244, registers, poems and novels, everything may be had in that precious collection, and old legends, traditions of long-forgotten ages. Please to remark this, legends recorded during the Mosaic period, are already referred to therein as belonging to an immense antiquity, to the period of the dynasties of gods and giants. Their chief contents, however, are formulae of exorcisms against black magic, and funeral rituals, true breviaries, or the vade-mecum of every pilgrim traveler in eternity. These funeral texts are generally written in hieratic characters. At the head of the papyrus is invariably placed a series of scenes, showing the defunct appearing before a host of deities successively, who have to examine him. Then comes the judgment of the soul, while the third act begins with the launching of that soul into the divine light. Such papyri are often 40 feet long. See Maspero's Guide to the Boulon Museum, among others. The following is extracted from general descriptions. It will show how the moderns understand and interpret Egyptian, and other, symbology. The papims of the priest Nivolu, or Nevelen, at the Louvre, may be selected for one case. First of all there is the bark carrying the coffin, a black chest containing the defunct's mummy. His mother, Amenbum Hebrew, and his sister, Hui Sanub, are near. At the head and feet of the corpse stand Nephthys and Isis clothed in red, and near them a priest of Osiris clad in his panther's skin, his censer in his right hand, and 4 assistants carrying the mummy's intestines. The coffin is received by the god Anubis, of the jackal's head, from the hands of female weepers. Then the soul rises from its mummy and the astral body, of the defunct. The former begins its worship of the 4 genii of the east, of the sacred birds, and of Ammon as a ram. Brought into the palace of truth, the defunct is before his judges. While the soul, a scarabaeus, stands in the presence of Osiris, his astral is at the door. Much laughter is provoked in the West by the invocations to various deities, presiding over each of the limbs of the mummy, and of the living human body. Only judge, in the papyrus of the mummy Pedamino the anatomy becomes theographical, astrology is applied to physiology, or rather to the anatomy of the human body, the heart, and the soul. The defunct's hair belongs to the Nile, his eyes to Venus, Isis, his ears to Macedo, the guardian of the tropics, his nose to Anubis, his left temple to the spirit dwelling in the sun. What a series of intolerable absurdities and ignoble prayers! To Osiris, imploring him to give the defunct in the other world, geese, eggs, pork, etc. De Merville, from whom much of the preceding is taken, v. 81, 85 symbols and their reading, page 245, it might have been prudent, perhaps, to have waited to ascertain whether all these terms of geese, eggs, and pork had not some other occult meaning. The Indian yogi who, in an exoteric work, is invited to drink a certain intoxicating liquor till he loses his senses, was also regarded as a drunkard representing his sect and class, until it was found that the esoteric sense of that spirit was quite different, that it meant divine light, and stood for the ambrosia of secret wisdom. The symbols of the dove and the lamb which abound now in Eastern and Western Christian churches may also be exhumed long ages hence, and speculated upon as objects of present-day worship. And then some Occidentalist, in the forthcoming ages of high Asiatic civilization and learning, may write karmically upon the same as follows: the ignorant and superstitious Gnostics and agnostics of the sects of Pope and Calvin, the two monster gods of the dynamite Christian period, adored a pigeon and a sheep. There will be portable hand fetishes in all and every age for the satisfaction and reverence of the rabble, and the gods of one race will always be degraded into devils by the next one. The cycles revolve within the depths of Lethe, and karma shall reach Europe as it has Asia and her religions. Nevertheless, this grand and dignified language in the Book of the Dead, these pictures full of majesty, this orthodoxy of the whole evidently proving a very precise doctrine concerning the immortality of the soul and its personal survival, as shown by de Rouge and Abbé van Drivel, have charmed some Orientalists. The psychostasy, or judgment of the soul, is certainly a whole poem to him who can read it correctly and interpret the images therein. In that picture we see Osiris, the horned, with his scepter hooked at the end, the original of the pastoral bishop's crook or crozier, the soul hovering above, encouraged by Tme, daughter of the Son of Righteousness and goddess of mercy and justice, Hams and Anubis, weighing the deeds of the soul. One of these papyri shows the soul found guilty of gluttony sentenced to be rebom on earth as a hog. Forthwith comes the learned conclusion of an Orientalist, page 246, this is an indisputable proof of belief in metempsychosis, of transmigration into animals, etc. Perchance the occult law of karma might explain the sentence otherwise. It may, for all our Orientalists know, refer to the physiological vice in store for the soul when reincarnated, a vice that will lead that personality into 1001 scrapes and misadventures. Tortures to begin with, then metempsychosis during 3000 years as a hawk, an angel, a lotus flower, a heron, a stork, a swallow, a serpent, and a crocodile. One sees that the consolation of such a progress was far from being satisfactory. Argues de Merville, in his work on the satanic character of the gods of Egypt. See de Merville v. 84, 85. Again, a simple suggestion may throw on this a great light. Are the Orientalists quite sure they have read correctly the metempsychosis during 3000 years? The occult doctrine teaches that karma waits at the threshold of Devachan, the amend of the Egyptians, for 3000 years, that then the eternal ego is reincarnated de novo, to be punished in its new temporary personality for sins committed in the preceding birth, and the suffering for which in one shape or another, will atone for past misdeeds. And the hawk, the lotus flower, the heron, serpent, or bird, every object in nature, in short, had its symbolical and manifold meaning in ancient religious emblems. The man who all his life acted hypocritically and passed for a good man, but had been in sober reality watching like a bird of prey his chance to pounce upon his fellow creatures, and had deprived them of their property, will be sentenced by karma to bear the punishment for hypocrisy and covetousness in a future life. What will it be? Since every human unit has ultimately to progress in its evolution, and since that man will be reborn at some future time as a good, sincere, well-meaning man, his sentence to be reincarnated as a hawk may simply mean that he will be regarded metaphorically as such. That, notwithstanding his real, good, intrinsic qualities, he will, perhaps during a long life, be unjustly and falsely charged with and suspected of greed and hypocrisy and of secret exactions, all of which will make him suffer more than he can bear. The law of retribution can never err, and yet how many such innocent victims of false appearance and human malice do we not meet in this world of incessant illusion, of mistakes and deliberate wickedness? We see them every day, and they may be found within the personal experience of each of us. Rebirth and Transmigration, page 247, what Orientalist can say with any degree of assurance that he has understood the religions of old? The metaphorical language of the priests has never been more than superficially revealed, and the hieroglyphics have been very poorly mastered to this day. One sees this difficulty arise even with a perfectly known language like Sanskrit, the meaning of which is far easier to comprehend than the hieratic writings of Egypt. Everyone knows how hopelessly the Sanskritists are often puzzled over the real meaning and how they fail in rendering the meaning correctly in their respective translations, in which one Orientalist contradicts the other. What says Isis Unveiled on this question of Egyptian rebirth and transmigration, and does it clash with anything that we say now? It will be observed that this philosophy of cycles, which was allegorized by the Egyptian hierophants in the cycle of necessity, explains at the same time the allegory of the fall of man. According to the Arabian descriptions, each of the 7 chambers of the pyramids, those grandest of all cosmic symbols, was known by the name of a planet. The peculiar architecture of the pyramids shows in itself the drift of the metaphysical thought of their builders. The apex is lost in the clear blue sky of the land of the pharaohs, and typifies the primordial point lost in the unseen universe from whence started the first race of the spiritual prototypes of man. Each mummy from the moment that it was embalmed lost its physical individuality. In one sense, it symbolized the human race. Placed in such a way as was best calculated to aid the exit of the soul, the latter had to pass through the 7 planetary chambers before it made its exit through the symbolical apex. Each chamber typified, at the same time, one of the 7 spheres of our chain and one of the 7 higher types of physico-spiritual humanity alleged to be above our own. Every 3,000 years the soul, representative of its race, had to return to its primal point of departure before it underwent another evolution into a more perfected spiritual and physical transformation. We must go deep indeed into the abstruse metaphysics of Oriental mysticism before we can realize fully the infinitude of the subjects that were embraced at one sweep by the majestic thought of its exponents. OPCITI 297. This is all magic when once the details are given, and it relates at the same time to the evolution of our 7 root races, each with the characteristics of its special guardian or god, and his planet. The astral body of each initiate, after death, had to reenact in its funeral mystery the drama of the birth and death of each race, the past and the future, and pass through the 7 planetary chambers, which, as said above, typified also the 7 spheres of our chain. The mystic doctrine of Eastern occultism teaches that the spiritual ego, not the astral Clio, has to revisit, before it incarnates into a new body, the scenes it left at its last disincarnation. It, page 248, has to see for itself and take cognizance of all the effects produced by the causes the nidanas generated by its actions in a previous life, that, seeing, it should recognize the justice of the decree, and help the law of retribution karma instead of impeding it. Book 2, Commentary. The translations by Vicomte de Rouge of several Egyptian papyri, imperfect as they may be, give us one advantage: they show undeniably the presence in them of white, divine magic, as well as of sorcery, and the practice of both throughout all the dynasties. The Book of the Dead, far older than Genesis, Bunsen and Champollion so declare, and Dr. Carpenter says that the Book of the Dead, sculptured on the oldest monuments, with the very phrases we find in the New Testament in connection with the Day of Judgment, was engraved probably 2,000 years before the time of Christ. See Isis Unveiled, I 518, or any other book of the Old Testament, shows it in every line. It is full of incessant prayers and exorcisms against the black art. Therein Osiris is the conqueror of the aerial demons. The worshipper implores his help against Madat, from whose eye proceeds the invisible arrow. This invisible arrow that proceeds from the eye of the sorcerer, whether living or dead, and that circulates throughout the world, is the evil eye, cosmic in its origin, terrestrial in its effects on the microcosmical plane. It is not the Latin Christians whom it behoves to view this as a superstition. Their church indulges in the same belief, and had even a prayer against the arrow circulating in darkness. The most interesting of all those documents, however, is the Harris Papyrus, called in France Le Papyrus Magique d'Ichibus, as it was first translated by the latter. It is a manuscript written in hieratic characters, translated, commented upon, and published in 1860 by Mchibus, but purchased at Thebes in 1855 by M.R. Harris. Its age is given at between 28 and 30 centuries. We quote a few extracts from these translations: Calendar of Lucky and Unlucky Days. He who makes a bull work on the 20th of the month of Pharmuths will surely die. He who on the 24th day of the same month pronounces the name of Seth aloud will see trouble reigning in his house from that day. He who on the 5th day of Pachows leaves his house falls sick and dies. Exclaims the translator, whose cultured instincts are revolted, if one had not these words under our eyes, one could never believe in such servitude at the epoch of the Ramessides. De Merville, v.88. Just such a calendar and horoscope interdictions exist in India in our day, as well as in China and all the Buddhist countries. The Egyptian Kos, page 249, we belong to the 19th century of the Christian era, and are therefore at the height of civilization, and under the benign sway and enlightening influence of the Christian Church, instead of being subject to pagan gods of old. Nevertheless, we personally know dozens, and have heard of hundreds, of educated, highly intellectual persons who would as soon think of committing suicide as of starting on any business on a Friday, of dining at a table where 13 sit down, or of beginning a long journey on a Monday. Napoleon the Great became pale when he saw 3 candles lit on a table. Moreover, we may gladly concur with de Merville in this, at any rate, that such superstitions are the outcome of observation and experience. If the former had never agreed with facts, the authority of the calendar, he thinks, would not have lasted for a week. But to resume, genethliacal influences, the child born on the 5th day of Bvi will be killed by a bull, on the 27th by a serpent. Born on the 4th of the month of Athur, he will succumb to blows. This is a question of horoscopic predictions. Judiciary astrology is firmly believed in our own age, and has been proven to be scientifically possible by Kepler. Of the Kos, 2 kinds were distinguished: first, the justified Kos, i.e., those who had been absolved from sin by Osiris when they were brought before his tribunal, these lived a second life. Secondly, here were the guilty Kos, the Kos dead a second time, these were the damned. Second death did not annihilate them, but the Y were doomed to wander about and to torture people. Their existence had phases analogous to those of the living man, a bond so intimate between the dead and the living that one sees how the observation of religious funeral rites and exorcisms and prayers, or rather magic incantations, should have become necessary. See de Merville 3.65. Says one prayer: do not permit that the venom should master his limbs of the defunct. That he should be penetrated by any male dead, or any female dead, or that the shadow of any spirit should haunt him, or her. M. Chabas adds, these Kos were beings of that kind to which human beings belong after their death. They were exorcised in the name of the god Chans. The manes then could enter the bodies of the living, haunt and obsess the formulae and talismans, and especially statues or divine figures were used against such formidable invasions. Ibid p. 168. They were combated by the help of the divine power, the god, page 250, Chans being famed for such deliverances. The Ko, in obeying the order of the god, none the less preserved the precious faculty inherent in him of accommodating himself in any other body at will. The most frequent formula of exorcism is as follows. It is very suggestive: men, gods, elect, dead spirits, amus, negroes, mentiu, do not look at the soul to show cruelty toward it. This is addressed to all who were acquainted with magic, amulets and mystic names. This chapter is called Very Mysterious, and contains invocations to Penhakahakaherher and Uranayakersankrabit, and other such easy names. Says Chabas, we have proofs that mystic names similar to these were in common use during the stay of the Israelites in Egypt. And we may add that, whether got from the Egyptians or the Hebrews, these are sorcery names. The student can consult the works of Eliphas Levi, such as his Grimoire des Sorciers. In these exorcisms Osiris is called Mamuram Kahab, and is implored to prevent the twice-dead Ko from attacking the justified Ko and his next of kin, since the accursed, astral spook, can take any form he likes and penetrate at will into any locality or body. In studying Egyptian papyri, one begins to find that the subjects of the pharaohs were not very much inclined to the spiritism or spiritualism of their day. They dreaded the blessed spirit of the dead more than a Roman Catholic dreads the devil. But how uncalled for and unjust is the charge against the gods of Egypt that they are these devils, and against the priests of exercising their magic powers with the help of the fallen angels, may be seen in more than one papyrus. For one often finds in them records of sorcerers sentenced to the death penalty, as though they had been living under the protection of the Holy Christian Inquisition. Here is one case during the reign of Ramses III, quoted by de Merville from Chabas. The first page begins with these words, "From the place where I am to the people of my country." There is reason to suppose, as one will see, that the person who wrote this, in the first personal pronoun, is a magistrate making a report, and attesting it before men. After an accustomed formula, for here is the main part of this accusation, this a bad man, was an overseer or perhaps keeper of sheep, he said, "Can I have a book that will give me great power?" And a book was given him with the formulae of Ramses Meriamen, the great god, his royal master, and he succeeded in getting a divine power enabling him to fascinate men. Obsession in Egypt, page 251, he also succeeded in building a place and in finding a very deep place, and produced men of men magical homunculi, and love writings. Stealing them from the occult library of the palace by the hand of the stonemason Atirma. By forcing one of the supervisors to go aside, and acting magically on the others. Then he sought to read futurity by them and succeeded. All the horrors and abominations he had conceived in his heart, he did them really, he practiced them all, and other great crimes as well, such as the horror, of all the gods and goddesses. Likewise let the prescriptions great severe, unto death be done unto him, such as the divine words order to be done to him. The accusation does not stop there, it specifies the crimes. The first line speaks of a hand paralyzed by means of the men of men, to whom it is simply said, let such an effect be produced, and it is produced. Then come the great abominations, such as deserve death. The judges who had examined him, the culprit, reported saying, let him die according to the order of Pharaoh, and according to what is written in the lines of the divine language. M. Chabas remarks, documents of this kind abound, but the task of analyzing them all cannot be attempted with the limited means we possess. Maimonides in his treatise on idolatry says, speaking of Jewish teraphim, they talked with men. To this day Christian sorcerers in Italy, and Negro voodoos at New Orleans fabricate small wax figures in the likeness of their victims, and transpierce them with needles, the wound, as on the teraphim or men, being repercussed on the living, often killing them. Mysterious deaths are still many, and not all are traced to the guilty hand. Then there is an inscription taken in the temple of Kos, the god who had power over the elementaries, at Thebes. It was presented by M. Prisadi Avenue to the Imperial now National Library of Paris, and was translated first by Mr. S. Birch. There is in it a whole romance of magic. It dates from the day of Ramses XII. The Ramses of Lepsius, who reigned some 1,300 years before our era of the 20th dynasty, it is from the rendering of Mr. Derouge as quoted by de Merville, that we now translate it. This monument tells us that one of the Ramses of the 20th dynasty, while collecting at Naharain the tributes paid to Egypt by the Asiatic nations, fell in love with a daughter of the chief of Bactrin, one of his tributaries, married her and, bringing her to Egypt with him, raised her to the dignity of queen, under the royal name of Ranefru. Soon afterwards the chief of Bactrin dispatched a messenger to Ramses, praying the assistance of Egyptian science for Bent Rosh, a young sister of the queen, attacked with illness in all her limbs. The messenger asked expressly that a wise man, an initiate rehet, should be sent. The king gave orders that all the hierogrammatists of the palace and the guardians of the secret books of the Ken should be sent for, and choosing from among them the royal scribe Thotham Hebai, an intelligent man, well versed in writing, charged him to examine the sickness. Page 252, arrived at Bacton, Thotham Hebai found that Bent Rosh was possessed by a mscharacur, but declared himself too weak to engage in a struggle with him. One may judge how trustworthy are the translations of such Egyptian documents when the sentence is rendered in 3 different ways by 3 Egyptologists. Rouge says, he found her in a state to fall under the power of spirits, or, with her limbs quite stiff. Another version, Anchibus translates, and the scribe found the too wicked. Between her being in possession of an evil and with her limbs quite stiff there is a difference. 11 years elapsed, and the young girl's state did not improve. The chief of Bacton again sent his messenger, and on his formal demand conspiri secularum zam, one of the divine forms of Chan's god the son of the Theban Trinity was dispatched to Bacton. The god incarnate having saluted, Besa, the patient, she felt immediately relieved, and the who was in her manifested forthwith with his intention of obeying the orders of the god. O great God, who forces the phantom to vanish, said the I am thy slave and I will return whence I came. De Merville, v.247, 248. Evidently conspiri secularum zam was a real hierophant of the class named the Sons of God, since he is said to be one of the forms of the god Khans, which means either that he was considered as an incarnation of that god in Avatara or that he was a full initiate. The same text shows that the temple to which he belonged was one of those to which a school of magic was attached. There was a Ken in it, or that portion of the temple which was inaccessible to all but the highest priest, the library or depository of sacred works, to the study and care of which special priests were appointed, those whom all the pharaohs consulted in cases of great importance, and wherein they communicated with the gods and obtained advice from them. Does not Lucian tell his readers in his description of the temple of Hierapolis, of gods who manifest their presence independently? Some translators would have Lucian speak of the inhabitants of the city, but they fail to show that this view is maintainable. And further on that he once traveled with a priest from Memphis, who told him he had passed 23 years in the subterranean crypts of his temple, receiving instructions on magic from the goddess Isis herself. Again we read that it was by Mercury himself that the great Sesostris, Ramses II, was instructed in the sacred sciences. On which Yablonsky remarks that we have here the reason why Amun, whence he thinks our Amen is derived was the real evocation to the light. De Merville, v. 256-257. In the papyrus Anastasi, which teems with various formulae for the evocation of gods, and with exorcisms against Cleis and the elementary demons, the 7th paragraph shows plainly the difference made between the real gods, the planetary angels, and those shells of mortals which are left behind in Kamaloka, as though to tempt man-ki and to puzzle it the more hopelessly in its vain search after the truth, outside the occult sciences and the veil of initiation. 2 Rituals of Magic, page 253. This 7th verse says with regard to such divine evocation or theomantic consultations, one must invoke that divine and great name. How can de Merville see Satan in the Egyptian god of the great divine name, when he himself admits that nothing was greater than the name of the oracle of Dodona, as it was that of the god of the Jews, Iao, or Jehovah? That oracle had been brought by the Pelasgians to Dodona more than 14 centuries BC. And left with the forefathers of the Hellenes, and its history is well known and may be read in Herodotus. Jupiter, who loved the fair nymph of the ocean, Dodona, had ordered Pelasgus to carry his cult to Thessaly. The name of the god of that oracle at the temple of Dodona was Zeus Pelasgikos, the Zeus Pater, God the Father, or as de Merville explains, it was the name par excellence, the name that the Jews held as the ineffable, the unpronounceable name in short, Jeopater, i.e., he who was, who is, and who will be, otherwise the eternal. And the author admits that Mori is right in discovering in the name of the Vedic Indra the biblical Jehovah, and does not even attempt to deny the etymological connection between the two names, the great and the lost name, with the sun and the thunderbolts. Strange confessions, and still stranger contradictions only in cases of absolute necessity, and when one feels absolutely pure and irreproachable. Not so in the formula of black magic. Rubens, speaking of the two rituals of magic of the Anastasi collection, remarks that they undeniably form the most instructive commentary upon the Egyptian mysteries attributed to Jamlishus, and the best pendant to that classical work, for understanding the thaumaturgy of the philosophical sects, thaumaturgy based on ancient Egyptian religion. According to Jamlishus, thaumaturgy was exercised by the ministry of secondary genii. Rubens' letter to Letrane on the 75th number of the Papyri Anastasi. See de Merville, v.255. Rubens closes with a remark which is very suggestive and is very important to the occultists who defend the antiquity and genuineness of their documents, for he says, all that he Jamlishus gives out as theology we find as history in our papyri. But then how deny the authenticity, the credibility, and, beyond all, the trustworthiness of those classical writers, who all wrote about magic and its mysteries in a most worshipful spirit of admiration and reverence. Listen to Pindarus, who exclaims, happy he who descends into the grave thus initiated, for he knows the end of his life and the kingdom the Eleusinian fields given by Jupiter. Fragments, 9. Page 254, or to Cicero, initiation not only teaches us to feel happy in this life, but also to die with better hope. Eligibus. 11.4. Plato, Pausanias, Strabo, Diodorus, and dozens of others bring their evidence as to the great boon of initiation. All the great as well as the partially initiated adepts, share the enthusiasm of Cicero. Does not Plutarch, thinking of what he had learned in his initiation, console himself for the loss of his wife? Had he not obtained the certitude at the mysteries of Bacchus that the soul spirit remains incorruptible, and that there is a hereafter? Aristophanes went even further. All those who participated in the Miseries, he says, led an innocent, calm, and holy life. They died looking for the light of the Eleusinian fields Davachan, while the rest could never expect anything but eternal darkness, ignorance. And when one thinks about the importance attached by the states to the principle and the correct celebration of the mysteries, to the stipulations made in their treaties for the security of their celebration, one sees to what degree those mysteries had so long occupied their first and their last thought. It was the greatest among public as well as private preoccupations, and this is only natural, since according to Dollinger, the Eleusinian mysteries were viewed as the efflorescence of all the Greek religion, as the purest essence of all its conceptions. Judaism and Paganism, I 184. Not only conspirators were refused admittance therein, but those who had not denounced them, traitors, perjurers, debauches, frag of styg, ap. Stob. So that Porphyry could say that, our soul has to be at the moment of death as it was during the mysteries, i.e., exempt from any blemishes, passion, envy, hatred, or anger. De special legi. Truly, magic was considered a divine science which led to a participation in the attributes of the divinity itself. De Merville v. 278, 279. Herodotus, Thales, Parmenides, Empedocles, Orpheus, Pythagoras, all went, each in his day, in search of the wisdom of Egypt's great hierophants, in the hope of solving the problems of the universe. Says Philo, the mysteries were known to unveil the secret operations of nature. Isis unveiled, I.25. The prodigies accomplished by the priests of theurgic magic are so well authenticated, and the evidence if human testimony is worth anything at all is so overwhelming that, rather than confess that the pagan theurgists far outrivaled the Christians in miracles, Sir David Brewster conceded to the former the greatest proficiency in physics and everything that pertains to natural philosophy. Science finds herself in a very disagreeable dilemma. Magical statues, page 255, magic, says Selous, formed the last part of the sacerdotal science. It investigated the nature, power, and quality of everything sublunary, of the elements and their parts, of animals, of various plants and their fruits, of stones and herbs. In short, it explored the essence and power of everything. From hence, therefore, it produced its effects. And it formed statues magnetized which procure health, and made all various figures and things talismans, which could equally become the instruments of disease as well as of health. Often, too, celestial fire is made to appear through magic, and then statues laugh and lamps are spontaneously enkindled. Isis unveiled. I 282. 283 This assertion of Selous that magic made statues which procure health, is now proven to the world to be no dream, no vain boast of a hallucinated theurgist. As Rubens says, it becomes history. For it is found in the papyrus magic of Harris and on the votive stele just mentioned. Both Jabus and Darouge state that, on the 18th line of this very mutilated monument is found the formula with regard to the acquiescence of the god, Chans, who made his consent known by a motion he imparted to his statue. De Merville v. 248 There was even a dispute over it between the two Orientalists. While M. Darouge wanted to translate the word Han by favor or grace, M. Jabus insisted that Han meant a movement or a sign made by the statue. Excesses of power, abuse of knowledge and personal ambition very often led selfish and unscrupulous initiates to black magic, just as the same causes led to precisely the same thing among Christian popes and cardinals, and it was black magic that led finally to the abolition of the mysteries, and not Christianity, as is often erroneously thought. Read Mommsen's Roman History, Vol. I, and you will find that it was the pagans themselves who put an end to the desecration of the divine science. As early as 560 BC the Romans had discovered an occult association, a school of black magic of the most revolting kind. It celebrated mysteries brought from Etruria, and very soon the moral pestilence had spread all over Italy. More than 7,000 initiates were prosecuted, and most of them were sentenced to death. Later on, Titus Livius shows us another 3,000 initiates sentenced during a single year for the crime of poisoning. De Merville v. 281. Page 256, and yet black magic is derided and denied. Paul Thier may or may not be too enthusiastic in saying that India appears to him as the grand and primitive hearth of human thought, that has ended by embracing the whole ancient world, but he was right in his idea. That primitive thought led to occult knowledge, which is our fifth race is reflected from the earliest days of the Egyptian pharaohs down to our modern times. Hardly a hieratic papyrus is exhumed with the tightly swathed up mummies of kings and high priests that does not contain some interesting information for the modern students of occultism. All that is, of course, derided magic, the outcome of primitive knowledge and of revelation, though it was practiced in such ungodly ways by the Atlantean sorceries that it has since become necessary for the subsequent race to draw a thick veil over the practices which were used to obtain so-called magical effects on the psychic and on the physical planes. In the letter no one in our century will believe the statements, with the exception of the Roman Catholics, and these will give the axe a satanic origin. Nevertheless, magic is so mixed up with the history of the world, that if the latter is ever to be written it has to rely upon the discoveries of archaeology, Egyptology, and hieratic writings and inscriptions. If it insists that they must be free from that superstition of the ages it will never see the light. One can well imagine the embarrassing position in which serious Egyptologists, Assyriologists, savants, and academicians find themselves. Forced to translate and interpret the old papyri and the archaic inscriptions on Stele and Babylonian cylinders, they find themselves compelled from first to last to face the distasteful, and to them repulsive, subject of magic, with its incantations and paraphernalia. Here they find sober and grave narratives from the pens of learned scribes, made up under the direct supervision of Chaldean or Egyptian hierophants, the most learned among the philosophers of antiquity. These statements were written at the solemn hour of the death and burial of pharaohs, high priests, and other mighty ones of the land of Chemi. Their purpose was the introduction of the newly born, osserified soul before the awful tribunal of the great judge in the region of Amenti, there where a lie was said to outweigh the greatest crimes. Were the scribes and hierophants, pharaohs, and king priests all fools or frauds to have either believed in, or tried to make others believe in, such cock and bull stories as are found in the most respectable papyri? Yet there is no help for it. Romances but TME, page 257, corroborated by Plato and Herodotus, by Manetho and Syncellus, as by all the greatest and most trustworthy authors and philosophers who wrote upon the subject. Those papyri note down as seriously as they note any history, or any fact well known and accepted as to need no commentary, whole royal dynasties of manes, to wit, of shadows and phantoms, astral bodies, and such feats of magic skill and such occult phenomena, that the most credulous occultist of our own times would hesitate to believe them to be true. The Orientalists have found a plank of salvation, while yet publishing and delivering the papyri to the criticism of literary Sadducees. They generally call them romances of the days of Pharaoh so and so. The idea is ingenious, if not absolutely fair. Section XXVIII, The Origin of the Mysteries, page 258, all that is explained in the preceding sections and 100-fold more was taught in the mysteries from time immemorial. If the first appearance of those institutions is a matter of historical tradition with regard to some of the later nations, their origin must certainly be assigned to the time of the fourth root race. The mysteries were imparted to the elect of that race when the average Atlantean had begun to fall too deeply into sin to be trusted with the secrets of nature. Their establishment is attributed in the secret works to the king initiates of the divine dynasties, when the sons of God had gradually allowed their country to become Cucurmidae, land of vice. The antiquity of the mysteries may be inferred from the history of the worship of Hercules in Egypt. This Hercules, according to what the priests told Herodotus, was not Grecian, for he says, "Of the Grecian Hercules I could not in no part of Egypt procure any knowledge." The name was never borrowed by Egypt from Greece. Hercules, as they the priests affirm, is one of the 12 great gods, who were reproduced from the earlier 8 gods 17,000 years before the year of Amasis. Hercules is of Indian origin, and his biblical chronology put aside, Colonel Todd was quite right in his suggestion that he was Balarama or Baladeva. Now one must read the Puranas with the esoteric key in one's hand in order to find out how on almost every page they corroborate the secret doctrine. The ancient classical writers so well understood this truth that they unanimously attributed to Asia the origin of Hercules. A section of the Mahabharata is devoted to the history of the Hercula, of which race was Vyasa. Diodorus has the same legend with some variety. An Instant in Heaven, page 259, he says, Hercules was born amongst the Indians and, like the Greeks, they furnish him with a club and lion's hide. Both Krishna and Baladeva are, lords, of the race, Kula, of Hiri, Hercules, of which the Greeks might have made the compound Hercules Todd's Rajas than I.28. The occult doctrine explains that Hercules was the last incarnation of one of the 7 lords of the flame, as Krishna's brother, Baladeva. That his incarnations occurred during the 3rd, 4th, and 5th root races, and that his worship was brought into Egypt from Lanka and India by the later immigrants. That he was borrowed by the Greeks from the Egyptians is certain, the more so as the Greeks place his birth at Thebes, and only his 12 labors at Argos. Now we find in the Vishnu Purana a complete corroboration of the statement made in the secret teachings, of which Puranic allegory the following is a short summary. Ravita, a grandson of Shariati, Manu's 4th son, finding no man worthy of his lovely daughter, repaired with her to Brahma's region to consult the god in this emergency. Upon his arrival Hahahu, and other Gandharvas were singing before the throne, and Ravita, waiting till they had done, imagined that but one muhurta, instant, had passed, whereas long ages had elapsed. When they had finished, Ravana prostrated himself and explained his perplexity. Then Brahma asked him whom he wished for a son-in-law, and upon hearing a few personages named, the father of the world smiled and said, "Of those whom you have named, the third and fourth generation root races no longer survive, for many successions of ages Kshatriya Yuga, or the 4 Yuga cycles, have passed away while you were listening to our songsters. Now on earth the 28th great age of the present Manu is nearly finished and the Kali period is at hand. You must therefore bestow this virgin gem upon some other husband. For you are now alone." Then the Raja Ravana is told to proceed to Kashasthai, his ancient capital, which was now Dvaraka, and where reigned in his stead a portion of the divine being, Vishnu, in the person of Baladeva, the brother of Krishna, regarded as the 7th incarnation of Vishnu. Whenever Krishna is taken as a full divinity. Being thus instructed by the lotus bomb Brahma, Ravana returned with his daughter to earth, where he found the race of men dwindled in stature. See what is said in the stanzas and commentaries of the races of mankind gradually decreasing in stature. Page 260, reduced in vigor, and enfeebled in intellect. Repairing to the city of Kashasthali, he found it much altered. Krishna had reclaimed from the sea a portion of the country, which means in plain language that the continents had all been changed meanwhile and had renovated the city, or rather built a new one, Dvaraka, for one reads in the Bhagavad Purana OPCIT, 9.3. 28 that Kashasthali was founded and built by Ravana within the sea, and subsequent discoveries showed that it was the same, or on the same spot, as Dvaraka. Therefore it was on an island before. The allegory in Vishnu Purana shows King Ravana giving his daughter to the wielder of the plowshare, or rather the plow-bannered Baladeva, who, beholding the damsel of excessively lofty height, shortened her with the end of his plowshare, and she became his wife. Vishnu Purana 4 I. Wilson's translation, 3. 248-254. This is a plain allusion to the third and fourth races, to the Atlantean giants and the successive incarnations of the sons of the flame and other orders of Dhyan Kohans in the heroes and kings of mankind, down to the Kali Yuga, or Black Age, the beginning of which is within historical times. Another coincidence, Thebes is the city of 100 gates, and Dvaraka is so called from its many gateways or doors, from the word Dvara, gateway. Both Hercules and Baladeva are of a passionate, hot temper, and both are renowned for the fairness of their white skins. There is not the slightest doubt that Hercules is Baladeva in Greek dress. Arion notices the great similarity between the Theban and the Hindu Hercules, the latter being worshipped by the Surasni who built Mathura, or Mathura, Krishna's birthplace. The same writer places Sandrakatas, Chandragupta, the grandfather of King Asoka, of the clan of Maurya, in the direct line of the descendants of Baladeva. There were no mysteries in the beginning, we are taught. Knowledge, vidya, was common property, and it reigned universally throughout the Golden Age, Satya Yuga. As says the commentary, men had not created evil yet in those days of bliss and purity, for they were of God-like more than of human nature. But when mankind, rapidly increasing in numbers, increased also in variety of idiosyncrasies of body and mind, then incarnated spirit showed its weakness. Natural exaggerations, and along with these superstitions, arose in the less cultured and healthy minds. Growth of popular beliefs, page 261, selfishness was bomb out of desires and passions hitherto unknown, and but too often knowledge and power were abused, until finally it became necessary to limit the number of those who knew. Thus arose initiation. Every separate nation now arranged for itself a religious system, according to its enlightenment and spiritual wants. Worship of mere form being discarded by the wise men, these confined true knowledge to the very few. The need of veiling truth to protect it from desecration becoming more apparent with every generation, a thin veil was used at first, which had to be gradually thickened according to the spread of personality and selfishness, and this led to the mysteries. They came to be established in every country and among every people, while to avoid strife and misunderstanding exoteric beliefs were allowed to grow up in the minds of the profane masses. Inoffensive and innocent in their incipient stage, like a historical event arranged in the form of a fairy tale, adapted for and comprehensible to the child's mind in those distant ages, such beliefs could be allowed to grow and make the popular faith without any danger to the more philosophical and abstruse truths taught in the sanctuaries. Logical and scientific observation of the phenomena in nature, which alone leads man to the knowledge of eternal truths, provided he approaches the threshold of observation unbiased by preconception and sees with his spiritual eye before he looks at things from their physical aspect, does not lie within the province of the masses. The marvels of the one Spirit of truth, the ever-concealed and inaccessible deity, can be unraveled and assimilated only through its manifestations by the secondary gods, its acting powers. While the one and universal cause has to remain forever in abscondito, its manifold action may be traced through the effects in nature. The latter alone being comprehensible and manifest to average mankind, the powers causing those effects were allowed to grow in the imagination of the populace. Ages later, in the 5th, the Aryan race, some unscrupulous priests began to take advantage of the too easy beliefs of the people in every country, and finally raised those secondary powers to the rank of God and gods, thus succeeding in isolating them altogether from the one universal cause of all causes. There were no Brahmins as a hereditary caste in days of old. In those long-departed ages a man became a Brahmin through personal merit and initiation. Gradually, however, despotism crept in, and the son of a Brahmin was created a Brahmin by right of protection first, then by that of heredity. The rights of blood replaced those of real merit, and thus arose the body of Brahmins, which was soon changed into a powerful caste. Page 262, henceforward the knowledge of the primeval truths remained entirely in the hands of the initiates. The mysteries had their weak points and their defects, as every institution welded with the human element must necessarily have. Yet Voltaire has characterized their benefits in a few words: in the chaos of popular superstitions there existed an institution which has ever prevented man from falling into absolute brutality, it was that of the mysteries. Verily, as Ragan puts it of Masonry, its temple has time for duration, the universe for space. Let us divide that we may rule, have said the crafty, let us unite to resist, have said the first Masons de initiations anciens et modems. The mysteries, says Ragan, were the gift of India. In this he is mistaken, for the Aryan race had brought the mysteries of initiation from Atlantis. Nevertheless he is right in saying that the mysteries preceded all civilizations, and that by polishing the mind and morals of the peoples they served as a base for all the laws civil, political, and religious. Or rather, the initiates whom the Masons have never ceased to claim as their primitive and direct masters. The first and fundamental principle of moral strength and power is association and solidarity of thought and purpose. The sons of will and yoga united in the beginning to resist the terrible and ever-growing iniquities of the left-hand adepts, the Atlanteans. This led to the foundation of still more secret schools, temples of learning, and of mysteries inaccessible to all except after the most terrible trials and probations. Anything that might be said of the earliest adepts and their divine masters would be regarded as fiction. It is necessary, therefore, if we would know something of the primitive initiates to judge of the tree by its fruits, to examine the bearing and the work of their successors in the fifth race as reflected in the works of the classic writers and the great philosophers. How were initiation and the initiates regarded during some 2,000 years by the Greek and Roman writers? Cicero informs his readers in very clear terms. He says, an initiate must practice all the virtues in his power, justice, fidelity, liberality, modesty, temperance. These virtues cause men to forget the talents that he may lack. Off ie 33. Ragan says, when the Egyptian priests said, all for the people, nothing through the people, they were right. In an ignorant nation truth must be revealed only to trustworthy persons. We have seen in our days, all through the people, nothing for the people, a false and dangerous system. The real axiom ought to be, all for the people and with the people. Day Initiations, p. 22. A True Priesthood, page 263, but in order to achieve this reform the masses have to pass through a dual transformation, a. to become divorced from every element of exoteric superstition and priestcraft, and b. to become educated men, free from every danger of being enslaved whether by a man or an idea. This, in view of the preceding, may seem paradoxical. The initiates were priests, we may be told at any rate, all the Hindu, Egyptian, Chaldean, Greek, Phoenician, and other hierophants and adepts were priests in the temples, and it was they who invented their respective exoteric creeds. To this the answer is possible, the cowl does not make the friar. If one may believe tradition and the unanimous opinion of ancient writers, added to the examples we have in the priests of India, the most conservative nation in the world, it becomes quite certain that the Egyptian priests were no more priests in the sense we give to the word than are the temple Brahmins. They could never be regarded as such if we take as our standard the European clergy. Lorenz observes very correctly that, the priests of Egypt were not, strictly speaking, ministers of religion. The word priest, which translation has been badly interpreted, had an acceptation very different from the one that is applied to it among us. In the language of antiquity, and especially in the sense of the initiation of the priests of ancient Egypt, the word priest is synonymous with that of philosopher. The institution of the Egyptian priests seems to have been really a confederation of sages gathered to study the art of ruling men, to center the domain of truth, modulate its propagation, and arrest its too dangerous dispersion. Essays historiques sur la Franc-Maçonnerie, pp. 142-143. The Egyptian priests, like the Brahmins of old, held the reins of the governing powers, a system that descended to them by direct inheritance from the initiates of the great Atlantis. The pure cult of nature in the earliest patriarchal days, the word patriarch applying in its first original sense to the progenitors of the human race, the word patriarch is composed of the Greek word patria, family, tribe, or nation, and archos, a chief, the paternal principle. The Jewish patriarchs who were pastors, passed their name to the Christian patriarchs, yet they were no priests, but were simply the heads of their tribes. Like the Indian rishis, the fathers, chiefs, and instructors of primitive men became the heirloom of those, page 264, alone who could discern the noumenon beneath the phenomenon. Later, the initiates transmitted their knowledge to the human kings, as their divine masters had passed it to their forefathers. It was their prerogative and duty to reveal the secrets of nature that were useful to mankind, the hidden virtues of plants, the art of healing the sick, and of bringing about brotherly love and mutual help among mankind. No initiate was one if he could not heal, recall to life from apparent death, coma, those who, too long neglected, would have indeed died during their lethargy. There is no need to observe here that the resurrection of a really dead body is an impossibility in nature. Those who showed such powers were forthwith set above the crowds, and were regarded as kings and initiates. Gautama Buddha was a king initiate, a healer, and recalled to life those who were in the hands of death. Jesus and Apollonius were healers, and were both addressed as kings by their followers. Had they failed to raise those who were to all intents and purposes the dead, none of their names would have passed down to posterity, for this was the first and crucial test, the certain sign that the adept had upon him the invisible hand of a primordial divine master, or was an incarnation of one of the gods. The later royal privilege descended to our fifth race kings through the kings of Egypt. The latter were all initiated into the mysteries of medicine, and they healed the sick, even when, owing to the terrible trials and labors of final initiation, they were unable to become full hierophants. They were healers by privilege and by tradition, and were assisted in the healing art by the hierophants of the temples, when they themselves were ignorant of occult curative science. So also in far later historical times we find Pyrrhus curing the sick by simply touching them with his foot. Vespasian and Hadrian needed only to pronounce a few words taught to them by their hierophants, in order to restore sight to the blind and health to the cripple. From that time onward history has recorded cases of the same privilege conferred on the emperors and kings of almost every nation. The kings of Hungary claimed that they could cure the jaundice, the dukes of Burgundy were credited with preserving people from the plague, the kings of Spain delivered those possessed by the devil. The prerogative of curing the king's evil was given to the kings of France, in reward for the virtues of good King Robert. Francis I, during a short stay at Marseilles for his son's wedding, touched and cured of that disease upwards of 500 persons. The kings of England had the same privilege. The Egyptian priests, page 265, that which is known of the priests of Egypt and of the ancient Brahmins, corroborated as it is by all the ancient classics and historical writers, gives us the right to believe in that which is only traditional in the opinion of skeptics. Whence the wonderful knowledge of the Egyptian priests in every department of science, unless they had it from a still more ancient source. The famous four, the seats of learning in Old Egypt, are more historically certain than the beginnings of modem England. It was in the great Theban sanctuary that Pythagoras upon his arrival from India studied the science of occult numbers. It was in Memphis that Orpheus popularized his two abstruse Indian metaphysics for the use of Magna Graecia, and thence Thales, and ages later Democritus, obtained all they knew. It is to size that all the honor must be given of the wonderful legislation and the art of ruling people, imparted by its priests to Lycurgus and Solon, who will both remain objects of admiration for generations to come. And had Plato and Eudoxus never gone to worship at the shrine of Heliopolis, most probably the one would have never astonished future generations with his ethics, nor the other with his wonderful knowledge of mathematics. See Lauren's Essays Historiques for further information as to the worldwide, universal knowledge of the Egyptian priests. The great modem writer on the mysteries of Egyptian initiation one, however, who knew nothing of those in India, the late Ragan, has not exaggerated in maintaining that, all the notions possessed by Hindustan, Persia, Syria, Arabia, Chaldea, Sidonia, and the priests of Babylonia, on the secrets of nature, was known to the Egyptian priests. It is thus Indian philosophy, without mysteries, which, having penetrated into Chaldea and ancient Persia, gave rise to the doctrine of Egyptian mysteries de initiations, p.24. The mysteries preceded the hieroglyphics. The word comes from the Greek hieros, sacred, and glupho, I grave. The Egyptian characters were sacred to the gods, as the Indian Devanagari is the language of the gods. They gave birth to the latter, as permanent records were needed to preserve and commemorate their secrets. It is primitive philosophy. The same author had, as occultists have, a very reasonable objection to the modern etymology of the word philosophy, which is interpreted love of wisdom, and is nothing of the kind. The philosophers were scientists, and philosophy was a real science, not simply verbiage, as it is in our day. The term is composed of two Greek words whose meaning is intended to convey its secret sense, and ought to be interpreted as wisdom of love. Now it is in the last word, love, that lies hidden the esoteric significance, for love does not stand here as a noun, nor does it mean affection or fondness, but is the term used for eros, that primordial principle in divine creation, synonymous with sf, the abstract desire in nature for procreation, resulting in an everlasting series of phenomena. It means divine love, that universal element of divine omnipresence spread throughout nature and which is at once the chief cause and effect. The wisdom of love, or philosophia, meant attraction to and love of everything hidden beneath objective phenomena and the knowledge thereof. Philosophy meant the highest adeptship, love of and assimilation with deity. In his modesty Pythagoras even refused to be called a philosopher, or one who knows every hidden thing in things visible, cause and effect, or absolute truth, and called himself simply a sage, an aspirant to philosophy, or to wisdom of love, love in its exoteric meaning being as degraded by men then as it is now by its purely terrestrial application that has served as the, page 266, foundation stone for modern philosophy, only the progeny, while perpetuating the features of the external body, has lost on its way the soul and spirit of its parent. Initiation, though it contained neither rules and principles, nor any special teaching of science as now understood, was nevertheless science, and the science of sciences. And though devoid of dogma, of physical discipline, and of exclusive ritual, it was yet the one true religion, that of eternal truth. Outwardly it was a school, a college, wherein were taught sciences, arts, ethics, legislation, philanthropy, the cult of the true and real nature of cosmic phenomena. Secretly, during the mysteries, practical proofs of the latter were given. Those who could learn on all things, i.e., those who could look the great Isis in her unveiled face and bear the awful majesty of the goddess, became initiates. But the children of the fifth race had fallen too deeply into matter always to do so with impunity. Those who failed disappeared from the world, without leaving a trace behind. Which of the highest kings would have dared to claim any individual, however high his social standing, from the stern priests, once that the victim had crossed the threshold of their sacred adytum? The noble precepts taught by the initiates of the early races passed to India, Egypt, and Greece, to China and Chaldea, and thus spread all over the world. All that is good, noble, and grand in human nature, every divine faculty and aspiration, were cultured by the priest philosophers who sought to develop them in their initiates. Their code of ethics, based on altruism, has become universal. It is found in Confucius, the atheist, who taught that he who loves not his brother has no virtue in him, and in the Old Testament precept, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." Leviticus 19:18. The greater initiates became like unto gods, and Socrates, in Plato's Phaedo, is represented as saying, "The initiates are sure to come into the company of the gods." Revealing and Reveiling, page 267, in the same work the great Athenian sage is made to say, "It is quite apparent that those who have established the mysteries, or the secret assemblies of the initiates, were no mean persons, but powerful genii, who from the first ages had endeavored to make us understand under those enigmas that he who will reach the invisible regions unpurified will be hurled into the abyss, the eighth sphere of the occult doctrine, that is, he will lose his personality forever, while he who will attain them, purged of the maculations of this world, and accomplished in virtues, will be received in the abode of the gods." Said Clemens Alexandrinus, referring to the mysteries, "Here ends all teaching. One sees nature and all things." A Christian father of the Church speaks then as did the pagan Praetextatus, the proconsul of Achaia, 4th century AD, a man of eminent virtues, who remarked that to deprive the Greeks of the sacred mysteries which bind in one the whole of mankind, was to render their very lives worthless to them. Would the mysteries have ever obtained the highest praise from the noblest men of antiquity had they not been of more than human origin? Read all that is said of this unparalleled institution, as much by those who had never been initiated, as by the initiates themselves. Consult Plato, Euripides, Socrates, Aristophanes, Pindar, Plutarch, Isocrates, Diodorus, Cicero, Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, not to name dozens of other famous sages and writers. That which the gods and angels had revealed exoteric religions, beginning with that Moses, revealed and hid for ages from the sight of the world. Joseph, the son of Jacob, was an initiate, otherwise he would not have married Aseneth, the daughter of Potiphar, he who belongs to Phre, the sun god, priest of Heliopolis and governor of On. On, the sun, the Egyptian name of Heliopolis, the city of the sun. Every truth revealed by Jesus, and which even the Jews and early Christians understood, was reviled by the church that pretends to serve him. Read what Seneca says, as quoted by Dr. Keneally, "The world being melted and having re-entered the bosom of Jupiter or Parabrahman, this god continues for some time totally concentred in himself and remains concealed, as it were, wholly immersed in the contemplation of his own ideas. Afterwards we see a new world spring from him. An innocent race of men is formed." And Atkin, speaking of mundane dissolution as involving the destruction or death of all, Seneca teaches us that when the laws of nature shall be buried in ruin and the last day of the world shall come, the southern pole shall crush, as it falls, all the regions of Africa, and the north pole shall overwhelm all the countries beneath its axis. The affrighted sun shall be deprived of its light, page 268, the palace of heaven, falling to decay, shall produce at once both life and death, and some kind of dissolution shall equally seize upon all the deities, who thus shall return to their original chaos. Book of God, p. 160. One might fancy oneself reading the Puranic account by Parashara of the Great Pralaya. It is nearly the same thing, idea for idea. Has Christianity nothing of the kind? Let the reader open any English Bible and read chapter 3 of the second epistle of Peter, and he will find there the same ideas. There shall come in the last days scoffers, saying, where is the promise of his coming? For since the fathers fell asleep all things continue as they were from the beginning of the creation. For this they willingly are ignorant of that by the word of God the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water, whereby the world that then was, being overflowed with water, perished. But the heavens and the earth, which are now, by the same word are reserved unto fire, in the which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. Nevertheless we look for new heavens and a new earth. If the interpreters chose to see in this a reference to a creation, a deluge, and a promised coming of Christ, when they will live in a new Jerusalem in heaven, that is no fault of Peter. What he meant was the destruction of the fifth race and the appearance of a new continent for the sixth race. The Druids understood the meaning of the sun in Taurus, therefore when all the fires were extinguished on the 1st of November their sacred and inextinguishable fire remained alone to illumine the horizon like those of the Magi and the Modem Zoroastrian. And like the early fifth race and the later Chaldeans and Greeks, and again like the Christians, who do it to this day without suspecting the real meaning, they greeted the morning star, the beautiful Venus Fucifer. Mr. Keneally quotes, in his Book of God, Valency, who says, I had not been a week landed in Ireland from Gibraltar, where I had studied Hebrew and Chaldee under Jews of various countries, when I heard a peasant girl say to a boor standing by her Fechen Madan Nag, behold, the morning star, pointing to the planet Venus, the Madna Nag of the Chaldeans. Strabo speaks of an island near Britannia where Ceres and Persephone were worshipped with the same rites as in Samothrace, and this was the sacred Earna, where a perpetual fire was lit. The Druids believed in the rebirth of man, not, as Fucian explains, that the same spirit shall animate a new body, not here, but in a different world, but in a series of reincarnations in this same world, for as Diodorus says, they declared that the souls of men after a determinate period would pass into other bodies. There was a time when the whole world, the totality of mankind, had one religion, as they were of one lip. A11 The religions of the earth were at first one, and emanated from one center, says Faber. Atlanteans degenerating, page 269, these tenets came to the fifth race Aryans from their ancestors of the fourth race, the Atlanteans. They piously preserved the teachings, while their parent root race, becoming with every generation more arrogant, owing to the acquisition of superhuman powers, were gradually approaching their end. Section XXIX The Trial of the Sun Initiate, page 270, we will begin with the ancient mysteries, those received from the Atlanteans by the primitive Aryans whose mental and intellectual state Professor Max Muller has described with such a masterly hand, yet left so incomplete withal. He says, we have in it in the Rig Veda a period of the intellectual life of man to which there is no parallel in any other part of the world. In the hymns of the Veda we see man left to himself to solve the riddle of this world. He invokes the gods around him, he praises, he worships them. But still with all these gods beneath him, and above him, the early poet seems ill at rest within himself. There, too, in his own breast, he has discovered a power that is never mute when he prays, never absent when he fears and trembles. It seems to inspire his prayers and yet to listen to them, it seems to live in him, and yet to support him and all around him. The only name he can find for this mysterious power is Brahman, for Brahman meant originally force, will, wish, and the propulsive power of creation. But this impersonal Brahman too, as soon as it is named, grows into something strange and divine. It ends by being one of many gods, one of the great triad, worshipped to the present day. And still the thought within him has no real name, that power which is nothing but itself, which supports the gods, the heavens, and every living being, floats before his mind, conceived but not expressed. At last he calls it Atman, for Atman, originally breath, or spirit, comes to mean self and self alone, whether divine or human, self, whether creating of suffering, self, whether one or all, but always self, independent and free. Who has seen the first bomb, says the poet, when he who has no bones, i.e., form, bore him that had bones? Where was the life, the blood, the self of the world? Who went to ask this from any one who knew it? Rig Veda, I, 164,4. This idea of a divine self once expressed, everything else must acknowledge its supremacy. Self is the Lord of all things, it is the King of all things, as all the spokes of a wheel are contained in the nave and circumference, all things are contained in this self, all selves are contained in this self. Brihadaranyaka, 4. B15. Chips from a German workshop, I-69. 70 Vishvakarma and Vikirtana, page 271, this self, the highest, the one, and the universal, was symbolized on the plane of mortals by the sun, its life-giving effulgence being in its turn the emblem of the soul killing the terrestrial passions which have ever been an impediment to the reunion of the unit self, the spirit, with the all-self. Hence the allegorical mystery, only the broad features of which may be given here. It was enacted by the sons of the fire mist and of light. The second son, the second hypostasis of Rabbi Drach, appeared as put on his trial, Vishvakarma, the Hierophant, cutting off 7 of his beams, and replacing them with a crown of brambles, when the son became Vikirtana, shorn of his beams or rays. After that, the son enacted by a neophyte ready to be initiated was made to descend into Patala, the nether regions, on a trial of Tantalus. Coming out of it triumphant, he emerged from this region of lust and iniquity, to re-become Karmasakshan, witness of the karma of men. Surya, the sun, is one of the 9 divinities that witness all human actions and arose once more triumphant in all the glory of his regeneration, as the Griharaja, king of the constellations, and was addressed as Gabastai man, repossessed of his rays. The fable in the popular pantheon of India, founded upon, and born out of the poetical mysticism of the Rig Veda, the sayings of which were mostly all dramatized during the religious mysteries, grew in the course of its exoteric evolution into the following allegory. It may be found now in several of the Puranas and in other scriptures. In the Rig Veda and its hymns, Vishvakarma, a mystery god, is the Logos, the demiurgos, one of the greatest gods, and spoken of in 2 of the hymns as the highest. He is the omnificent, Vishvakarma, called the great architect of the universe, the all-seeing God. The Father, the generator, the disposer, who gives the gods their names, and is beyond the comprehension of mortals, as is every mystery god. Esoterically, he is the personification of the creative manifested power, and mystically he is the 7th principle in man, in its collectivity. For he is the son of Bhavana, the self-created, luminous essence, and of the virtuous, chaste, and lovely Yogasiddha, the virgin goddess, whose name speaks for itself, since it personified yoga power, the chaste mother that creates the adepts. In the Rigvedic hymns, Vishvakarma performs the great sacrifice, i.e., sacrifices himself for the world, or, as the Nimta is made to say, translated by the Orientalists, page 272, Vishvakarma first of all offers up all the world in a sacrifice, and then ends by sacrificing himself in the mystical representations of his character. Vishvakarma is often called Vitoba, and is pictured as the victim, the man-god, or the avatara crucified in space. Of the true mysteries, the real initiations, nothing of course can be said in public, they can be known only to those who are able to experience them. But a few hints can be given of the great ceremonial mysteries of antiquity, which stood to the public as the real mysteries, and into which candidates were initiated with much ceremony and display of occult arts. Behind these, in silence and darkness, were the true mysteries, as they have always existed and continue to exist. In Egypt, as in Chaldea and later in Greece, the mysteries were celebrated at stated times, and the first day was a public holiday, on which, with much pomp, the candidates were escorted to the Great Pyramid and passed thereinto out of sight. The second day was devoted to ceremonies of purification, at the close of which the candidate was presented with a white robe. On the third day there is a gap in H.P.B's ms, and the paragraph in brackets supplies what was missing A.B. He was tried and examined as to his proficiency in occult learning. On the fourth day, after another ceremony symbolical of purification, he was sent alone to pass through various trials, finally becoming entranced in a subterranean crypt, in utter darkness, for 2 days and 2 nights. In Egypt, the entranced neophyte was placed in an empty sarcophagus in the pyramid, where the initiatory rites took place. In India and Central Asia, he was bound on a lathe, and when his body had become like that of one dead, entranced, he was carried into the crypt. Then the Hierophant kept watch over him, guiding the apparitional soul, astral body, from this world of samsara, or delusion, to the nether kingdoms, from which, if successful, he had the right of releasing 7 suffering souls, elementaries. Clothed with his Anandamaya Kasha, the body of bliss, the Srotapana, remained there where we have no right to follow him, and upon returning received the word, with or without the heart's blood of the Hierophant. In Isis Unveiled, vol.il, pages 41, 42, a portion of this rite is referred to. Speaking of the dogma of atonement, it is traced to ancient heathendom again. We say, this cornerstone of a church which had believed herself built on a firm rock for long centuries, is now excavated by science and proved to come from the Gnostics. Professor Draper shows it as hardly known in the days of Tertullian, and as having originated among the Gnostic heretics. See Conflict Between Religion and Science, p.224. But there are sufficient proofs to show that it originated among them no more than did their anointed Christos and Sophia. The former they modeled on the original of the King Messiah, the male principle of wisdom, and the latter on the third Sephiroth, from the Chaldean Kabbalah, and even from the Hindu Brahma and Sarasvati, and the pagan Dionysius and Demeter. And here we are on firm ground, if it were only because it is now proved that the New Testament never appeared in its complete form, such as we find it now, till 300 years after the period of the Apostles, and the Zohar and other Kabbalistic books are found to belong to the 1st century before our era, if not to be far older still. The Gnostics entertained many of the Essenine ideas, and the Essenes had their greater and minor mysteries at least 2 centuries before our era. They were the Isarim or initiates, the descendants of the Egyptian Hierophants, in whose country they had been settled for several centuries before they were converted to Buddhistic monasticism by the missionaries of King Asoka, and amalgamated later with the earliest Christians, and they existed, probably, before the old Egyptian temples were desecrated and ruined in the incessant invasions of Persians, Greeks, and other conquering hordes. The Hierophants had their atonement enacted in the mystery of initiation ages before the Gnostics, or even the Essenes, had appeared. It was known among Hierophants as the baptism of blood, and was considered not as an atonement for the fall of man in Eden, but simply as an expiation for the past, present, and future sins of ignorant, but nevertheless polluted mankind. The Hierophant had the option of either offering his pure and sinless life as a sacrifice for his race to the gods whom he hoped to rejoin, or an animal victim. The former depended entirely on their own will. At the last moment of the solemn new birth, the initiator passed the word to the initiated, and immediately after the latter had a weapon placed in his right hand, and was ordered to strike. This is the true origin of the Christian dogma of atonement. As Balank says, quoted by Ragan, destruction is the great god of the world, justifying therefore the philosophical conception of the Hindu Shiva. According to this immutable and sacred law, the initiate was compelled to kill the initiator, otherwise initiation remained incomplete. It is death that generates life. Orthodoxy Mechanicuk, p. 104. All that, however, was emblematic and exoteric. Weapon and killing must be understood in their allegorical sense. The transmission of light, page 273, only in truth the Hierophant was never killed neither in India nor elsewhere, the murder being simply feigned unless the initiator had chosen the initiate for his successor and had decided to pass to him the last and supreme word, after which he had to die, only one man in a nation having the right to know that word. Many are those grand initiates who have thus passed out of the world's sight, disappearing as mysteriously from the sight of men as Moses from the top of Mount Pisgah, Nebo, oracular wisdom, after he had laid his hands upon Joshua, who thus became full of the spirit of wisdom, i.e., initiated. But he died, he was not killed. For killing, if really done, would belong to black, not to divine magic. It is the transmission of light, rather than a transfer of life spiritual and divine, and it is the shedding of wisdom, not of blood. But the initiated inventors of theological Christianity took the allegorical language à la lettre, and instituted a dogma, the crude, misunderstood expression of which horrifies and repels the spiritual heathen. All these hierophants and initiates were types of the Son and of the creative principle, spiritual potency, as were Vishvakarma and Vikirtana, page 274, from the origin of the mysteries. Ragan, the famous Mason, gives curious details and explanations with regard to the Son rites. He shows that the biblical Hiram, the great hero of Masonry, the widow's son, a type taken from Osiris, is the sun god, the inventor of arts, and the architect, the name Hiram, meaning the elevated, a title belonging to the Sunday. Every occultist knows how closely related to Osiris and the pyramids are the narratives in Kings concerning Solomon, his temple, and its construction. He knows also that the whole of the Masonic rite of initiation is based upon the biblical allegory of the construction of that temple, Masons conveniently forgetting, or perhaps ignoring, the fact that the latter narrative is modeled upon Egyptian and still earlier symbolisms. Ragan explains it by showing that the three companions of Hiram, the three murderers, typify the 3 last months of the year, and that Hiram stands for the sun from its summer solstice downwards, when it begins decreasing, the whole rite being an astronomical allegory. During the summer solstice, the sun provokes songs of gratitude from all that breathes, hence Hiram, who represents it, can give to whomsoever has the right to it, the sacred word, that is to say life. When the sun descends to the inferior signs all nature becomes mute, and Hiram can no longer give the sacred word to the companions, who represent the 3 inert months of the year. The first companion strikes Hiram feebly with a rule 24 inches long, symbol of the 24 hours which make up each diurnal revolution. It is the first distribution of time, which for the exaltation of the mighty star, feebly assails his existence, giving him the first blow. The second companion strikes him with an iron square, symbol of the last season, figured by the intersections of 2 right lines, which would divide into 4 equal parts the zodiacal circle, whose center symbolizes Hiram's heart, where it touches the point of the 4 squares representing the 4 seasons. Second distribution of time, which at that period strikes a heavier blow at the solar existence. The third companion strikes him mortally on his forehead with a heavy blow of his mallet, whose cylindrical form symbolizes the year, the ring, or circle. Third distribution of time, the accomplishment of which deals the last blow to the existence of the expiring Sunday. From this interpretation it has been inferred that Hiram, a founder of metals, the hero of the new legend with the title of architect, is Osiris, the son of modem initiation, that Isis, his widow, is the lodge, the emblem of the earth, Loka in Sanskrit, the world, and that Horus, son of Osiris, or of light, and the widow's son, is the Freemason, that is to say, the initiate who inhabits the terrestrial lodge, the child of the widow, and of light. Orthodoxy Mayanikuk. Pages 102 to 104. And here again, our friend the Jesuits have to be mentioned, for the above rite is of their making. To give one instance of their success in throwing dust into the eyes of ordinary individuals to prevent their seeing the truths of occultism, we will point out what they did in what is now called Freemasonry. Masonry and the Jesuits, page 275. This brotherhood does possess a considerable portion of the symbolism, formulae, and ritual of occultism, handed down from time immemorial from the primeval initiations. To render this brotherhood a mere harmless negation, the Jesuits sent some of their most able emissaries into the order, who first made the simple brethren believe that the true secret was lost with Hiram Abiff, and then induced them to put this belief into their formularies. They then invented specious but spurious higher degrees, pretending to give further light upon this lost secret, to lead the candidate on and amuse him with forms borrowed from the real thing but containing no substance, and all artfully contrived to lead the aspiring neophyte to nowhere. And yet men of good sense and abilities, in other respects, will meet at intervals, and with solemn face, zeal, and earnestness, go through the mockery of revealing substituted secrets instead of the real thing. If the reader turns to a very remarkable and very useful work called the Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, Art, Rosicrucianism, he will find its author, a high and learned Mason, showing what the Jesuits have done to destroy Masonry. Speaking of the period when the existence of this mysterious brotherhood, of which many pretend to know something if not a good deal, and know in fact nothing, was first made known, he says, there was a dread among the great masses of society in bygone days of the unseen, a dread, as recent events and phenomena show very clearly, not yet overcome in its entirety. Hence students of nature and mind were forced into an obscurity not altogether unwelcome. The Kabbalistic reveries of a Johann Reuchlin led to the fiery action of a Luther, and the patient labors of Trittenheim produced the modem system of diplomatic cipher writing. It is very worthy of remark, that one particular century, and that in which the Rosicrucians first showed themselves, is distinguished in history as the era in which most of these efforts at throwing off the trammels of the past popery and ecclesiasticism occurred. Hence the opposition of the losing party, and their virulence against anything mysterious or unknown. They freely organized pseudo-Rosicrucian and Masonic societies in return, and these societies were instructed to irregularly entrap the weaker brethren of the true and invisible order, and then triumphantly betray anything they may be so inconsiderate as to communicate to the superiors of these transitory and unmeaning associations. Every wile was adopted to the authorities, fighting in self-defense against the progress of truth, to engage, by persuasion, interest or terror, such as might be cajoled into receiving the Pope as master when, page 276, gained, as many converts to that faith know, but dare not own, they are treated with neglect, and left to battle of life as best they may, not even being admitted to the knowledge of such miserable aperita as the Romish faith considers itself entitled to withhold. But if Masonry has been spoiled, none is able to crush the real invisible Rosicrucian and the Eastern initiate. The symbolism of Vishvakarma and Surya Vikartana has survived, where Hiram Abiff was indeed murdered, and we will now return to it. It is not simply an astronomical, but is the most solemn rite, an inheritance from the archaic mysteries that has crossed the ages and is used to this day. It typifies a whole drama of the cycle of life, of progressive incarnations, and of psychic as well as of physiological secrets, of which neither the Church nor science knows anything, though it is this rite that has led the former to the greatest of its Christian mysteries. Section XXX The Mystery Son of Initiation, page 277, the antiquity of the secret doctrine may be better realized when it is shown at what point of history its mysteries had already been desecrated, by being made subservient to the personal ambition of despot ruler and crafty priest. These profoundly philosophical and scientifically composed religious dramas, in which were enacted the grandest truths of the occult or spiritual universe and the hidden lore of learning, and become subject to persecution long before the days when Plato and even Pythagoras flourished. Withal, primal revelations given to mankind have not died with the mysteries, they are still preserved as heirlooms for future and more spiritual generations. It has been already stated in Isis Unveiled, op. Citi 15 that so far back in the days of Aristotle, the great mysteries had already lost their primitive grandeur and solemnity. Their rites had fallen into desuetude, and they had to a great degree degenerated into mere priestly speculations and had become religious shams. It is useless to state when they first appeared in Europe and Greece, since recognized history may almost be said to begin with Aristotle, everything before him appearing to be in an inextricable chronological confusion. Suffice it to say, that in Egypt the mysteries had been known since the days of Menes, and that the Greeks received them only when Orpheus introduced them from India. In an article was writing known before Panini. 5. Years of Theosophy, p.258. A curious question to start and to deny, when it is well known even to the Orientalists that, to take but one case, there is Yaska, who was a predecessor of Panini, and his work still exists. There are 17 writers of Nirukta, glossary, known to have prescribed Yaska. It is stated that the Pandus had acquired universal dominion and had taught the sacrificial mysteries to other races as far back as 3300 BC. Indeed, when Orpheus, the son of Apollo or Helios, received from his father the pharynx, the seven-stringed lyre, symbolical of the sevenfold mystery, page 278, of initiation, these mysteries were already hoary with age in Central Asia and India. According to Herodotus, it was Orpheus who brought them from India, and Orpheus is far anterior to Homer and Hesiod. Thus even in the days of Aristotle few were the true adepts left in Europe and even in Egypt. The heirs of those who had been dispersed by the conquering swords of various invaders of old Egypt had been dispersed in their turn. As 8,000 or 9,000 years earlier the stream of knowledge had been slowly running down from the tablelands of Central Asia into India and towards Europe and northern Africa. So about 500 years BC it had begun to flow backward to its old home and birthplace. During the 2,000 subsequent years the knowledge of the existence of great adepts nearly died out in Europe. Nevertheless, in some secret places the mysteries were still enacted in all their primitive purity. The sun of righteousness still blazed high on the midnight sky, and, while darkness was upon the face of the profane world, there was the eternal light in the Aditya on the nights of initiation. The true mysteries were never made public. Eleusania and agree for the multitudes, the God b. of the good counsel, the great Orphic deity for the neophyte. This mystery God mistaken by our symbologists for the sun. Who was he? Everyone who has any idea of the ancient Egyptian exoteric faith is quite aware that for the multitudes Osiris was the sun in heaven, the heavenly king, Aroimphab, that by the Greeks the sun was called the eye of Jupiter, as for the modern Orthodox Parsi he is the eye of Ormuzd, that the sun, moreover, was addressed as the all-seeing God, p. f. a. p. as the God-Savior, and the saving God, t. s. T. A. Read the papyrus of Pap Harims at Berlin, and the stela as rendered by Mariette Bey, Lamir d'Apis, p. 47, and see what they say. Glory to thee, O Son, divine child. Thy rays carry life to the pure and to those ready. The gods, the sons of God who approach thee, tremble with delight and awe. Thou art the first bomb, the Son of God, the Word. One just initiated is called the firstborn, and in India he becomes Dwaja, twice born, only after his final and supreme initiation. Every adept is a son of God and a son of light after receiving the Word, when he becomes the Word himself, after receiving the 7 divine attributes or the lyre of Apollo. The Church has now seized upon these terms and sees presentments of the coming Christ in these expressions in the initiatory rites and prophetic utterances of the pagan oracles. The Son as God, page 279, they are nothing of the kind, for they were applied to every worthy initiate. If the expressions that were used in hieratic writings and glyphs thousands of years before our era are now found in the laudatory hymns and prayers of Christian churches, it is simply because they have been unblushingly appropriated by the Latin Christians, in the full hope of never being detected by posterity. Everything that could be done had been done to destroy the original pagan manuscripts, and the Church felt secure. Christianity has undeniably had her great seers and prophets, like every other religion, but their claims are not strengthened by denying their predecessors. Listen to Plato. Know then, Glaucus, that when I speak of the production of good, it is the Son I mean. The Son has a perfect analogy with his Father. Iamblichus calls the Son the image of divine intelligence or wisdom. Eusebius, repeating the words of Philo, calls the rising sun, the chief angel, the most ancient, adding that the archangel who is polyonymous, of many names, is the verbum of Christ. The word soul, son, being derived from solus, the one, or the he alone, and its Greek name helios meaning the most high, the emblem becomes comprehensible. Nevertheless, the ancients made a difference between the sun and its prototype. Socrates saluted the rising sun as does a true Pars, or Zoroastrian in our own day, and Homer and Euripides, as Plato did after them several times, mention the Jupiter Logos, the Word or the Sunday. Nevertheless, the Christians maintain that since the oracle consulted on the god Iao answered, it is the Son, therefore the Jehovah of the Jews was well known to the pagans and Greeks. See de Merville, 4:15, and Iao is our Jehovah. The first part of the proposition has nothing, it seems, to do with the second part, and least of all can the conclusion be regarded as correct. But if the Christians are so anxious to prove the identity, occultists have nothing against it. Only, in such case, Jehovah is also Bacchus. It is very strange that the people of civilized Christendom should until now hold on so desperately to the skirts of the idolatrous Jew Sabaeans and sun worshippers as they were. 2 Kings, XXIII, 4-13, like the rabble of Chaldea, and that they should fail to see that the later Jehovah is but a Jewish development of the Java, or the, page 280, Iao, of the Phoenicians, that this name, in short, was the secret name of a mystery god, one of the many Kabiri. Highest God as he was for one little nation, he never was so regarded by the initiates who conducted the mysteries. For them he was but a planetary spirit attached to the visible sun, and the visible sun is only the central star, not the central spiritual Sunday. And the angel of the Lord said unto him, Manoah, why askest thou thus after my name, seeing it is secret? Judges, 13:18. Samson, Manoah's son, was an initiate of that mystery Lord, Java, he was consecrated before his birth to become a Nazarite, Aquila, an adept. His sin with Delilah, and the cropping of his long hair that no razor was to touch, shows how well he kept his sacred vow. The allegory of Samson proves the esotericism of the Bible, as also the character of the mystery gods of the Jews. True, Movers gives a definition of the Phoenician idea of the ideal sunlight as a spiritual influence issuing from the highest God, Iao, the light conceivable only by intellect, the physical and spiritual principle of all things, out of which the soul emanates. It was the male essence or wisdom, while the primitive matter or chaos was the female. Thus the first two principles, coetmal and infinite, were already with the primitive Phoenicians, spirit and matter. But this is the echo of Jewish thought, not the opinion of pagan philosophers. However this may be, the identity of the Jehovah of Mount Sinai with the god Bacchus is hardly disputable, and he is surely as already shown in Isis unveiled Dionysus. See Isis unveiled, 2:526. Wherever Bacchus was worshipped there was a tradition of Nyssa. Bethsan or Scythopolis in Palestine had that designation, so had a spot on Mount Parnassus. but Diodorus declares that Nyssa was between Phoenicia and Egypt. Euripides states that Dionysus came to Greece from India, and Diodorus adds his testimony: Osiris was brought up in Nyssa, in Arabia the Happy, he was the son of Zeus, and was named from his father, nominative Zeus, genitive Dios, and the place Dio. Nissos, the Zeus or Jove of Nyssa. This identity of name or title is very significant. In Greece Dionysus was second only to Zeus, and Pindar says, so Father Zeus governs all things, and Bacchus he governs also, and a cave where he was reared. Outside Greece, Bacchus was the all-powerful Zagreus, the highest of gods, in whose service was Orpheus, the founder of the mysteries. Now, unless it be conceded that Moses was an initiated priest, an adept, whose actions are all narrated allegorically, then it must be admitted that he personally, together with his hosts of Israelites, worshipped Bacchus. And Moses built an altar, and called the name of it Jehovah Nissi or Ionissi, or again Dionysi. Ex. 17:15. To strengthen the statement we have further to remember that the place where Osiris, the Egyptian Zagreus or Bacchus, was born, was Mount Sinai, which is called by the Egyptians Mount Nissa. The brazen serpent was a Nis, and the month of the Jewish Passover is Nisan. Section XXXI. The Objects of the Mysteries, page 281. The earliest mysteries recorded in history are those of Samothrace. After the distribution of pure fire, a new life began. This was the new birth of the initiate, after which, like the Brahmins of old in India, he became a Dwaja, a twice born, initiated into that which may be rightly called the most blessed of all mysteries. Being ourselves pure Phaedrus, Cary's translation, p.326 says Plato. Diodorus Siculus, Herodotus, and Sanconiathon the Phoenician, the oldest of historians, say that these mysteries originated in the night of time, thousands of years probably before the historical period. Iamblichus informs us that Pythagoras was initiated in all the mysteries of Byblus and Tyre, in the sacred operations of the Syrians, and in the mysteries of the Phoenicians. Life of Pythagoras, p.297. Since Pythagoras, he adds, also spent 22 years in the Attica of the temples in Egypt, associated with the Magians in Babylon, and was instructed by them in their venerable knowledge, it is not at all wonderful that he was skilled in magic or theurgy, and was therefore able to perform things which surpass merely human power, and which appear to be perfectly incredible to the vulgar. p.298. As was said in Isis Unveiled, when men like Pythagoras, Plato, and Iamblichus, renowned for their severe morality, took part in the mysteries and spoke of them with veneration, it ill behoves our modem critics to judge them and their initiates upon their merely external aspect. Yet this is what has been done until now, especially by the Christian fathers. Clement Alexandrinus stigmatizes the mysteries as indecent and diabolical, though his words, showing that the Eleusinian mysteries were identical with, and even, as he would allege, borrowed from, those of the Jews, are quoted elsewhere in this work. The mysteries were composed of two parts, of which the lesser were performed at Agree, page 282, and the greater at Eleusis, and Clement had been himself initiated. But the catharsis, or trials of purification, have ever been misunderstood. Iamblichus explains the worst, and his explanation ought to be perfectly satisfactory, at any rate for every unprejudiced mind. He says exhibitions of this kind in the mysteries were designed to free us from licentious passions, by gratifying the sight, and at the same time vanquishing all evil thought, through the awful sanctity with which these rites were accompanied. Dr. Warburton remarks, the wisest and best men in the pagan world are unanimous in this, that the mysteries were instituted pure, and proposed the noblest ends by the worthiest means. Although persons of both sexes and all classes were allowed to take part in the mysteries, and a participation in them was even obligatory, very few indeed attained the higher and final initiation in these celebrated rites. The gradation of the mysteries is given us by Proclus in the 4th book of his Theology of Plato. The perfective rite, precedes in order the initiation Talit, Muesis, and the initiation, Epopteia, or the final apocalypse revelation. Theon of Smyrna, in Mathematica, also divides the mystic rites into 5 parts, the first of which is the previous purification, for neither are the mysteries communicated to all who are willing to receive them, but there are certain persons who are prevented by the voice of the crier. Since it is necessary that such as are not expelled from the mysteries should first be refined by certain purifications, but after purification the reception of the sacred rites succeeds. The third part is denominated Epopteia or reception. And the fourth, which is the end and design of the revelation, is the investiture, the binding of the head and fixing of the crowns. This expression must not be understood simply literally, for, as in the initiation of certain brotherhoods, it has a secret meaning that we have just explained. It was hinted at by Pythagoras, when he describes his feelings after the initiation, and says that he was crowned by the gods in whose presence he had drunk the waters of life. In the Hindu mysteries there was the fount of life, and soma, the sacred drink. Whether after this he the initiated person becomes a torchbearer, or an hierophant of the mysteries, or sustains some other part of the sacerdotal office. But the fifth, which is produced from all these, is friendship and interior communion with God. And this was the last and most awful of all the mysteries. Eleusinian and Bacchic Mysteries, T. Taylor, p.46, 47. The chief objects of the mysteries, represented as diabolical by the Christian fathers and ridiculed by modem writers, were instituted with the highest and most moral purpose in view. Mysteries and Theophany, page 283, there is no need to repeat here that which has been already described in Isis Unveiled 2. 113 that whether through temple initiation or the private study of theurgy, every student obtain the proof of the immortality of his spirit, and the survival of his soul. What the last Epopteia was is alluded to by Plato in Phaedrus, being initiated in those mysteries which it is lawful to call the most blessed of all mysteries. We were freed from the molestations of evils, which otherwise await us in a future period of time. Likewise, in consequence of this divine initiation, we become spectators of entire, simple, immovable, and blessed visions, resident in a pure light. Eleusinian and Bacchic Mysteries, p.63. This veiled confession shows that the initiates enjoyed theophany, saw visions of gods and of real immortal spirits. As Taylor correctly infers, the most sublime part of the Epopteia or final revealing, consisted in beholding the gods, the high planetary spirits themselves, invested with a resplendent light. OPCIT, p.65. The statement of Proclus upon the subject is unequivocal. In all the initiations and mysteries, the gods exhibit many forms of themselves, and appear in a variety of shapes, and sometimes indeed a formless light of themselves if held forth to the view. Sometimes this light is according to a human form, and sometimes it proceeds into a different shape. Quoted by Taylor, p.66. Again we have whatever is on earth is the resemblance and shadow of something that is in the sphere, while that resplendent thing, the prototype of the soul spirit, remaineth in unchangeable condition, it is well also with its shadow. When that resplendent one removeth far from its shadow, life removeth from the latter to a distance. Again that light is the shadow of something more resplendent than itself. Verses 35 to 38. Thus speaks the De Satyr, in the book of Shit, the prophet Zertusht, thereby showing the identity of its esoteric doctrines with those of the Greek philosophers. The second statement of Plato confirms the view that the mysteries of the ancients were identical with the initiations practiced even now among the Buddhist and the Hindu adepts. The higher, page 284, visions, the most truthful, were produced through a regular discipline of gradual initiations, and the development of psychical powers. In Europe and Egypt the mysti were brought into close union with those whom Proclus calls mystical natures, resplendent gods, because, as Plato says, we were ourselves pure and immaculate, being liberated from this surrounding vestment, which we denominate body, and to which we are now bound like an oyster to its shell. Phaedrus, 64, quoted by Taylor, p.64. As to the East, the doctrine of planetary and terrestrial pitris was revealed entirely in ancient India, as well as now, only at the last moment of initiation, and to the adepts of superior degrees. Isis Unveiled, 2, 114. The word pitris may now be explained and something else added. In India the Kila of the third degree of initiation has two gurus, one, the living adept, the other the disembodied and glorified Mahatma, who remains the advisor or instructor or even the high adepts. Few are the accepted chelas who even see their living master, their guru, till the day and hour of their final and forever binding vow. It is this that was meant in Isis Unveiled, when it was stated that few of the fakirs, the word Kila being unknown to Europe and America in those days, however pure and honest and self-devoted, have yet ever seen the astral form of a purely human pitar, an ancestor or father, otherwise than at the solemn moment of their first and last initiation. It is in the presence of his instructor, the Guru, and just before the Vata Fakir the just initiated Kila is dispatched into the world of the living, with his seven-knotted bamboo wand for all protection, that he is suddenly placed face to face with the unknown presence of his pitar or father, the glorified invisible master, or disembodied Mahatma. He sees it, and falls prostrate at the feet of the evanescent form, but is not entrusted with the great secret of its evocation, for it is the supreme mystery of the holy syllable. The initiate, says Eliphas Levi, knows, therefore, he dares all and keeps silent. Says the great French Kabbalist, you may see him often sad, never discouraged or desperate, often poor, never humbled or wretched, often persecuted, never cowed down or vanquished. For he remembers the widowhood and the murder of Orpheus, the exile and solitary death of Moses, the martyrdom of the prophets, the tortures of Apollonius, the cross of the Savior. He knows in what forlorn state died Agrippa, whose memory is slandered to this day. He knows the trials that broke down the great Paracelsus, and all that Raymond Lully had to suffer before he arrived at a bloody death. The Mysteries and Masonry, page 285, he remembers Swedenborg having to feign insanity, and losing even his reason before his knowledge was forgiven to him. St. Martin, who had to hide himself all life, Cagliostro, who died forsaken in the cells of the Inquisition, this is false, and the Abbé Constant, Eliphas Levi, knew it was so. Why did he promulgate the untruth? Quezot, who perished on the guillotine. Successor of so many victims, he dares, nevertheless, but understands the more the necessity to keep silent. Dogme de la Haute Magie, I 219. 220 Masonry, not the political institution known as the Scotch Lodge, but real Masonry, some rites of which are still preserved in the Grand Orient of Lawrence, and that Elias Ashmole, a celebrated English occult philosopher of the XVIth century, tried in vain to remodel, after the manner of the Indian and Egyptian mysteries. Masonry rests, according to Ragan, the great authority upon the subject, upon three fundamental degrees. The triple duty of a Mason is to study whence he comes, what he is, and whither he goes, the study that is, of God, of himself, and of the future transformation. Orthodoxy Maconic, p.99. Masonic initiation was modeled on that in the lesser mysteries. The third degree was one used in both Egypt and India from time immemorial, and the remembrance of it lingers to this day in every lodge, under the name of the death and resurrection of Hiram Abiv, the widow's son. In Egypt the latter was called Osiris, in India Lokachakshu, eye of the world, and Dinakara, daymaker, or the sun, and the rite itself was everywhere named the gate of death. The coffin, or sarcophagus, of Osiris, killed by Typhon, was brought in and placed in the middle of the hall of the dead, with the initiates all around it and the candidate nearby. The latter was asked whether he had participated in the murder, and notwithstanding his denial, and after sundry and very hard trials, the initiator feigned to strike him on the head with a hatchet. He was thrown down, swathed in bandages like a mummy, and wept over. Then came lightning and thunder, the supposed corpse was surrounded with fire, and was finally raised. Ragan speaks of a rumor that charged the Emperor Commodus when he was at one time enacting the part of the initiator with having played this part in the initiatory drama so seriously that he actually killed the postulant when dealing him the blow with the hatchet. This shows that the lesser mysteries had not quite died out in the 2nd century AD, page 286. The mysteries were carried into South and Central America, northern Mexico, and Peru by the Atlanteans in those days when a pedestrian from the north of what was once upon a time also India might have reached, hardly wetting his feet, the Alaskan Peninsula, through Manchuria, across the future Gulf of Tartary, the Kuriil and Aleutian Islands, while another traveler, furnished with a canoe and starting from the south, could have walked over from Siam, crossed the Polynesian Islands and trudged into any part of the continent of South America. 5 Years of Theosophy, p.214. They continued to exist down to the day of the Spanish invaders. These destroyed the Mexican and Peruvian records, but were prevented from laying their desecrating hands upon the many pyramids, the lodges of an ancient initiation whose ruins are scattered over Puente Nacional, Cholula, and Teotihuacan. The ruins of Palenque of Ocosingo in Chiapas, and others in Central America are known to all. If the pyramids and temples of Giangola and Mitla ever betray their secrets, the present doctrine will then be shown to have been a forerunner of the grandest truths in nature. Meanwhile they have all a claim to be called Mitla, the place of sadness and the abode of the desecrated dead. Section XXXII Traces of the Mysteries, page 287, says the Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, Art, Sun. In all times, the sun has necessarily played an important part as a symbol, and especially in Freemasonry. The WM represents the rising sun, the JW the sun at the meridian, and the SW the setting sun. In the Druidical rites, the Archdruid represents the sun, and was aided by 2 other officers, one representing the moon in the west, and the other the sun at the south in its meridian. It is quite unnecessary to enter into any lengthened discussion on this symbol. It is the more unnecessary since J. M. Ragan has discussed it very fully, as one may find at the end of section XXIX, where part of his explanations have been quoted. Freemasonry derived her rites from the East, as we have said. And if it be true to say of the Modum Rosicrucians that they are invested with a knowledge of chaos, not perhaps a very desirable acquisition, the remark is still more true when applied to all the other branches of Masonry, since the knowledge of their members about the full signification of their symbol is nil. Dozens of hypotheses are resorted to, one more unlikely than the other. As to the Round Towers of Ireland, one fact is enough to show the ignorance of the Masons, namely, that, according to the Royal Masonic Encyclopedia, the idea that they were connected with Masonic initiation, may be at once dismissed as unworthy of notice. The towers, which are found throughout the East in Asia, were connected with the mystery initiations, namely, with the Vishvakarma and the Vikartana rites. The candidates for initiation were placed in them for 3 days and 3 nights, whenever there was no temple with a subterranean crypt close at hand. These round towers were built for no other purposes. Discredited as are all such monuments of pagan origin by the Christian clergy, who thus soil their own nest, they are still the living and indestructible relics of the wisdom of old. Page 288. Nothing exists in this objective and elusive world of ours that cannot be made to serve 2 purposes, a good and a bad one. Thus in later ages, the initiates of the left path and the anthropomorphists took in hand most of those venerable ruins, then silent and deserted by their first wise inmates, and turned them, indeed, into phallic monuments. But this was a deliberate, willful, and vicious misinterpretation of their real meaning, a deflection from their first use. The sun, though ever, even for the multitudes, N. A. F. E., the only and one King and God in heaven, and the 6, the God of good counsel of Orpheus, had in every exoteric popular religion a dual aspect which was anthropomorphized by the profane. Thus the sun was Osiris Typhon, Ormus Dariman, Bet Jupiter and Baal, the life-giving and the death-giving luminary. And thus one and the same monolith, pillar, pyramid, tower, or temple, originally built to glorify the first principle or aspect, might become in time an idol fane, or worse, a phallic emblem in its crude and brutal form. The lingam of the Hindus has a spiritual and highly philosophical meaning, while the missionaries see in it but an indecent emblem. It has just the meaning which is to be found in all those Baalim, Shamanim, and the behemoth with the pillars of unhewn stone of the Bible, set up for the glorification of the male Jehovah. But this does not alter the fact that the Puria of the Greeks, the Nurhags of Sardinia, the Teocalli of Mexico etc., were all in the beginning of the same character as the round towers of Ireland. They were sacred places of initiation. In 1877, the writer, quoting the authority and opinions of some most eminent scholars, ventured to assert that there was a great difference between the terms Christos and Christos, a difference having a profound and esoteric meaning. Also that while Christos means to live and to be born into a new life, Christos, in initiation phraseology, signified the death of the inner, lower, or personal nature in man. Thus is given the key to the Brahmanical title, the twice bomb, and finally, there were crest eons long before the era of Christianity, and the Essenes belonged to them. In I Peter 2:3, Jesus is called the Lord Christos. For this epithet sufficiently opprobrious to characterize the writer could hardly be found. And yet then as well as now, the author never attempted a statement of such a serious nature without showing as many learned authorities for it as could be mustered. Christos and Christos, page 289, thus on the next page it was said, Lepsius shows that the word Nofar means Christos, good, and that one of the titles of Osiris, An-Nofra, must be translated the goodness of God made manifest. The worship of Christ was not universal at this early date, explains Mackenzie, by which I mean that Christolatry had not been introduced, but the worship of Christos the good principle had preceded it by many centuries, and even survived the general adoption of Christianity, as shown on monuments still in existence. Again we have an inscription which is pre-Christian on an epitaphial tablet, Spawn. Miscellaneous Arid, Ant, X18. 2. Tayuth FFE Apicracuiv and TJ. Underscore, and Rossi, Roma Saturnea, Tomai, Toph XXI, gives us another example from the catacombs / Elia Crest, in Pace. Isis Unveiled, 2. 323. Today the writer is able to add to all those testimonies the corroboration of an erudite author, who proves whatever he undertakes to show on the authority of geometrical demonstration. There is a most curious passage with remarks and explanations in the Source of Measures, whose author has probably never heard of the mystery God. Visvakarma of the early Aryans. Treating on the difference between the terms Christ and Christ, he ends by saying that, there were two Messiahs, one who went down into the pit for the salvation of this world, this was the sun shorn of his golden rays, and crowned with blackened ones, symbolizing this loss, as the thorns, the other was the triumphant Messiah mounting up to the summit of the arch of heaven, and personified as the Lion of the tribe of Judah. In both instances he had the cross, once in humiliation and once holding it in his control as the law of creation. He being Jehovah. And then the author proceeds to give the fact that there were two Messiahs, etc., as quoted above. And this leaving the divine and mystic character and claim for Jesus entirely independent of this event of his mortal life shows him beyond any doubt, as an initiate of the Egyptian mysteries, where the same rite of death and of spiritual resurrection for the neophyte, or the suffering Christos on his trial and new birth by regeneration, was enacted, for this was a universally adopted rite. The pit into which the Eastern initiate was made to descend was, as shown before, Patala, one of the 7 regions of the nether world, over which rules Vasuki, the great snake god. This pit, Patala, has, page 290, in the Eastern symbolism precisely the same manifold meaning as is found by Mr. Ralston Skinner in the Hebrew word shiach in its application to the case in hand. For it was the synonym of Scorpio Patela's depths being impregnated with the brightness of the new sun represented by the newly bomb into the glory, and Patela was and is in a sense, a pit, a grave, the place of death. And the door of Hades or Shed as, the partially exoteric initiations in India, the candidate had to pass through the matrix of the heifer before proceeding to Patela. In its non-mystic sense it is the antipodes America being referred to in India as Patela. But in its symbolism it meant all that, and much more. The fact alone that Vasuki, the ruling deity of Patela, is represented in the Hindu pantheon as the great Naga, serpent, who was used by the gods and Asuras as a rope round the mountain Mandara, at the churning of the ocean for Amrita, the water of immortality connects him directly with initiation. For he is Sheshanaga also, serving as a couch for Vishnu, and upholding the seven worlds, and he is also Ananta, the endless, and the symbol of eternity, hence the god of secret wisdom, degraded by the church to the role of the tempting serpent, of Satan. That what is now said is correct may be verified by the evidence of even the exoteric rendering of the attributes of various gods and sages both in the Hindu and the Buddhist pantheons. 2 instances will suffice to show how little our best and most erudite Orientalists are capable of dealing correctly and fairly with the symbolism of Eastern nations, while remaining ignorant of the corresponding points to be found only in occultism and the secret doctrine. 1. The learned Orientalist and Tibetan traveler, Professor Emil Schlagentweit, mentions in one of his works on Tibet, a national legend to the effect that Nagarjuna, a mythological personage without any real existence, the learned German scholar thinks received the book Paramartha, or according to others, the book Avatamsaka, from the Nagas, fabulous creatures of the nature of serpents, who occupy a place among the beings superior to man, and are regarded as protectors of the law of Buddha. To these spiritual beings Shakyamuni is said to have taught a more philosophical religious system than to men, who were not sufficiently advanced to understand it at the time of his appearance. Buddhism in Tibet, p. 31. The symbolism of Narada, page 291, nor are men sufficiently advanced for it now, for the more philosophical religious system is the secret doctrine, the occult Eastern philosophy, which is the cornerstone of all sciences rejected by the unwise builders even at this day, and more today perhaps than ever before, in the great conceit of our age. The allegory means simply that Nagarjuna, having been initiated by the serpents the adepts, the wise ones, and driven out from India by the Brahmins, who dreaded to have their mysteries and sacerdotal science divulged, the real cause of their hatred of Buddhism, went away to China and Tibet, where he initiated many into the truths of the hidden mysteries taught by Gautama Buddha. 2. The hidden symbolism of Narada, the great rishi and the author of some of the Rigvedic hymns, who incarnated again later on during Krishna's time, has never been understood. Yet, in connection with the occult sciences, Narada, the son of Brahma, is one of the most prominent characters. He is directly connected in his first incarnation with the builders, hence with the 7 rectors of the Christian Church, who helped God in the work of creation. This grand personification is hardly noticed by our Orientalists, who refer only to that which he is alleged to have said of Patela, namely, that it is a place of sexual and sensual gratifications. This is thought to be amusing, and the reflection is suggested that Narada, no doubt, found the place delightful. Yet this sentence simply shows him to have been an initiate, connected directly with the mysteries, and walking, as all the other neophytes, before and after him, had to walk, in the pit among the thorns in the sacrificial crest condition, as the suffering victim made to descend there into a mystery. Truly, Narada is one of the 7 rishis, the mind-born sons of Brahma. The fact of his having been during his incarnation a high initiate, he, like Orpheus, being the founder of the mysteries, is corroborated, and made evident by his history. The Mahabharata states that Narada, having frustrated the scheme formed for peopling the universe, in order to remain true to his vow of chastity, was cursed by Daksha, and sentenced to be born once more. Again, when bombed during Krishna's time, he is accused of calling his father Brahma a false teacher, because the latter advised him to get married, and he refused to do so. This shows him to have been an initiate, going against the orthodox worship and religion. It is curious to find this rishi and leader among the builders and the heavenly host as, page 292, the prototype of the Christian leader of the same host, the Archangel Michael. Both are the male virgins, and both are the only ones among their respective hosts who refuse to create. Narada is said to have dissuaded the Haryashvas, the 5,000 sons of Dakshacha, begotten by him for the purpose of peopling the earth, from producing offspring. Since then the Haryashvas have dispersed themselves through the regions, and have never returned. The initiates are, perhaps, the incarnations of these Haryashvas. It was on the seventh day, the third of his ultimate trial, that the neophyte arose, a regenerated man, who, having passed through his second spiritual birth, returned to earth a glorified and triumphant conqueror of death, a Hierophant. An Eastern neophyte in his crest condition may be seen in a certain engraving in Moore's Hindu pantheon, whose author mistook another form of the crucified Son or Vishnu, Vitoba, for Krishna, and calls it Krishna crucified in space. The engraving is also given in Dr. Lundy's Monumental Christianity, in which work the reverend author has collected as many proofs as his ponderous volume could hold of Christian symbols before Christianity, as he expresses it. Thus he shows us Krishna and Apollo as good shepherds, Krishna holding the cruciform conch and the chakra, and Krishna crucified in space, as he calls it. Of this figure it may be truly said, as the author says of it himself, this representation I believe to be anterior to Christianity. It looks like a Christian crucifix in many respects. The drawing, the attitude, the nail marks in hands and feet, indicate a Christian origin, while the Parthian coronet of 7 points, the absence of the wood, and of the usual inscription, and the rays of glory above, would seem to point to some other than a Christian origin. Can it be the victiman, or the priest and victim both in one, of the Hindu mythology, who offered himself a sacrifice before the worlds were? It is surely so. Can it be Plato's second god who impressed himself on the universe in the form of the cross? Or is it his divine man, who would be scourged, tormented, fettered, have his eyes burned out, and lastly, would be crucified? It is all that and much more. Archaic religious philosophy was universal, and its mysteries are as old as man. It is the eternal symbol of the personified Son, astronomically purified in its mystic meaning, regenerated, and symbolized by all the initiates in memory of a sinless humanity when all were sons of God. Egyptian initiation, page 293. Now, mankind has become the son of evil truly. Does all this take anything away from the dignity of Christ as an ideal, or of Jesus as a divine man? Not at all. On the contrary, made to stand alone, glorified above all other sons of God, he can only ferment evil feelings in all those many millioned nations who do not believe in the Christian system, provoking their hatred and leading to iniquitous wars and strifes. If, on the other hand, we place him among a long series of sons of God and sons of divine light, every man may then be left to choose for himself, among those many ideals, which he will choose as a God to call to his help, and worship on earth as in heaven. Many among those called saviors were good shepherds, as was Krishna for one, and all of them are said to have crushed the serpent's head, in other words to have conquered their sensual nature and to have mastered divine and occult wisdom. Apollo killed Python, a fact which exonerates him from the charge of being himself the great dragon, Satan. Krishna slew the snake Kalinaga, the black serpent, and the Scandinavian Thor bruised the head of the symbolical reptile with his crucifixion mace. In Egypt every city of importance was separated from its burial place by a sacred lake. The same ceremony of judgment, as is described in the Book of the Dead, that precious and mysterious book, Bunsen, as taking place in the world of spirit, took place on earth during the burial of the mummy. 42 judges or assessors assembled on the shore and judged the departed soul according to its actions when in the body. After that the priests returned within the sacred precincts and instructed the neophytes upon the probable fate of the soul, and the solemn drama that was then taking place in the invisible realm whither the soul had fled. The immortality of the spirit was strongly inculcated on the neophytes by the Lom Jalt, the name of the highest Egyptian hierophant. In the Creighton Nepo, the priestly mysteries in Egypt, the following are described as 4 out of the 7 degrees of initiation. After a preliminary trial at Thebes, where the neophyte had to pass through many probations, called the 12 tortures, he was commanded, in order that he might come out triumphant, to govern his passions and never lose for a moment the idea of his inner God or seventh principle. Then, as a symbol of the wanderings of the unpurified soul, he had to ascend several ladders and wander in darkness in a cave with many doors, all of which were locked. Having, page 294, overcome all, he received the degree of Pastophorus, after which he became, in the 2nd and 3rd degrees, the Neochorus and Melanchorus. Brought into a vast subterranean chamber, thickly furnished with mummies lying in state, he was placed in presence of the coffin which contained the mutilated body of Osiris. This was the hall called the Gates of Death, whence the verse in Job, "Have the gates of death been opened to thee, hast thou seen the doors of the shadow of death?" Thus asks the Lord, the Hierophant, the Akamya, the initiator of Job, alluding to this 3rd degree of initiation. For the book of Job is the poem of initiation par excellence. When the neophyte had conquered the terrors of this trial, he was conducted to the hall of spirits, to be judged by them. Among the rules in which he was instructed, he was commanded never to either desire or seek revenge, to be always ready to help a brother in danger, even unto the risk of his own life, to bury every dead body, to honor his parents above all, to respect old age, and protect those weaker than himself, and finally, to ever bear in mind the hour of death, and that of resurrection in a new and imperishable body. Purity and chastity were highly recommended, and adultery was threatened with death. Thus the Egyptian neophyte was made a Christophoros. In this degree the mystery name of Iao was communicated to him. Let the reader compare the above sublime precepts with the precepts of Buddha, and the noble commandments in the rule of life for the ascetics of India, and he will understand the unity of the secret doctrine everywhere. It is impossible to deny the presence of a sexual element in many religious symbols, but this fact is not in the least open to censure, once it becomes generally known that in the religious traditions of every country man was not born in the first human race from father and mother. From the bright mind bomb sons of Brahma, the Rishis, and from Adam Kadmon with his emanations, the Sephiroth, down to the parentless, the Anupadaka, or the Dhyani Buddhas, from whom sprang the Bodhisattvas and Manishi Buddhas, the earthly initiates men. The first race of men was with every nation held as being born without father or mother. Man, the Manishi Buddha, the Manu, the Enosh, son of Seth, or the son of man as he is called, is born in the present way only as the consequence, the unavoidable fatality, of the law of natural evolution. The self-sacrificing victim, page 295, mankind having reached the last limit, and that turning point where its spiritual nature had to make room for mere physical organization, had to fall into matter and generation. But man's evolution and involution are cyclic. He will end as he began. Of course, to our grossly material minds, even the sublime symbolism of cosmos conceived in the matrix of space after the divine unit had entered into and fructified it with its holy fiat, will no doubt suggest materiality. Not so with primitive mankind. The initiatory rite in the mysteries of the self-sacrificing victim that dies a spiritual death to save the world from destruction, really from depopulation, was established during the fourth race, to commemorate an event, which, physiologically, has now become the mystery of mysteries among the world problems. In the Jewish script it is Cain and the female Abel who are the sacrificed and sacrificing couple, both immolating themselves, as permutations of Adam and Eve, or the dual Jehovah, and shedding their blood of separation and union, for the sake of and to save mankind by inaugurating a new physiological race. Later still, when the neophyte, as already mentioned, in order to be reborn once more into his lost spiritual state, had to pass through the entrails, the womb, of a virgin heifer. The Aryans replaced the living cow by one made of gold, silver, or any other metal, and the rite is preserved to this day. When one desires to become a Brahmin, a twice-Bam, in India killed at the moment of the rite, it involved again a mystery and one as great, for it referred to the process of birth, or rather the first entrance of man onto this earth, through Vach the melodious cow who milks forth sustenance and water and who is the female Logos. It had also reference to the same self-sacrifice of the divine hermaphrodite of the third root race, the transformation of humanity into truly physical men, after the loss of spiritual potency. When, the fruit of evil having been tested along with the fruit of good, there was as a result the gradual atrophy of spirituality and a strengthening of the materiality in man, then he was doomed to be Bam thenceforth through the present process. This is the mystery of the hermaphrodite, which the ancients kept so secret and veiled. It was neither the absence of moral feeling, nor the presence of gross sensuality in them that made them imagine their deities under a dual aspect, but rather their knowledge of the mysteries and processes of primitive nature. The science of physiology was better known to them than it is to us now. It is in this, page 296, that lies buried the key to the symbolism of old, the true focus of national thought, and the strange duoxexed images of nearly every god and goddess in both pagan and monotheistic pantheons. Says Sir William Drummond in C. Oedipus Judaicus, the truths of science were the arcana of the priests because these truths were the foundations of religion. But why should the missionaries so cruelly twit the Vaishnavas and Krishna worshippers for the supposed grossly indecent meaning of their symbols, since it is made clear beyond the slightest doubt, and by the most unprejudiced writers, that Christos in the pit, whether the pit to be taken as meaning the grave or hell, had likewise a sexual element in it, from the very origin of the symbol. This fact is no longer denied today. The Brothers of the Rosy Cross of the Middle Ages were as good Christians as any to be found in Europe. Nevertheless, all their rites were based on symbols whose meaning was preeminently phallic and sexual. Their biographer, Hargrave Jennings, the best modem authority on Rosicrucianism, speaking of this mystic brotherhood, describes how the tortures and the sacrifice of Calvary, the passion of the cross, were, in there the Rosecroix's glorious blessed magic and triumph, the protest and appeal. Protest by whom? The answer is, the protest of the crucified rose, the greatest and the most unveiled of all sexual symbols, the yoni and lingam, the victim and the murderer, the female and male principles in nature. Open the last work of that author, Phallicism, and see in what glowing terms he describes the sexual symbolism in that which is most sacred to the Christian, the flowing blood streamed from the crown, or the piercing circlet of the thorns of hell. The rose is feminine. Its lustrous carmine petals are guarded with thorns. The rose is the most beautiful of flowers. The rose is the queen of God's garden, Mary, the Virgin. It is not the rose alone which is the magical idea, or truth. But it is the crucified rose, or the martyred rose, by the grand mystic apocalyptic figure, which is the talisman, the standard, the object of adoration of all the sons of wisdom or the true Rosicrucians. OPCITP 141. Not of all the sons of wisdom, by any means, not even of the true Rosicrucian. For the latter would never put in such sickening relievo, in such a purely sensual and terrestrial, not to say animal light, the grandest, the noblest of nature's symbols. Orpheus, page 297, to the Rosicrucian, the rose was the symbol of nature, of the ever-prolific and virgin earth, or Isis, the mother and nourisher of man, considered as feminine and represented as a virgin woman by the Egyptian initiates. Like every other personification of nature and the earth, she is the sister and wife of Osiris, as the two characters answer to the personified symbol of the earth, both she and the sun being the progeny of the same mysterious father, because the earth is fecundated by the sun according to the earliest mysticism by divine insufflation. It was the pure ideal of mystic nature that was personified in the world virgins, the celestial maidens, and later on by the human virgin, Mary, the mother of the Savior, the Salvator Mundi now chosen by the Christian world. and it was the character of the Jewish maiden that was adopted by theology to archaic symbolism. In Ragan's Orthodoxy Mechanic p.105, note, we find the following statement borrowed from Albumazar the Arabian, probably, the Virgin of the Magi and Chaldeans. The Chaldean sphere globe showed in its heavens a newly born babe, called Christ, and Jesus, it was placed in the arms of the celestial Virgin. It was to this Virgin that Eratosthenes, the Alexandrian librarian, born 276 years before our era, gave the name of Isis, mother of Homs. This is only what Kircher gives, in T. Oedipus/Egypticus, 3:5, quoting Albumazar, in the first decan of the Virgin rises a maid, called Adorenissa, that is pure, immaculate virgin. Sitting upon an embroidered throne nursing a boy, named Jesus, which signifies Issa, whom they also call Christ in Greek. See Isis Unveiled, 2. 491, and not the pagan symbol that was modeled for the new occasion. We know through Herodotus that the mysteries were brought from India by Orpheus, a hero far anterior to both Homer and Hesiod. Very little is really known of him, until very lately Orphic literature, and even the Argonauts, were attributed to Onamacritus, a contemporary of Pisistratus, Solon, and Pythagoras, who was credited with their compilation in the present form toward the close of the 6th century BC, or 800 years after the time of Orpheus. But we are told that in the days of Pausanias there was a sacerdotal family, who, like the Brahmins with the Vedas, had committed to memory all the Orphic hymns, and that they were usually thus transmitted from one generation to another. By placing Orpheus so far back as 1200 BC, official science, so careful in her chronology to choose in each case as late a period as possible, admits that the mysteries, or in other words occultism dramatized, belong to a still earlier epoch than the Chaldeans and Egyptians. The downfall of the mysteries in Europe may now be mentioned. Section XXXIII. The last of the mysteries in Europe, page 298, as was predicted by the great Hermes in his dialogue with T. Aesculapius, the time had indeed come when impious foreigners accused Egypt of adoring monsters, and naught but the letters engraved in stone upon her monuments survived, enigmas unintelligible to posterity. Her sacred scribes and hierophants became wanderers upon the face of the earth. Those who remained in Egypt found themselves obliged, for fear of a profanation of the sacred mysteries, to seek refuge in deserts and mountains, to form and establish secret societies and brotherhoods such as the Essenes. Those who had crossed the oceans to India and even to the, now called, New World, bound themselves by solemn oaths to keep silent, and to preserve secret their sacred knowledge and science. Thus these were buried deeper than ever out of human sight. In Central Asia and on the northern borderlands of India, the triumphant sword of Aristotle's pupil swept away from his path of conquest every vestige of a once pure religion, and its adepts receded further and further from that path into the most hidden spots of the globe. The cycle of ***** being at its close, the first hour for the disappearance of the mysteries struck on the clock of the races, with the Macedonian conqueror. The first strokes of its last hour sounded in the year 47 BC. Alesia, now called Saint Reine, Côte d'Or, on the two streams, the Ouse and the Osserine. Its fall is a historical fact in Celtic Gaulish history. The famous city in Gaul, the Thebes of the Celts, so renowned for its ancient rites of initiation and mysteries, was, as J. M. Ragan well describes it, the ancient metropolis and the tomb of initiation, of the religion of the Druids and of the freedom of Gaul. Orthodoxy Mechanic, p. 22. Alesia and Bibractes, page 299, it was during the 1st century before our era, that the last and supreme hour of the great mysteries had struck. History shows the populations of central Gaul revolting against the Roman yoke. The country was subject to Caesar, and the revolt was crushed. The result was the slaughter of the garrison at Alesia, or Elisa, and of all its inhabitants, including the Druids, the college priests, and the neophytes. After this the whole city was plundered and razed to the ground. Bibractes, a city as large and as famous, not far from Alesia, perished a few years later. J. M. Ragan describes her end as follows: Bibractes, the mother of sciences, the soul of the early nations in Europe, a town equally famous for its sacred college of Druids, its civilization, its schools, in which 40,000 students were taught philosophy, literature, grammar, jurisprudence, medicine, astrology, occult sciences, architecture, etc. Rival of Thebes, of Memphis, of Athens, and of Rome, it possessed an amphitheater, surrounded with colossal statues, and accommodating 100,000 spectators, gladiators, a capitol, temples of Janus, Pluto, Proserpine, Jupiter, Apollo, Minerva, Cybele, Venus, and Anubis, and in the midst of these sumptuous edifices the Naumachie, with its vast basin, an incredible construction, a gigantic work wherein floated boats and galleys devoted to naval games, then a Champ de Mars, an aqueduct, fountains, public baths, finally fortifications and walls, the construction of which dated from the heroic ages op. Cit. p.22. Such was the last city in Gaul wherein died for Europe the secrets of the initiations of the great mysteries, the mysteries of nature, and of her forgotten occult truths. The rolls and manuscripts of the famous Alexandrian library were burned and destroyed by the same Caesar. The Christian mob in 389 of our era completed the work of destruction upon what remained. Most of the priceless works were saved for students of occultism, but lost to the world. But while history deprecates the action of the Arab general, Amrus, who gave the final touch to this act of vandalism perpetrated by the great conqueror, it has not a word to say to the latter for his destruction of nearly the same amount of precious rolls in Alesia, nor to the destroyer of Bibractes. While Sacrovir, chief of the Gauls, who revolted against Roman despotism under Tiberius, and was defeated by Silius in the year 21 of our era, was burning himself alive with his fellow conspirators on a funeral pyre before the gates of the city, as Ragan tells us, the latter was sacked and plundered, and all her treasures of literature on the occult sciences perished by fire. The once majestic city, Bibractes, has now become Autun, Ragan explains. Page 300, a few monuments of glorious antiquity are still there, such as the temples of Janus and Cybele. Ragan goes on, Arles, founded 2000 years before Christ, was sacked in 270. This metropolis of Gaul, restored 40 years later by Constantine, has preserved to this day a few remains of its ancient splendor: amphitheater, capitol, an obelisk, a block of granite 17 meters high, a triumphal arch, catacombs, etc. Thus ended cult to Gallic civilization. Caesar, as a barbarian worthy of Rome, had already accomplished the destruction of the ancient mysteries by the sack of the temples and their initiatory colleges, and by the massacre of the initiates and the Druids. Remained Rome, but she never had but the lesser mysteries, shadows of the secret sciences. The great initiation was extinct. OPCIT, p.23. J. M. Ragan, a Belgian by birth, and a Mason, knew more about occultism than any other non-initiated writer. For 50 years he studied the ancient mysteries wherever he could find accounts of them. In 1805, he founded at Paris the Brotherhood of Latrino-Sophs, in which lodge he delivered for years lectures on ancient and modern initiations, in 1818 and again in 1841, which were published, and now are lost. Then he became the writer-in-chief of Hermes, a Masonic paper. His best works were La Maçonnerie Occult and the Fasts Initiatiques. After his death, in 1866, a number of his MSS remained in the possession of the Grand Orient of France. A high Mason told the writer that Ragan had corresponded for years with two Orientalists in Syria and Egypt, one of whom is a Copt gentleman. A few further extracts may be given from his occult masonry, as they bear directly upon our subject. However learned and erudite, some of the chronological mistakes of that author are very great. He says, after deified man, Hermes, came the king-priest. The Hierophant Menes was the first legislator and the founder of Thebes of the 100 palaces. He filled that city with magnificent splendor. It is from his day that the sacerdotal epoch of Egypt dates. The priests reigned, for it is they who made the laws. It is said that there have been 329 hierophants since his time, all of whom have remained unknown. After that, genuine adepts having become scarce, the author shows the priests choosing false ones from the midst of slaves, whom they exhibited, having crowned and deified them, for the adoration of the ignorant masses. Tired of reigning in such a servile way, the kings rebelled and freed themselves. Then came Sesostris, the founder of Memphis, 1613, they say before our era. To the sacerdotal election to the throne succeeded that of the warriors. Cheops, who reigned from 1178 to 1122, built the Great Pyramid which bears his name. He is accused of having persecuted theocracy and closed the temples. This is utterly incorrect, though Ragan repeats history. The pyramid called by the name of Cheops is the Great Pyramid, the building of which even Baron Bunsen assigned to 5000 BC. He says in Egypt's place in universal history, The Learning of Egypt, page 301, the origins of Egypt go back to the 9th millennium before Christ OP. Cit. 462, and as the mysteries were performed and the initiations took place in that pyramid, for indeed it was built for that purpose, it looks strange and an utter contradiction with known facts in the history of the mysteries to suppose that Cheops, if the builder of that pyramid, ever turned against the initiated priests and their temples. Moreover, as far as the secret doctrine teaches, it was not Cheops who built the pyramid of that name, whatever else he might have done. Yet, it is quite true that owing to an Ethiopian invasion and the federated government of 12 chiefs, royalty fell into the hands of Amasis, a man of low birth. This was in 570 BC, and it was Amasis who destroyed priestly power. And thus perished that ancient theocracy which showed its crowned priests for so many centuries to Egypt and the whole world. Egypt had gathered the students of all countries around her, priests and hierophants, before Alexandria was founded. Ennemoser asks, how comes it that so little has become known of the mysteries and of their particular contents, through so many ages, and amongst so many different times and people? The answer is that it is again owing to the universally strict silence of the initiated. Another cause may be found in the destruction and total loss of all the written memorials of the secret knowledge of the remotest antiquity. Numa's books, described by Livy, consisting of natural philosophy, were found in his tomb, but they were not allowed to be made known, lest they should reveal the most secret mysteries of the state religion. The Senate and the tribunes of the people determined that the books themselves should be burned, which was done. History of Magic, 2. Cassane mentions a treatise, well known in the 4th and 5th centuries, which was accredited to Ham, the son of Noah, who in his turn was reputed to have received it from Jared, the 4th generation from Seth, the son of Adam. Alchemy also was first taught in Egypt by her learned priests, though the first appearance of this system is as old as man. Many writers have declared that Adam was the first adept, but that was a blind and a pun upon the name, which is red earth in one of its meanings. The correct information under its allegorical veil is found in the 6th chapter of Genesis, which speaks of the sons of God who took wives of the daughters of men, after which they communicated to, page 302, these wives many a mystery and secret of the phenomenal world. The cradle of alchemy, says Olaus Barichius, is to be sought in the most distant times. Democritus of Abdera was an alchemist, and a Hermetic philosopher. Clement of Alexandria wrote considerably upon the science, and Moses and Solomon are called proficients in it. We are told by W. Godwin, the first authentic record on this subject is an edict of Diocletian about 300 years AD. Ordering a diligent search to be made in Egypt for all the ancient books which treated of the art of making gold and silver, that they might, without distinction, be consigned to the flames. The alchemy of the Chaldeans and the old Chinamen is not even the parent of that alchemy which revived among the Arabians many centuries later. There is a spiritual alchemy and a physical transmutation. The knowledge of both was imparted at the initiations. Click here to go to part 1, click here to go to part 3, click here to go to part 4, go to top of this page, back to our online documents, back to our main page. The Lightbearer magazine is published by the Canadian Theosophical Association, and issued every season. Canadian subscriptions are $16 Canadian funds for Canadian addresses, for other countries is $24 Canadian funds or equivalent US funds. A sample copy can be sent upon request to Canadian addresses. For outside of Canada, a copy can be obtained for $6 Canadian or equivalent US funds. Send a note to take advantage of the above free sample offer and / or find out about membership in the society, which is only $20 Canadian funds yearly and which includes our magazine. Outside of the country, membership is $30 in Canadian funds or equivalent US funds and includes also the magazine. This document is a publication of Canadian Theosophical Association, a regional association of the Theosophical Society in Adyar, 1667, Nash Road, Box 108, Courtice, on Canada. Lie 1S8. Telephone, 905-404-9455. Fax, 905-404-9385. Toll free from all of Canada, 866-277-0074. Email, website, www.theosophical.ca. The Secret Doctrine Volume 3 by H.P. Blavatsky, Part 3 of 4. Click here to go to Part 1, click here to go to Part 2, click here to go to Part 4. 173. The Post-Christian Successors to the Mysteries, 34 303. 174. The Root Races, 34 305. 175. The False Gnosis, 34 307. 176. Teachings of Ammonius, 34 309. 177. Difficulties and Dangers, 34 311. 178. The Neoplatonic School, 34 313. 179. Symbolism of Sun and Stars, 35 315. 180. The Circle Dance, 35 317. 181. Christian Astrology, 35 319. 182. Michael the Conqueror, 35 321. 183. The Christian Sun God, 35 323. 184. Pagan Sidereal Worship or Astronomy, 36 325. 185. The Planetary Angels, 36 327. 186. Celestial Wheels, 36 329. 187. The Promethean Mystery, 36 331. 188. The Souls of the Stars Universal Heliolatry, 37 332. 189. Christian Star Worship, 37 333. 190. A Singular Confession, 37 335. 191. Astrology and Astrology, the Defense of Astrology, 38 339. 193. Its later deterioration, 38 341. 194. Its prominent disciples, 38 343. 195. Cycles and Avatars, 39 345. 196. An Unfulfilled Prophecy, 39 347. 197. Secret Cycles, 39 349. 198. Secret Cycles, 4350. 199. The Narrows, 4351. 200. Age of the Vedas, 40 353. 201. Testimony of the Song Celestial, 4355. 202. Mackey's Arguments, 4357. 203. The Doctrine of the Avatars, 41 361. 204. All Avatars Identical, 41 363. 205. Voluntary Incarnations, 41 365. 206. Cardinal de C. USA, 41 367. 207. The Seven Rays, 41 369. 208. Special Cases, 41 371. 209. The higher astral 41 373 210. The seven principles 42 374 211. The mystery of Buddha 43 376 212. Shankaracharya 43 377 213. The Buddha cannot reincarnate 43 379 214. A fuller explanation 43 381 215. Sacrifice 43 383 216. Shankaracharya still living 43 385 217. Reincarnations of Buddha. Vajradhara 44 387 219. Living Buddhas 44 389 220. An obscure passage 44 391 221. An unpublished discourse of Buddha 45 393 222. A mistaken view 45 395 223. Nirvana Moksha 46 396 224. The Akasha 46 397 225. Matter is ever living 46 399 226. Blind faith not expected 46 401 227. What annihilation means 46 403 228. The secret books of Lamrin and Jin 47 405 229. Amida Buddha Quanshai Yunand Quanven 48 407. What the book of Jin and the Lamaseries of Tsongkhapa Sav 230. Tsongkhapa Lohans in China 49 409 231. The lost word 49 411 232. Tibetan prophecies 49 413 233. A few more misconceptions corrected 5414 234. Misrepresentations of Buddhism 5415 235. A mysterious land 5417 236. Absurd conclusions 5419 237. Materialistic Orientalists 5421 238. Introduction of Buddhism into Tibet 5423 239. The Doctrine of the Eve and the Doctrine of the Heart, or the 51 424. Heart Seal 240. Swedenborg's claims 51 425 241. The God Who 51 427 242. More misrepresentations. Arya Sangha 51 431 244. Note 52 434 245. A warning 52 435 246. The Jewel in the Lotus 52 437 247. The Pythagorean Triad 52 439 248. 7 Correspondential Contents 52 441 249. Correspondence between races and man 52 443 250. Man and the Logos 52 445 251. Cosmic, spiritual, and physical centers 52 447 252. Woman and Alchemy 52 449 253. Sound and Color 52 451 254. The Days of the Week 52 453 255. An Explanation 52 455 256. Astrology and Lunar Weeks 52 457 257. Seeing Sounds and Hearing Colors 52 459 258. Planetary and Human Bodies 52 461 259. Planets and Localities 52 463 260. Simon Magus the Magician 52 465 261. Series of Eons 52 467 262. The Triple Eon 52 469 263. Magic and Miracles 52 471 264. Magic, a Divine Science 52 473. Section XXXIV. The Post-Christian Successors to the Mysteries. Page 303, the Eleusinian mysteries were no more. Yet it was these which gave their principal features to the Neoplatonic school of Ammonius Saccas, for the eclectic system was chiefly characterized by its theurgy and ecstasis. It was Iamblichus who added to it the Egyptian doctrine of theurgy with its practices, and Porphyry, the Jew, who opposed this new element. The school, however, with but few exceptions, practiced asceticism and contemplation, its mystics passing through a discipline as rigorous as that of the Hindu devotee. Their efforts never tended so much to develop the successful practice of thaumaturgy, necromancy, or sorcery such as they are now accused of as to evolve the higher faculties of the inner man, the spiritual ego. The school held that a number of spiritual beings, denizens of spheres quite independent of the earth and of the human cycle, were mediators between the gods and men, and even between man and the Supreme Soul. To put it in plainer language, the soul of man became, owing to the help of the planetary spirits, recipient of the soul of the world, as Emerson puts it. Apollonius of Tyana asserted his possession of such a power in these words, quoted by Professor Wilder in his Neoplatonism: "I can see the present and the future in a clear mirror." The sage adept need not wait for the vapors of the earth and the corruption of the air to foresee plagues and fevers, he must know them later than God, but earlier than the people. The theoi or gods see the future, common men, the present, sages that which is about to take place. My peculiar abstemious mode of living produces such an acuteness of the senses, or creates some other faculty, so that the greatest and most remarkable things may be performed. Neoplatonism and Alchemy, p.15, page 304, Professor A. Wilder's comment thereupon is remarkable: "This is what may be termed spiritual photography. The soul is the camera in which facts and events, future, past, and present, are alike fixed, and the mind becomes conscious of them. Beyond our everyday world of limits, all is as one day or state, the past and future comprised in the present. Probably this is the great day, the last day, the day of the Lord of the Bible writers, the day into which everyone passes by death or ecstasis. Then the soul is freed from the constraint of the body, and its nobler part is united to higher nature and becomes partaker in the wisdom and foreknowledge of the higher beings." Loccit. How far the system practiced by the Neoplatonists was identical with that of the Old and the Modem Vedantins may be inferred from what Drive. A. Wilder says of the Alexandrian Theosophists. The anterior idea of the New Platonists was that of a single supreme essence. All the old philosophies contain the doctrine that theoi, gods, or disposers, angels, demons, and other spiritual agencies, emanated from the Supreme Being. Ammonius accepted the doctrine of the books of Hermes, that from the divine all proceeded the divine wisdom or amun, that from wisdom proceeded the demiurge or creator, and from the creator, the subordinate spiritual beings, the world and its people being the last. The first is contained in the second, the first and second in the third, and so on through the entire series. OPCIT, pages 9. 10. This is a perfect echo of the belief of the Vedantins, and it proceeds directly from the secret teachings of the East. The same author says, into this is the doctrine of the Jewish Kabbalah, which was taught by the Pharsai or Pharisees, who probably borrowed it, as their sectarian designation would seem to indicate, from the Magians of Persia. It is substantially embodied in the following synopsis. The divine being is the all, the source of all existence, the infinite, and he cannot be known. The universe reveals him, and subsists by him. At the beginning his effulgence went forth everywhere. This divine effulgence and essence is the light of the Logos, only the Vedantin would not use the pronoun he, but would say it eventually he retired within himself and so formed around him a vacant space. Into this he transmitted his first emanation, a ray, containing in it the generative and conceptive power, and hence the name I, or Yah. This in turn produced the tikkun, the pattern, or idea or form, and in this emanation, which also contained the male and female, or generative and conceptive potencies, were the three primitive forces of light, spirit, and life. This tikkun is united to the ray, or first emanation, and pervaded by it, and by that union is also in perpetual communication with the infinite source. It is the pattern, the primitive man, the Adam Kadmon, the macrocosm of Pythagoras and other philosophers. The root races, page 305, from it proceeded the Sephiroth. From the Sephiroth in turn emanated the four worlds, each proceeding out of the one immediately above it, and the lower one enveloping its superior. These worlds became less pure as they descended in the scale, the lowest of all being the material world. LOCCIT, note, p.10. This veiled enunciation of the secret teaching will be clear to our readers by this time. These worlds are, Azimuth is peopled with the purest emanations, the first, almost spiritual, race of the human beings that were to inhabit the fourth, the second, Birya, by a lower order, the servants of the former, the second race, the third, Jezerah, by the cherubim and seraphim, the Elohim and Bni Elohim, sons of gods or Elohim, our third race. The fourth world, Asia, is inhabited by the Qlipioth, of whom Belial is chief, the Atlantean sorcerers. LOCCIT, note. These worlds are all the earthly duplicates of their heavenly prototypes, the mortal and temporary reflections and shadows of the more durable, if not eternal, races dwelling in other, to us, invisible worlds. The souls of the men of our fifth race derive their elements from these four worlds, root races that preceded ours, namely, our intellect. Manas, the fifth principle, our passions and mental and corporeal appetites. A conflict having arisen, called war in heaven, among our prototypical worlds, war came to pass, eons later, between the Atlantean Sea by a peace synod. Fifth edition of Asia, and those of the third root race, the Bni Elohim or the Sons of God, see Isis Unveiled. Volume I, pages 589-595. The Sons of God and their war with the giants and magicians, and then evil and wickedness were intensified. Mankind, in the last sub-race of the third root race, having sinned in their first parent, a physiological allegory, truly, from whose soul every human soul is an emanation. Says the Zohar, men were exiled into more material bodies to expiate that sin and become proficient in goodness. To accomplish the cycle of necessity, rather, explains the doctrine, to progress on their task of evolution, from which task none of us can be freed, neither by death nor suicide, for each of us have to pass through the valley of Tums before he emerges into the plains of divine light and rest. And thus men will continue to be bomb in new bodies, till they have become sufficiently pure to enter a higher form of existence. Page 306, this means only that mankind, from the first down to the last, or seventh race, is composed of one and the same company of actors, who have descended from higher spheres to perform their artistic tour on this our planet, Earth. Starting as pure spirits on our downward journey around the world, verily, with the knowledge of truth now feebly echoed in the occult doctrines inherent in us, cyclic law brings us down to the reversed apex of matter, which is lost down here on earth and the bottom of which we have already struck, and then, the same law of spiritual gravity will make us slowly ascend to still higher, still purer spheres than those we started from. Foresight, prophecy, oracular powers. Elusive fancies of man's dwarfed perceptions, which see actual images in reflections and shadows, and mistakes past actualities for prophetic images of a future that has no room in eternity. Our macrocosm and its smallest microcosm, man, are both repeating the same play of universal and individual events at each station, as on every stage on which karma leads them to enact their respective dramas of life. False prophets could have no existence had there been no true prophets. And so there were, and many of both classes, and in all ages. Only, none of these ever saw anything but that which had already come to pass, and had been before prototypically enacted in higher spheres if the event foretold related to national or public will or woe, or in some preceding life, if it concerned only an individual, for every such event is stamped as an indelible record of the past and future, which are only, after all, the ever-present in eternity. The worlds and the purifications spoken of in the Zohar and other Kabbalistic books, relate to our globe and races no more and no less than they relate to other globes and other races that have preceded our own in the great cycle. It was such fundamental truths as these that were performed in allegorical plays and images during the mysteries, the last act of which, the epilogue for the Mysti, was the anastasis or continued existence, as also the soul transformation. Hence, the author of Neoplatonism and alchemy shows us that all such eclectic doctrines were strongly reflected in the epistles of Paul, and were inculcated more or less among the churches. Hence, such passages as these: "Ye were dead in errors and sins, ye walked according to the aeon of this world, according to the archon that has the domination of the air. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against the dominations, against potencies, against the lords of darkness, and against the mischievousness of spirits and the empyrean regions." The false gnosis, page 307, but Paul was evidently hostile to the effort to blend his gospel with the Gnostic ideas of the Hebrew-Egyptian school, as seems to have been attempted at Ephesus, and accordingly, wrote to Timothy, his favorite disciple, "Keep safe the precious charge entrusted to thee, and reject the new doctrines and the antagonistic principles of the Gnosis, falsely so called, of which some have made profession and gone astray from the faith." Loc.cit. Note. But as the Gnosis is the science pertaining to our higher self, as blind faith is a matter of temperament and emotionalism, and as Paul's doctrine was still newer and his interpretations far more thickly veiled, to keep the inner truths hidden far away from the Gnostic, preference has been given to the former by every earnest seeker after truth. Besides this, the great teachers who professed the so-called false gnosis were very numerous in the days of the apostles, and were as great as any converted rabbi could be. If Porphyry, the Jew Malach, went against theurgy on account of old traditional recollections, there were other teachers who practiced it. Plotinus, Iamblichus, Proclus, were all thaumaturgists, and the latter elaborated the entire theosophy and theurgy of his predecessors into a complete system. OPCIT, p.18. As to Ammonius, countenanced by Clemens and Athenagoras, in the church, and by learned men of the synagogue, the academy, and the grove, he fulfilled his labor by teaching a common doctrine for all. OPCIT p.8. Thus it is not Judaism and Christianity that remodeled the ancient pagan wisdom, but rather the latter that put its heathen curb, quietly and insensibly, on the new faith, and this, moreover, was still further influenced by the eclectic theosophical system, the direct emanation of the wisdom religion. All that is grand and noble in Christian theology comes from Neoplatonism. It is too well known to now need much repetition that Ammonius Saccas, the God-taught, Theodidactos, and the lover of truth, Philolaethes, in establishing his school, made a direct attempt to benefit the world by teaching those portions of the secret science that were permitted by its direct guardians to be revealed in those days. No Orthodox Christian has ever equaled, far less surpassed, in the practice of true Christ-like virtues and ethics, or in the beauty of his moral nature, Ammonius, the Alexandrian pervert from Christianity. He was bomb from Christian parents. The modem movement of our own Theosophical Society, page 308, was begun on the same principles, for the Neoplatonic school of Ammonius aimed, as we do, at the reconcilement of all sects and peoples, under the once common faith of the Golden Age, trying to induce the nations to lay aside their contentions in religious matters at any rate by proving to them that their various beliefs are all the more or less legitimate children of one common parent, the wisdom religion. Nor was the eclectic theosophical system, as some writers inspired by Rome would make the world believe, developed only during the 3rd century of our era, but it belongs to a much earlier age, as has been shown by Diogenes Laertius. He traces it to the beginning of the dynasty of the Ptolemies, to the great seer and prophet, the Egyptian priest Potamuon, of the temple of the god of that name, for Amun is the god of wisdom. Unto that day the communication between the adepts of Upper India and Bactria and the philosophers of the West had never ceased. Under Philadelphus, the Hellenic teachers became rivals of the College of Rabbis of Babylon. The Buddhistic, Vedantic, and Magian systems were expounded along with the philosophies of Greece. Aristobulus, the Jew, declared that the ethics of Aristotle were derived from the law of Moses, and Philo, after him, attempted to interpret the Pentateuch in accordance with the doctrines of Pythagoras and the Academy. In Josephus it is said that, in the book of the Genesis, Moses wrote philosophically, that is, in the figurative style, and the Essenes of Carmel were reproduced in the Therapeutae of Egypt, who, in turn were declared by Eusebius to be identical with the Christians, though they actually existed long before the Christian era. Indeed, in its turn, Christianity also was taught at Alexandria, and underwent an analogous metamorphosis. Pantaenus, Athenagoras, and Clement were thoroughly instructed in the Platonic philosophy, and comprehended its essential unity with the Oriental systems. OPCIT, pages 3, 4. Ammonius, though the son of Christian parents, was a lover of the truth, a true Philhellethian foremost of all. He set his heart upon the work of reconciling the different systems into a harmonious whole, for he had already perceived the tendency of Christianity to raise itself on the hecatomb which it had constructed out of all other creeds and faiths. What says history? The ecclesiastical historian, Mosheim, declares that Ammonius, conceiving that not only the philosophers of Greece, but also all those of the different barbarous nations, were perfectly in unison with each other with regard to every essential point, made it his business so to temper and expound the tenets of all these various sects, as to make it appear they had all of them originated from one and the same source, and all tended to one and the same end. Teachers of Ammonius, page 309, again, Mosheim says that Ammonius taught that the religion of the multitude went hand in hand with philosophy, and with her had shared the fate of being by degrees corrupted and obscured with mere human conceits, superstition, and lies, that it ought, therefore, to be brought back to its original purity by purging it of this dross and expounding it upon philosophical principles, and that the whole which Christ had in view was to reinstate and restore to its primitive integrity the wisdom of the ancients. Quoted by Dr. Wilder, p.5. Now what was that wisdom of the ancients that the founder of Christianity had in view? The system taught by Ammonius in his eclectic theosophical school was made of the crumbs permitted to be gathered from the antediluvian lore. Those Neoplatonic teachings are described in the Edinburgh Encyclopedia as follows. He Ammonius adopted the doctrines which were received in Egypt concerning the universe and the deity, considered as constituting one great whole, concerning the eternity of the world, the nature of souls, the empire of providence karma and the government of the world by demons daimons or spirits, archangels. He also established a system of moral discipline which allowed the people in general to live according to the laws of their country and the dictates of nature, but required the wise to exalt their minds by contemplation and to mortify the body. Mortification is here meant in the moral, not the physical sense, to restrain every lust and passion, and live on the simplest diet possible so that they might be capable of enjoying the presence and assistance of the demons, including their own daimon or seventh principle, and ascending after death to the presence of the Supreme Soul Parent. In order to reconcile the popular religions, and particularly the Christian, with this new system, he made the whole history of the heathen gods an allegory, maintaining that they were only celestial ministers. This is a Neoplatonic teaching adopted as a doctrine in the Roman Catholic Church, with its worship of the seven spirits entitled to an inferior kind of worship, and he acknowledged that Jesus Christ was an excellent man and the friend of God, but alleged that it was not his design entirely to abolish the worship of demons. The Church has made of it the worship of devils. Daimon is spirit, and relates to our divine spirit, the seventh principle, and to the Dhyan Kohans. Jesus prohibited going to the temple or church as Pharisees do, but commanded that man should retire for prayer, communion with his God, into a private closet. Is it Jesus who would have countenanced in the face of the starving millions, the building of the most gorgeous churches, and that his only intention was to purify the ancient religion? No more could be declared except for those Philhellethians who were initiated, persons duly instructed and disciplined, to whom Ammonius communicated his more important doctrines, imposing on them the obligations of secrecy, as was done before him by Zoroaster and Pythagoras, and in the mysteries where an oath was required from the, page 310. Neophytes or catechumens not to divulge what they had learned. The great Pythagoras divided his teachings into exoteric and esoteric. OPCIT, p.7. Has not Jesus done the same, since he declared to his disciples that to them it was given to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, whereas to the multitudes it was not given, and therefore he spoke in parables, which has a twofold meaning? Dr. A. Wilder proceeds, thus Ammonius found his work ready to his hand. His deep spiritual intuition, his extensive learning, and his familiarity with the Christian fathers, Pantaenus, Clement, and Athenagoras, and with the most erudite philosophers of the time, all fitted him for the labor he performed so thoroughly. The results of his ministration are perceptible at the present day in every country of the Christian world, every prominent system of doctrine now bearing the marks of his plastic hand. Every ancient philosophy has had its votaries among the moderns, and even Judaism, oldest of them all, has taken upon itself changes which were suggested by the God-taught Alexandrian. OPCIT, p.7. The Neoplatonic school of Alexandria, founded by Ammonius, the prototype proposed for the Theosophical Society, taught theurgy and magic, as much as they were taught in the days of Pythagoras, and by others far earlier than his period. For Proclus says that the doctrines of Orpheus, who was an Indian and came from India, were the origin of the systems afterwards promulgated. What Orpheus delivered in hidden allegories, Pythagoras learned when he was initiated into the Orphic mysteries, and Plato next received a perfect knowledge of them from Orphic and Pythagorean writings. OPCIT, p18. The Philaletheans had their division into neophytes, chellas, and initiates, or masters, and the eclectic system was characterized by three distinct features, which are purely Vedantic: a supreme essence, one and universal, the eternity and indivisibility of the human spirit, and theurgy, which is mantricism. So also, as we have seen, they had their secret or esoteric teachings like any other mystic school. Nor were they allowed to reveal anything of their secret tenets, any more than were the initiates of the mysteries. Only the penalties incurred by the revealers of the secrets of the latter were far more terrible, and this prohibition has survived to this day, not only in India, but even among the Jewish Kabbalists in Asia. The Talmud gives the story of the four Tannim, who are made, in allegorical terms, to enter into the garden of delights, i.e., to be initiated into the occult and final science. According to the teaching of our holy masters, the names of the four who entered the garden of delight are Ben-Asai, Ben-Zoma, Acher, and Rabbi Akiba. Ben-Asai looked and lost his sight. Ben-Zoma looked and lost his reason. Acher made depredations in the plantation, mixed up the whole and failed. But Akiba, who had entered in peace, came out of it in peace, for the saint, whose name he blessed, had said, "This old man is worthy of serving us with glory." The learned commentators of the Talmud, the rabbis of the synagogue, explain that the garden of delight, in which those four personages are made to enter, is but that mysterious science, the most terrible of sciences for weak intellects, which it leads directly to insanity, says A. Frank, in his Kabbalah. It is not the pure at heart and he who studies but with a view to perfecting himself and so more easily acquiring the promised immortality, who need have any fear, but rather he who makes of the science of sciences a sinful pretext for worldly motives, who should tremble. The latter will never understand the Kabbalistic evocations of the supreme initiation Isis unveiled. 2. 119 Difficulties and Dangers, page 311. One of the reasons for such secrecy may be the undoubtedly serious difficulties and hardships of chelaship, and the dangers attending initiation. The modem candidate has, like his predecessor of old, to either conquer or die, when, which is still worse, he does not lose his reason. There is no danger to him who is true and sincere, and, especially, unselfish. For he is thus prepared beforehand to meet any temptation. He, who fully recognized the power of his immortal spirit, and never doubted for one moment its omnipotent protection, had naught to fear. but woe to the candidate in whom the slightest physical fear, sickly child of matter, made him lose sight and faith in his own invulnerability. He who was not wholly confident of his moral fitness to accept the burden of these tremendous secrets was doomed. Isis Unveiled, 2. 119. There were no such dangers in Neoplatonic initiations. The selfish and unworthy failed in their object, and in the failure was the punishment. The chief aim was reunion of the part with the all. This all was one, with numberless names. Whether called Dui, the bright Lord of Heaven by the Aryan, Iao, by the Chaldean and Kabbalist, Iobe by the Samaritan, the Tiu or Tuisco by the Northman, Da, by the Briton, Zeus, by the Thracian, or Jupiter by the Roman, it was the being, the facet. One and supreme, see Neoplatonism, p.9. The unborn and the inexhaustible source of every emanation, the fountain of life and light eternal, a ray of which every one of us carries in him on this earth. The knowledge of this mystery had reached the Neoplatonists from India through Pythagoras, and still later through Apollonius of Tyana, and the rules and methods for producing ecstasy had come from the same lore of the divine Vidya, the Gnosis. For Aryavarta, the bright focus into which has been poured in the beginning of time the flames, page 312, of divine wisdom, had become the center from which radiated the tongues of fire into every portion of the globe. What was samadhi but that sublime ecstasy, in which state things divine and the mysteries of nature are revealed to us, of which Porphyry speaks? The efflux from the divine soul is imparted to the human spirit in unreserved abundance, accomplishing for the soul a union with the divine, and enabling it while in the body to be partaker of the life which is not in the body, he explains elsewhere. Thus under the title of magic was taught every science, physical and metaphysical, natural or deemed supernatural by those who are ignorant of the omnipresence and universality of nature. Divine magic makes of man a god, human magic creates a new friend. We wrote in Isis Unveiled, in the oldest documents now in the possession of the world, the Vedas and the older laws of Manu, we find many magical rites practiced and permitted by the Brahmins. See the code published by Sir William Jones, Chapter 9, p.ll. Tibet, Japan, and China teach in the present age that which was taught by the oldest Chaldeans. The clergy of these respective countries prove moreover what they teach, namely, that the practice of moral and physical purity, and of certain austerities, develops the vital soul power of self-illumination. Affording to man the control over his own immortal spirit, it gives him truly magical powers over the elementary spirits inferior to himself. In the West we find magic of as high an antiquity as in the East. The Druids of Great Britain practiced it in the silent crypts of their deep caves, and Pliny devotes many a chapter to the wisdom Pliny, Hist. Nat. XXX. IB, 16. 14, XXV. 9 etc. of the leaders of the Celts. The Semothese, the Druids of the Gauls, expounded the physical as well as the spiritual sciences. They taught the secrets of the universe, the harmonious progress of the heavenly bodies, the formation of the earth, and above all the immortality of the soul. Pomponius ascribes to them the knowledge of the highest sciences. In their sacred groves, natural academies built by the hand of the invisible architect, the initiates assembled at the still hour of midnight, to learn about what man once was, and what he will be. Caesar, 314. They needed no artificial illumination, nor life-drawing gas, to light up their temples, for the chaste goddess of night beamed her most silvery rays on their oak-crowned heads, and their white-robed sacred bards knew how to converse with the solitary queen of the starry vault. Pliny, XXX. Isis Unveiled, I-18. During the palmy days of Neoplatonism these bards were no more, for their cycle had run its course, and the last of the Druids had perished at Bibractes and Alesia. The Neoplatonic school, page 313, but the Neoplatonic school was for a long time successful, powerful, and prosperous. Still, while adopting Aryan wisdom in its doctrines, the school failed to follow the wisdom of the Brahmins in practice. It showed its moral and intellectual superiority too openly, caring too much for the great and powerful of this earth. While the Brahmins and their great yogis, experts in matters of philosophy, metaphysics, astronomy, morals, and religion, preserved their dignity under the sway of the most powerful princes, remained aloof from the world and would not condescend to visit them or to ask for the slightest favor. The care which they took in educating youth, in familiarizing it with generous and virtuous sentiments, did them peculiar honor, and their maxims and discourses, as recorded by historians, prove that they were expert in matters of philosophy, metaphysics, astronomy, morality and religion, says a modem writer. If kings or princes desired the advice or the blessings of the holy men, they were either obliged to go themselves, or to send messengers. To these men no secret power of either plant or mineral was unknown. They had fathomed nature to its depths, while psychology and physiology were to them open books, and the result was that science that is now termed so superciliously magic. The emperors Alexander, Severus, and Julian, and the greatest among the aristocracy of the land, embraced the tenets of the Neoplatonists, who mixed freely with the world. The system flourished for several centuries and comprised within the ranks of its followers the ablest and most learned among the men of the time. Hypatia, the teacher of the bishop Saint-Sus, was one of the ornaments of the school until the fatal and shameful day when she was murdered by the Christian mob at the instigation of Bishop Cyril of Alexandria. The school was finally removed to Athens, and closed by order of the Emperor Justinian. How accurate is Dr. Wilder's remark that modern writers have commentated upon the peculiar views of the Neoplatonists upon these metaphysical subjects, seldom representing them correctly, even if this was desired or intended. OPCIT, p.9. The few speculations on the sublunary, material, and spiritual universes that they did put into writing, Ammonius never having himself written a line, after the wont of reformers could not enable posterity to judge them rightly, even had not the early Christian Vandals, the later Crusaders, and the fanatics of the Middle Ages, destroyed 3 parts of that which remained of the Alexandrian library and its later schools. Professor Draper shows that Cardinal Ximenes alone, page 314, delivered to the flames in the squares of Granada 80,000 Arabic manuscripts, many of them translations of classical authors. In the Vatican Library, whole passages in the most rare and precious treatises of the ancients were found erased and blotted out, for the sake of interlining them with absurd psalmodies. Moreover, it is well known that over 36 volumes written by Porphyry were burnt and otherwise destroyed by the Fathers. Most of the little that is known of the doctrines of the eclectics is found in the writings of Plotinus and of those same Church Fathers. Says the author of Neoplatonism, what Plato was to Socrates, and the Apostle John to the head of the Christian faith, Plotinus became to the God-taught Ammonius. To Plotinus, Origenes, and Longinus we are indebted for what is known of the Philelethean system. They were duly instructed, initiated, and entrusted with the interior doctrines. OPCIT, p.ll. This accounts marvelously for Origenes calling people idiots who believe in the Garden of Eden and Adam and Eve fables, as also for the fact that so few of the writings of that Church Father have passed to posterity. Between the secrecy imposed, the vows of silence, and that which was maliciously destroyed by every foul means, it is indeed miraculous that even so much of the Philelethean tenets has reached the world. Section XXXV Symbolism of Sun and Stars, page 315, and the heaven was visible in 7 circles, and the planets appeared with all their signs, in star form, and the stars were divided and numbered with the rulers that were in them, and their revolving course, through the agency of the divine spirit. Hermes, 4.6. Here spirit denotes pneuma, collective deity, manifested in its builders, or, as the Church has it, the 7 spirits of the presence, the mediantibus angelus, of whom Thomas Aquinas says that God never works but through them. These 7 rulers or mediating angels were the Kabiri gods of the ancients. This was so evident, that it forced from the Church, together with the admission of the fact, an explanation and a theory, whose clumsiness and evident sophistry are such that it must fail to impress. The world is asked to believe, that while the planetary angels of the Church are divine beings, the genuine seraphim, from seraph rrp, fiery, burning, plural, see Isaiah 6. 2-6, they are regarded as the personal attendants of the Almighty, His messengers, angels, or metratans. In Revelation they are the 7 burning lamps in attendance before the throne. These very same angels, under identical names and planets, were and are false as gods of the ancients. They are no better than pretenders, the cunning copies of the real angels, produced beforehand through the craft and power of Lucifer and of the fallen angels. Now, what are the Kabiri? Kabiri, as a name, is derived from Habir, one great, and also from Venus, this goddess being called to the present day Kabar, as in also her star. The Kabiri were worshipped at Hebron, the city of the Anakim, or Anakas, kings, princes. They are the highest planetary spirits, the greatest gods and the powerful. Varro, following Orpheus, page 316, calls these gods divine powers. The word Kabirim when applied to men, and the words Heber, Geber, with reference to Nimrod, or the giants of Genesis 6, and Kabir, are all derived from the mysterious word the ineffable and the unpronounceable. Thus it is they who represent Ksaba, the host of heaven. The Church, however, bowing before the angel Anael, the regent of Venus. Venus with the Chaldeans and Egyptians was the wife of Proteus, and is regarded as the mother of the Kabiri, the sons of Ta or Imap, the divine light or the Sunday. The angels answer to the stars in the following order: the Sun, the Moon, Mars, Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, and Saturn, Michael, Gabriel, Samael, Anael, Raphael, Zachariel, and Oriphiel. This is in religion and Christian Kabbalism. Astrologically and esoterically the places of the regents stand otherwise, as also in the Jewish, or rather the real Chaldean Kabbalah. Connects the planet Venus with Lucifer, the chief of the rebels under Satan, so poetically apostrophized by the prophet Isaiah as Lucifer, son of the morning. Loc.cit, 14.12. All the mystery gods were Kabiri. As these 7 lictors relate directly to the secret doctrine, their real status is of the greatest importance. Suidas defines the Kabiri as the gods who command all the other demons, spirits, *phi Eurologo L. Lin S. Macrobius introduces them as those Penates and tutelary deities, through whom we live and learn and know, Saturn. I.3ch4. The teraphim through which the Hebrews consulted the oracles of the Urim and the Thummim, were the symbolical hieroglyphics of the Kabiri. Nevertheless, the good fathers have made of Kibir the synonym of devil and of daimon, spirit, a demon. The mysteries of the Kabiri at Hebron, pagan and Jewish, were presided over by the 7 planetary gods, among the rest by Jupiter and Saturn under their mystery names, and they are referred to as x/degree ro asterisk and t degree xepcm, and by Euripides as ast degree co. The Kabiri were always the 7 planets as known in antiquity, who together with their father the sun referred to elsewhere as their elder brother composed a powerful ogdoad. This is one more proof that the ancients knew of 7 planets besides the sun, for otherwise which is the 8th in such a case? The 7th, with 2 others, as stated, were mystery planets, whether Uranus or any other, the 8 superior powers, as AIP-01. Qr so AR assessor S5 danced around him the sacred circular dance, the symbol of the rotation of the planets around the Sunday. Jehovah and Saturn, moreover, are one. It is quite natural, therefore, to find a French writer, d'Anselme, applying the same terms of tt pound to xepcr degree v and dio epcr to Jehovah and his word, and they are correctly so applied. The circle dance, page 317, for if the circle dance prescribed by the Amazons for the mysteries being the circle dance of the planets, and characterized as the motion of the divine spirit carried on the waves of the great deep, can now be called infernal and lascivious when performed by the pagans, then the same epithets ought to be applied to David's dance, Sam 6. 20-22 And to the dance of the daughters of Shiloh, Judges, XXI 21, ETSEQ And to the leaping of the prophets of Baal, I. Kings, 18. 26 They were all identical and all belonged to Sabaean worship. King David's dance, during which he uncovered himself before his maidservants in a public thoroughfare, saying, I will play, act wantonly, before 1:11, Jehovah, and I will yet be more vile than this, was certainly more reprehensible than any circle dance during the mysteries, or even than the modern Rasa Mandala in India. This dance Rasa Mandala, enacted by the gopis or shepherdesses of Krishna, the sun god, is enacted to this day in Rajputana in India, and is undeniably the same theo-astronomical and symbolical dance of the planets and the zodiacal signs, that was danced thousands of years before our era, which is the same thing. It was David who introduced Jehovistic worship into Judea, after sojourning so long among the Tyrians and Philistines, where these rites were common. David knew nothing of Moses, and if he introduced the Jehovah worship, it was not in its monotheistic character, but simply as that of one of the many, Kabirin, gods of the neighboring nations, a tutelary deity of his own, to whom he had given the preference, whom he had chosen among all other, Kabari, gods, Isis unveiled. 2.45 And who was one of the associates, Jabir, of the Sunday. The Shakers dance the circle dance to this day when turning round for the Holy Ghost to move them. In India it is Narayana who is the mover on the waters, and Narayana is Vishnu in his secondary form, and Vishnu has Krishna for an avatara, in whose honor the circle dance is still enacted by the Nach girls of the temples, he being the sun god and they the planets as symbolized by the gopis. Let the reader turn to the works of de Merville, a Roman Catholic writer, or to Monumental Christianity, by Dr. Lundy, a Protestant, page 318, Divine, if he wants to appreciate to any degree the subtlety and casuistry of their reasonings. No one ignorant of the occult version can fail to be impressed with the proofs brought forward to show how cleverly and perseveringly Satan has worked for long millenniums to tempt a humanity unblessed with an infallible church, in order to have himself recognized as the one living God, and his fiends as holy angels. The reader must be patient, and study with attention what the author says on behalf of his church. To compare it the better with the versions of the occultists, a few points may be quoted here verbatim. Saint Peter tells us, May the divine Lucifer arise in your hearts 2 Epistle, I-19. The English text says, Until the day star arise in your heart, a trifling alteration which does not really matter, as Lucifer is the day as well as the morning star, and it is less shocking to pious ears. There are a number of such alterations in the Protestant Bibles. Now the Son is Christ. I will send my Son from the sun, said the Eternal through the voice of prophetic traditions, and prophecy having become history, the evangelists repeated in their turn, the sun rising from on high visited us. Again the English translation changes the word sun into dayspring. The Roman Catholics are decidedly braver and more sincere than the Protestant theologians. De Merville 4.34-38. Now God says, through Malachi, that the sun shall arise for those who fear his name. What Malachi meant by the Son of Righteousness the Kabbalists alone can tell, but what the Greek, and even the Protestant, theologians understood by the term is of course Christ, referred to metaphorically. Only, as the sentence, I will send my Son from the sun, is borrowed verbatim from a Sibylline book, it becomes very hard to understand how it can be attributed to, or classed with any prophecy relating to the Christian Savior, unless, indeed, the latter is to be identified with Apollo. Virgil, again, says, Here comes the virgins and Apollo's reign, and Apollo, or Apollyon, is to this day viewed as a form of Satan, and is taken to mean the Antichrist. If the Sibylline promise, he will send his Son from the sun, applies to Christ, then either Christ and Apollo are one, and then why call the latter a demon, or the prophecy had nothing to do with the Christian Savior, and, in such a case, why appropriate it at all? But de Merville goes further. He shows us Saint Denis, the Areopagite, affirming that the sun is the special signification, and the statue of God. Thus said the Egyptians and the Sabaeans in days of old, the symbol of whose manifested gods, Osiris and Bel, was the sun. But they had a higher deity. It is by the eastern door that the glory of the Lord penetrated into the temples of the Jews and Christians, that divine glory being sunlight. We build our churches towards the east, says in his turn Saint Ambrose, for during the mysteries we begin by renouncing him who is in the west. Christian Astrology, page 319, he who is in the west is Typhon, the Egyptian god of darkness, the west having been held by them as the typhonic gate of death. Thus, having borrowed Osiris from the Egyptians, the Church Fathers thought little of helping themselves to his brother Typhon. Then again, the prophet Baruch exiled from the Protestant Bible but left in the Apocrypha which, according to Article 6, of the Church of England, she doth read for example of life and instruction of manners, but not to establish any doctrine, speaks of the stars that rejoice in their vessels and citadels, chap. 3, and Ecclesiastes applies the same terms to the sun, which is said to be the admirable vessel of the Most High, and the citadel of the Lord. F. A. Cornelius a Lapide. V 248. In every case there is no doubt about one thing, for the sacred writer says, it is a spirit who rules the sun's course. Hear what he says, in Ecclesiastes, I.6, the sun also ariseth and its spirit lighting all in its circular path, gyrat gyrans, redumeth according to his circuits. Ecclesiastes, Slyin. The above quotations are taken from Dr. Merville's chapter on Christian and Jewish solar theology, 4. 35-38. De Merville seems to quote from texts either rejected by or unknown to Protestants, in whose Bible there is no 43rd chapter of Ecclesiastes, nor is the sun made to go in circuits in the latter, but the wind. This is a question to be settled between the Roman and the Protestant churches. Our point is the strong element of Sabaeanism or heliolatry present in Christianity. An ecumenical council having authoritatively put a stop to Christian astrology by declaring that there was no sidereal souls in sun, moon, or planets, St. Thomas took upon himself to settle the point in dispute. The angelic doctor announced that such expressions did not mean a soul, but only an intelligence, not resident in the sun or stars, but one that assisted them, a guiding and directing intelligence. Nevertheless, the Church has preserved in her most sacred rites the star rites of the pagan initiates. In the pre-Christian Mithraic mysteries, the candidate who overcame successfully the 12 tortures which preceded the final initiation, received a small round cake or wafer of unleavened bread, symbolizing in one of its meanings, the solar disk, and known as the manna, heavenly bread. A lamb, or a bull even, was killed, and with the blood the candidate had to be sprinkled, as in the case of the Emperor Julian's initiation. The 7 rules or mysteries that are represented in the Revelation as the 7 seals which are opened in order were then delivered to the newly born. Page 320, thereupon the author, comforted by the explanation, quotes Clement the Alexandrian, and reminds the reader of the opinion of that philosopher, the interrelation that exists between the 7 branches of the candlestick, the 7 stars of the Revelation, and the sun. The 6 branches, says Clement, fixed to the central candlestick have lamps, but the sun placed in the midst of the wandering ones, p.a.t., pours his beams on them all. This golden candlestick hides one more mystery, it is the sign of Christ, not only in shape, but because he sheds his light through the ministry of the 7 spirits primarily created, and who are the 7 eyes of the Lord. Therefore the principal planets are to the 7 primeval spirits, according to St. Clement, that which the candlestick sun is to Christ himself, namely their vessels, their f.a. Plain enough, to be sure, though one fails to see that this explanation even helps the situation. The 7-branched chandelier of the Israelites, as well as the wanderers of the Greeks, had a far more natural meaning, a purely astrological one to begin with. In fact, from Magi and Chaldeans down to the much laughed at Tzadkiel, every astrological work will tell its reader that the sun placed in the midst of the planets, with Saturn, Jupiter and Mars on one side, and Venus, Mercury and the moon on the other, the planets' line crossing through the whole earth, has always meant what Hermes tells us. Namely, the thread of destiny, or that whose action, influence, is called destiny. Truly, says St. Coleridge, instinctively the reason has always pointed out to men the ultimate end of various sciences. There is no doubt but that astrology of some sort or other will be the last achievement of astronomy. There must be chemical relations between the planets. The difference of their magnitude compared with that of their distances is not explicable otherwise. Between planets and our Earth with its mankind, we may add. But symbol for symbol we prefer the sun to a candlestick. One can understand how the latter came to represent the sun and planets, but no one can admire the chosen symbol. There is poetry and grandeur in the sun when it is made to symbolize the eye of Ormuzd or of Osiris, and is regarded as the vahan, vehicle, of the highest deity. But one must forever fail to perceive that any particular glory is rendered to Christ by assigning to him the trunk of a candlestick. Christ then, the author says, p. 40, is represented by the trunk of the candlestick in a Jewish synagogue, as mystical seat of honor. There are then positively two suns, a sun adored and a sun adoring. The Apocalypse proves it. The word is found in chap. 7, in the angel who ascends with the rising of the sun, having the seal of the living God. While commentators differ on the personality of this angel, Saint Ambrose and many other theologians see in him Christ himself. He is the Son adored. Michael the Conqueror, page 321, but in chap 19. We find an angel standing in the sun, inviting all the nations to gather to the great supper of the Lamb. This time it is literally and simply the angel of the sun who cannot be mistaken for the Word, since the prophet distinguishes him from the Word, the King of kings and Lord of lords. The angel in the sun seems to be an adoring sun. Who may be the latter? And who else can he be but the morning star, the guardian angel of the Word, his Farer, or angel of the face, as the Word is the angel of the face, presence, of his Father, his principal attribute and strength, as his name itself implies, Michael, powerful rector glorified by the Church, the rector potens who will fell the Antichrist, the vice-word, in short, who represents his master, and seems to be one with him. De Merville 441, 42. Yes, Michael is the alleged conqueror of Ormuzd, Osiris, Apollo, Krishna, Mithra, etc., of all the solar gods, in short, known and unknown, now treated as demons and as Satan. Nevertheless, the conqueror has not disdained to don the war spoils of the vanquished foes, their personalities, attributes, even their names, to become the alter ego of these demons. Thus the sun god here is Anavar, or the Eternal. The prince is Ormuzd, since he is the first of the 7 Amshaspens, the demon copies of the 7 original angels, Caput Angelorum, the Lamb, Hamal, the shepherd of the zodiac and the antagonist of the snake. But the sun, the eye of Ormuzd, has also his rector, Khorshid, or the Mitraitan, who is the Farer of the face of Ormuzd, his Ist, or the morning star. The Mazdeans had a triple Sunday. For us this Khorshid Mitraitan is the first of the Psycho-Pompeian genii, and the guide of the sun, the immolator of the terrestrial bull or lamb whose wounds are licked by the serpent on the famous Mithraic monument. De Merville 4.42. St. Paul, in speaking of the rulers of this world, the Cosmocratores, only said what was said by all the primitive philosophers of the 10 centuries before the Christian era, only he was scarcely understood, and was often willfully misinterpreted. Damascius repeats the teachings of the pagan writers when he explains that there are 7 series of cosmocratores or cosmic forces, which are double, the higher ones commissioned to support and guide the superior world, the lower ones, the inferior world, our own. And he is but saying what the ancients taught. Iamblichus gives this dogma of the duality of all the planets and celestial bodies, of gods and daimons, spirits. He also divides the archant into two classes, the more and the less spiritual, the latter more connected with and clothed with matter, as having a form, while the former are bodiless, page 322, Arupot. But what have Satan and his angels to do with all this? Perhaps only that the identity of the Zoroastrian dogma with the Christian, and of Mithra, Ormuzd, and Ahriman with the Christian Father, Son, and Devil, might be accounted for. And when we say Zoroastrian dogmas, we mean the exoteric teaching. How explain the same relations between Mithra and Ormuzd as those between the Archangel Michael and Christ? Ahura Mazda says to Holy Zarathustra, "When I created emanated Mithra. I created him that he should be invoked and adored equally with myself." For the sake of necessary reforms, the Zoroastrian Aryans transformed the Devas, the bright gods of India, into devs, or devils. It was their karma that in their turn the Christians should vindicate on this point the Hindus. Now Ormuzd and Mithra have become the devs of Christ and Michael, the dark lining and aspect of the Savior and angel. The day of the karma of Christian theology will come in its turn. Already the Protestants have begun the first chapter of the religion that will seek to transform the seven spirits and the host of the Roman Catholics into demons and idols. Every religion has its karma, as has every individual. That which is due to human conception and is built on the abasement of our brothers who disagree with us, must have its day. There is no religion higher than truth. The Zoroastrians, Mazdeans, and Persians borrowed their conceptions from India, the Jews borrowed their theory of angels from Persia, the Christians borrowed from the Jews. Hence the latest interpretation by Christian theology, to the great disgust of the synagogue, forced to share the symbolical candlestick with the hereditary enemy, that the seven-branched candlestick represents the seven churches of Asia and the seven planets which are the angels of those churches. Hence also, the conviction that the Mosaic Jews, the investors of that symbol for their tabernacle, were a kind of Sabaeans, who blended their planets and the spirits thereof into one, and called them only far later Jehovah. For this we have the testimony of Clemens Alexandrinus, Saint Hieronymus, and others. And Clement, as an initiate of the mysteries at which the secret of the heliocentric system was taught several thousands of years before Galileo and Copernicus, proves it by explaining that by these various symbols connected with sidereal phenomena the totality of all the creatures which bind heaven with earth are figured. The chandelier represented the motion of the seven luminaries, describing their astral revolution. To the right and left of that candelabrum projected the six branches, each of which has its lamp, because the sun placed as a candelabrum in the middle of other planets distributes light to them. Notwithstanding the above, written in the earliest Christian period by the renegade Neoplatonist, the Church persists to this day in her willful error. Helpless against Galileo, she now tries to throw a doubt even on the heliocentric system. As to the cherubs having 12 wings between the two, they represent to us the sensuous world in the 12 zodiacal signs. Stromates. v. 6. The Christian Sun God, page 323, and yet in the face of all this evidence, sun, moon, planets, all are shown as being demoniacal before, and divine only after, the appearance of Christ. All know the Orphic verse, it is Zeus, it is Adas, it is the sun, it is Bacchus, these names having been all synonymous for classic poets and writers. Thus for Democritus deity is but a soul in an orbicular fire, and that fire is the Sunday. For Iamblichus the sun was the image of divine intelligence, for Plato an immortal living being. Hence the oracle of Claros, when asked to say who was the Jehovah of the Jews, answered, it is the Sunday. We may add the words in Psalm 19. For, in the sun hath he placed a tabernacle for himself. The English Bible has, in them, the heavens, hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is incorrect and has no sense in view of the verse that follows, for there are things hid from the heat thereof. If the latter word is to be applied to the Sunday, his going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it, and there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. Jehovah then is the sun, and thence also the Christ of the Roman Church. And now the criticism of Dupuy on that verse becomes comprehensible, as also the despair of the Abbé Fouquer. Nothing is more favorable to Sabiism than this text of the Vulgate, he exclaims. And, however disfigured may be the words and sense in the English Authorized Bible, the Vulgate and the Septuagint both give the correct text of the original, and translate the latter, "In the Son he established his abode," while the Vulgate regards the it as coming direct from God and not from the Son alone, since it is God who issues forth from, and dwells in the Son and performs the circuit, in sole posuit. Et ipsi exultavit. From these facts it will be seen that the Protestants were right in charging Saint Justin with saying that God has permitted us to worship the Son. Page 324, and this, notwithstanding the lame excuses that what was really meant was that God permitted himself to be worshipped in, or within, the Son, which is all the same. It will be seen from the above, that while the pagans located in the Sun and planets only the inferior powers of nature, the representative spirits, so to say, of Apollo, Bacchus, Osiris, and other solar gods, the Christians, in their hatred of philosophy, appropriated the sidereal localities, and now limit them to the use of their anthropomorphic deity and his angels, new transformations of the old gods. Something had to be done in order to dispose of the ancient tenets, so they were disgraced into demons, wicked devils. Section XXXVI Pagan Sidereal Worship, or Astrology, page 325, the teraphim of Abram's father Terah, the maker of images, and the Kabiri gods are directly connected with ancient Sabian worship or astrolotry. Kiun, or the god Kivin, worshipped by the Jews in the wilderness, is Saturn, and Shiva, later on called Jehovah. Astrology existed before astronomy, and astronomus was the title of the highest hierophant in Egypt. When the hierophant took his last degree, he emerged from the sacred recess called Manieres and was given the golden tau, the Egyptian cross, which was subsequently placed upon his breast, and buried with him. One of the names of the Jewish Jehovah, Sabaoth, or the Lord of Hosts, Tsabaoth, belongs to the Chaldean Sabaeans, or Tsabeans, and has for its root the word Tsab, meaning a car, a ship, and an army, Sabaoth thus meaning literally the army of the ship, the crew, or a naval host, the sky being metaphorically referred to as the upper ocean in the Doctrine. In his interesting volumes, The God of Moses, Lacour explains that all such words as the celestial armies or the hosts of heaven, signify not only the totality of the heavenly constellations, but also the Elim on whom they are dependent. The Elites Baout are the forces or souls of the constellations, the potencies that maintain and guide the planets in this order and procession. The Jbhs Baout signifies him, the supreme chief of those celestial bodies. In his collectivity, as the chief order of spirits, not a chief spirit. The Sabaeans having worshipped in the graven images only the celestial hosts, angels and gods whose habitation were the planets, never in truth worshipped the stars. For on Plato's authority, we know that among the stars and constellations, the, page 326, planets alone had a right to the title of theoi, gods, as that name was derived from the verb phe, to run, or to circulate. Celdinus also tells us that they were likewise called phe, b, a%, god counselors, and, s, lictors, as they, the planets, were present at the sun's consistory, solus consistoris ad stans. Says the learned Kircher, the scepters the 7 presiding angels were armed with, explain these names of erlabdifors and lictors given to them. Reduced to its simplest expression and popular meaning, this is of course fetish worship. Yet esoteric astrolotry was not at all the worship of idols, since under the names of counselors and lictors, present at the sun's consistory, it was not the planets in their material bodies that were meant, but their regents or souls, spirits. If the prayer Our Father in heaven, or Saint so and so in heaven is not an idolatrous invocation, then Our Father in Mercury or Our Lady in Venus, Queen of Heaven, etc., is no more so, for it is precisely the same thing, the name making no difference in the act. The word used in the Christian prayers, in heaven, cannot mean anything abstract. A dwelling, whether of gods, angels, or saints, every one of these being anthropomorphic individualities and beings, must necessarily mean a locality, some defined spot in that heaven, hence it is quite immaterial for purposes of worship whether that spot be considered as heaven in general, meaning nowhere in particular, or in the sun, moon, or Jupiter. The argument is futile that there were two deities, and two distinct hierarchies or tzibas in heaven, in the ancient world as in our modern times. The one, the living God and his host, and the other, Saturn, Lucifer with his counselors and lictors, or the fallen angels. Our opponents say that it is the latter which Plato with the Hueli of antiquity worshipped, and which 2/3 of humanity worship to this day. The whole question is to know how to discern between the two. Protestant Christians fail to find any mention of angels in the Pentateuch, we may therefore leave them aside. The Roman Catholics and the Kabbalists find such mention. The former, because they have accepted Jewish angelology, without suspecting that the Sabaean hosts were colonists and settlers on Judean territory from the lands of the Gentiles, the latter, because they accepted the bulk of the secret doctrine, keeping the kernel for themselves and leaving the husks to the unwary. The planetary angels, page 327, Cornelius a Lapide points out and proves the meaning of the word tzaba in the first verse of chapter 2 of Genesis, and he does so correctly, guided, as he probably was, by learned Kabbalists. The Protestants are certainly wrong in their contention, for angels are mentioned in the Pentateuch under the word tzaba, which means hosts of angels. In the Vulgate the word is translated ometis, meaning the sidereal army, the ornament also of the sky kabbalistically. The biblical scholars of the Protestant Church, and the savants among the materialists, who failed to find angels mentioned by Moses, have thus committed a serious error. For the verse reads, "Thus the heaven and the earth were finished and all the host of them," the host meaning the army of stars and angels, the last two words being, it seems, convertible terms in church phraseology. A Lapide is cited as an authority for this. He says that tzaba does not mean either one or the other but the one and the other, or both, Siderum ae angelorum. If the Roman Catholics are right on this point, so are the occultists when they claim that the angels worshipped in the Church of Rome are none else than their 7 planets. The Dhyankohans of Buddhistic esoteric philosophy, or the Kumaras, the mind-bomb sons of Brahma, known under the patronymic of Vedatra. The identity between the Kumaras, the builders or cosmic Dhyankohans, and the 7 angels of the stars, will be found without one single flaw if their respective biographies are studied, and especially the characteristics of their chiefs, Sanat Kumara, Sanat Sujata, and Michael the Archangel. Together with the Kabirim, planets, the name of the above in Chaldea, they were all divine powers, forces. Feuerat says that the name Kabiri was used to denote the 7 sons of Ik*, meaning Pater Sati, Cain, or Jupiter, or again of Jehovah. There are 7 Kumaras, 4 exoteric and 3 secret, the names of the latter being found in the Sankhya Bhashya, by Gaudapadacharya. The 3 secret names are Sana, Sanatsujata, and Kapila, while the 4 exoteric gods are called Sanat Kumara, Sananda, Sanaka, and Sanatana. They are all virgin gods, who remain eternally pure and innocent and decline to create progeny. In their primitive aspect, these Aryan 7 mind-born sons of God are not the regents of, page 328, the planets, but dwell far beyond the planetary region. But the same mysterious transference from one character or dignity to another is found in the Christian angel scheme. The 7 spirits of the presence attend perpetually on God, and yet we find them under the same names of Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, etc., as star regents or the informing deities of the 7 planets. Suffice it is to say that the Archangel Michael is called the invincible virgin combatant as he refused to create, which would connect him with both Sanasujata and the Kumara who is the god of war. Another Kumara, the god of war is Called in the Hindu the eternal celibate, the virgin warrior. He is the Aryan Saint Michael. The above has to be demonstrated by a few questions. Commenting upon St. John's 7 golden candlesticks, Cornelius a Lapide says, these 7 lights relate to the 7 branches of the candlestick by which were represented the 7 principal planets in the temples of Moses and Solomon. Or, better still, to the 7 principal spirits, commissioned to watch over the salvation of men and churches. Saint Jerome says, in truth the candlestick with the 7 branches was the type of the world and its planets. Saint Thomas Aquinas, the great Roman Catholic doctor, writes, I do not remember having ever met in the works of saints or philosophers a denial that the planets are guided by spiritual beings. It seems to me that it may be proved to demonstration that the celestial bodies are guided by some intelligence, either directly by God, or by the mediation of angels. But the latter opinion seems to be far more consonant with the order of things asserted by Saint Denis to be without exception, that everything on earth is, as a rule, governed by God through intermediary agencies. We give the original, Celestia corpora moveria spiritual creatura, anemone sanctorum vel philosophorum, negatum, legis me mamini. Opus. Ex art. Thurl. Mi autumn videtur quod demonstrative proberi possit, quod ob aliquo intellectia corpora celestia movienter vel a Deo immediate, vel immedientibus angelis. Sed quod mediantibus angelis ea moviat, congruit rerum ordin, quern Dionysius infallibilum asserit ut inferiora a Deo per media secundum cursum communem administrantur, opusc. 2 art. 2. And if so, and God never meddles with the once forever established laws of nature, leaving it to his administrators, why should their being called gods by the heathen to be deemed idolatrous? And now let the reader recall what the pagans say of this. All the classical authors and philosophers who have treated the subject, repeat with Hermes Trismegistus, that the 7 rectors, the planets including the sun, were the associates, or the co-workers, of the unknown, all represented by the demiurgos commissioned to contain the cosmos, our planetary world within 7 circles. Celestial wheels, page 329, Plutarch shows them representing the circle of the celestial worlds. Again, Denis of Thracia and the learned Clemens of Alexandria both describe the rectors as being shown in the Egyptian temples in the shape of mysterious wheels or spheres always in motion, which made the initiates affirm that the problem of perpetual motion had been solved by the celestial wheels in the Initiation Addita. In one of de Musoa's volumes on demonology, Sievers des Demons, if we do not mistake, the statement of the Abbé Hugh is found, and the author testifies to having heard the following story repeatedly from the Abbé himself. In a lamasery of Tibet, the missionary found the following: it is a simple canvas without the slightest mechanical apparatus attached, as the visitor may prove by examining it at his leisure. It represents a moonlit landscape, but the moon is not at all motionless or dead, quite the reverse, for, according to the Abbé, one would say that our moon herself, or at least her living double, lighted the picture. Each phase, each aspect, each movement of our satellite, is repeated in her facsimile, in the movement and progress of the moon in the sacred picture. You see this planet in the painting right as a crescent, or full, shine brightly, pass behind the clouds, peep out or set, in a manner corresponding in the most extraordinary way with the real luminary. It is, in a word, a most perfect and resplendent reproduction of the pale queen of the night, which received the adoration of so many people in the days of old. We know from the most reliable sources and numerous eyewitnesses, that such machines, not canvas paintings, do exist in certain temples of Tibet, as also the sidereal wheels representing the planets, and kept for the same purposes, astrological and magical. Hugh's statement was translated in Isis Unveiled from de Musoa's volume. This doctrine of Hermes was that of Pythagoras and of Orpheus before him. It is called by Proclus the God-given doctrine. Iamblichus speaks of it with greatest reverence. Philostratus tells his readers that the whole sidereal court of the Babylonian heaven was represented in the temples. in globes made of sapphires and supporting the golden images of their respective gods. The temples of Persia were especially famous for these representations. If Cedrenus can be credited, the Emperor Heraclius on his entry into the city of Byzantium was struck with admiration and wonder before the immense machine fabricated for King Chosroes, which represented the night sky with the planets and all their revolutions, with the angels presiding over them. Cedrenus, p. 338. Whether produced by clockwork or magic power, such machines, whole celestial spheres with planets rotating, were found in the sanctuaries, and some exist to this day in Japan, in a secret subterranean temple of the old Mikados, as well as in 2 other places. It was on such spheres that Pythagoras studied astronomy in the Aditya arcana of the temples to which he had access. And it was there on his initiation, that the eternal rotation of those spheres, the mysterious wheels as they are called by Clemens and Denis, and which Plutarch calls world wheels, demonstrated to him the verity, page 330, of what had been divulged to him, namely, the heliocentric system, the great secret of the Aditya. All the discoveries of modern astronomy, like all the secrets that can be revealed to it in future ages, were contained in the secret observatories and initiation halls of the temples of old India and Egypt. It is in them that the Chaldean made his calculations, revealing to the world of the profane no more than it was fit to receive. We may, and shall be told, no doubt, that Uranus was unknown to the ancients, and that they were forced to reckon the sun amongst the planets and as their chief. How does anyone know? Uranus is a modem name, but one thing is certain: the ancients had a planet, a mystery planet, that they never named, and that the highest astronomus, the Hierophant, alone could confabulate with. But this 7th planet was not the sun, but the hidden divine Hierophant, who was said to have a crown, and to embrace within its wheel 77 smaller wheels. In the archaic secret system of the Hindus, the sun is the visible Logos Surya, over him there is another, the divine or heavenly man, who, after having established the system of the world of matter on the archetype of the unseen universe, or macrocosm, conducted during the mysteries the heavenly Rasa Mandala, when he was said to give with his right foot the impulse to Tayam or Bhumi earth that makes her rotate in a double revolution. What says Hermes again? When explaining Egyptian cosmology he explains, "Listen, O my son, the power has also formed 7 agents, who contain within their circles the material world, and whose action is called destiny. When all became subject to man, the 7, willing to favor human intelligence, communicated to him their powers. But as soon as man knew their true essence and his own nature, he desired to penetrate within and beyond the circles and thus break their circumference by usurping the power of him who has dominion over the fire sun itself, after which, having robbed one of the wheels of the sun of the sacred fire, he fell into slavery." Champollion's Egypt Moderne p. 42. It is not Prometheus who is meant here. Prometheus is a symbol and a personification of the whole of mankind in relation to an event which occurred during its childhood, so to say the baptism by fire, which is a mystery within the great Promethean mystery, one that may be at present mentioned only in its broad general features. The Promethean mystery, page 331, by reason of the extraordinary growth of human intellect and the development in our age of the 5th principle, manas, in man, its rapid progress has paralyzed spiritual perceptions. It is at the expense of wisdom that intellect generally lives, and mankind is quite unprepared in its present condition to comprehend the awful drama of human disobedience to the laws of nature and the subsequent fall, as a result. It can only be hinted at, in its place. Section XXXVII The Souls of the Stars Universal Heliolatry, page 332, in order to show that the ancients have never mistaken stars for gods, or angels and the sun for the highest gods and God, but have worshipped only the spirit of all, and have reverenced the minor gods supposed to reside in the sun and planets. The difference between these two worships has to be pointed out. Saturn, the father of gods, must not be confused with his namesake the planet of the same name with its 8 moons and 3 rings. The two, though in one sense identical, as are, for instance, physical man and his soul, must be separated in the question of worship. This has to be done the more carefully in the case of the 7 planets and their spirits, as the whole formation of the universe is attributed to them in the secret teachings. The same difference has to be shown again between the stars of the Great Bear, the Rickshaw, and the Chitra Shikandina, the bright-crested, and the rishis, the mortal sages who appeared on earth during the Satya Yuga. If all of these have been so far closely united in the visions of the seers of every age, the Bible seers included, there must have been a reason for it. Nor need one go back so far as into the periods of superstition and unscientific fancies to find great men in our epoch sharing in them. It is well known that Kepler, the eminent astronomer, in common with many other great men who believed that the heavenly bodies ruled favorably or adversely the fates of men and nations, fully credited besides this the fact that all heavenly bodies, even our own earth, are endowed with living and thinking souls. L. E. Couturier's opinion is worthy of notice in this relation. Christian Star Worship, page 333. We are too inclined to criticize unsparingly everything concerning astrology and its ideas. Nevertheless, our criticism, to be one, ought at least to know, lest it should be proved aimless, what those ideas in truth are. And when among the men we thus criticize, we find such names as those of Regiomontanus, Tycho Brahe, Kepler, etc., there is reason why we should be careful. Kepler was an astrologer by profession, and became an astronomer in consequence. He was earning his livelihood by genethliac figures, which, indicating his state of the heavens at the moment of the birth of individuals, were a means to which everyone resorted for horoscopes. That great man was a believer in the principles of astrology, without accepting all its foolish results. Musée des Sciences, p. 230. But astrology is nevertheless proclaimed as a sinful science, and together with occultism is tabooed by the churches. It is very doubtful, however, whether mystic star worship can be so easily laughed down as people imagine, at any rate by Christians. The hosts of angels, cherubs, and planetary archangels are identical with the minor gods of the pagans. As to their great gods, if Mars has been shown on the admission of even the enemies of the pagan astrologers to have been regarded by the latter simply as the personified strength of the one highest impersonal deity, Mercury being personified as its omniscience, Jupiter as its omnipotency, and so on, then the superstition of the pagan has indeed become the religion of the masses of the civilized nations. For with the latter, Jehovah is the synthesis of the 7 Elohim, the eternal center of all those attributes and forces, the Ele of the Elim, and the Adonai of the Adonim. And if with them Mars is now called Saint Michael, the strength of God, Mercury Gabriel, the omniscience and fortitude of the Lord, and Raphael the blessing or healing power of God, this is simply a change of names, the characters behind the masks remaining the same. The Dalai Lama's mitre has 7 ridges in honor of the 7 chief Dhyani Buddhas. In the funeral ritual of the Egyptians, the defunct is made to exclaim, "Salutation to you, O princes, who stand in the presence of Osiris. Send me the grace to have my sins destroyed, as you have done for the 7 spirits who follow the Lord." Translated by the Vicomte de Rougemont. See Les Annales de Philosophique Chrétienne, 7th year. 1861. Brahma's head is ornamented with 7 rays, and he is followed by the 7 rishis, in the 7 Svargas. China has her 7 pagodas, page 334, the Greeks had their 7 cyclopes, 7 demiurgi, and the mystery gods, the 7 Kabiri, whose chief was Jupiter Saturn, and with the Jews, Jehovah. Now the latter deity has become chief of all by Michael. He is the chief of the host, Tzaba, the archistrategus of the Lord's army, the conqueror of the devil Victor Diaboli, and the archisatrap of the sacred militia, he who slew the great dragon. Unfortunately, astrology and symbology, having no inducement to veil old things with new masks, have preserved the real name of Michael, that was Jehovah, Michael being the angel of the face of the Lord, Isaiah, 68.9. The guardian of the planets, and the living image of God. He represents the deity in his visits to earth, for as it is well expressed in Hebrew, he is one, who is as God, or who is like unto God. It is he who cast out the serpent. Chap 12 of Revelation, there was war in heaven, Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, etc. 7, and the great dragon was cast out, 9. Michael, being the regent of the planet Saturn, is Saturn. He is also the informing spirit of the Sun and Jupiter, and even of Venus. His mystery name is Sabbatheel, because he presides over the Jewish Sabbath, as also over the astrological Saturday. Once identified, the reputation of the Christian conqueror of the devil is in still greater danger from further identifications. Biblical angels are called Malachim, the messengers between God, or rather the gods, and men. In Hebrew, Malach is also a king, and Malach or Melech was likewise Moloch, or again Saturn, the Seb of Egypt, to whom dies Satumi, or the Sabbath, was dedicated. The Sabaeans separated and distinguished the planet Saturn from its god far more than the Roman Catholics do their angels from their stars, and the Kabbalists make of the archangel Michael the patron of the seventh work of magic. In theological symbolism, Jupiter the Sun is the risen and glorious Savior, and Saturn, God the Father, or the Jehovah of Moses, Dogma et Ritual. 2:116 says Eliphaz Levi, who ought to know. Jehovah and the Savior, Saturn and Jupiter, being thus one, and Michael being called the living image of God, it does seem dangerous for the Church to call Saturn, Satan el Idiomoveus. However, Rome is strong in casuistry and will get out of this as she got out of every other identification, with glory to herself and to her own full satisfaction. A singular confession, page 335, nevertheless all her dogmas and rituals seem like so many pages torn out from the history of occultism, and then distorted. The extremely thin partition that separates the Kabbalistic and Chaldean theogony from the Roman Catholic angelology and theodicy is now confessed by at least one Roman Catholic writer. One can hardly believe one's eyes in finding the following: the passages italicized by us should be carefully noticed. One of the most characteristic features of our Holy Scriptures is the calculated discretion used in the enunciation of the mysteries less directly useful to salvation. Thus, beyond those myriads of angelic creatures just noticed if enumerated, they will be found to be the Hindu divisions and choirs of Devas, and the Dhyan Kohans of esoteric Buddhism, and all these prudently elementary divisions. There are certainly many others, whose very names have not yet reached us. But this fact has not prevented the Roman Church from adopting them all the same, accepting them from ignorant, though perchance sincere Church Fathers, who had borrowed them from Kabbalists, Jews and pagans. For, excellently says St. John Chrysostom, there are doubtless, sine dubio, many other virtues celestial beings whose denominations we are yet far from knowing. The 9 orders are not by any means the only populations in heaven, where, on the contrary, are to be found numberless tribes of inhabitants infinitely varied, and of which it would be impossible to give the slightest idea through human tongue. Paul, who had learned their names, reveals to us their existence. De incomprehensibili natura dei, BK 4. It would thus amount to a gross mistake to see merely errors in the angelology of the Kabbalists and Gnostics, so severely treated by the Apostle of the Gentiles, for his imposing censure reached only their exaggerations and vicious interpretations, and still more, the application of those noble titles to the miserable personalities of demoniacal usurpers. To call usurpers those who preceded the Christian beings for whose benefit these same titles were borrowed, is carrying paradoxical anachronism a little too far. Often nothing so resemble each other as the language of the judges and that of the convicts of saints and occultists. One has to penetrate deeply into this dual study of creed and profession, and what is still better, to trust blindly to the authority of the tribunal, the Church of Rome, of course, to enable oneself to seize precisely the point of the error. The gnosis condemned by St. Paul remains, nevertheless, for him as for Plato, the supreme knowledge of the truths, and of the being par excellence, ss. t. Republic. BK 6. The ideas, types A. Of the Greek philosopher, the intelligences of Pythagoras, the aeons, or emanations, the occasion of so much reproach to the first heretics, the phogos, or word, chief of these intelligences, the demiurgos, the architect of the world under his father's direction of the pagans, the unknown God, the Ensof, or the It of the infinite of the Kabbalists, the angelical periods, or the divine ages, the days and years of Brahma, the seven spirits, the depths of Ahriman, the world's rectors, the archant of the air, the God of this world, the pleroma of the, page 336, intelligences, down to Metatron the angel of the Jews, all this is found word for word, as so many truths, in the works of our greatest doctors, and in St. Paul de Merville 2 325, 326. So we say too. And this shows that it is to the Kabbalists and magicians that the Church is indebted for her dogmas and names. Paul never condemned real gnosis, but the false one, now accepted by the Church. If an occultist, eager to charge the Church with a numberless series of plagiarisms, were to write the above, could he have written more strongly? And have we, or have we not, the right, after such a complete confession, to reverse the tables and to say of Roman Catholics and others what is said of the Gnostics and occultists? They used our expressions and rejected our doctrines. For it is not the promoters of the false gnosis who had all those expressions from their archaic ancestors who helped themselves to Christian expressions, but verily the Christian fathers and theologians, who helped themselves to our nest, and have tried ever since to soil it. The words above quoted will explain much to those who are searching for truth and for truth only. They will show the origin of certain rites in the Church inexplicable hitherto to the simple-minded, and will give the reasons why such words as our Lord the Son were used in prayer by Christians up to the 5th and even 6th century of our era and embodied in the liturgy, until altered into our Lord, the God. Let us remember that the early Christians painted Christ on the walls of their subterranean necropolis, as a shepherd in the guise of and invested with all the attributes of Apollo, driving away the wolf Fenris, who seeks to devour the sun and his satellites. Section XXXVIII Astrology and Astrologry, page 337, the books of Hermes Trismegistus contain the exoteric meaning, still veiled for all but the occultist, of the astrology and astrologry of the Chaldee. The two subjects are closely connected. Astrologry, or the adoration of the heavenly host, is the natural result of only half-revealed astrology, whose adepts carefully concealed from the non-initiated masses its occult principles and the wisdom imparted to them by the regents of the planets, the angels. Hence, divine astrology for the initiates, superstitious astrologry for the profane. Saint Justin asserts it, from the first invention of the hieroglyphics it was not the vulgar, but the distinguished and select men who became initiated in the secrecy of the temples into the science of every kind of astrology, even into its most abject kind, that astrology which later on found itself prostituted in the public thoroughfares. There was a vast difference between the sacred science taught by Ptosiris Nesepso, the first astrologers mentioned in the Egyptian manuscripts, believed to have lived during the reign of Ramses II. Sesostris, or Pharaoh Ramses II, whose mummy was unswathed in 1886 by Maspero of the Bulak Museum, and recognized as that of the greatest king of Egypt, whose grandson, Ramses III, was the last king of an ancient kingdom. And the miserable charlatanry of the quacks called Chaldeans, who degraded the divine knowledge under the last emperors of Rome. Indeed, one may fairly describe the two as the high ceremonial astrology and astrological astrologry. The first depended on the knowledge by the initiates of those, to us, immaterial forces or spiritual entities that affect matter and guide it. Called by the ancient philosophers the archant and the cosmocratores, they were the types or paradigms on the higher planes of the lower and more material beings on the scale of evolution, whom we call elementals and nature spirits, to whom the Sabaeans bowed and whom they worshipped. without suspecting the essential difference. Hence, page 338, the latter key nd when not a mere pretense, degenerated but too often into black magic. It was the favorite form of popular or exoteric astrology, entirely ignorant of the apotelesmatic principles of the primitive science, the doctrines of which were imparted only at initiation. Thus, while the real hierophants soared like demigods to the very summit of spiritual knowledge, the hoi polloi among the Sabaeans crouched, steeped in superstition 10 millenniums back, as they do now in the cold and lethal shadow of the valleys of matter. Sidereal influence is dual. There is the physical and physiological influence, that of exotericism, and the high spiritual, intellectual, and moral influence, imparted by the knowledge of the former, called astrology, so far back as the 18th century, the very foolish mother of a very wise daughter astronomy. On the other hand, Arago, a luminary of the 19th century, supports the reality of the sidereal influence of the sun, moon, and planets. He asks, where do we find lunar influences refuted by arguments that science would dare to avow? But even badly, having, as he thought, put down astrology as publicly practiced, dares not to do the same with the real astrology. He says, judiciary astrology was at its origin the result of a profound system, the work of an enlightened nation that would wander too far into the mysteries of God and nature. A scientist of a more recent date, a member of the Institute of France, and a professor of history, P.H. Liebes, discovers, unconsciously to himself, the very root of astrology in his able article on the subject in the Dictionnaire Encyclopédique de France. He well understands, he tells his readers, that the adhesion to that science of such a number of highly intellectual men should be in itself a sufficient motive for believing that all astrology is not folly, while proclaiming in politics the sovereignty of the people and of public opinion. Can we admit, as heretofore, that mankind allowed itself to be radically deceived in this only, that an absolute and gross absurdity reigned in the minds of whole nations for so many centuries without being based on anything save on one hand human imbecility, and on the other charlatanry? How for 50 centuries and more can most men have been either dupes or knaves? Even though we may find it impossible to decide between and separate the realities of astrology from the elements of invention and empty dreaming in it, let us, nevertheless, repeat with Bossuet and all modern philosophers, that nothing that has been dominant could be absolutely false. Is it not true, at all events, that there is a physical reaction on one another among the planets? The Defense of Astrology, page 339, it is not again true, that the planets have an influence on the atmosphere, and consequently at any rate immediate action on vegetation and animals? Has not modern science demonstrated now these 2 points beyond any doubt? Is it any less true that human liberty of action is not absolute, that all is bound, that all weighs, planets as the rest, on each individual will, that providence or karma acts on us and directs men through those relations that it has established between them and the visible objects and the whole universe? Astrology, in its essence, is nothing but that. We are bound to recognize that an instinct superior to the age they lived in guided the efforts of the ancient magi. As to the materialism and annihilation of human moral freedom with which Bailey charges their theory, astrology, the reprobate has no sense whatever. All the great astrologers admitted, without one single exception, that man could react against the influence of the stars. This principle is established in the Ptolemaic Tetrabiblos, the true astrological scriptures, in chapters 2 and 3 of Book IOPCIT, p.422. Thomas Aquinas had corroborated Liebes in anticipation. He says, the celestial bodies are the cause of all that happens in this sublunary world, they act indirectly on human actions, but not all the effects produced by them are unavoidable. Summa. Quest, 15. Art, v. Upon Astrologers, and Volume 3. Pages 2-29. The occultists and theosophists are, the first to confess that there is white and black astrology. Nevertheless, astrology has to be studied in both aspects by those who wish to become proficient in it, and the good or bad results obtained do not depend upon the principles, which are the same in both kinds, but in the astrologer himself. Thus Pythagoras, who established the whole Copernican system by the Book of Hermes, 2000 years before Galileo's predecessor was Baum, found and studied in them the whole science of divine theogony, of the communication with, and the evocation of, the world's rectors, the princes of the principalities of St. Paul, the nativity of each planet and of the universes itself, the formulae of incantations and the consecration of each portion of the human body to the respective zodiacal sign corresponding to it. All this cannot be regarded as childish and absurd, still less devilish, save by those who are, and wish to remain, tyros in the philosophy of the occult sciences. No true thinker, no one who recognizes the presence of a common bond between man and visible, as well as invisible, nature would see in the old relics of archaic wisdom such as the Patmanov papyrus, for instance, childish nonsense and absurdity, as many academicians, page 340, and scientists have done. But upon finding in such ancient documents the application of the Hermetic rules and laws, such as the consecration of one's hair to the celestial Nile, of the left temple to the living spirit in the sun, and the right one to the spirit of Ammon, he will endeavor to study and comprehend better the laws of correspondences. Nor will he disbelieve in the antiquity of astrology on the plea that some Orientalists have thought fit to declare that the zodiac was not very ancient, being only the invention of the Greeks of the Macedonian period. For this statement, besides having been shown to be entirely erroneous by a number of other reasons, may be entirely disproved by facts relating to the latest discoveries in Egypt, and by the more accurate readings of hieroglyphics and inscriptions of the earliest dynasties. The published polemics on the contents of the so-called magic papyri of the Anastasi collection indicate the antiquity of the zodiac. As the Lettres aux Lettrons say, the papyri discourse at length upon the four bases or foundations of the world, the identity of which it is impossible, according to Champollion, to mistake, as one is forced to recognize in them the pillars of the world of St. Paul. It is they who are invoked with the gods of all the celestial zones, quite analogous, once more, to the spiritualia nequitio in coelestibus of the same apostle. The principalities and powers bomb in heavenly places. Fs. 3:10. The verse. For though there be that are called gods, whether in heaven or on earth, as there be gods many and lords many, I. Corinth, 8:5, shows at any rate, the recognition by Paul of a plurality of gods whom he calls demons, spirits, never devils. Principalities, thrones, dominions, rectors, etc., are all Jewish and Christian names for the gods of the ancients, the archangels and angels of the former being in every case the devas and the Dhyan Kohans of the more ancient religions. That invocation was made in the proper terms of the formula, reproduced far too faithfully by Jamlicius for it to be possible to refuse him any longer the merit of having transmitted to posterity the ancient and primitive spirit of the Egyptian astrologers. Answer by Rubens to Lettrone with regard to his mistake notion about the zodiac of Dendera. As Lettrone had tried to prove that all the genuine Egyptian zodiacs had been manufactured during the Roman period, the Censeos mummy is brought forward to show that all the zodiacal monuments in Egypt were chiefly astronomical. Royal tombs and funereal rituals are so many tables of constellations and of their influences for all the hours of every month. Thus the genethliac tables themselves prove that they are far older than the period assigned to their origin, all the zodiacs of the sarcophagi of later epochs being simple reminiscences of the zodiacs belonging to the mythological archaic period. Its later deterioration, page 341, primitive astrology was as far above modum judiciary astrology, so called as the guides, the planets and zodiacal signs, are above the lampposts. Beresis shows the sidereal sovereignty of Bel and Mylitta, sun and moon, and only the 12 lords of the zodiacal gods, the 36 gods counselors and the 24 stars, judges of this world, which support and guide the universe, our solar system, watch over mortals and reveal to mankind its fate and their own decrees. Judiciary astrology, as it is now known, is correctly denominated by the Latin Church the materialistic and pantheistic prophesying by the objective planet itself, independently of its rector the Mlach of the Jews, the ministers of the Eternal commissioned by him to announce his will to mortals, the ascension or conjunction of the planet at the moment of the birth of an individual deciding his fortune and the moment and mode of his death. Saint Augustine, De General, I.3, and Del Rio, Disquisite, Vol. 4, Chap 3, are quoted by de Merville, to show that the more astrologers speak the truth and the better they prophesy it, the more one has to feel diffident, seeing that their agreement with the devil becomes thereby the more apparent. The famous statement made by Juvenal, Satires, 6, to the effect that not one single astrologer could be found who did not pay dearly for the help he received from his genius no more proves the latter to be a devil than the death of Socrates proves his daimon to have been a native from the nether world, if such there be. Such argument only demonstrates human stupidity and wickedness, once reason is made subservient to prejudice and fanaticism of every sort. Most of the great writers of antiquity, Cicero and Tacitus among them, believed in astrology and the realization of its prophecies, and the penalty of death decreed nearly everywhere against those mathematicians astrologers who happened to predict falsely diminished neither their number nor their tranquility of mind. Every student of occultism knows that the heavenly bodies are closely related during each manvantara with the mankind of that special cycle, and there are some who believe that each great character bomb during that period has, as every other mortal has, only in a far stronger degree his destiny outlined within his proper constellation or star, traced as a self-prophecy, an anticipated autobiography, by the indwelling spirit of that particular star. The human monad in its first beginning is that spirit, or the soul of that star, planet, itself. As our sun radiates its light and beams on every body in space within the boundaries of its system, so the regent of every planet star, the parent monad, shoots out from itself the monad of every pilgrim soul born under its house within its own group. The regents are esoterically 7, whether in the Sephiroth, the angels of the presence, the rishis, or the Amshaspens. The one is no number is said in all the esoteric works. Page 342, from the Kastim and Gazim, astrologers, the noble primitive science passed to the Khartoumamisifim, or theologians, and the Hakaman, or scientists, the magicians of the lower class, and from these to the Jews during their captivity. The books of Moses had been buried in oblivion for centuries, and when rediscovered by Hilkiah had lost their true sense for the people of Israel. Primitive occult astrology was on the decline when Daniel, the last of the Jewish initiates of the old school, became the chief of the Magi and astrologers of Chaldea. In those days even Egypt, who had her wisdom from the same source as Babylon, had degenerated from her former grandeur, and her glory had begun to fade out. Still, the science of old habit left her eternal imprint on the world, and the 7 great primitive gods reigned forever in the astrology and the division of time of every nation upon the face of the earth. The names of the days of our Christian week are those of the gods of the Chaldeans, who translated them from those of the Aryans. The uniformity of these antediluvian names in every nation, from the Goths back to the Indians, would remain inexplicable, as Sir W. Jones thought, had not the riddle been explained to us by the invitation made by the Chaldean oracles, recorded by Porphyry and quoted by Eusebius, to carry those names first to the Egyptian and Phoenician colonies, then to the Greeks, with the express recommendation that each god should be invoked only on that day that had been called by his name. Thus Apollo says in those oracles, I must be invoked on the day of the sun, Mercury after his directions, then Cronos Saturn, then Venus, and do not fail to call 7 times each of those gods. Preparatio Evangelica. I-14. This is slightly erroneous. Greece did not get her astrological instruction from Egypt or from Chaldea, but direct from Orpheus, as Lucian tells us. AST 460 It was Orpheus, as he says, who imparted the Indian sciences to nearly all the great monarchs of antiquity, and it was they, the ancient kings favored by the planetary gods, who recorded the principles of astrology as did Ptolemies, for instance. Thus Lucian writes, the Boeotian Tiresias acquired the greatest reputation in the art of predicting futurity. In those days divination was not as slightly treated as it is now, and nothing was ever undertaken without previous consultation with diviners, whose oracles were all directed by astrology. At Delphos the Virgin commissioned to announce futurity was the symbol of the Heavenly Virgin and Our Lady. Its prominent disciples, page 343, on the sarcophagus of an Egyptian pharaoh, Neith, mother of Ra, the heifer that brings forth the sun, her body spangled with stars, and wearing the solar and lunar discs, is equally referred to as the Heavenly Virgin and Our Lady of the Starry Vault. Modum Judiciarii astrology in its present form began only during the time of Diodoms, as he apprises the world. History, I. 2. But Chaldean astrology was believed in by most of the great men in history, such as Caesar, Pliny, Cicero, whose best friends, Nicodius Figulus and Lucius Tarudius, were themselves astrologers, the former being famous as a prophet. Marcus Antonius never traveled without an astrologer recommended to him by Cleopatra. Augustus, when ascending the throne, had his horoscope drawn by Theagenes. Tiberius discovered pretenders to his throne by means of astrology and divination. Vitellius dared not exile the Chaldeans, as they had announced the day of their banishment as that of his death. Vespasian consulted them daily. Domitian would not move without being advised by the prophets. Adrian was a learned astrologer himself, and all of them, ending with Julian, called the apostate because he would not become 1. Believed in, and addressed their prayers to, the planetary gods. The Emperor Adrian, moreover, predicted from the January calends up to December 31st, every event that happened to him daily. Under the wisest emperors Rome had a school of astrology, wherein were secretly taught the occult influences of the sun, moon, and Saturn. All these particulars may be found more fully and far more completely in Champollion Figeac Egypt. Jain-Daishiari astrology is used to this day by the Kabbalists, and Eliphas Levi, the modern French magus, teaches its rudiments in his Dogme et Ritual de la Haute Magique. But the key to ceremonial or ritualistic astrology, with the teraphim and the urim and thummim of magic, is lost to Europe. Hence our century of materialism shrugs its shoulders and sees in astrology a pretender. Not all scientists scoff at it, however, and one may rejoice in reading in the Musée des Sciences OPCIT, p.230 the suggestive and fair remarks made by L.E. Couturier, a man of science of no mean reputation. He thinks it curious, page 344, to notice that while the bold speculations of Democritus are found vindicated by Dalton, the reveries of the alchemists are also on their way to a certain rehabilitation. They receive renewed life from the minute investigations of their successors, the chemists. A very remarkable thing indeed is to see how much modern discoveries have served to vindicate, of late, the theories of the Middle Ages from the charge of absurdity laid at their door. Thus, if, as demonstrated by Colonel Sabine, the direction of a piece of steel, hung a few feet above the soil, may be influenced by the position of the moon, whose body is at a distance of 240,000 miles from our planet, who then could accuse of extravagance? The belief of the ancient astrologers or the modem, either in the influence of the stars on human destiny OPCIT, p.230. Section XXXIX Cycles of Avatars, page 345, we have already drawn attention to the facts that the record of the life of a world savior is emblematical, and must be read by its mystic meaning, and that the figures 432 have a cosmic evolutionary significance. We find these two facts throwing light on the origin of the exoteric Christian religion, and clearing away much of the obscurity surrounding its beginnings. For is it not clear that the names and characters in the synoptical Gospels and in that of St. John are not historical? Is it not evident that the compilers of the life of Christ, desirous to show that the birth of their master was a cosmic, astronomical, and divinely preordained event, attempted to coordinate the same with the end of the secret cycle, 4320. When facts are collated, this answers to them as little as does the other cycle of 33 solar years, 7 months, and 7 days, which has also been brought forward as supporting the same claim, the solely lunar cycle in which the sun gains on the moon 1 solar year. The combination of the three figures, 4, 3, 2, with ciphers according to the cycle and Manvantara concerned, was, and is, preeminently Hindu. It will remain a secret even though several of its significant features are revealed. It relates, for instance, to the pralaya of the races in their periodical dissolution, before which events a special avatara has always to descend and incarnate on earth. These figures were adopted by all the older nations, such as those of Egypt and Chaldea, and before them were current among the Atlanteans. Evidently some of the more learned among the early church fathers who had dabbled, whilst pagans, in temple secrets, knew them to relate to the avataric or messianic mystery, and tried to apply this cycle to the birth of their Messiah. They failed because the figures relate to the respective ends of the root races and not to any individual. In their badly directed efforts, moreover, an error of 5 years occurred. Is it possible, if their claims as to the, page 346, importance and universality of the event were correct, that such a vital mistake should have been allowed to creep into a chronological computation preordained and traced in the heavens by the finger of God? Again, what were the pagan and even Jewish initiates doing, if this claim as to Jesus be correct? Could they, the custodians of the key to the secret cycles and avataras, the heirs of the Aryan, Egyptian, and Chaldean wisdom, have failed to recognize their great God incarnate, one with Jehovah, in the 1326 places in the New Testament where the word God is mentioned? Nothing signifies that in God are included more beings than God. On the contrary, in 17 places God is called the only God. The places where the Father is so called amount to 320. In 105 places God is addressed with high-sounding titles. In 90 places all prayers and thanks are addressed to the Father. 300 times in the New Testament is the Son declared to be inferior to the Father, 85 times is Jesus called the Son of Man, 70 times is he called a man. In not one single place in the Bible is it said that God holds within him 3 different beings or persons, and yet is one being or person. Drive. Carl von Bergens. Lectures in Sweden. Their Savior of the latter days, him whom all the nations of Asia still expect as their Kaki Avatara, Maitreya Buddha, Sojish, Messiah, etc. The simple secret is this: there are cycles within greater cycles, which are all contained in the one kalpa of 4,320,000 years. It is at the end of this cycle that the Kaki Avatara is expected, the Avatara whose name and characteristics are secret. Who will come forth from Shambhala, the city of gods, which is in the west for some nations, in the east for others, in the north or south for yet others. And this is the reason why, from the Indian Rishi to Virgil, and from Zoroaster down to the latest Sibyl, all have, since the beginning of the fifth race, prophesied, sung, and promised the cyclic return of the Virgin Virgo, the constellation, and the birth of a divine child who should bring back to our earth the golden age. No one, however fanatical, would have sufficient hardihood to maintain that the Christian era has ever been a return to the golden age, Virgo having actually entered into Libra since then. Let us trace as briefly as possible the Christian traditions to their true origin. First of all, they discover in a few lines from Virgil a direct prophecy of the birth of Christ. Yet it is impossible to detect in this prophecy any feature of the present age. It is in the famous fourth eclogue in which, half a century before our era, Pollio is made to ask the muses of Sicily to sing to him about greater events. The last era of Cumean song is now arrived, and the grand series of ages, that series which recurs again and again in the course of our mundane revolution, begins afresh. Now the Virgin Astia returns, and the reign of Saturn recommences, an unfulfilled prophecy, page 347, now a new progeny descends from the celestial realms. Do thou, chaste Lucina, smile propitious to the infant boy who will bring to a close the present age of iron, Kali Yuga, the Black or Iron Age, and introduce throughout the whole world the age of gold. He shall share the life of gods and shall see heroes mingled in society with gods, himself to be seen by them and all the peaceful world. Then shall the herds no longer dread the huge lion, the serpent also shall die, and the poison's deceptive plant shall perish. Come then, dear child of the gods, great descendant of Jupiter. The time is near. See, the world is shaken with its globe saluting thee, the earth, the regions of the sea, and the heavens sublime. Virgil, Eclogue, 4. It is in these few lines, called the Sibylline prophecy about the coming of Christ, that his followers now see a direct foretelling of the event. Now who will presume to maintain that either at the birth of Jesus or since the establishment of the so-called Christian religion, any portion of the above quoted sentences can be shown as prophetic? Has the last age, the age of iron, or Kali Yuga, closed since then? Quite the reverse, since it is shown to be in full sway just now, not only because the Hindus use the name, but by universal personal experience. Where is that new race that has descended from the celestial realms? Was it the race that emerged from paganism into Christianity? Or is it our present race, with nations ever red hot for fight, jealous and envious, ready to pounce upon each other, showing mutual hatred that would put to blush cats and dogs, ever lying and deceiving one another? Is it this age of ours that is the promised golden age, in which neither the venom of the serpent nor of any plant is any longer lethal, and in which we are all secure under the mild sway of God-chosen sovereigns? The wildest fancy of an opium eater could hardly suggest a more inappropriate description, if it is to be applied to our age or to any age since the year 1 of our era. What of the mutual slaughter of sects, of Christians by pagans, and of pagans and heretics by Christians, the horrors of the Middle Ages and of the Inquisition, Napoleon, and since his day, an armed peace at best, at the worst, torrents of blood, shed for supremacy over acres of land, and a handful of heathen, millions of soldiers under arms, ready for battle, a diplomatic body playing at Cain's and Judas's, and instead of the mild sway of a divine sovereign, the universal, though unrecognized, sway of Caesarism, of might in lieu of right, and the breeding therefrom of anarchists, socialists, petroleuses, and destroyers of every description. Page 348, the Sibylline prophecy and Virgil's inspirational poetry remain unfulfilled in every point, as we see. The fields are yellow with soft ears of calm, but so they were before our era. The blushing grapes shall hang from the rude brambles, and dewy honey shall or may distill from the rugged oak, but they have not thus done, so far. We must look for another interpretation. What is it? The Sibylline prophetess spoke, as thousands of other prophets and seers have spoken, though even the few such records that have survived are rejected by Christian and infidel, and their interpretations are only allowed and accepted among the initiated. The Sibyl alluded to cycles in general and to the great cycle especially. Let us remember how the Puranas corroborate the above, among others the Vishnu Purana, when the practices taught by the Vedas, and the institutes of law shall have nearly ceased, and the close of the Kali Yuga, the Iron Age of Virgil, shall be nigh, an aspect of that divine being who exists of his own spiritual nature in the character of Brahma, and even is the beginning of the end, Alpha and Omega, shall descend upon earth. He will be Bam in the family of Vishnui Ashes, an eminent Brahmin of Shambhala, endowed with the 8 superhuman powers. By his irresistible might he will destroy all whose minds are devoted to iniquity. He will then re-establish righteousness upon earth, and the minds of those who live at the end of the Kali age shall be awakened and shall be as pellucid as crystal. At the close of our race, people, it is said, through suffering and discontent will become more spiritual. Clairvoyance will become a general faculty. We shall be approaching the spiritual state of the third and second races. The men who are thus changed by virtue of that peculiar time shall be as the seeds of human beings the Shistha, the survivors of the future cataclysm, and shall give birth to a race who shall follow the laws of the Krita or Satya Yuga, the age of purity, or the golden age, for it is said, when the sun and moon and Tishya asterisms and the planet Jupiter are in one mansion, the Krita age, the golden, shall return. Vishnu Purana 4, 228. Wilson's translation. The astronomical cycles of the Hindus, those taught publicly, have been sufficiently well understood, but the esoteric meaning thereof, in its application to transcendental subjects connected with them, has ever remained a dead letter. The number of cycles was enormous. It ranged from the Mahayuga cycle of 4,320,000 years down to the small septenary and quinquennial cycles, the latter being composed of the 5 years called respectively the Samvatsara, Paravatsara, Idvatsara, Anuvatsara, and Vatsara, each having secret attributes or qualities attached to them. Secret cycles, page 349, Vridagarga gives these in a treatise, Now the Property of a Trans-Himalayan Matham, or Temple, and describes the relation between this quinquennial and the Brihaspati cycle, based on the conjunction of the sun and moon every 60th year, a cycle as mysterious for national events in general and those of the Aryan Hindu nation especially as it is important. Section XL Secret Cycles, page 350, the former 5-year cycle comprehends 60 solar sidereal months or 1,800 days, 61 solar months, or 1,830, 62 lunar months, or 1,860 lunations, and 67 lunarasterismal months, or 1,809 such days. In his Kala Sankalita, Colonel Warren very properly regards these years as cycles. This they are, for each year has its own special importance as having some bearing upon and connection with specified events in individual horoscopes. He writes that in the cycle of 60 there are contained 5 cycles of 12 years, each supposed equal to 1 year of the planet, Brihaspati, or Jupiter. I mention this cycle because I found it mentioned in some books, but I know of no nation or tribe that reckons time after that account. OPCIT, p.212. The ignorance is very natural, since Colonel Warren could know nothing of the secret cycles and their meanings. He adds, the names of the 5 cycles of yugas are 1. Samvatsara, 2. Paravatsara, 3. Idvatsara, 4. Anuvatsara, 5. Udravatsara. The learned colonel might, however, have assured himself that there were other nations which had the same secret cycle, if he had but remembered that the Romans also had their lustrum of 5 years, from the Hindus undeniably, which represented the same period if multiplied by 12. At any rate, the temple secret meaning was the same. Near Benares there are still the relics of all these cycle records, and of astronomical instruments cut out of solid rock, the everlasting records of archaic initiation, called by Sir W. Jones, as suggested by the prudent Brahmins who surrounded him, old back records or reckonings. The Narrows, page 351, but in Stonehenge they exist to this day. Higgins says that Waltair found the barrows of tumuli surrounding this giant temple represented accurately the situation and magnitude of the fixed stars, forming a complete orrery or planisphere. As Colebrook found out, it is the cycle of the Vedas, recorded in the Jyotisha, one of the Vedanas, a treatise on astronomy, which is the basis of calculation for all other cycles, larger or smaller, Ayat. Res. Vol. 8, p.470. Et Sec and the Vedas were written in characters, archaic though they be, long after those natural observations, made by the aid of their gigantic mathematical and astronomical instruments, had been recorded by the men of the third race, who had received their instruction from the Dhyan Kohans. Maurice speaks truly when he observes that all such circular stone monuments were intended as durable symbols of astronomical cycles by a race who, not having, or for political reasons, forbidding the use of letters, had no other permanent method of instructing their disciples or handing down their knowledge to posterity. He errs only in the last idea. It was to conceal their knowledge from profane posterity, leaving it as an heirloom only to the initiates, that such monuments, at once rock observatories and astronomical treatises, were cut out. It is no news that as the Hindus divided the earth into 7 zones, so the more western peoples, Chaldeans, Phoenicians, and even the Jews, who got their learning either directly or indirectly from the Brahmins, made all their secret and sacred numerations by 6 and 12, though using the number 7 whenever this would not lend itself to handling. Thus the numerical base of 6, the exoteric figure given by Aryabhata, was made good use of. From the first secret cycle of 600 the narrows, transformed successively into 60,000 and 60 and 6, and with other naughts added into other secret cycles down to the smallest, an archaeologist and mathematician can easily find it repeated in every country, known to every nation. Hence the globe was divided into 60 degrees, which, multiplied by 60, become 3,600 the great year. Hence also the hour with its 60 minutes of 60 seconds each. The Asiatic people count a cycle of 60 years also, after which comes the lucky 7th decade, and the Chinese have their small cycle of 60 days, the Jews of 6 days, the Greeks of 6 centuries, the narrows again. Page 352, the Babylonians had a great year of 3,600, being the narrows multiplied by 6. The Tartar cycle called Van was 180 years, or 360s, this multiplied by 12 times 12 equals 144, makes 25,920 years, the exact period of revolution of the heavens. India is the birthplace of arithmetic and mathematics, as are figures, in chips from a German workshop, by Professor Max Muller, shows beyond a doubt. As well explained by Krishna Shastra Godbole in the Theosophist, the Jews represented the units, 1 to 9, by the first 9 letters of our alphabet, the tens, 10 to 90, by the next 9 letters, the first 400s, 100 to 400, by the last 4 letters, and the remaining ones, 500 to 900, by the second forms of the letters Kaf, 11th, Mem, 13th, Nun, 13th, Pe, 17th, and Sad, 18th, and they represented other numbers. By combining these letters according to their value, the Jews of the present period still adhere to this practice of notation in their Hebrew books. The Greeks had a numerical system similar to that used by the Jews, but they carried it a little farther by using letters of the alphabet with a dash or slant line behind, to represent thousands, 1,000 to 9,000, tens of thousands, 10,000 to 90,000, and 100 of thousands, 100,000, the last, for instance, being represented by rho with a dash behind, while rho singly represented 100. The Romans represented all numerical values by the combination, additive when the second letter is of equal or less value, of 6 letters of their alphabet, I, equals 1, V, equals 5, X, equals 10, C, 4 centum equals 100, D, equals 500, and M, equals 1000. Thus 20 equals XX, 15 equals 15, and 9 equals 9. These are called the Roman numerals, and are adopted by all European nations when using the Roman alphabet. The Arabs at first followed their neighbors, the Jews, in their method of computation, so much so that they called it Abjad from the first 4 Hebrew letters Aleph, Beth, Gimel, or rather Jimel, that is Jim, Arabic. Being wanting in G, and Daleth, representing the first 4 units. But when in the early part of the Christian era they came to India as traders, they found the country already using for computation the decimal scale of notation, which they forthwith borrowed literally, viz., without altering its method of writing from left to right, at variance with their own mode of writing, which is from right to left. They introduced this system into Europe through Spain and other European countries lying along the coast of the Mediterranean and under their sway, during the dark ages of European history. It has thus become evident that the Aryas knew well mathematics or the science of computation at a time when all other nations knew but little, if anything, of it. It has also been admitted that the knowledge of arithmetic and algebra was first introduced from the Hindus by the Arabs, and then taught by them to the Western nations. This fact convincingly proves that the Aryan civilization is older than that of any other nation in the world, and as the Vedas are avowedly proved the oldest work of that civilization, a presumption is raised in favor of their great antiquity. Theosophist, August. 1881 Age of the Vedas, page 353, but while the Jewish nation, for instance regarded so long as the first and oldest in the order of creation knew nothing of arithmetic and remained utterly ignorant of the decimal scale of notation, the latter existed for ages in India before the actual era. To become certain of the immense antiquity of the Aryan Asiatic nations and of their astronomical records, one has to study more than the Vedas. The secret meaning of the latter will never be understood by the present generation of Orientalists, and the astronomical works which give openly the real dates and prove the antiquity of both the nation and its science, elude the grasp of the collectors of Allahs and old manuscripts in India, the reason being too obvious to need explanation. Yet there are astronomers and mathematicians to this day in India, humble Shastris and Pandits, unknown and lost in the midst of that population of phenomenal memories and metaphysical brains, who have undertaken the task and have proved to the satisfaction of many that the Vedas are the oldest works in the world. One of such is the Shastri just quoted, who published in the Theosophist August, 188 LX to February, 1882 an able treatise proving astronomically and mathematically that, if the post-Vedic works alone, the Upanishads, the Brahmanas, etc., down to the Puranas, when examined critically carry us back to 20,000 BC. Then the time of the composition of the Vedas themselves cannot be less than 30,000 BC, in round numbers, a date which we may take at present as the age of that book of books. LOCCIT 4.L27 And what are his proofs? Cycles and the evidence yielded by the asterisms. Here are a few extracts from his rather lengthy treatise, selected to give an idea of his demonstrations and bearing directly on the quinquennial cycle spoken of just now. Those who feel interested in the demonstrations and are advanced mathematicians can turn to the article itself, The Antiquity of the Vedas, Theosophist, Vol 3, p.22 and judge for themselves. Tensomakara in his commentary on the Sheshajyotisha quotes a passage from the Satapatha Brahmana, which contains an observation on the change of the topics, and which is also found in the Sakayana Brahmana, as has been noticed by Professor Max Muller in his preface to Rigveda Samhita, p.xx. Footnote, Vol. 4, the passage is this. The full moon night in Falguna is the first night of Samvatsara, the first year of the quinquennial age. This passage clearly shows that the quinquennial age which, according to the 6th verse of the Jyotisha, begins on the 1st of Magha, January. February, once began on the 15th of Falguna, February-March. Page 354, now when the 15th of Falguna of the first year called Samvatsara of the quinquennial age begins, the moon, according to th, equals 1 to 41, the Jyotisha, L plus or 5th of the Uttara Falguni, and is in -829 the sun in 124 I1. Or 4 th of Purva Bhadrapada. 1 plus 8 minus 0. Position of the four principal points on the ecliptic was then as follows: the winter solstice in 3729 of Purva Bhadrapada. The vernal equinox in the beginning of Mrigashirsha. The summer solstice in 10 of Purva Falguni. The autumnal equinox in the middle of Jyeshtha. The vernal equinoctial point, we have seen, coincided with the beginning of Kritika in 1421 BC, and from the beginning of Kritika to that of Mrigashirsha, was, consequence, 1421 plus 26 2/3x72 equals 1421 plus 1920 equals 3341 BC, supposing the rate of precession to be 50 a year. When we take the rate to be 3720 in 247 years, the time comes up to 1516 plus 1960.7 equals 3476.7 BC. when the winter solstice by its retrograde motion coincided after that with the beginning of Purva Bhadrapada, then the commencement of the quinquennial age was changed from the 15th to the 1st of Phalguna, February-March. This change took place 240 years after the date of the above observation, that is, in 3101 BC. This date is most important, as from it an era was reckoned in after times. The commencement of the Kali or Kali Yuga, derived from Kal, to reckon, though said by European scholars to be an imaginary date, becomes thus an astronomical fact. Interchange for Kritika and Ashvini. The impartial study of Vedic and post-Vedic works shows that the ancient Aryans knew well the precession of the equinoxes, and that they changed their position from a certain asterism to 2, occasionally 3, asterisms back whenever the precession amounted to 2, properly speaking, to 2 and 11/61 asterisms, or about 297, being the motion of the sun in a lunar month, and so caused the seasons to fall back a complete lunar month. It appears certain that at the date of Surya Siddhanta, Brahma Siddhanta and other ancient treatises on astronomy, the vernal equinoctial point had not actually reached the beginning of Ashvini, but was a few degrees east of it. The astronomers of Europe change westward the beginning of Aries and of all other signs of the zodiac every year by about 50-25, and thus make the names of the signs meaningless. But these signs are as much fixed as the asterisms themselves, and hence the Western astronomers of the present day appear to us in this respect less wary and scientific in their observations than their very ancient brethren the Aryas. Theosophist, 3. 23. We thus see that the asterisms, 27 in number, were counted from the Mrigashirsha when the vernal equinox retrograde was in its beginning, and that the practice of thus counting was adhered to till the vernal equinox retrograde to the beginning of Kritika, when it became the first of the asterisms. For then the winter solstice had changed, receding from Phalguna, February-March, to Magha, January-February, one complete lunar month. Testimony of the Song Celestial, page 355, and, in Elaki manner, the place of Kritika was occupied by Ashvini, that is, the latter became the first of the asterisms, heading all others, when its beginning coincided with the vernal equinoctial point, or, in other words, when the winter solstice was in Pancha, December-February. Now from the beginning of Kritika to that of Ashvini there are 2 asterisms, or 26, and the time the equinox takes to retrograde this distance at the rate of 1 in 72 years is 1920 years, and hence the date at which the vernal equinox coincided with the commencement of Ashvini or with the end of Revati is 1920-1421 equals 499 AD. Bentley's opinion 12. The next and equally important observation we have to record here is one discussed by Mr. Bentley in his researches into the Indian antiquities. The first lunar asterism, he says, in the division of 28 was called Mula, that is to say, the root or origin. In the division of 27 the first lunar asterism was called Jyestha, that is to say, the eldest at first, and consequently of the same import as the former, vide his view of the Hindu astronomy, p.4. From this it becomes manifest that the vernal equinox was once in the beginning of Mula, and Mula was reckoned the first of the asterisms when they were 28 in number, including Abhijit. Now there are 14 asterisms, of 180, from the beginning of Mrigashirsha to that of Mula, and hence the date at which the vernal equinox coincided with the beginning of Mula was at least 3341 plus 180 x 72 equals 16,301 BC. The position of the 4 principal points on the ecliptic was then as given below: the winter solstice in the beginning of Uttara Phalguni in the month of Shravana, the vernal equinox in the beginning of Mula in Karitka, the summer solstice in the beginning of Purva Bhadrapada in Magha, the autumnal equinox in the beginning of Mrigashirsha in Vaishakha. A proof from the Bhagavad Gita 13. The Bhagavad Gita, as well as the Bhagavata, makes mention of an observation which points to a still more remote antiquity than the one discovered by M.R. Bentley. The passages are given in order below. I am the Margashirsha is the first morning for months and the spring is the first among the seasons. This shows that at one time the first month of spring was Margashirsha. A season includes 2 months, and the mention of a month suggests the season. I am the Samvatsara among the years which are 5 in number, and the spring among the seasons, and the Margashirsha among the months, and the Abhijit among the asterisms which are 28 in number. This clearly points out that at one time in the first year called Samvatsara, of the quinquennial age, the Madhu, that is the first month of spring, was Margashirsha, and Abhijit was the first of the asterisms. It then coincided with the vernal equinoctial point, and thence from it the asterisms were counted. To find the date of this observation, there are 3 asterisms from the beginning of Mula to the beginning of Abhijit, and hence the date in question is at least 16,301 plus 3/7x90x72 equals 19,078, page 356, or about 20,000 BC. The Samvatsara at this time began in Bhadrapada, the winter solstitial month. So far then 20,000 years are mathematically proven for the antiquity of the Vedas. And this is simply exoteric. Any mathematician, provided he be not blinded by preconception and prejudice, can see this, and an unknown but very clever amateur astronomer, S.A. McKee, has proved it some 60 years back. His theory about the Hindu yugas and their length is curious as being so very near the correct doctrine. It is said in Volume 2, p. 131, of Asiatic Researches that, the great ancestor of Yudhisthira reigned 27,000 years, at the end of the Brazen Age. In Volume 9, p. 364, we read, in the beginning of the Kali Yuga, in the reign of Yudhisthira. And Yudhisthira began his reign immediately after the flood called Pralaya. Here we find 3 different statements concerning Yudhisthira. To explain these seeming differences we must have recourse to their books of science, where we find the heavens and the earth divided into 5 parts of unequal dimensions, by circles parallel to the equator. Attention to these divisions will be found to be of the utmost importance, as it will be found that from them arose the division of their Mahayuga into its 4 component parts. Every astronomer knows that there is a point in the heavens called the pole, round which the whole seems to turn in 24 hours, and that at 90 degrees from it they imagine a circle called the equator, which divides the heavens and the earth into 2 equal parts, the north and the south. Between this circle and the pole there is another imaginary circle called the circle of perpetual apparition, between which and the equator there is a point in the heavens called the zenith, through which let another imaginary circle pass, parallel to the other 2, and then there wants but the circle of perpetual occultation to complete the round. No astronomer of Europe besides myself has ever applied them to the development of the Hindu mysterious numbers. We are told in the Asiatic Researches that Yudhisthira brought Vikramaditya to reign in Casimir, which is in the latitude of 36 degrees. And in that latitude the circle of perpetual apparition would extend up to 72 degrees altitude, and from that to the zenith there are but 18 degrees, but from the zenith to the equator in that latitude there are 36 degrees, and from the equator to the circle of perpetual occultation there are 54 degrees. Here we find the semicircle of 180 degrees divided into 4 parts, in the proportion of 1, 2, 3, 4, i.e., 18, 36, 54, 72. Whether the Hindu astronomers were acquainted with the motion of the earth or not is of no consequence, since the appearances are the same, and if it will give those gentlemen of tender consciences any pleasure, I am willing to admit that they imagined the heavens rolled round the earth, but they had observed the stars in the path of the sun to move forward through the equinoctial points, at the rate of 54 seconds of a degree in a year, which carried the whole zodiac round in 24,000 years, in which time they also observed that the angle of obliquity varied, so as to extend or contract the width of the tropics 4 degrees on each side, which rate of motion would carry the tropics from the equator to the poles in 540,000 years, in which time the zodiac would have made 22.5 revolutions, which are expressed by the parallel circles from the equator to the poles. Or what amounts to the same thing, the north pole of the ecliptic would have moved from the north pole of the Earth to the equator. Mackey's arguments, page 357, thus the poles become inverted in 1,080,000 years, which is their Mahayuga, and which they had divided into 4 unequal parts, in the proportions of 1, 2, 3, 4, for the reasons mentioned above, which are 108,000, 216,000, 324,000, and 432,000. Here we have the most positive proofs that the above numbers originated in ancient astronomical observations, and consequently are not deserving of those epithets which have been bestowed upon them by the essayist, echoing the voice of Bentley, Wilford, Dupuy, etc. I have now to show that the reign of Yudhisthira for 27,000 years is neither absurd nor disgusting, but perhaps the essayist is not aware that there were several Yudhisthiras or Judhisthiras. In Volume 2, p. 131, Asiatic Researches, the great ancestor of Yudhisthira reigned 27,000 years at the end of the Brazen or Third Age. Here I must again beg your attention to this projection. This is a plane of that machine which the second gentleman thought so very clumsy, it is that of a prolonged spheroid, called by the ancients an atroscope. Let the longest axis represent the poles of the Earth, making an angle of 28 degrees with the horizon, then will the 7 divisions above the horizon to the North Pole, the Temple of Buddha, and the 7 from the North Pole to the Circle of Perpetual Apparition represent the 14 Manvantaras, or very long periods of time, each of which, according to the third volume of Asiatic Researches, p. 258 or 259, was the reign of a Manu. But Captain Wilford, in volume VP 243, gives us the following information: the Egyptians had 14 dynasties, and the Hindus had 14 dynasties, the rulers of which are called Menus. Who can here mistake the 14 very long periods of time for those which constituted the Kali Yuga of Delhi, or any other place in the latitude of 28 degrees, where the blank space from the foot of Meru to the 7th circle from the equator, constitutes the part passed over by the tropic in the next age, which proportions differ considerably from those in the latitude of 36, and because the numbers in the Hindu books differ, Mr. Bentley asserts that, this shows what little dependence is to be put in them. But, on the contrary, it shows with what accuracy the Hindus had observed the motions of the heavens in different latitudes. Some of the Hindus inform us that the earth has 2 spindles which are surrounded by 7 tiers of heavens and hells at the distance of 1 rayu each. This needs but little explanation when it is understood that the 7 divisions from the equator to their zenith are called rishis or rashas. But what is most to our present purpose to know is that they had given names to each of those divisions which the tropics passed over during each revolution of the zodiac. In the latitude of 36 degrees where the pole or Meru was 9 steps high at Casimir, they were called Shastras. In latitude 28 degrees at Delhi, where the pole of Meru was 7 steps high, they were called Menus, but in 24 degrees, at Kasha, where the pole or Meru was but 6 steps high, they were called Sakas. But in the 9th volume, Asiatic Researches, Yudhisthira, the son of Dharma, or Justice, was the first of the 6 Sakas, page 358, the name implies the end, and as everything has 2 ends, Yudhisthira is as applicable to the first as to the last. And as the division on the north of the Circle of Perpetual Apparition is the first of the Kali Yuga, supposing the tropics to be ascending, it was called the division or reign of Yudhisthira. But the division which immediately precedes the Circle of Perpetual Apparition is the last of the Third or Brazen Age, and was therefore called Yudhisthira, and his reign preceded the reign of the other. As the tropic ascended to the pole or Meru, he was called the father of the other, the great ancestor of Yudhisthira, who reigned 27,000 years, at the end of the Brazen Age. Volume 2. Asiatic Researches. The ancient Hindus observed that the zodiac went forward at the rate of 54 seconds a year, and to avoid greater fractions, stated it at that, which would make a complete round in 24,000 years, and observing the angle of the poles to very nearly 4 degrees each round, stated the three numbers as such, which would have given 45 rounds of the zodiac to half a revolution of the poles, but finding that 45 rounds would not bring the northern topic to coincide with the circle of perpetual apparition by 30 minutes of a degree, which required the zodiac to move 1 sign and a half more, which we all know it could not do in less than 3,000 years, they were, in the case before us, added to the end of the Brazen Age, which lengthened the reign of that Yudhisthira to 27,000 years instead of 24,000, but, at another time they did not alter the regular order of 24,000 years to the reign of each of these long-winded monarchs, but rounded up the time by allowing a regency to continue 3 or 4,000 years. In Volume 2, p.134, Asiatic Researches, we are told that, Parikshit, the great-nephew and successor of Yudhisthira, is allowed without controversy to have reigned in the interval between the Brazen and Earthen, or Kali ages, and to have died at the setting in of the Kali Yugoslavia. Here we find an interregnum at the end of the Brazen Age, and before the setting in of the Kali Yug, and as there can be but one Brazen or Treta Yug, i.e., the Third Age, in a Mahayuga, of 1,080,000 years, the reign of this Parikshit must have been in the second Mahayuga, when the pole had returned to its original position, which must have taken 2,160,000 years, and this is what the Hindus call the Prajanitha Yuga. Analogous to this custom is that of some nations more modem, who, fond of even numbers, have made the common year to consist of 12 months of 30 days each, and the 5 days and odd measure have been represented as the reign of a little serpent biting his tail, and divided into 5 parts, etc. But Yudhisthira began his reign immediately after the flood called Pralaya, i.e., at the end of the Kali Yuga, or Age of Heat, when the tropic had passed from the pole to the other side of the circle of perpetual apparition, which coincides with the northern horizon. Here the tropics of summer solstice would be again in the same parallel of north declination, at the commencement of their first age, as he was at the end of their third age, or Treta Yuga, called the Brazen Age. Enough has been said to prove that the Hindu books of science are not disgusting absurdities, originated in ignorance, vanity, and credulity, but books containing the most profound knowledge of astronomy and geography. What, therefore, can induce these gentlemen of tender consciences to insist that Yudhisthira was a real mortal man? I have no guess, unless it be that they fear for the fate of Jared and his grandfather, Methuselah. The Mystery of the Buddha, pages 359 to 360, note. It is with some hesitation that I include the following sections in the Secret Doctrine. Together with some most suggestive thought, they contain very numerous errors of fact, and many statements based on exoteric writings, not on esoteric knowledge. They were given into my hands to publish, as part of the third volume of the Secret Doctrine, and I therefore do not feel justified in coming between the author and the public, either by altering the statements, to make them consistent with fact, or by suppressing the sections. She says she is acting entirely on her own authority, and it will be obvious to any instructed reader that she makes possibly deliberately many statements so confused that they are merely blinds, and other statements probably inadvertently that are nothing more than the exoteric misunderstandings of esoteric truths. The reader must here, as everywhere, use his own judgment, but, feeling bound to publish these sections, I cannot let them go to the public without a warning that much in them is certainly erroneous. Annie Besant. Section XLI The Doctrine of Avatars, page 361, a strange story, a legend rather, is persistently current among the disciples of some great Himalayan gurus, and even among laymen, to the effect that Gautama, the prince of Kapilavastu, has never left the terrestrial regions, though his body died and was burnt, and its relics preserved to this day. There is an oral tradition among the Chinese Buddhists, and a written statement among the secret books of the Lamaists of Tibet, as well as a tradition among the Aryans, that Gautama Buddha has two doctrines, one for the masses and his lay disciples, the other for his elect, the Arhats. His policy and after him that of his Arhats was, it appears, to refuse no one admission into the ranks of candidates for arhatship, but never to divulge the final mysteries except to those who had proved themselves, during long years of probation, to be worthy of initiation. These once accepted were consecrated and initiated without distinction of race, caste, or wealth, as in case of his Western successor. It is the arhats who have set forth and allowed this tradition to take root in the people's mind, and it is the basis, also, of the later dogma of Lamaik reincarnation or the succession of human Buddhas. The little that can be said here upon the subject may or may not help to guide the psychic student in the right direction. It being left to the option and responsibility of the writer to tell the facts as she personally understood them, the blame for possible misconceptions created must fall only upon her. She has been taught the doctrine, but it was left to her sole intuition as it is now left to the sagacity of the reader to group the mysterious and perplexing facts together. The incomplete statements herein given are fragments of what is contained in certain secret volumes, but it is not lawful to divulge the details. The esoteric version of the mystery given in the secret volumes may, page 362, be told briefly. The Buddhists have always stoutly denied that their Buddha was, as alleged by the Brahmins, an avatara of Vishnu in the same sense as a man is an incarnation of his karmic ancestor. They deny it partly, perhaps, because the esoteric meaning of the term Mahavishnu is not known to them in its full, impersonal, and general meaning. There is a mysterious principle in nature called Mahavishnu, which is not the god of that name, but a principle which contains bija, the seed of avatarism or, in other words, is the potency and cause of such divine incarnations. All the world's saviors, the bodhisattvas and the avataras, are the trees of salvation grown out from the one seed, the bija, or Mahavishnu. Whether it be called Adi Buddha, primeval wisdom, or Mahavishnu, it is all the same. Understood esoterically, Vishnu is both saguna and nirguna, with and without attributes. In the first aspect, Vishnu is the object of exoteric worship and devotion. In the second, as nirguna, he is the culmination of the totality of spiritual wisdom in the universe nirvana. A great deal of misconception is raised by it. Confusion of planes of being and misuse of expressions. For instance, certain spiritual states have been confounded with the nirvana of Buddha. The nirvana of Buddha is totally different from any other spiritual state of samadhi or even the highest theophania enjoyed by lesser adepts. After physical death, the kinds of spiritual states reached by adepts differ greatly in short and has as worshippers all philosophical minds. In this esoteric sense the Lord Buddha was an incarnation of Mahavishnu. This is from the philosophical and purely spiritual standpoint. From the plane of illusion, however, as one would say, or from the terrestrial standpoint, those initiated know that he was a direct incarnation of one of the primeval seven sons of light who are to be found in every theogony, the Dhyan Kohans, whose mission it is, from one eternity to the other, to watch over the spiritual welfare of the regions under their care. This has been already enunciated in esoteric Buddhism. One of the greatest mysteries of speculative and philosophical mysticism, and it is one of the mysteries now to be disclosed, is the modus operandi in the degrees of such hypostatic transferences. As a matter of course, divine as well as human incarnations must remain a closed book to the theologian as much as to the physiologist, unless the esoteric teachings be accepted and become the religion of the world. This teaching may never be fully explained to an unprepared public, but one thing is certain and may be said now, that between the dogma of a newly created soul for each new birth, and the physiological assumption of a temporary animal soul, there lies the vast region of occult teaching. This region is the one possible point of conciliation between the two diametrically opposed poles of religion and science, the one with its barren fields of dogmas on faith, the other overrunning with empty hypotheses, both overgrown with the weeds of error. They will never meet. The two are at feud, at an everlasting warfare with each other, but this does not prevent them from uniting against esoteric philosophy, which for 2 millenniums has had to fight against infallibility in both directions, or mere vanity and pretense as Antoninus defined it, and now finds the materialism of Modern science arrayed against its truths with its logical and reasonable demonstrations, the links of which may all be traced in logical and philosophical sequence in nature. All Avatar is identical, page 363, this mystery is found, for him who understands its right meaning, in the dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna, in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 4. Says the Avatara, many births of mine have passed, as also of yours, O Arjuna. All those I know, but you do not know yours, O harasser of your enemies. Although I am unborn, with exhaustless Atma, and am the Lord of all that is, yet, taking up the domination of my nature I am born by the power of illusion. When some of the Gnostic ideas, Cerinthus taught that the world and Jehovah having fallen off from virtue and primitive dignity, the Supreme permitted one of his glorious three Eons, whose name was the Anointed, Christ, to incarnate in the man Jesus. Basildus denied the reality of the body of Jesus, and calling it an illusion held that it was Simon of Cyrene who suffered on the cross in his stead. All such teachings are echoes of the Eastern doctrines. Whenever, O son of Bharata, there is decline of Dharma the right law and the rise of Adharma the opposite of Dharma, here I manifest myself. For the salvation of the good and the destruction of wickedness, for the establishment of the law, I am Bham in every yuga. Whoever comprehends truly my divine birth and action, he, O Arjuna, having abandoned the body does not receive rebirth, he comes to me. Thus, all the Avataras are one and the same, the sons of their father, in a direct descent and line, the Father, or one of the seven flames becoming, for the time being, the Son, and these two being one in eternity. What is the Father? Is it the absolute cause of all, the fathomless eternal? No, most decidedly. It is Karan Atma, the causal soul which, in its general sense, is called by the Hindus Ishvara, the Ford, and by Christians God, the one and only. From the standpoint of unity it is so, but then the lowest of the elementals could equally be viewed in such case as the one and only. Each human being has, moreover, his own divine spirit or personal God. That divine entity or flame from which Buddhi emanates stands in the same relation to man, though on a lower plane, page 364, as the Dhyani Buddha to his human Buddha. Hence monotheism and polytheism are not irreconcilable, they exist in nature. Truly, for the salvation of the good and the destruction of wickedness, the personalities known as Gautama, Shankara, Jesus and a few others were born each in his age as declared I am born in every yuga, and they were all bound through the same power. There is a great mystery in such incarnations, and they are outside and beyond the cycle of general rebirths. Rebirths may be divided into three classes: the divine incarnations called Avataras, those of adepts who give up nirvana for the sake of helping on humanity, the Nirmanikayas, and the natural succession of rebirths for all the common law. The Avatara is an appearance, one which may be termed a special illusion within the natural illusion that reigns on the planes under the sway of that power, Maya. The adept is rebom consciously at his will and pleasure. A genuine initiated adept will retain his adeptship, though there may be for our world of illusion numberless incarnations of him. The propelling power that lies at the root of a series of such incarnations is not karma, as ordinarily understood, but a still more inscrutable power. During the period of his lives the adept does not lose his adeptship, though he cannot rise in it to a higher degree. The units of the common herd unconsciously follow the great law of dual evolution. What is an avatara? For the term before being used ought to be well understood. It is a descent of the manifested deity, whether under the specific name of Shiva, Vishnu, or Adi Buddha, into an elusive form of individuality, an appearance which to men on this elusive plane is objective, but it is not so in sober fact. That elusive form having neither past nor future, because it has neither previous incarnation nor will have subsequent rebirths, had naught to do with karma, which has therefore no hold on it. Gautama Buddha was born an avatara in one sense. But this, in view of unavoidable objections on dogmatic grounds, necessitates explanation. There is a great difference between an avatara and a Jairvanmukta, one, as already stated, is an elusive appearance, karmaless, and having never before incarnated, and the other, the Jairvanmukta, is one who obtains nirvana by his individual merits. To this expression again an uncompromising, philosophical Vedantin would object. He might say that as the condition of the Avatara and the Jivanmutta are one and the same state, no amount of personal merit, in howsoever many incarnations, can lead its possessor to nirvana. Nirvana, he would say, is actionless. How can, then, any action lead to it? Voluntary incarnation, page 365, it is neither a result nor a cause, but an ever-present, eternal is, as Nagasena defined it. Hence it can have no relation to, or concern with, action, merit, or demerit, since these are subject to karma. All this is very true, but still to our mind there is an important difference between the two. An avatara is, a Jairvanmukta becomes one. If the state of the two is identical, not so are the causes which lead to it. An avatara is a descent of a god into an elusive form, a Jairvanmukta, who may have passed through numberless incarnations and may have accumulated merit in them. Certainly does not become a nirvani because of that merit, but only because of the karma generated by it, which leads and guides him in the direction of the Guru who will initiate him into the mystery of nirvana and who alone can help him to reach this abode. The Shastras say that from our works alone we obtain moksha, and if we take no pains there will be no gain and we shall be neither assisted nor benefited by deity the Mahaguru. Therefore it is maintained that Gautama, though an avatara in one sense, is a true human Jairvanmukta, owing his position to personal merit, and thus more than an avatara. It was personal merit that enabled him to achieve nirvana. On the voluntary and conscious incarnations of adepts there are two types, those of nirmanikayas, and those undertaken by the probationary chelas who are on their trial. The greatest, as the most puzzling mystery of the first type lies in the fact, that such rebirth in a human body of the personal ego of some particular adept when it has been dwelling in the Mayavi or the Kamarupa, and remaining in the Kamaloka may happen even when his higher principles are in the state of nirvana. From the so-called Brahmaloka, the seventh and higher world, beyond which all is arupa, formless, purely spiritual, to the lowest world and insect, or even to an object such as a leaf, there is perpetual revolution of the condition of existence, evolution, and rebirth. Some human beings attain states or spheres from which there is only a return in a new kalpa, a day of Brahma. There are other states or spheres from which there is only return after 100 years. Of Brahma, Mahakalpa, a period covering 311,040.000.000.000 years. Nirvana, it is said, is a state from which there is no return. Yet it is maintained that there may be, as exceptional cases, reincarnation from that state. Only such incarnations are illusion, like everything else on this plane, as will be shown. Let it be understood that the above expressions are used for popular purposes, and therefore that what is written does not deal with this deep and mysterious question from the highest plane, that of absolute spirituality, nor again from the highest philosophical point of view, comprehensible but to the very few. It must not be supposed that anything can go, page 366, into nirvana which is not eternally there, but human intellect in conceiving the absolute must put it as the highest term in an indefinite series. If this be borne in mind, a great deal of misconception will be avoided. The content of this spiritual evolution is the material on various planes with which the nirvani was in contact prior to his attainment of nirvana. The plane on which this is true, being in the series of elusive planes, is undoubtedly the highest. Those who search for that must go to the right source of study, the teachings of the Upanishads, and must go in the right spirit. Here we attempt only to indicate the direction in which the search is to be made, and in showing a few of the mysterious occult possibilities we do not bring our readers actually to the goal. The ultimate truth can be communicated only from guru to initiated pupil. Having said so much, the statement still will and must appear incomprehensible, if not absurd, to many. Firstly, To all those who are unfamiliar with the doctrine of the manifold nature and various aspects of the human monad, and secondly to those who view the septenary division of the human entity from a too materialistic standpoint. Yet the intuitional occultist, who has studied thoroughly the mysteries of nirvana, who knows it to be identical with Parabrahman, and hence unchangeable, eternal, and no thing but the absolute all, will seize the possibility of the fact. They know that while a dharmakaya, a nirvani without remains, as our Orientalists have translated it, being absorbed into that nothingness, which is the one real, because absolute, consciousness cannot be said to return to incarnation on earth, the nirvani being no longer a he, a she, or even an it, the nirmanakaya, or he who has obtained nirvana. With remains, i.e., who is clothed in a subtle body, which makes him impervious to all outward impressions and to every mental feeling, and in whom the notion of his ego has not entirely ceased, can do so. Again, every Eastern occultist is aware of the fact that there are two kinds of nirmanakayas, the natural, and the assumed, that the former is the name or epithet given to the condition of a high ascetic, or initiate, who has reached a stage of bliss second only to nirvana, while the latter means the self-sacrifice of one who voluntarily gives up the absolute nirvana, in order to help humanity and be still doing it good, or, in other words, to save his fellow creatures by guiding them. It may be objected that the dharmakaya, being a nirvani or jivanmutta, can have no remains left behind him after death, for having attained that state from which no further incarnations are possible, there is no need for him of a subtle body, or of the individual ego that reincarnates from one birth to another, and that therefore the latter disappears of logical necessity. To this it is answered, it is so for all exoteric purposes and a general law. Cardinal de Cusa, page 367, but the case with which we are dealing is an exceptional one, and its realization lies within the occult powers of the high initiate, who, before entering into the state of nirvana, can cause his remains, sometimes, though not very well, called his Mayavi Rupa, to remain behind. This fact of the disappearance of the vehicle of egotism in the fully developed yogi, who is supposed to have reached nirvana on earth, years before his corporeal death, has led to the law in Manu, sanctioned by millenniums of Brahmanical authority, that such a paramatma should be held as absolutely blameless and free from sin or responsibility, do whatever he may. See last chapter of the laws of Manu. Indeed, caste itself, that most despotic, uncompromising, and autocratic tyrant in India, can be broken with impunity by the yogi, who is above caste. This will give the key to our statements whether he is to become a nirvani, or to find himself in a lower state of bliss. Next, there are cases rare, yet more frequent than one would be disposed to expect, which are the voluntary and conscious reincarnations of adepts. The word adept is very loosely used by H.P.B., who often seems to have implied by it no more than the possession of special knowledge of some kind. Here it seems to mean first as uninitiated disciple and then an initiated one, eds on their trial. Every man has an inner, a higher self, and also an astral body. But few are those who, outside the higher degrees of adeptship, can guide the latter, or any of the principles that animate it, when once death has closed their short terrestrial life. Yet such guidance, or their transference from the dead to a living body, is not only possible, but is of frequent occurrence, according to occult and Kabbalistic teachings. The degrees of such power of course vary greatly. To mention but three, the lowest of these degrees would allow an adept, who has been greatly trammeled during life in his study and in the use of his powers, to choose after death another body in which he could go on with his interrupted studies, though ordinarily he would lose in it every remembrance of his previous incarnation. The next degree permits him, in addition to this, to transfer the memory of his past life to his new body, while the highest has hardly any limits in the exercise of that wonderful faculty. As an instance of an adept who enjoyed the first mentioned power, some medieval Kabbalists cite a well-known personage of the 15th century, Cardinal de Cusa, Karma, due to his wonderful devotion to, page 368, esoteric study and the Kabbalah, led the suffering adept to seek intellectual recuperation and rest from ecclesiastical tyranny. In the body of Copernicus, si non e vero e ben trovato, and the perusal of the lives of the two men might easily lead a believer in such powers to a ready acceptance of the alleged fact. The reader, having at his command the means to do so, is asked to turn to the formidable folio in Latin of the 15th century, called De Docta Ignorantia, written by the Cardinal de Cusa, in which all the theories and hypotheses, all the ideas of Copernicus are found as the keynotes to the discoveries of the great astronomer. About 50 years before the birth of Copernicus, de Cusa wrote as follows: though the world may not be absolutely finite, no one can represent it to himself as finite, since human reason is incapable of assigning to it any term. For in the same way that our earth cannot be in the center of the universe, as thought, no more could the sphere of the fixed stars be in it. Thus this world is like a vast machine, having its center deity everywhere, and its circumference nowhere, machina mundi, quasi habens ubique centrum, et nullibi circumferentium. Hence the earth, not being in the center, cannot therefore be motionless. And though it is far smaller than the sun, one must not conclude for all that she is worse vili or more vile. One cannot see whether its inhabitants are superior to those who dwell nearer to the sun, or in other stars, as sidereal space cannot be deprived of inhabitants. The earth, very likely fortis one of the smallest globes, is nevertheless the cradle of intelligent beings, most noble and perfect. One cannot fail to agree with the biographer of Cardinal de Cusa, who, having no suspicion of the occult truth, and the reason of such erudition in a writer of the 14th and 15th centuries, simply marvels at such a miraculous foreknowledge, and attributes it to God, saying of him that he was a man incomparable in every kind of philosophy, by whom many a theological mystery inaccessible to the human mind, veiled and neglected for centuries, velata et neglecta, were once more brought to light. Pascal might have read de Cusa's works, but whence could the cardinal have borrowed his ideas, asks Maury. Evidently from Hermes and the works of Pythagoras, even if the mystery of his incarnation and reincarnation be dismissed. Who was this extraordinary learned cardinal? The son of a poor boatman, owing all his career, his cardinal's hat, and the reverential or rather than friendship of the popes Eugenius IV, Nicholas V, and Pius II, to the extraordinary learning which seemed innate in him, since he had studied nowhere till comparatively late in life. De Cusa died in 1473, moreover, his best works were written before he was forced to enter orders to escape persecution. Nor did the adept escape it. In the voluminous work of the cardinal above quoted is found a very suggestive sentence, the authorship of which has been variously attributed to Pascal, to Cusa himself, and to the Zohar, and which belongs by right to the books of Hermes: the world is an infinite sphere, whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere. This is changed by some into, the center being nowhere, and the circumference everywhere, a rather heretical idea for a cardinal, though perfectly orthodox from a Kabbalistic standpoint. Page 369, the theory of rebirth must be set forth by occultists, and then applied to special cases. The right comprehension of this psychic fact is based upon a correct view of that group of celestial beings who are universally called the seven primeval gods or angels, Ardhayan Kohans, the seven primeval rays or powers, adopted later on by the Christian religion as the seven angels of the presence. Arupa, formless, at the upper rung of the ladder of being, materializing more and more as they descend in the scale of objectivity and form, ending in the grossest and most imperfect of the hierarchy, man. It is the former purely spiritual group that is pointed out to us, in our occult teaching, as the nursery and fountainhead of human beings. Therein germinates that consciousness which is the earliest manifestation from causal consciousness, the alpha and omega of divine being and life forever. And as it proceeds downward through every phase of existence, descending through man, through animal and plant, it ends its descent only in the mineral. It is represented by the double triangle, the most mysterious and the most suggestive of all mystic signs, for it is a double glyph, embracing spiritual and physical consciousness and life, the former triangle running upwards, and the lower downwards, both interlaced, and showing the various planes of the twice 7 modes of consciousness, the 14 spheres of existence, the lokas of the Brahmans. The reader may now be able to obtain a clearer comprehension of the whole thing. He will also see what is meant by the watchers, there being one placed as the guardian or regent over each of the 7 divisions or regions of the earth, according to old traditions, as there is one to watch over and guide every one of the 14 worlds or lokas. This is the secret meaning of the statements about the hierarchy of Prajapatis or rishis. First 7 are mentioned, then 10, then 21, and so on. They are gods and creators of men, many of them the lords of beings, they are the mind-bomb sons of Brahma, and then they become mortal heroes, and are often shown as of a very sinful character. The occult meaning of the biblical patriarchs, their genealogy, and their descendants dividing among themselves the earth, is the same. Again, Jacob's dream has the same significance. But it is not with any of these that we are at present concerned, but with the 7 breaths, so called, that furnish man with his immortal monad in his cyclic pilgrimage. The commentary on the Book of Jinn says, descending on his region first as Lord of Glory, the flame, or breath, having called into conscious being the highest of the emanations of that special region, ascends from it again to its primeval seat, whence it watches, page 370, over and guides its countless beams, monads. It chooses as its avatars only those who had the 7 virtues in them. He of the 7 virtues is one who, without the benefit of initiation, becomes as pure as any adept by the simple exertion of his own merit. Being so holy, his body at his next incarnation becomes the avatara of his watcher or guardian angel, as the Christian would put it in their previous incarnation. As for the rest, it overshadows each with one of its countless beams. Yet even the beam is a part of the Lord of Lords. The title of the highest Dhyan Kohans. The septenary principle in man who can be regarded as dual only as concerns psychic manifestation on this gross earthly plane was known to all antiquity, and may be found in every ancient scripture. The Egyptians knew and taught it, and their division of principles is in every point a counterpart of the Aryan secret teaching. It is thus given in Isis Unveiled, in the Egyptian notions, as in those of all other faiths founded on philosophy, man was not merely a union of soul and body, he was a trinity when spirit was added to it. Besides, that doctrine made him consist of Ka, body, Kaba, astral form or shadow, Ka, animal soul or life principle, Ba, the higher soul, and Ak, terrestrial intelligence. They had also a 6th principle, named Sa, or mummy, but the functions of this one commenced after the death of the body. OPCIT, 2. 367. The 7th principle being of course the highest, uncreated spirit was generically called Osiris, therefore every deceased person became osirified or an Osiris after death. But in addition to reiterating the old ever-present fact of reincarnation and karma not as taught by the spiritists, but as by the most ancient science in the world, occultists must teach cyclic and evolutionary reincarnation, that kind of rebirth, mysterious and still incomprehensible to many who are ignorant of the world's history, which was cautiously mentioned in Isis Unveiled. A general rebirth for every individual with interlude of Kamaloka and Devachan, and a cyclic conceus reincarnation with a grand and divine object for the few. Those great characters who tower like giants in the history of mankind, like Siddhartha Buddha and Jesus in the realm of the spiritual, and Alexander the Macedonian and Napoleon the Great in the realm of physical conquests, are but the reflected images of human types which had existed not 10,000 years before, as cautiously put forward in Isis Unveiled, but for millions of consecutive years from the beginning of the Manvantara. Special cases, page 371, for with the exception of real avataras, as above explained, they are the same unbroken rays, monads, each respectively of its own special parent flame called Devas, Dhyan Kohans, or Dhyani Buddhas, or again planetary angels, etc. shining in eonic eternity as their prototypes. It is in their image that some men are bomb, and when some specific humanitarian object is in view, the latter are hypostatically animated by their divine prototypes reproduced again and again by the mysterious powers that control and guide the destinies of our world. No more could be said at the time when Isis Unveiled was written, hence the statement was limited to the single remark that there is no prominent character in all the annals of sacred or profane history whose prototype we cannot find in the half-fictitious and half-real traditions of bygone religions and mythologies. As the star, glimmering at an immeasurable distance above our heads, in the boundless immensity of the sky, reflects itself in the smooth waters of a lake, so does the imagery of men of the antediluvian ages reflect itself in the periods we can embrace in a historical retrospect. But now that so many publications have been brought out, stating much of the doctrine, and several of them giving many an erroneous view, this vague illusion may be amplified and explained. Not only does this statement apply to prominent characters in history in general, but also to men of genius, to every remarkable man of the age, who soars beyond the common herd with some abnormally developed special capacity in him, leading to the progress and good of mankind. Each is a reincarnation of an individuality that has gone before him with capacities in the same line, bringing thus as a dowry to his new form that strong and easily reawakened capacity or quality which had been fully developed in him in his preceding birth. Very often they are ordinary mortals, the egos of natural men in the course of their cyclic development. But it is with special cases that we are now concerned. Let us suppose that a person during his cycle of incarnations is thus selected for special purposes, the vessel being sufficiently clean by his personal God, the fountainhead, on the plane of the manifested, of his monad, who thus becomes his indweller. That God, his own prototype or Father in heaven, is, in one sense, not only the image in which he, the spiritual man, is made, but in the case we are considering, it is that spiritual, individual ego himself. This is a case of permanent, lifelong theophania. Let us bear in mind that this is neither avatarism, as it is understood in Brahmanical philosophy, nor is the, page 372, man thus selected a Jivanmutta or Nirvani, but that it is a wholly exceptional case in the realm of mysticism. The man may or may not have been an adept in his previous lives, he is so far, and simply, an extremely pure and spiritual individual, or one who was all that in his preceding birth, if the vessel thus selected is that of a newly born infant. In this case, after the physical translation of such a saint or bodhisattva, his astral principles cannot be subjected to a natural dissolution like those of any common mortal. They remain in our sphere and within human attraction and reach, and thus it is that not only a Buddha, a Shankaracharya, or a Jesus can be said to animate several persons at one and the same time, but even the principles of a high adept may be animating the outward tabernacles of common mortals. A certain ray, principle, from Sanat Kumara spiritualized, animated, Pradvamna, the son of Krishna during the great Mahabharata period, while at the same time, he, Sanat Kumara, gave spiritual instruction to King Dhritarashtra. Moreover, it is to be remembered that Sanat Kumara is an eternal youth of 16, dwelling in Janaloka, his own sphere or spiritual state. Even in ordinary mediumistic life, so-called, it is pretty well ascertained that while the body is acting even though only mechanically or resting in one place, its astral double may be appearing and acting independently in another, and very often distant place. This is quite a common occurrence in mystic life and history, and if this be so with ecstatics, seers, and mystics of every description, why cannot the same thing happen on a higher and more spiritually developed plane of existence? Admit the possibility on the lower psychic plane, then why not on a higher plane? In the cases of higher adeptship, when the body is entirely at the command of the inner man, when the spiritual ego is completely reunited with its seventh principle even during the lifetime of the personality, and the astral man or personal ego has become so purified that he has gradually assimilated all the qualities and attributes of the middle nature, buddhi and manas in their terrestrial aspect, that personal ego substitutes itself, so to say, for the spiritual higher self, and is thenceforth capable of living an independent life on earth. When corporeal death takes place, the following mysterious event often happens. As a Dharmakaya, a nirvani without remains entirely free from terrestrial admixture, the spiritual ego cannot return to reincarnate on earth. But in such cases, it is affirmed, the personal ego of even a Dharmakaya can remain in our sphere as a whole, and return to incarnation on earth if need be. The higher astral, page 373, for now it can no longer be subject, like the astral remains of any ordinary man, to gradual dissolution in the Kamaloka, the limbus or purgatory of the Roman Catholic, and the summer land of the spiritualist. It cannot die a second death, as such disintegration is called by Proclus. After death, the soul continueth in the aerial, astral, body, till it is entirely purified from all angry, sensual passion, then doth it put off by a second death when arising to Devachan the aerial body as it did the earthly one. Wherefore the ancients say that there is a celestial body always joined with the soul, which is immortal, luminous, and star-like. It becomes natural then, that the aerial body of an adept should have no such second dying, since it has been cleansed of all its natural impurity before its separation from the physical body. The high initiate is a son of the resurrection, being equal unto the angels, and cannot die any more, see Luke, XX 36. It has become too holy and pure, no longer by reflected but its own natural light and spirituality, either to sleep in the unconscious slumber of a lower nirvanic state, or to be dissolved like any ordinary astral shell and disappear in its entirety. But in that condition known as the Nirmanakaya, the nirvani with remains, he can still help humanity. Let me suffer and bear the sins of all, be reincarnated unto new misery, but let the world be saved, was said by Gautama Buddha, an exclamation the real meaning of which is little understood now by his followers. If I will that he tarry till I come, what is that to thee? St. John, XXI. 21 asks the astral Jesus of Peter. Till I come means till I am reincarnated again in a physical body. Yet the Christ of the old crucified body could truly say, I am with my Father and one with him, which did not prevent the astral from taking a form again, nor John from tarrying indeed till his master had come, nor hinder John from failing to recognize him when he did come, or from then opposing him. But in the church that remark generated the absurd idea of the millennium or chiliasm, in its physical sense. Since then the man of sorrows has returned perchance more than once, unknown to, and undiscovered by, his blind followers. Since then also, this grand Son of God has been incessantly and most cruelly crucified daily and hourly by the churches founded in his name. But the apostles, only half initiated, failed to tarry for their master, and not recognizing him, spumed him every time he returned. See the extract made in the Theosophist from a glorious novel by Dostoevsky, a fragment entitled The Great Inquisitor. It is a fiction, naturally, still a sublime fiction of Christ returning in Spain during the palmy days of the Inquisition, and being imprisoned and put to death by the Inquisitor, who fears lest Christ should ruin the work of Jesuit hands. Section XLII. The Seven Principles, page 374, the mystery of Buddha is that of several other adepts, perhaps of many. The whole trouble is to understand correctly that other mystery, that of the real fact, so abstruse and transcendental at first sight, about the seven principles in man, the reflections in man of the seven powers in nature, physically, and of the seven hierarchies of being intellectually and spiritually. Whether a man material, ethereal, and spiritual is for the clearer comprehension of his, broadly speaking, triple nature, divided into groups according to one or another system, the foundation and the apex of that division will be always the same. There being only three upatis, basics, in man, any number of koshas, sheaths, and their aspects may be built on these without destroying the harmony of the whole. Thus, while the esoteric system accepts the septenary division, the Vedantic classification gives 5 koshas, and the Taraka Raja Yoga simplifies them into four, the three yupatis synthesized by the highest principle. Atma. The septenary division in different Indian systems: esoteric Buddhism, Vedanta, Taraka Raja Yoga. Once Chula Sharira Anamaya Kasha, Kosa is sheath, literally, the sheath of every principle, Stulopati, Stulopati, or basis of the principle, 2 Prana, life, Pranamaya Kasha 3 the vehicle of prana, the astral body, or Linga Sharira, 4 Kamarupa Manomaya Kasha Sukshmopati 5 mind, a. volitions and feelings, etc., b. Vijanagam Vijanamaya Kasha 6 spiritual soul, Buddhi, Anandamaya Kasha Karanopati 7 Atma. That which has just been stated will, of course, suggest the question, how can a spiritual, or semi-spiritual, personality lead a triple or even a dual life, shifting respective higher selves ad libitum, and be still the one eternal monad in the infinity of a manvantara? The answer to this is easy for the true occultist, while for the uninitiated profane it must appear absurd. The 7 principles are, of course, the manifestation of one indivisible spirit, but only at the end of the manvantara, and when they come to be reunited on the plane of the one reality does the unity appear. During the pilgrim's journey the reflections of that indivisible one flame, the aspects of the one eternal spirit, have each the power of action on one of the manifested planes of existence, the gradual differentiations from the one unmanifest plane on that plane, namely, to which it properly belongs. The purified self, page 375, our earth affording every Mayavic condition, it follows that the purified egotistical principle, the astral and personal self of an adept, though forming in reality one integral whole with its highest self, Atma and Buddhi, may nevertheless, for purposes of universal mercy and benevolence, so separate itself from its divine monad as to lead on this plane of illusion and temporary being a distinct independent conscious life of its own under a borrowed elusive shape, thus serving at once and the same time a double purpose, the exhaustion of its own individual karma, and the saving of millions of human beings less favored than itself from the effects of mental blindness. If asked, when the change described as the passage of a Buddha or a Jivanmutta into nirvana takes place, where does the original consciousness which animated the body continue to reside, in the nirvana or in the subsequent reincarnations of the latter's remains, the Nirmanakaya? The answer is that imprisoned consciousness may be a certain knowledge from observation and experience, as Gibbon puts it, but disembodied consciousness is not an effect, but a cause. It is a part of the whole, or rather a ray on the graduated scale of its manifested activity, of the one all-pervading, limitless flame, the reflections of which alone can differentiate, and, as such, consciousness is ubiquitous, and can be neither localized nor centered on or in any particular subject, nor can it be limited. Its effects alone pertain to the region of matter, for thought is an energy that affects matter in various ways, but consciousness per se, as understood and explained by occult philosophy, is the highest quality of the sentient spiritual principle in us, the divine soul, or Buddhi, and our higher ego, and does not belong to the plane of materiality. After the death of the physical man, if he be an initiate, it becomes transformed from a human quality into the independent principle itself, the conscious ego becoming consciousness per se without any ego, in the sense that the latter can no longer be limited or conditioned by the senses, or even by space or time. Therefore it is capable, without separating itself from or abandoning its possessor, Buddhi, of reflecting itself at the same time in its astral man that was without being under any necessity for localizing itself. This is shown at a far lower stage in our dreams. For if consciousness can display activity during our visions, and while the body and its material brain are fast asleep, and if even during those visions it is all but ubiquitous, how much greater must be its power when entirely free from, and having no more connection with our physical brain. Section Slyeen, the Mystery of Buddha. Page 376, now the mystery of Buddha lies in this: Gautama, an incarnation of pure wisdom, had yet to learn in his human body and to be initiated into the world's secrets like any other mortal, until the day when he emerged from his secret recess in the Himalayas and preached for the first time in the grove of Benares. The same with Jesus, from the age of 12 to 30 years, when he was found preaching the Sermon on the Mount, nothing is positively said or known of him. Gautama had sworn inviolable secrecy as to the esoteric doctrines imparted to him. In his immense pity for the ignorance and as its consequence the sufferings of mankind, desirous though he was to keep inviolate his sacred vows, he failed to keep within the prescribed limits. While constructing his esoteric philosophy, the Doctrine, on the foundations of eternal truth, he failed to conceal certain dogmas, and trespassing beyond the lawful lines, caused those dogmas to be misunderstood. In his anxiety to make away with the false gods, he revealed in the 7 Paths to Nirvana some of the mysteries of the 7 lights of the Arupā, formless, world. A little of the truth is often worse than no truth at all. Truth and fiction are like oil and water, they will never mix. His new doctrine, which represented the outward dead body of the esoteric teaching without its vivifying soul, had disastrous effects. It was never correctly understood, and the doctrine itself was rejected by the southern Buddhists. Immense philanthropy, a boundless love and charity for all creatures, were at the bottom of his unintentional mistake, but karma little heeds intentions, whether good or bad, if they remain fruitless. If the good law as preached resulted in the most sublime code of ethics and the unparalleled philosophy of things external in the visible cosmos, it biased and misguided immature minds into believing there was nothing more under the outward mantle of the system, and its dead letter only was accepted. Moreover, the new teaching unsettled many great minds which had previously followed the orthodox Brahmanical lead. Page 377, thus, 50-odd years after his death the great teacher. When we say the great teacher, we do not mean his Buddhic ego, but that principle in him which was the vehicle of his personal or terrestrial ego having refused full Dharmakaya and Nirvana, was pleased, for purposes of karma and philanthropy, to be reborn. For him death has been no death, but as expressed in the Elixir. 5 Years of Theosophy, New Edition, p. 3. He changed a sudden plunge into darkness to a transition into a brighter light. The shock of death was broken, and like many other adepts, he threw off the mortal coil and left it to be burnt, and its ashes to serve as relics, and began interplanetary life, clothed in his subtle body. He was reborn as Shankara, the greatest Vedantic teacher of India, whose philosophy based as it is entirely on the fundamental axioms of the eternal revelation, the Shruti or the primitive wisdom religion, as Buddha from a different point of view had before based his finds itself in the middle ground between the two exuberantly veiled metaphysics of the orthodox Brahmins and those of Gautama, which, stripped in their exoteric garb of every soul-vivifying hope, transcendental aspiration and symbol, appear in their cold wisdom like crystalline icicles, the skeletons of the primeval truths of esoteric philosophy. Was Shankaracharya Gautama the Buddha, then, under a new personal form? It may perhaps only puzzle the reader the more if he be told that there was the astral Gautama inside the outward Shankara, whose higher principle, or Atman, was, nevertheless, his own divine prototype, the Son of Light, indeed the heavenly, mind-bomb Son of Aditi. This fact is again based on that mysterious transference of the divine X-personality merged in the impersonal individuality now in its full Trinitarian form of the monad as Atma-Buddhi Manas to a new body, whether visible or subjective. In the first case it is a Manishya Buddha, in the second it is a Nirmanakaya. The Buddha is in nirvana, it is said, though this once mortal vehicle, the subtle body of Gautama, is still present among the initiates, nor will it leave the realm of conscious being so long as suffering mankind needs its divine help, not to the end of this root race, at any rate. From time to time he, the astral Gautama, associates himself, in some most mysterious to, page 378, us quite incomprehensible manner, with avatars and great saints, and works through them. And several such are named. Thus it is averred that Gautama Buddha was reincarnated in Shankaracharya, that, as is said in esoteric Buddhism, Shankaracharya simply was Buddha in all respects in a new body. OPCIT, p. 175 5th edition. While the expression in its mystic sense is true, the way of putting it may be misleading until explained. Shankara was a Buddha, most assuredly, but he never was a reincarnation of the Buddha, though Gautama's astral ego or rather his bodhisattva may have been associated in some mysterious way with Shankaracharya. Yes, it was perhaps the ego, Gautama, under a new and better adapted casket that of a Brahmin of southern India. But the Atman, the higher self that overshadowed both, was distinct from the higher self of the translated Buddha, which was now in its own sphere in cosmos. Shankara was an avatara in the full sense of the term. According to Sayanacharya, the great commentator on the Vedas, he is to be held as an avatara, or direct incarnation of Shiva the Logos, the seventh principle in nature himself. In the secret doctrine, Sri Shankaracharya is regarded as the abode for the 32 years of his mortal life of a flame, the highest of the manifested spiritual beings, one of the primordial seven rays. And now what is meant by a bodhisattva? Buddhists of the Mahayana mystic system teach that each Buddha manifests himself, hypostatically or otherwise, simultaneously in three worlds of being, namely, in the world of kama, concupiscence or desire, the sensuous universe or our earth, in the shape of a man, in the world of rupa, form, yet supersensuous, as a bodhisattva, and in the highest spiritual world, that of purely incorporeal existences, as a dhyani Buddha. The latter prevails eternally in space and time, i.e., from one Mahakalpa to the other, the synthetic culmination of the three being Adi Buddha. It would be useless to raise objections from exoteric works to statements in this, which aims to expound, however superficially, the esoteric teachings alone. It is because they are misled by the exoteric doctrine that Bishop Bigondet and others aver that the notion of a supreme eternal Adi Buddha is to be found only in the writings of comparatively recent date. What is given here is taken from the secret portions of Dus Kyi Korlo, Kala Chakra in Sanskrit, or the will of time, or duration, the wisdom principle, which is absolute, and therefore out of space and time. Their interrelation is the following: the Buddha cannot reincarnate, page 379, the Dhyani Buddha, when the world needs a human Buddha, creates through the power of dhyana, meditation, omnipotent devotion, a mind-born son of Bodhisattva whose mission it is after the physical death of his human, or Manusya Buddha, to continue his work on earth till the appearance of the subsequent Buddha. The esoteric meaning of this teaching is clear. In the case of a simple mortal, the principles in him are only the more or less bright reflections of the seven cosmic, and the seven celestial principles, the hierarchy of supersensual beings. In the case of a Buddha, they are almost the principles in esse themselves. The Bodhisattva replaces in him the Karana Sharira, the ego principle, and the rest correspondingly, and it is in this way that esoteric philosophy explains the meaning of the sentence that by virtue of dhyana or abstract meditation the dhyani Buddha, the Buddha's spirit or monad, creates a Bodhisattva, or the astrally clothed ego within the Manusya Buddha. Thus, while the Buddha merges back into nirvana whence it proceeded, the Bodhisattva remains behind to continue the Buddha's work upon earth. It is then this Bodhisattva that may have afforded the lower principles in the apparitional body of Shankaracharya, the Avatara. Now to say that Buddha, after having reached nirvana, returned thence to reincarnate in a new body, would be uttering a heresy from the Brahmanical, as well as from the Buddhisic standpoint. Even in the Mahayana exoteric school, in the teaching as to the three Buddhic bodies, the three bodies are, 1. The Nirmanakaya, Prul Bhikkhu in Tibetan, in which the Bodhisattva, after entering the six paramitas, the path to nirvana, appears to men in order to teach them. 2. Samagakaya, Dzog Bhikkhu, the body of bliss impervious to all physical sensations, received by one who has fulfilled the three conditions of moral perfection, and 3. Dharmakaya, in Tibetan, Chasku, the nirvanic body. It is said of the Dharmakaya, the formless being, that once it is taken, the Buddha in it abandons the world of sensuous perceptions forever, and has not, nor can he have, any more connection with it. To say, as the esoteric or mystic school teaches, that though Buddha is in nirvana he has left behind him the Nirmanakaya, the Bodhisattva, to work after him, is quite orthodox and in accordance with both the esoteric Mahayana and the Prasanga Madhyamika schools, the latter an anti-esoteric and most rationalistic system. For in the Kala Chakra commentary it is shown that there is, 1. Adi Buddha, eternal and conditionless, then, 2. Come Samagakaya Buddhas, or Dhyani Buddhas. Existing from, eonic, eternity and never disappearing the causal Buddhas so to say, and, 3. The Manishya, page 380, Bodhisattvas. The relation between them is determined by the definition given. Adi Buddha is Vajradhara, and the Dhyani Buddhas are Vajrasattva, yet though these two are different beings on their respective planes, they are identical in fact, one acting through the other, as a Dhyani through a human Buddha. One is endless intelligence, the other only supreme intelligence. It is said of for Bodhisattva who was subsequently on earth Buddha Gautama, having fulfilled all the conditions for the immediate attainment of perfect Buddhaship, the Holy One preferred, from unlimited charity towards living beings, once more to reincarnate for the benefit of man. The nirvana of the Buddhists is only the threshold of parinirvana, according to the esoteric teaching, while with the Brahmins, it is the summum bonum, that final state from which there is no more return not till the next Mahakalpa at all events. And even this last view will be opposed by some too orthodox and dogmatic philosophers who will not accept the esoteric doctrine. With them nirvana is absolute nothingness, in which there is nothing and no one, only an unconditioned all. To understand the full characteristics of that abstract principle one must sense it intuition ally and comprehend fully the one permanent condition in the universe, which the Hindus define so truly as the state of perfect unconsciousness Chidaka Sham, field of consciousness, in fact. However paradoxical it may seem to the profane reader. 5 years of Theosophy, Art. Personal and Impersonal God, p. 129. Shankaracharya was reputed to be an avatara, an assertion the writer implicitly believes in, but which other people are, of course, at liberty to reject. And as such he took the body of a southern Indian, newly born Brahmin baby. That body, for reasons as important as they are mysterious to us, is said to have been animated by Gautama's astral personal remains. This divine non-ego chose as its own upati, physical basis, the ethereal, human ego of a great sage in this world of forms, as the fittest vehicle for spirit to descend into. Said Shankaracharya, Parabrahman is Karta Purusha, as there is no other Adishtatha, the active or working agent in Prakriti, or matter, and Parabrahman is Prakriti, there being no other substance. Vedanta Sutras. Ad. Ipada 4. She. 23 Commentary. The passage is given as follows in Thibaut's translation, Sacred Books of the East, XXXIV, p. 286, the self is thus the operative cause, because there is no other ruling principle, and the material cause because there is no other substance from which the world could originate. A fuller explanation, page 381, now what is true of the macrocosmical is also true of the microcosmical plane. It is therefore nearer the truth to say when once we accept such a possibility that the astral Gautama or the Nirmanakaya, was the upati of Shankaracharya's spirit, rather than the latter was a reincarnation of the former. When a Shankaracharya has to be born, naturally every one of the principles in the manifested mortal man must be the purest and finest that exist on earth. Consequently those principles that were once attached to Gautama, who was the direct great predecessor of Shankara, were naturally attracted to him, the economy of nature forbidding the re-evolution of similar principles from the crude state. But it must be remembered that the higher ethereal principles are not, like the lower more natural ones, visible sometimes to man, as astral bodies, and they have to be regarded in the light of separate or independent powers or gods, rather than at material objects. Hence the right way of representing the truth would be to say that the various principles, the bodhisattva, of Gautama Buddha, which did not go to nirvana, reunited to form the middle principles of Shankaracharya, the earthly entity. In 5 years of Theosophy, Art. Shakyamuni's place in history, p. 234, note, it is stated that one day when our Lord sat in the Satapani cave, Saptapama, he compared man to a Saptaparna, 7-leaved, plant. Mendicants, he said, there are 7 Buddhas in every Buddha, and there are 6 bhikshus and but 1 Buddha in each mendicant. What are the 7? The 7 branches of complete knowledge. What are the 6? The 6 organs of sense. What are the 5? The 5 elements of elusive being. And the one which is also 10? He is a true Buddha who develops in him the 10 forms of holiness and subjects them all to the one. Which means that every principle in the Buddha was the highest that could be evolved on this earth, whereas in the case of other men who attain to nirvana this is not necessarily the case. Even as a mere human, Manusya, Buddha Gautama was a pattern for all men. But his arhats were not necessarily so. It is absolutely necessary to study the doctrine of the Buddhas esoterically and understand the subtle differences between the various planes of existence to be able to comprehend correctly the above. Put more clearly, Gautama, the human Buddha, who had, exoterically, Amitabha for his Bodhisattva and Avalokiteshvara for his Dhyani Buddha, the triad emanating directly from Adi Buddha, assimilated these by his dhyana, meditation, and thus become a Buddha, enlightened. In another manner this is the case with all men, every one of us has his Bodhisattva, the middle principle, if we hold for a moment to the Trinitarian division of the septenary group, and his Dhyani Buddha, or Kohan, the father of the sun. Our connecting link with the higher hierarchy of celestial beings lies here in a nutshell, only we are too sinful to assimilate them. Page 382, 6 centuries after the translation of the human Buddha, Gautama, another reformer, as noble and as loving though less favored by opportunity, arose in another part of the world, among another and a less spiritual race. There is a great similarity between the subsequent opinions of the world about the 2 saviors, the Eastern and the Western. While millions became converted to the doctrines of the 2 masters, the enemies of both sectarian opponents, the most dangerous of all, tore both to shreds by insinuating maliciously distorted statements based on occult truths, and therefore doubly dangerous. While of Buddha it is said by the Brahmins that he was truly an avatara of Vishnu, but that he had come to tempt the Brahmins from their faith, and was therefore the evil aspect of the God. Of Jesus the Bardisanian Gnostics and others asserted that he was Nebu, the false Messiah, the destroyer, and the old Orthodox religion. He is the founder of a new sect of Nazars, said other sectarians. In Hebrew the word Nabo means to speak by inspiration. KL is Nebo, the god of wisdom. But Nebo is also Mercury, who is Buddha in the Hindu monogram of planets. And this is shown by the fact that the Talmudists hold that Jesus was inspired by the genius, or regent, of Mercury, confounded by Sir William Jones with Gautama Buddha. There are many other strange points of similarity between Gautama and Jesus, which cannot be noticed here. See Isis Unveiled, 2. 132. If both the initiates, aware of the danger of furnishing the uncultured masses with the powers acquired by ultimate knowledge, left the innermost comer of the sanctuary in profound darkness, who, acquainted with human nature, can blame either of them for this? Yet although Gautama, actuated by prudence, left the esoteric and most dangerous portions of the secret knowledge untold, and lived to the ripe old age of 80, the esoteric doctrine says 100 years, dying with the certainty of having taught its essential truths, and of having sown the seeds for the conversion of 1/3 of the world, he yet perhaps revealed more than was strictly good for posterity. But Jesus, who had promised his disciples the knowledge which confers upon man the power of producing miracles far greater than he had ever produced himself, died, leaving but a few faithful disciples, men only halfway to knowledge. They had therefore to struggle with a world to which they could impart only what they but half knew themselves, and no more. In later ages the exoteric followers of both mangled the truths given out, often out of recognition. Sacrifice, page 383, with regard to the adherents of the Western Master, the proof of this lies in the very fact that none of them can now produce the promised miracles. They have to choose, either it is they who have blundered, or it is their master who must stand arraigned for an empty promise, an uncalled for boast. Before one becomes a Buddha he must be a Bodhisattva, before evolving into a Bodhisattva he must be a Dhyani Buddha. A Bodhisattva is the way and path to his father, and thence to the one supreme essence, descent of Buddhas. p. 17. From Arya Sangha. I am the way, the truth, and the life, no man cometh unto the Father but by me, St. John, 14.6. The way is not the goal. Nowhere throughout the New Testament is Jesus found calling himself God, or anything higher than a Son of God, the Son of a Father common to all, synthetically. Paul never said, I Tim, 3:10. God was manifest in the flesh, but he who was manifested in the flesh, Revised Edition. While the common herd among the Buddhists, the Burmese especially, regard Jesus as an incarnation of Devadatta, a relative who opposed the teachings of the Buddha, the students of esoteric philosophy. See in the Nazarene sage a Bodhisattva with the spirit of Buddha himself in him. Why such a difference in the destiny of the two? For the occultist this enigma of the unequal favor of karma or providence is unriddled by the secret doctrine. It is not lawful to speak of such things publicly, as St. Paul tells us. One more explanation only may be given in reference to the subject. It was said a few pages back that an adept who thus sacrifices himself to live, giving up full nirvana, though he can never lose the knowledge acquired by him in previous existences, yet can never rise higher in such borrowed bodies. Why? Because he becomes simply the vehicle of a son of light from a still higher sphere, who being a Rupa, has no personal astral body of his own fit for this world. Such sons of light, or Dhyani Buddhas, are the Dharmakayas of preceding Manvantaras, who have closed their cycles of incarnations in the ordinary sense and who, being thus karmaless, have long ago dropped their individual rupas, and have become identified with the first principle. Hence the necessity of a sacrificial Nirmanakaya, ready to suffer for the misdeeds or mistakes of the new body in its earth pilgrimage without any future reward on the plane of progression and rebirth, since there are no rebirths for him in the ordinary sense. The higher self, or divine monad, is not in such a case attached to the lower ego, its connection is only temporary, and in most cases it acts through decrees of karma. This is a real, genuine sacrifice, the explanation of which pertains to the highest initiation of Ghana, occult knowledge. It is closely linked, by a direct evolution of spirit and involution of matter, with the primeval and great sacrifice at the foundation of the manifested worlds, the gradual smothering and, page 384, death of the spiritual in the material. The seed is not quickened except it die. I Corinth, 1536. Hence in the Purusha Sukta of the Rig Veda, OPCIT, Mandala X, hymn 90, the mother fount and source of all subsequent religions, it is stated allegorically that the thousand-headed Purusha was slaughtered at the foundation of the world, that from his remains the universe might arise. This is nothing more or less than the foundation, the seed, truly of the later many-formed symbol in various religions, including Christianity, of the sacrificial lamb. For it is a play upon the words Aya, Purusha, the unborn, or eternal spirit, means also lamb, in Sanskrit. Spirit disappears, dies, metaphorically the more it gets involved in matter, and hence the sacrifice of the unborn, or the lamb. Why the Buddha chose to make this sacrifice will be plain only to those who, to the minute knowledge of his earthly life, add that of a thorough comprehension of the laws of karma. Such occurrences, however, belong to the most exceptional cases. As tradition goes, the Brahmins had committed a heavy sin by persecuting Gautama Buddha and his teachings instead of blending and reconciling them with the tenets of pure Vedic Brahmanism, as was done later by Shankaracharya. Gautama had never gone against the Vedas, only against the exoteric growth of preconceived interpretations. The Shruti divine oral revelation, the outcome of which was the Veda, is eternal. It reached the ear of Gautama Siddhartha as it had those of the rishis who had written it down. He accepted the revelation while rejecting the later overgrowth of Brahmanical thought and fancy, and built his doctrines on one and the same basis of imperishable truth. As in the case of his Western successor, Gautama, the merciful, the pure, and the just, was the first found in the Eastern hierarchy of historical adepts, if not in the world annals of divine mortals, who was moved by that generous feeling which locks the whole of mankind within one embrace, with no petty differences of race, birth, or caste. It was he who first enunciated that grand and noble principle, and he again who first put it into practice. For the sake of the poor and the reviled, the outcast and the hapless, invited by him to the king's festival table, he had excluded those who had hitherto sat along in haughty seclusion and selfishness, believing that they would be defiled by the very shadow of the disinherited ones of the land, and these non-spiritual Brahmins turned against him for that preference. Shankaracharya is still living, page 385, since then such as these have never forgiven the prince beggar, the son of a king, who, forgetting his rank and station, had flung widely open the doors of the forbidden sanctuary to the pariah and the man of low estate, thus giving precedence to personal merit over hereditary rank or fortune. The sin was theirs, the cause nevertheless himself, hence the merciful and the blessed one could not go out entirely from this world of illusion and created causes without atoning for the sin of all, therefore of these Brahmins also. If man afflicted by man found safe refuge with the Tathagata, man afflicting man had also his share in his self-sacrificing, all-embracing and forgiving love. It is stated that he desired to atone for the sin of his enemies. Then only was he willing to become a full Dharmakaya Ajivanmutta without remains. The close of Shankaracharya's life brings us face to face with a fresh mystery. Shankaracharya retires to a cave in the Himalayas, permitting none of his disciples to follow him, and disappears therein forever from the sight of the profane. Is he dead? Tradition and popular belief answer in the negative, and some of the local gurus, if they do not emphatically corroborate, do not deny the rumor. The truth with its mysterious details as given in the secret doctrine is known but to them, it can be given out fully only to the direct followers of the great Dravidian guru, and it is for them alone to reveal of it as much as they think fit. Still it is maintained that this adept of adepts lives to this day in his spiritual entity as a mysterious, unseen, yet overpowering presence among the brotherhood of Shambhala, beyond, far beyond, the snowy-capped Himalayas. Section XLIV Reincarnations of Buddha, page 386, every section in the chapter on Deshinchikpa literally, he who walks or follows in the way or path of his predecessors. Tathagata, in the commentaries represents 1 year of that great philosopher's life, in its dual aspect of public and private teacher, the two being contrasted and commented upon. It shows the sage reaching Buddhahood through a long course of study, meditation, and initiations, as any other adept would have to do, not one rung of the ladder up to the arduous path of perfection being missed. The Bodhisattva became a Buddha and a Nirvani through personal effort and merit after having had to undergo all the hardships of every other neophyte, not by virtue of a divine birth, as thought by some. It was only the reaching of nirvana while still living in the body and on this earth that was due to his having been in previous births high on the path of Jnana, knowledge, wisdom. Mental or intellectual gifts and abstract knowledge follow an initiate in his new birth, but he has to acquire phenomenal powers anew, passing through all the successive stages. He has to acquire Rinchen, the 7 precious gifts, Schmidt, in Slanong Seetsen p.471, and Shlajantwite, in Buddhism in Tibet, p. 53, accept these precious things literally, enumerating them as the wheel, the precious stone, the royal consort, the best treasurer, the best horse, the elephant, the best leader. After this one can little wonder if besides Adhyani Buddha and Adhyani Bodhisattva each human Buddha is furnished with a female companion, a Shakti, when in truth Shakti is simply the soul power, the psychic energy of the god as of the adept. The royal consort, the third of the 7 precious gifts, very likely led the learned Orientalist into this ludicrous error one after the other. During the period of meditation no worldly phenomena on the physical plane must be allowed to enter into his mind or cross his thoughts. Zhānlāgthāng, Sanskrit, Vipassana, religious abstract meditation, will develop in him most wonderful faculties independently of himself. Vajradhara, page 387, the 4 degrees of contemplation, or samtan, Sanskrit, dhyana, once acquired, everything becomes easy. 4. Once that man has entirely got rid of the idea of individuality, merging his self in the universal self, becoming, so to say, the bar of steel to which the properties inherent in the lodestone, adi Buddha, or anima mundi, are imparted, powers hitherto dormant in him are awakened, mysteries in invisible nature are unveiled, and becoming a Thonglampa, a seer, he becomes a Dhyani Buddha. Every Zung, Dharahi, a mystic word or mantra, of the Lokottara Dharma, the highest world of causes, will be known to him. Thus, after his outward death, 20 years later, Tathagata in his immense love and pitiful mercy for erring and ignorant humanity, refused parinirvana. A bodhisattva can reach nirvana and live, as Buddha did, and after death he can either refuse objective incarnation or accept and use it at his convenience for the benefit of mankind whom he can instruct in various ways while he remains in the devachanic regions within the attraction of our earth. But having once reached parinirvana or nirvana without remains the highest dharmakaya condition, in which state he remains entirely outside of every earthly condition, he will return no more until the commencement of a new manvantara, since he has crossed beyond the cycle of birth in order that he might continue to help men. Says a commentary. Having reached the path of deliverance dharlam from transmigration, one cannot perform tulpa. Tulpa is the voluntary incarnation of an adept into a living body, whether of an adult, child, or newborn babe any longer, for to become a parinirvani is to close the circle of the septenary kusum. Kusum is the triple form of the nirvana state and its respective duration in the cycle of non-being. The number 7 here refers to the 7 rounds of our septenary system. He has merged his borrowed Dorhisampa Vajrasattva into the universal and become one with it. Vajradhara, also Vajrasattva, Tibetan, Dorjchang and Dorjedzin, or Dorhosampa, is the regent or president of all the Dhyan Kohans or Dhyani Buddhas, the highest, the supreme Buddha, personal, yet never manifested objectively, the supreme conqueror, the Lord of all mysteries, the one without beginning or end, in short, the logos of Buddhism. 4. As Vajrasattva, he is simply the Tsovo, chief, of the Dhyani Buddhas or Dhyan Kohans, and the supreme intelligence in the second world, while as Vajradhara, Dorjchang, he is all that which was enumerated above. These two are one, and yet two, and over them is Chang, the supreme unmanifest and, page 388, universal wisdom that has no name. As two in one he, they, is the power that subdued and conquered evil from the beginning, allowing it to reign only over willing subjects on earth, and having no power over those who despise and hate it. Esoterically the allegory is easily understood. Exoterically Vajradhara, Vajrasattva, is the god to whom all the evil spirits swore that they would not impede the propagation of the good law, Buddhism, and before whom all the demons tremble. Therefore we say this dual personage has the same role assigned to it in canonical and dogmatic Tibetan Buddhism as have Jehovah and the Archangel Michael, the Metatron of the Jewish Kabbalists. This is easily shown. Michael is the angel of the face of God, or he who represents his master. My face shall go with thee, in English, presence, before the Israelites, says God to Moses, Exodus, XXXIII. 141, the angel of my presence, Hebrew, of my face, Isaiah, 68.9. etc. The Roman Catholics identify Christ with Michael, who is also his Ferrer, or face mystically. This is precisely the position of Vajradhara, or Vajrasattva, in Northern Buddhism. For the latter, in his higher self as Vajradhara, Dorje is never manifested, except to the seven Dhyan Kohans, the primeval builders. Esoterically, it is the spirit of the seven collectively, their seventh principle, or Atman. Exoterically, any amount of fables may be found in Kalachakra, the most important work in the Jayat or Guy division of the Kanjur, the division of mystic knowledge, Jaya. Dorje, wisdom, Vajradhara, is said to live in the Secondaripa world, which connects him with Metatron, in the first world of pure spirits, the Bryatic world of the Kabbalists, who call this angel El Shaddai, the omnipotent and might one. Metatron is in Greek messenger, or the great teacher. Michael fights Satan, the dragon, and conquers him and his angels. Vajrasattva, who is one with Vajrapani, the subduer of the evil spirits, conquers Rahu, the great dragon who is always trying to devour the sun and moon, eclipses. War in heaven in the Christian legend is based upon the bad angels having discovered the secrets, magical wisdom, of the good ones, Enoch, and the mystery of the tree of life. Let anyone read simply the exoteric accounts in the Hindu and Buddhist pantheons, the latter version being taken from the former, and he will find both resting on the same primeval, archaic allegory from the secret doctrine. In the exoteric texts, Hindu and Buddhist, the gods chum the ocean to extract from it the water of life, Amrita, or the elixir of knowledge. Living Buddhas, page 389, in both the dragon steals some of this, and is exiled from heaven by Vishnu or Vajradhara or the chief god, whatever may be his name. We find the same in the book of Enoch, and it is poetized in St. John's Revelation. And now the allegory, with all its fanciful ornamentations, has become a dogma. As will be found mentioned later, the Tibetan lamaseries contain many secrets and semi-secret volumes, detailing the lives of great sages. Many of the statements in them are purposely confused, and in others the reader becomes bewildered, unless a clue be given him, by the use of one name to cover many individuals who follow the same line of teaching. Thus there is a succession of living Buddhas, and the name Buddha is given to teacher after teacher. Shilajit White writes, to each human being Buddha belongs a Dhyani Buddha, and a Dhyani Bodhisattva, and the unlimited number of the former also involves equally unlimited number of the latter. Buddhism in Tibet, p.52. This same generic use of a name is found among Hindus with that of Shankaracharya, to take but one instance. All his successors bear his name, but are not reincarnations of him. So with the Buddhas. But if this be so and the exoteric and semi-exoteric use of the name justify the statement, the reader must depend on his own intuition to distinguish between the Dhyani Buddhas and the human Buddhas, and must not apply to the great Buddha of the fifth race all that is ascribed to the Buddha in books where, as said, blinds are constantly introduced. In one of these books some strange and obscure statements are made which the writer gives, as before, entirely on her own responsibility, since a few may sense a meaning hidden under words misleading in their surface meaning. The words within brackets are supplied to introduce the statements following that are confused and contradictory as they stand, and which H.P.B. had probably intended to elucidate to some slight extent, as they are written 2 or 3 times with different sentences following them. The Ms. is exceedingly confused, and everything H.P.B. said is here pieced together, the addition above made being marked in brackets to distinguish it from hers. It is stated that at the age of 33, Shankaracharya, tired of his mortal body, put it off in the cave he had entered, and that the Bodhisattva, that served as his lower personality, was freed with the burden of a sin upon him which he had not committed. At the same time it is added, at whatever age one puts off his outward body by free will, at that age will he be made to die a violent death against his will in his next rebirth. Page 390, now, karma could have no hold on Mahashankara, as Shankara is called in the secret work, as he had, as Avatara, no ego of his own, but a bodhisattva, a willing sacrificial victim. Neither had the latter any responsibility for the deed, whether sinful or otherwise. Therefore we do not see the point, since karma cannot act unjustly. There is some terrible mystery involved in all this story, one that no uninitiated intellect can ever unravel. Still, there it is, suggesting the natural query, who, then, was punished by karma, and leaving it to be answered. A few centuries later Buddha tried one more incarnation, it is said, and again, 50 years subsequent to the death of this adept, in one whose name is given as Tianyi Sung. King Suddhodana. No details, no further information or explanation is given. It is simply stated that the last Buddha had to work out the remains of his karma, which none of the gods themselves can escape, forced as he was to bury still deeper certain mysteries have revealed by him hence misinterpreted. The words used would stand when translated, there are several names marked simply by asterisks. Born 52 years too early as Shramana Gautama, the son of King Zastang, then retiring 57 years too soon as Mahashankara, who got tired of his outward form. This willful act aroused and attracted King Karma, who killed the new form of at 33, Shankaracharya died also at 32 years of age, or rather disappeared from the sight of his disciples, as the legend goes the age of the body was put off. At whatever age one puts off his outward body by free will, at that age will he be made to die in his next incarnation against his will. Commentary. He died in his next body, at 32 and a little over, and again in his next at 80 Amaya, and at 100. In reality, the Bodhisattva chose Tianyi Sung. Does Tianyi Sung stand for Apollonius of Tyana? This is a simple surmise. Some things in the life of that adept would seem to tally with the hypothesis, others to go against it. Then again the Shugata became Tsanklyapa, who became thus Deshinchikpa Tathagata, one who follows in the way and manner of his predecessors. The Blessed One could do good to his generation as but none to posterity, and so as Tianyi Sung he became incarnated only for the remains of his precedent karma, as we understand it. The 7 ways and the 4 truths were once more hidden out of sight. The Merciful One confined since then his attention and fatherly care to the heart of Bodhayul, the nursery grounds of the seeds of truth. The blessed remains since then have overshadowed and rested in many a holy body of human bodhisattvas. No further information is given, least of all are there any details or explanations to be found in the secret volume. An obscure passage, page 391, all is darkness and mystery in it, for it is evidently written but for those who are already instructed. Several flaming red asterisks are placed instead of names, and the few facts given are abruptly broken off. The key of the riddle is left to the intuition of the disciple, unless the direct followers of Gautama the Buddha, those who are to be denied by his church for the next cycle and of Shankaracharya, are pleased to add more. The final section gives a kind of summary of the 70 sections covering 73 years of Buddha's life. According to esoteric teaching, Buddha lived 100 years in reality, though having reached nirvana in his 80th year he was regarded as one dead to the world of the living. See article Shakyamuni's place in history in 5 years of Theosophy. From which the last paragraph is summarized as follows: emerging from the most excellent seat of the 3 secrets sang Sum, the master of incomparable mercy, after having performed on all the anchorites the rite of, and each of these having been cut off, it is a secret rite, pertaining to high initiation, and has the same significance as the one to which Clement of Alexandria alludes when he speaks of the token of recognition being in common with us, as by cutting off Christ, Strom, 13. Schlagentweit wonders what it may be. The typical representation of a hermit, he says, is always that of a man with long, uncut hair and beard. A rite very often selected, though I am unable to state for what reason, is that of code, to cut or to destroy, the meaning of which is anxiously kept a profound secret by the lamas. Buddhism in Tibet, p. 163, perceived through the power of Lunchub. Lunchub is the divining spirit in man, the highest degree of seership. What was his next duty? The most illustrious meditated and asked himself whether this would help the future generations. What they needed was the sight of Maya in a body of illusion. Which? The great conqueror of pains and sorrows arose and proceeded back to his birthplace. There Shugata was welcomed by the few, for they did now know Shramana Gautama. Shakva the mighty is in nirvana. He has given the science to the Shuddhas Shudras, said they, of Damsyul, the country of Brahmins, India. It was for that, balm of pity, that the All-Glorious One had to retire to, and then appear karmically as Mahashankara, and out of pity as, and again as Tsankapa. For, he who chooses in humiliation must go down, and he who loves not allows karma to raise him. The secret meaning of this sentence is that karma exercises its way over the adept as much as over any other man, gods can escape it as little as simple mortals. The adept who, having reached the path and won his dharmakaya, the nirvana from which there is no return until the new grand kalpa, prefers to use his right of choosing a condition inferior to that which belongs to him, but that will leave him free to return whenever he thinks it advisable and under whatever personality he may select, must be prepared to take all the chances of failure possibly and a lower condition than was his lot for a certainty, as it is an occult law. Karma alone is absolute justice and infallible in its selections. He who uses his right with it, karma, must bear the consequences if any. Thus Buddha's first reincarnation was produced by karma and it led him higher than ever. The two following were out of pity and *****. This passage is confessedly obscure and written for the few. It is not lawful to say any more, for the time has not yet come when nations are, page 392, prepared to hear the whole truth. The old religions are full of mysteries, and to demonstrate some of them would surely lead to an explosion of hatred, followed, perhaps, by bloodshed and worse. It will be sufficient to know that while Gautama Buddha is merged in nirvana ever since his death, Gautama Shakyamuni may have had to reincarnate, this dual inner personality being one of the greatest mysteries of esoteric Sikhism. The seat of the three secrets refers to a place inhabited by high initiates and their disciples. The secrets are the three mystic powers known as Gopa, Yasadhara, and Uptalavarna, that Ksamadokoros mistook for Buddha's three wives, as other Orientalists have mistaken Shakti, yoga power, personified by a female deity, for his wife, or the Draupadi, also a spiritual power for the wife in common of the five brothers Pandava. Section XLV, an unpublished discourse of Buddha, page 393, it is found in the second book of commentaries and is addressed to the Arhats. Said the All-Merciful, "Blessed are ye, O bhikshus, happy are ye who have understood the mystery of being and non-being explained in Baspadharma, doctrine, and have given preference to the latter, for ye are verily my Arhats." The elephant, who sees his form mirrored in the lake, looks at it, and then goes away, taking it for the real body of another elephant, is wiser than the man who beholds his face in the stream, and looking at it, says, "Here I am. I am I," for the I, his self, is not in the world of the 12 nidanas and mutability, but in that of non-being, the only world beyond the snares of Maya. That alone, which has neither cause nor author, which is self-existing, eternal, far beyond the reach of mutability, is the true I-ego, the self of the universe. The universe of Namka says, "I am the world of Seen Chan." The universe of Brahma, Seen Chan, Namka, is universal illusion, or our phenomenal world. The four illusions laugh and reply, "Verily so." But the truly wise man knows that neither man, nor the universe that he passes through like a flitting shadow, is any more a real universe than the dewdrop that reflects a spark of the morning sun is that Sunday. There are three things, bhikshus, that are everlastingly the same, upon which no vicissitude, no modification can ever act. These are the law, nirvana, and space, akasha. It is next to impossible to render the mystic word thoag by any other term than space, and yet, unless coined on purpose, no new appellation can render it so well to the mind of the occultist. The term oddity is also translated space, and there is a world of meaning in it, and those three are one, since the first two are within the last, and that last one a Maya, so long as man keeps within the whirlpool of sensuous existences. One need not have his mortal body die to avoid the, page 394, clutches of concupiscence and other passions. The Arhat who observes the 7 hidden precepts of Baspa may become Dangma and Lha. Dangma, a purified soul, and Lha, a freed spirit within a living body, an adept or Arhat. In the popular opinion in Tibet, Lha is a disembodied spirit, something similar to the Burmese Nat only higher. He may hear the holy voice of Kuan Yin. Kuan Yin is a synonym, for in the original another term is used, but the meaning is identical. It is the divine voice of self, or the spirit voice in man, and the same as Vashishvara, the voiced deity, of the Brahmins. In China, the Buddhist ritualists have degraded its meaning by anthropomorphizing it into a goddess of the same name, with 1,000 hands and eyes, and they call it Kwanshai Yin Bodhisat. It is the Buddhist daimon voice of Socrates and find himself within the quiet precincts of his Sanarama. Sanarama is the sanctum sanctorum of an ascetic, a cave or any place he chooses for his meditation transferred into Amitabha Buddha. Amitabha Buddha is in this connection the boundless light by which things of the subjective world are perceived. Becoming one with Anuttara Samyak Sambadhi, esoterically, the unsurpassingly merciful and enlightened heart, said of the perfect ones, the Jivanmutas, collectively he may pass through all the 6 worlds of being, Rupaloka, and get into the first 3 worlds of Arupa. These 6 worlds 7 with us are the worlds of Nats or spirits, with the Burmese Buddhists, and the 7 higher worlds of the Vedantins. He who listens to my secret law, preached to my select Arhats, will arrive with its help at the knowledge of self, and thence at perfection. It is due to entirely erroneous conceptions of Eastern thought and to ignorance of the existence of an esoteric key to the outward Buddhist phrases that Bhumau and other great scholars have inferred from such propositions held also by the Vedantins as my body is not body and myself is no self of mine, that Eastern psychology was based upon. Non-permanency. Cousin, for instance, lecturing upon the subject, brings the 2 following propositions to prove, on Bhumau's authority, that, unlike Brahmanism, Buddhism rejects the perpetuity of the thinking principle. These are, 1 thought or spirit 2 things entirely distinct from each other. The faculty is not distinguished from the subject only on this material plane, while thought generated by our physical brain, one that has never impressed itself at the same time on the spiritual counterpart, whether through the atrophy of the latter or the intrinsic weakness of that thought, can never survive our body, this much is sure. For the faculty is not distinguished from the subject appears only with sensation and does not survive it. 2. The spirit cannot itself lay hold of itself, and in directing attention to itself it draws from it only the conviction of its powerlessness to see itself otherwise than as successive and transitory. This all refers to spirit embodied, not to the freed spiritual self on whom Maya has no more hold. A mistaken view, page 395, spirit is no body, therefore have the Orientalists made of it nobody and nothing. Hence they proclaim Buddhists to be nihilists, and Vedantins to be the followers of a creed in which the impersonal God turns out on examination to be a myth. Their goal is described as the complete extinction of all spiritual, mental, and bodily powers by absorption into the impersonal. Vedanta Sara, translated by Major Jacob, p. 123. Section XLVI.